Summary. It's my life, you know. I choose what I want. It's my right. Nakhun is a 20-year-old student who does not believe in superstitions. One day, fate plays a cruel joke on him, and he finds himself catapulted back in time almost 400 years to the kingdom of Ayutthaya. He is mistaken for someone who was missing, Cleo, so Nakhun assumes his identity and tries to solve that mystery, while also looking for a way to return to his timeline. Cleo's friend Phop doesn't believe Nakhun is the one he knew and continues to keep an eye on him. Introduction. The year 2021 had been the time when science and technology were so developed that voyages were planned to take humans into space. However, there was still one thing that had never disappeared over time, something that opposed science. This was the belief in all things invisible, including superstition and astrology. Buddhist year 2564. And now I was faced with an expert on the subject. Oh, your zodiac sign coincides perfectly with your date of birth. Your fate is marked by an unlucky star, announced the slightly hoarse voice of an elderly woman dressed all in white. After writing down his date of birth and scribbling down a few digits and numbers on a sheet of paper, her bleary eyes carefully scanned my face. Meanwhile, I tried my best not to accidentally sigh as disrespect, but inside I thought every second, why do I have to sit here? At first glance, you must have been through a lot. In your destiny, there is also an accident. Yes, Auntie, a lot of bad things have happened lately. Last month, his phone disappeared. A week ago, he was almost hit by a motorcycle. So what's wrong, Aunt? He hastily asked the person next to me, a golden-haired young man in a scruffy school uniform. I looked furtively at my best friend and noticed that his eyes seemed more serious and attentive than mine, which was the subject of that question. It won't be intense pain, but looking at astrology, it seems that something very serious will happen soon. It's like karma from the past. However, it is inevitable. For now, continue going to the temple to make merit, pray, meditate, and spread kindness. It will help ease the burden. All right, I replied in a low voice. After that, I sat down and listened to my best friend ask my fortune teller aunt about various things about the future. Personally, what a psychic told me went in one ear and out the other. My name is Nakhun Fathanatha, and I had just turned 20 about a month ago. I was a third-year student at the Faculty of Foreign Languages, specializing in English at a well-known university in the heart of the city. Before, my life had always been normal. I only had good friends, regular learning, and my grades were satisfactory. But after my 20th birthday, my luck seemed to have waned for no apparent reason. It all started with losing my phone. My literature midterm exam results had just been released, and it looked like I'd gotten the multiple choice boxes wrong. My analysis report that I had sent to the professor had been completely torn to pieces, and there was nothing good about it. I stumbled constantly and often hurt myself. And, as my friend had said, I had almost been hit by a motorcycle while crossing campus the week before. I didn't believe at all in that horoscope or karma story from my past that the lady fortune teller had predicted. It was all due to my negligence. I had almost been hit by a motorcycle because I hadn't looked carefully. I had lost my phone because I accidentally left it in a public restroom while washing my hands. The low grade was due to the headache I had had that day, which left me unable to concentrate on the exam. But T, my best friend who believed in superstitions, didn't think so. He believed I was unlucky, and so he had tried to drag me along to make merit and predict the future. Of course, I didn't want to go, but I had finally been tricked into a meeting with a fortune teller under a tamarind tree at the temple. Let's go back. I'll take you to the dormitory. After the mission of having the fortune teller fool me was complete, T had turned to invite me home with a big smile that made his eyes narrow. You've been saying you'd take me to the dorm since you arrived. Is my dormitory here in the temple? I looked at the person next to me with slight resentment. My dormitory was on the same street as T's house. If on any given day we had finished class at the same time, we would have taken his car and gone back together. But today, or at least initially, I had intended to study in the university library and then return in the evening. However, T had insisted on accompanying me. I wasn't worried at first, until we passed my building. At that point I started to suspect something, but T said that he was hungry and that we would go to the mall to find something to eat. Then suddenly he had taken me to the temple. I knew right away that he had another one of those strange ideas in mind. As soon as we arrived, he immediately dragged me to the fortune teller's table, paying the fare for both of us as if he were a wealthy person, even though I had no intention of doing so. Oh, I was worried because I saw the period in which the horoscope fell, so I brought you to check your future, and I was already planning on coming to see mine. Do not be angry with me. My best friend smiled and pressed his shoulder lightly against mine, trying to ease my resentment. He knew very well that I didn't really believe in horoscopes and superstition. I believed in my own actions. It was my life. I chose what to do or not do. I had come across many things during that time, probably due to my own mistakes, not fate. But T hoped to help me and had decided to take me to solve the problem his way. When I thought that my friend was so worried about me, I couldn't be angry. Besides, I hadn't paid for it, so I'd let him. But just listen and don't think about it too much. I think this person is not trustworthy, T said as we walked back to the car in the hot sun. Why? Why did she say that Pan still doesn't trust you? I looked at him carefully. Pan was a younger student that T had been trying to win over for over a year, but Pan still didn't seem willing to open his heart and accept him as his boyfriend. Maybe it was because of my friend's appearance, which seemed a bit like a playboy, and this probably made Pan suspicious. Shoo, you already know. The taller boy shook his head slightly, unlocked the car, climbed into the driver's seat. Then the silver Audi pulled out of the temple and onto the main road. Wait a minute. I'll take you to see the specialist my mother always sees. She is always right. That's enough. I'm not going anywhere. I replied in a serious voice. As much as he insisted, I didn't agree with him. As I had said, I believed more in my actions, in things that could be tangible and proven more than in conjectures. And I thought that going to a fortune teller would not solve the root problem. I just had to be more careful with my life, take care of my health, and study more. And one more thing, fortune tellers were expensive. My family was middle class. I wasn't rich. I didn't have a business worth hundreds of millions of baht like T's family. I definitely wouldn't spend my money on that kind of thing. Better to save to pay for the dormitory. See you tomorrow. I waved goodbye to my friend, unbuckling my seatbelt as the car stopped in front of the dorm. You really don't want to check your horoscope? This person is really precise. T tried to convince me again. No, and if you say one more word, I will curse you and make Pan hate your face. I raised my finger and pointed at his face. Sensitive to superstitions and curses, his reaction was to stare at me so intently that his eyes almost turned green. Son of a bitch, hurry up and get out of my car before I kick you. Without saying anything else, he had indeed raised his foot. I quickly opened the door and got out of the car. Entering the dorm, I glanced at the silver Audi receding into the distance, chuckling softly at having managed to tease my friend. T and I had considered each other best friends since college. I wasn't sure if it was because he was the first friend I had made or his super friendly nature that he immediately made me feel at ease with. Although our personalities were quite different, I was a short-tempered type, unlike T, who was a mediator. But anyway, we had lasted until the third year, and I hoped to remain friends with him. I stopped to buy food and snacks at the convenience store under the dorm before returning to my room. I hummed a song in my throat as I waited for the elevator to go up to my apartment floor. The dorm I lived in was off campus. The price was quite high, but it was close to the university. The rooms were spacious, and there were also many students living in that dormitory. Since I was an only child and my family was quite wealthy, I was willing to spend for comforts, but I didn't just wait to receive money from my family. I had also found work as a model for an online clothing store. It was enough for daily expenses and eased my parents' burden to some extent. I had dinner, showered, put on a t-shirt and shorts, and sat down to do my homework. The life of a third-year student could be described as difficult compared to that of previous years. After classes, I had to sit and write reports. There were tests and exams. On Saturdays and weekends, there was a line of dresses to photograph. I was so busy doing homework, reading books, and working that I hardly had time to visit my parents in another province. Buzz. The phone vibrated on the table, attracting my attention, which had previously been focused on translating the article on the screen. A wide smile suddenly appeared on my lips when I saw the name on the screen. Mom. How are you doing, ma'am? You call suddenly. Do you miss your son? As soon as I answered the call, I immediately started the conversation. Exactly. Are you addicted to young women, or what? You don't care about your parents at all. A plaintive voice came from the other end of the line. My mother was a senior district official in Chachoengsao province. She was a philanthropist who liked to go to temples and make merit. She was a very touchy middle-aged woman. If I didn't call home for a week, she would get offended like it had just happened. I am not dependent on girls or boys. You are dependent on the prosecution. I'm sorry, ma'am, I said hastily and heard a sigh on the other end of the line. You're studying a lot, right? Are you tired these days? Forgot to eat rice? Don't forget it, or you'll get a stomach ache. I don't forget, mother. I eat 3 meals a day. And do you go to sleep late? Get some rest, darling. You're in a windy, dry place, it's bad. In this period, I am not going to sleep late. Mom, don't worry. I reassured the worried lady. Even though I was in my 20s, no matter how many years had passed, in my parents' eyes I was still a kid running around in the yard. Their concern hadn't changed, and that made me feel comfortable not having to deal with the anxiety of growing up and becoming an adult like I had when I was a child. Well, anyway, get some rest. Be careful, darling. When Nong T told me that you were almost run over, I was very shocked, you know? That phrase from my mother made me think of my best friend's bad mouth. The other day my mother called me while I was eating in the university canteen. T was sitting next to me. Then he opened his mouth and said I almost got run over, leaving my mother shocked. So I had been scolded for not being careful. Even though it really wasn't a big deal, I hadn't really been hit. T liked to make small things bigger. Are you free this Saturday and Sunday? Monday is also a public holiday. Will you come home? Luckily, my mother had changed the subject, which made me feel a little relieved that I hadn't been scolded again. Yes, I'm free. I want to go back and eat Mom's cooking. Well, this week is also Luang Ta's birthday, so we can go and make merit at the temple. When are you coming back? I'll probably be back tomorrow afternoon. I finish classes at 2 p.m. After studying, I will take the bus home. All right then. I'll prepare dinner for you. What do you want to eat? I want to eat curry shrimp and pan-fried sweet and sour fish. Oh, can you make me some fried egg too? Okay, I'll do it for you. Have a nice trip home. See you tomorrow, son. Okay, ma'am, good night. The other end of the line disconnected the call, so I put the phone back on the table as before. Thinking of returning to my family, the corners of my mouth raised a slight smile. As convenient as the capital was, the terrible traffic jams and all the chaos I passed through made me appreciate the atmosphere of my orchard and the empty streets of the neighborhood where I had grown up. I continued to think about home. I raised my hand to straighten the glasses I used to work in front of the computer to focus again on translating articles to send to the professor. I never expected at the time that that visit home would bring me face to face with something I never believed in my entire life and never dreamed could happen to me. Chapter 1. Even though it was the Friday morning that everyone was waiting for, since the next day we would have a break, a moment of rest after studying hard all week, I was sitting on the porch of the building and I didn't feel as happy as I should have. The cause was the grade announced in the class that had just ended. My test score had been lower than expected, leaving me so emotionally drained that I didn't want to do anything. You see, I told you that your luck is disappearing, you need to make some merits and consult some horoscopes, but you didn't believe me. The voice sounded of T sitting on the opposite side. What does this have to do with horoscopes? Why shouldn't it be relevant? When people are unlucky, everything gets worse. It's just like what's happening to you now. My friend's strange reason gave me a splitting headache, but I was too lazy to argue, so I let it go. Come on, a single test won't lower your final grade too much, at most only 0.1. T must have sensed that I was really serious, so he stopped nagging me and patted my head with the back of his hand to comfort me. Then with his other hand he raised a glass of soda and drank it with a relaxed expression. You are very calm. I looked enviously at the boy who got a lower grade than me, but he still had a relaxed demeanor. T never took anything seriously in life, including studying. He didn't worry about getting good grades and said it was enough to graduate. But he could afford it because his family was rich. Once he finished his studies, he would return to help the family business. It wasn't like me who had to rely on grades to look for a job. Furthermore, the competitiveness among new graduates was very high. How could I not think too much? Well, learn to act like me sometimes. Don't be so serious. You can make excuses next time. By the way, are the second-year students finished yet? T's narrow eyes scanned around, trying to find the goal for which he refused to return home after classes ended. 10 minutes or so to go. Just now Pan warned me that the teacher would finish late. How can a professor teach beyond the established time? What a useless thing. T made a tired face. He took some ice in the glass and chewed it hard to relieve his boredom. And why are you sitting here waiting? Classes are over. I'm going home. I'm just sitting here waiting as your friend. I wouldn't want you to feel alone. I'm a good friend, you know? He turned and gave me a fake smile. I huffed and looked at the boy who was acting like a better friend than he was, knowing his true intentions. Well, I had brought Pan some notes. T, on the other hand, was eager to flirt with my gnome, but he didn't hesitate to act like a good friend by sitting there waiting and chatting to kill time, even if I didn't want to. To be honest, I was also surprised by my friend's actions. The Thaitak I had met in freshman year seemed like a person who didn't even want a serious relationship. I'd seen him talk to various people all the time, and he hadn't gotten serious with anyone until last year, when we served as seniors in a freshman recreation activity as a sophomore. That was the first time T met Pan. I had seen my friend staring at that cute little boy showing full curiosity. At first I thought he just wanted to follow the flow of things, so I didn't care too much. Until Pan had been drawn as my junior code, so I had told T not to mess with him. I knew my friend's habits, so I was afraid that the two of them would have problems later and couldn't even look at each other's faces, but T's response surprised me. I'm not joking with him. I'm serious. I like your junior code. I really like it from the first day I saw it. It was love at first sight. I still remembered his firm voice and his sincere look in his eyes that was beyond my expectations. I didn't understand how people could be attracted to someone just by looking into their eyes. To be honest, I didn't entirely trust my flirtatious friend's words, but more than a year had passed, and T still kept his attention on Pan. In his eyes now there was nothing but him. That means love at first sight is real, right? It's just never happened to me. Hey, there's a girl watching you. I heard T whisper as I played on my phone to kill time. I turned to look in the direction of his gaze and found that there was a girl with a cute face looking at me. When I met her eyes, she smiled shyly. I smiled politely back and quickly turned to my friend with a slight feeling of unease. You do not like it? I think she's cute. T was still staring at that young woman and never looked away. I glared at T, trying to get him to stop looking before returning my attention to my phone game. Even though I didn't think I was that attractive, there had been many people, both men and women, who had courted me in the past. But believe me or not, I've never had a boyfriend or girlfriend until now. No, I had never felt romantic interest in anyone, not even during high school. My classmates had romances and relationships, but I had never had that kind of interest in girls. When I told that story, most people were surprised. He's still not your type, is he? Already. You don't like women. Do not you like men? I don't understand why you don't like anyone. T was another person who often asked me that question. I didn't know it either. It wasn't that I didn't want a girl. Seeing other people with someone around made me think I wanted a partner like them. Likewise, I was not closed in on myself. I wasn't selective about the gender of the person who approached me, but there was no one who made my heart skip a beat. Sometimes I secretly thought I was abnormal because I had never felt anything for anyone, or I simply hadn't met anyone who made me feel this way. I do not know. I just don't feel anything. I replied without thinking. How should I respond when I don't even know why I'm like this? Or maybe you're still single because you promised someone something. That sentence automatically made me look up from my phone screen and frown at my friend. What do you mean? I have heard that those who have never had a partner promise someone in a past life that they would love him in every life. But when they die, they don't reincarnate at the same time. Therefore, they remain single for a very long time. Maybe your soulmate hasn't been reincarnated yet. I do not believe. Death is death. Death is the end. What else am I supposed to do with someone? There is karma in religion, right? Like the people close to us who are reincarnated and we meet them again because we have made merit together. In the previous life, it is possible to promise something to someone and not remember. T hadn't given up on imagining him yet. I froze the phone screen and looked at him with serious eyes. First of all, can you prove that a previous life exists? I just haven't met anyone I like yet. That's all. It has nothing to do with this, actually. Well, that's how I am. T spoke draggingly with a slightly annoyed look because he hadn't found any argument to reply. Even if you don't believe it, don't disrespect him. Haven't you ever heard of it? Be careful, you'll find out soon. I didn't disrespect anything, I just don't believe it. By the way, if you meet her, will you know if what happened in your past life is true or not? I asked softly as I unlocked my phone to access social media. T complained that I was stubborn and murmured that he wanted me to meet a mischievous ghost to scare me. Okay, I admit I'm stubborn about some things. Perhaps it was thanks to my parents' education, who had never limited my way of thinking, that I believed in my ideas. That is, I believed in Buddhism, but not in spirits and all that superstition. I went to the temple and made merit to have peace of mind and the desire to want to share what I had to help others. I never thought that making merit would take me to heaven. As far as the matter of this life and the next was concerned, it was something that could not be proven. And fate, for me, was a reflection of my own actions. If people do good deeds, they will receive only good things. If they do harm, they will get the same result in return. While there are many evil people out there who seem to thrive, I believe this is not always the case. If they do not suffer the consequences today, one day they will be punished in some way, whether it be legally or spiritually. However, if someone believes in receiving rewards or punishments in the afterlife, and if science cannot prove it, that is their right. As for faith, it is a personal matter, and I will not interfere. And I don't see them as nonsense just because I don't share the same beliefs. I sat on my phone for a while before I heard my name being called from behind. The figure of a young boy in a college uniform walked straight towards me, making me smile. But it seemed like the person sitting in front of me was smiling wider than me. "Hi, have you waited a long time? The professor let us out late. I'm sorry." My junior code raised his hands to greet me with respect and an apologetic expression. I shook my head. I was about to open my mouth to say that everything was fine, but then T's voice interrupted me. "Pan, I'm here too. Don't you say hello to me at all?" "Oh, Ty, are you there too? Why didn't you go home? I wanted to see you." Despite his coldness, T continued to smile and wink at the annoyed boy. As for the subject of that flirtation, he rolled his eyes while I, who was the audience, laughed. Those two were like that. One was trying with everything he had, and the other was constantly dodging him. He didn't seem to care, but I could see that Pan probably liked T too. He just wanted to wait a little to be sure. But now more than a year had passed. It was a long time. T's credibility level must have been terribly low for Pan. "Ah, this is the notebook you asked for. I'm going home today in case you come looking for me to return it. Sorry if my handwriting is bad." I handed the notes to the younger boy, who raised his hands in a sign of respect and took the notebook to open it. "Wow, your handwriting is so beautiful. Thanks so much, Phi." Pan thanked me again. He gave me a wide smile as he continued to ask, "So, do you have any more classes?" "No. I'll leave in T's car and get off at the bus stop." "Me neither. I'll go back to the dorm too." "I'll take you. You can take the bus alone." After hearing Pan speak like that, T was quick to take advantage of it. When I gave him a tired look, he put a hand on my shoulder and smiled. "I'm joking. I'll accompany you. But Pan, sit with me in front. I want to have a cute doll in front of the car." "The cute doll is Pun. Let him sit with you, and I'll sit in the back," said Pan. T looked at me. Then he rubbed his arms back and forth as if he was terrified. "Oh, him a doll? If he were, he would be Chucky or Annabelle." "Annabelle, your father." I raised my hand to hit his head impatiently, but the taller man escaped. "What did you say, Ty? Where's Annabelle?" "Pun is very cute, with his big eyes, his plump mouth, and his sweet face." Pan supported instead. T looked at me again, shaking his head. "Pan, that bastard's face is sweet, but his personality is annoying. You've never seen it the way I see it." Pan countered. "Well, Pan, you have been deceived somehow. His true identity is not like that. That's the way I am. It's just that I choose how to act based on who I'm with." I raised an eyebrow at my friend. It was normal for certain aspects of one's personality to change depending on who one spoke to. For example, when I was with Pan, who was a younger guy and was a good person, I was a good senior. But when I was with T, who was annoying, I also turned into an annoying person. "Ah, you two-faced bastard." T took a deep breath before turning to speak in a soft voice as he invited Pan to walk. Meanwhile, I walked away because I didn't want to interrupt them. The tall body led us to the parking lot near the central canteen. When I heard the loud unlocking noise, I had to raise my eyebrows in surprise. I saw T walking towards the door of a white Benz instead of the Audi he regularly drove. "Did you buy a new car?" "No, just yesterday my brother had a problem, so he took my car to drive." "Do you have a brother?" I asked as I slid into the passenger seat and let Pan sit in the front. We had known each other for almost 3 years. Even though I had never heard much about his family, I had always understood that he was an only child like me. He's not really my brother. He's a cousin, my uncle's son. He is a year older than me. "Hey, is he handsome?" He turned on the phone and showed the photo of him while my cell phone notified a message. "Oh, nice." I gave him a disinterested look, focusing my attention on my phone screen, which was displaying family group messages. Yes, but less handsome than me. It is not true. I say he's much better looking than you, Tai. Oh, why did you say that, Pan? I'm already crying. Well, I'm serious. Handsome, sharp, he also wears glasses. He looks like a cool nerd with glasses. Pawn. T dragged his voice in agitation as the car began to pull out of the parking lot. The conversation of the two, who looked like my parents, along the way made me shake my head. When T took me to the place, the two were still arguing with each other. Good luck for the back to home. See you Tuesday. Yes. I closed the car door, waved goodbye, and got in line to wait for the bus to leave from my house. Just the thought of going back to sleep and eating a meal prepared by my mother made my heart swell with joy. There is no happier place than home. I returned home to Chachoangso just before dark and was greeted with a hearty meal that I had requested from my mother. I spent all Saturday on my family's mango plantation behind our house, helping the workers pick the ripening fruit. My house had a mango orchard of about 5 acres that belonged to my grandfather, who had given it to my mother before he was ordained as a monk. Since I was a child, I ran around the garden climbing trees. Once I returned to carrying out my usual activities, I found the family atmosphere that I knew well. This helped me relax and relieve some of the burden of accumulated stress. On Sunday morning, the alarm rang even before the sky became light, inviting me out of my stupor. Although I was still unenthusiastic, I couldn't help it. So I jumped up to take a shower and change before going down to help my mother prepare the sweet and savory food we would offer to Luangta in the temple. When everything was ready, my parents and I immediately left the house to meet other relatives at a temple not far from our house, where Luangta was staying. Hey, how you doing? We hadn't seen each other for a long time. You've grown into such a handsome boy. The voice of a middle-aged woman greeted me as my family entered the pavilion, which was filled with people from the neighborhood who had come to make merit and offerings. Hi, Aunt Orn. I raised my hands to pay homage to my mother's sister and smiled with good manners. But in my heart, I couldn't help but be bored. Every year on Luangta's birthday, all his children, that is, my uncles, aunts, and mother, regularly gathered at the temple to make merit. I wouldn't have been prejudiced against family gatherings if it weren't for the fact that my aunts and uncles like to speak offensively or meddle in personal matters like, "Aren't you too skinny? You're already a walking skeleton. Why do young people these days like to diet until they become so skinny? And look at the color of your skin, it's so pale. Don't you understand the importance of the sun?" Before I could finish my explanation, a voice criticizing my appearance flew on the wind. I have a lot of work at the moment, so I lost weight. I'm not on a diet. I replied dryly, secretly making eye contact with my desperate parents. My father gave me a look to stop me from saying anything, so I had to keep quiet. So what are you studying? You're studying English, right? Yeah, it's a little heavy right now. My son studies medicine, and it is also very difficult. He doesn't come home at all. If you can still go home, it means you must have more free time than your cousin. Studying a language is not as tiring as being a doctor. Didn't you study science in high school? It's a shame. Why didn't you go to study medicine? After completing the language course, what will you do with a low salary? It's just difficult. Aunt Orn hadn't stopped being annoying yet. My mother, who was next to me, began to feel embarrassed, and I, the person being criticized, began to feel clouded. He's been talking about the same thing since I was a first year, and now I'm a third year. When will it end? I was about to open my mouth to reply. Fortunately, Aunt Orn's husband spoke first, so Aunt Orn took her attention away from me and turned to greet my parents, while I secretly let out a deep sigh. That's why I didn't like family gatherings, because some relatives like to mind other people's business, like Aunt Orn. She was really a kind person, but she didn't like it when she spoke in an offensive way, comparing her son to me. It's my life, you know. I choose what I want to study. It's my right. Let's go to Luangta. Can you help me carry the food tray? My mother asked after all the relatives had gathered. After that, we helped each other carry food and offerings to give to the monks and entered the pavilion. Since my grandmother had died, my grandfather had distributed the inheritance among their children and had then been ordained as a monk since before I could remember. Since the temple was near my home, my parents took me to do merit and often talked to Luangta. So I knew him very well, and he himself gave me a lot of affection, but his kindness was accompanied by the stick used with holy water that Luangta hit hard on my head. How are you? I haven't seen you lately. After offering food and talking for a while, the hoarse voice of an old monk rang out. So I clasped my hands in greeting and smiled at Luang Ta before replying politely. I've been studying a little too much lately, Luang Ta. I rarely come home, but during the semester break, I will come back to visit you more often. Just looking at you, it seems to be heavy. Luang Ta's cloudy old age eyes stared at me, as if he could clearly see everything in his mind. Even though my grandfather was in his 70s, he seemed like a still strong person who had only recently retired. He was very respected by the inhabitants of that area, because every time he predicted someone's future, it always came true. People had even asked him for help in seeing their entire future, but he had never taken advantage of that role. He had only warned of bad luck. As for me, there had only been one time, when I was a child, that he had made a prediction. After that, he never did it again. He probably knew that I wasn't superstitious, but he had never condemned me. Little by little, we all came together. The conversation lasted a long time, until it was almost time to say goodbye. Everyone said goodbye and took their leave. I was about to go out to join my parents and relatives who were outside the pavilion to talk, but then a hoarse voice rang out. Nakhun. Yes? Come closer to me. I approached as requested. I was a little surprised that Luang Ta called me by my real name, which he himself had given me. He had said that all good things like love and happiness would be with me. My parents agreed that the name had a good meaning, so they had been using it for 20 years. Yes, Luang Ta. It's almost time, Luang Ta suddenly said. I was so perplexed that I couldn't catch the beginning and the end. Yes? Your luck hasn't been good lately. You're having bad luck. Many things will happen to you during this period, but they will not always be bad. You were born with a thread that ties you. You have to be the one to solve it. This time I was completely amazed. The last time Luang Ta had given me a fortune-telling was 10 years ago. At that moment, I remembered that he had said something similar that time too, but I had never taken him seriously. But I guess you don't believe it. I'm just telling you that during this period you have to take care of yourself. Say a few prayers and don't get in trouble, understand? I'm a good boy. I have never been wrong, Luang Ta. I muttered under my breath and was rewarded by the holy water sprinkling stick hitting me on the head with a loud pop. Not at all. I still remember when you fell from a mango tree in the temple and broke your leg, crying and screaming very loudly. At that time, I was still a child. I rubbed my head lightly and mumbled to make an excuse. Luang Ta laughed softly as he took the sacred rope at his side. Give me your hand. I will give you my blessing. Grandfather's good will did not make me dare to contradict him. I held out my hand in front of him so that the old monk's trembling hands could tie the sacred thread. Don't take it off, understand? Yes. I accepted. Luang Ta poured holy water on me a couple more times. Then he asked me to help him join the other monks. It took a while to come back. Has something happened? Luang Ta tied the sacred thread for me. Then I took it to his dormitory, so it took me a while to return. I replied to my mother without telling her the whole truth. If she had known that Luang Ta had told me I would have bad luck for the rest of the holiday, she would have dragged me to a fortune teller to find a way to ward off bad luck. My uncles and aunts convinced my parents to go to a restaurant by the river, to sit and eat while enjoying the breeze while chatting. My parents agreed, so I followed my family to the car. I couldn't help but look at the temple pavilion I had just left. I had never believed in luck or superstition, but I didn't know why this time Luang Ta's words had caused concern like never before. Maybe it was because he was my real grandfather, someone I respected. He had warned me with good intentions, without ulterior motives, unlike some fortune tellers I had met who liked to ask for fees for exorcism. I shook my head a little, regaining my sanity. I got into the car that my father had already started and was waiting for me, while I brooded. It doesn't matter, why worry? Just being careful all the time is enough. During lunch, I didn't feel very happy. Even though the food was delicious and the weather was pleasant, conversations from relatives put pressure on me and made me lose my appetite. I was already stressed enough and still had to endure hearing their criticism. But to save my parents' reputation, I had to force a smile to respond, even if I wanted to leave the table. Don't hold a grudge against your aunt. She means well. My mother comforted me as we returned to the car. I looked at her sitting in the front seat and sighed loudly in response, so my mother reached over and gently rubbed my head. Don't listen, don't stress, son. To your mother and father, you are the best. Thank you. I was able to smile when I heard my parents' praise. They had never forced me to do anything. They had only given me warnings and advice, letting me make my own decisions. They made me feel much luckier than my cousins. Especially compared to Aunt Orn's son, who had to take a special course to get into medicine. Every time we saw each other, he always complained to me. Our life was not ours if it depended on the mandate of others. Even with good intentions, I still found it depressing. We returned home in the late afternoon. I went to bed and played for a long time, zapping social media. My mother had left the house again to attend a high school reunion. My parents had been friends since high school and had decided to date during that time. After graduation, they got married and had me as their only child. I thought it was a beautiful relationship. When it was only me in the whole house, the emptiness made me feel more and more peaceful. Being a son put pressure on me. Even though I was completely loved, that also came with loneliness. I had no older siblings to ask for advice, and I also had to sit and think a lot about whether or not I could comfortably take care of my parents in the future. To be honest, I had no goals in my life at that time. I had chosen to major in English only because I wasn't very interested in science and my English grades were good. But when they asked me what I wanted to do after graduation, what I thought I would do, I didn't know the answer either. The sound of singing and dancing from the speakers filled the entire house and reached my ears, disturbing and stressing me out. I frowned and walked over to the window to close it and block out the music, which didn't help make the sound any softer, but what to do? I had heard that the neighbor's son had just passed an exam, so they were throwing a party to celebrate. On a good day like that, I couldn't bring myself to tell him to turn down the volume and ruin the mood. Actually, it wasn't that bad. I was just a person who didn't like noise. I left the house, got on my scooter to do some shopping, and buy a few cans of beer for dinner. When I got home, I showered and put on a t-shirt and sweatpants. Then I sat down and ate stir-fried pork with basil and beer while thinking about this and that. I wanted to take care of my parents and have a stable job. However, as was known, the economic conditions in our country were not favorable and the level of competition in the job market was exorbitant. If my grades hadn't been great, it would have been very difficult to get that first decent-paying job. And my grades dropped again. Damnation. The time passed until 3 in the morning. My parents hadn't returned home yet. The music from the house across the street showed no signs of stopping. My consciousness began to be confused by alcohol. I normally didn't drink alcohol or beer except when I was stressed. Since I wasn't a rebel, 3 cans of beer were enough to make me blush and get drunk. So loud, I gasped as the karaoke music continued to play. My body was so hot it bothered me, so I decided to get up. I held a beer can in one hand and tried to steady myself with the other as I staggered towards the door. Recklessness can always lead people to do strange things. Instead of choosing to walk to turn on the air conditioner, I decided that the cool night breeze would go a long way in relieving my body heat. But when I left the house, the noise from the house across the street also became louder. I clicked my tongue in frustration. I looked around before getting up and heading towards the mango garden behind the house. I wasn't thinking about anything at the moment. I just wanted to find a quiet place to be alone with myself. If I hadn't been an expert in the field, entering that dark garden would have led me headlong into the ditch. But I had lived there since I was born and drunkenness did not stop me from walking in the garden. The deeper I went, the quieter the music became. Among the trees, the weather was cool and comfortable, so, drunk, I sat at the base of a tree and drank all the beer that was left. I looked up. From my perspective, the sky was partially obscured by branches and leaves. But it was still evident that it mixed with the crimson color of the rain clouds, which were unusually red and darkened the entire sky, making the moon and stars invisible. I saw that they shared on social media that there will be a lunar eclipse tonight, so no wonder the sky is getting darker and darker. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with almost no sounds of crickets. But I, who wasn't 100% conscious, took the beer and drank it all. I intended to sit in the wind for a while and then go home, but the cool breeze blowing on my body made my eyelids feel heavier and heavier. I finally fell asleep without realizing it. Over there, a loud noise in the distance echoed in my ears, waking me. I opened my eyes sleepily, blinking several times, trying to adjust to the bright morning light. At first glance, I was stunned and shocked to open my eyes to find that I was lying on uneven grassy ground. But then I remembered that I had drunk beer the night before and that I had accidentally fallen asleep in the garden. I found you. When some strange people surrounded me, my heart, which was already beating irregularly, began to beat at an even faster pace. Concleo, here he is. Wait, I remember going to the mango garden behind the house. If I were to meet anyone, it should be the uncles, aunts, and workers I know, not these strangers. Then Okya and then Myun ordered the servants to search for you for several days. Where have you been? And the reason? Why are you here in the forest? Please tell. A young man asked me with a tone of relief and fear. I was stupefied by a shooting pain in my head that was an obstacle to composing my thoughts. But even if I had endured it, it probably wouldn't have helped me understand what was about to happen. The word Okya is used as a person's title in a respectful manner. People commonly and colloquially use higher-ranking people, such as Okya, Fra, Wong, etc. In front of me was a group of men who looked like they were probably my age, but they were wearing thongs, no shirts, and had their hair slicked back. Some even had black teeth. It was as if they had just stepped off the set of a period drama. It wasn't just their clothes that were strange, but the way they spoke seemed extremely strange. They were holding what looked like swords in their hands, some looking at me with relief, others with serious eyes. And just now, what did they call me? Concleo? I couldn't speak. I sat down and watched them talk. Some people shouted at their peers in outdated slang. The more I looked at them, the stranger they seemed to me. Although I was drunk, I was still conscious enough to remember definitely walking into the mango garden behind the house. And the mango plantation at my house didn't have a filming crew for a historical drama requesting to use the location for filming. And who are these people? Concleo, please. The young man had also repeatedly called me by the name of someone I didn't know. My throat was dry and my heart was pounding so hard it almost came out of my chest. My instincts screamed that this wasn't normal. I had read novels and watched dramas where the protagonist went back in time to a bygone era. There were many plots like this, and I had always thought it was just a fictional story by a writer or playwright. But what I was now facing severely shook my faith. But no, it can't be. These things are just made up. Maybe I haven't woken up yet. It's just a dream. I can't go back in time. I haven't really gone back to the past. I had read novels and watched dramas where the protagonist went back in time to a bygone era. There were many plots like this, and I had always thought it was just a fictional story by a writer or playwright. But what I was now facing severely shook my faith. But no, it can't be. These things are just made up. Maybe I haven't woken up yet. It's just a dream. I can't go back in time. I haven't really gone back to the past. Chapter 2. Previously, if someone had told me that traveling through time and space was real, I would have thought that person had watched too many historical films. But it seemed like I had to think again now, because the situation I was facing was pretty super weird. Who are you? I finally found my voice and dared to ask the question. However, the reaction of the people in front of me turned into quite a surprise. The way they looked at me was full of amazement, as if they didn't understand the question. What's going on, Concleo? Who are you? Where we are? I asked again, but that only made each of them even more perplexed. Concleo, don't you remember? The young man who was in the front row asked with a worried look and came towards me. For some reason, his face felt familiar, but I was shocked to hear that I was being called by the name of someone I didn't know. It confused me so much I couldn't think who they were. No, that's not my name. But before I could finish the sentence, I was interrupted by the sound of a large group trampling on leaves as they approached. When my eyes met the gaze of the person walking in front, my heart suddenly beat faster for no real reason. I found you. The newcomer's low voice fell from his lips. He was a tall, tanned young man whose age was probably close to mine. He wore a long-sleeved shirt with a Chinese-style collar that looked elegant and expensive. He had pants with a belt around the waist, and a Mahad Thai hairstyle no different from other people. But what was different was his demeanor and dignified expression. As a result, he seemed much more mature than me. He had a beautiful face, his dark eyebrows raised upwards paired with sharp eyes that also pointed slightly upwards, a creased nose and full lips. The overall appearance evoked the image of an authentic Thai man, and all these distinctive features made him stand out among other people clearly. Yes, my lord. The young man who had found me turned quickly, responding with a respectful bow. Then Myun's sapphire eyes looked back at me, and I stared back obliviously. I was sure I had never seen that man. I had never met him before, but deep down in my heart, he seemed strangely familiar. It was as if he were a childhood friend I had forgotten and met again face to face. How did you get here? His tone held a hint of reproach mixed with relief as he approached, his sharp eyes scanning me from head to toe. But suddenly, The moment our eyes met for the first time, the worry in his eyes turned to tension, so much so that I had to quickly look away from him. Even though my sexual orientation wasn't just limited to women, I swear I avoided his gaze not because I was attracted to him, but because I was very afraid of his fierce eyes. They were beautiful, but ferocious. They also didn't seem friendly at all, which made me feel uneasy, like I was in a panic. You found him, finally. In the midst of the oppressive silence, a voice sounded familiar to my ears. A figure of a newcomer crossed the circle and stopped in front of me. When I saw it, I was speechless. T. I shouted to my friend with shock mixed with extreme joy. But the person called had a puzzled expression on his face. You called me? Yes. How did you get here, T? Who the hell situation? What are you talking about? That question stopped me from hugging my friend. After observing him carefully, I noticed that T was also wearing traditional Thai clothes like everyone else. The look in his eyes that was completely confused. T, don't make fun of me. I am not joking. What is going on? At that point, I started shaking with fear. The joy of meeting an acquaintance was fleeting. Looking at the faces around me, they didn't seem to be joking. And that retro version of T was frowning slightly as he spoke words that seemed to reinforce my fear. You disappeared for many days. When we found you, you started speaking incoherently. You don't just drink wine until you're completely confused. Why do you have such messy hair and are dressed so strangely? That's a farang sarong. Sarong is a Malay garment, and farang is a slang term for a foreigner. The ancient Thai language coming out of the mouth of the person in front of me made me feel like the world was about to collapse. Before, I could console myself that I had just woken up, that I probably wasn't sober yet, and was therefore hallucinating or something. But now everything around me was too clear, too realistic. Cleo, you're not sober yet, are you? How can you not be sober when you see something like this? What the hell is going on? No. T, it's me. I'm not Cleo. But it doesn't matter, it's nice to see you. Wait a while. As soon as you sober up, we can talk. T didn't listen to me and, after interrupting the conversation, stepped forward. He was apparently trying to pull me up from the tree trunk, but he was slower than someone who was approaching quickly. Then Myun. Hey, what are you doing? My eyes widened as my arm was grabbed by the hand of the man who had just approached. I tried to defend myself by pushing him away, but his tall figure was not affected at all by my strength. Oi, Phop. What's wrong with you? Do you think it's another person? T quickly intervened, but that then Myun did not stop. I'm just a little skeptical that this person is really who we're looking for. A low voice replied without taking his eyes off me. Jom, didn't you wonder why when we called him Cleo, he said it wasn't him? Wait, hey. I shouted as he deftly grabbed both my wrists with the strength of one hand, and at the same time his other hand rolled up my right sleeve, exposing my upper arm and shoulder. Suddenly he stopped. Take it easy. I think it's because he's still too drunk, he can smell the alcohol. He looks the same and has the same birthmark on his arm. It's obvious that it's Cleo. How can you make the wrong person? T's voice rang out, but that sentence made me even more confused and panicked. Ever since I opened my eyes, those people had continued to call me Cleo. It means the person named Cleo looks like me and we have the same birthmark on our shoulder. So they misunderstood, right? And the point was, everyone was talking and dressed like the old days. No cameras, nothing to indicate I was on the set of a drama or that I was being teased from a show. Don't tell me this dimensional transcendence thing is actually possible. His face is extremely pale. Let's get him home quickly for a checkup before he passes out. Servant, help your young master quickly. I obey. The servant hastily came to support me under T's orders. No, one who looked like him. And at that point I realized why I knew the face of the person I had met for the first time. He looked like a junior in my department, a friend in Pan's group who I rarely spoke to. T and this guy. How did they get here? What the hell is going on? I stood up confused and advanced under the support of the servant. When I looked around, I accidentally met the eyes of the Myun called Phop. The stern look in his eyes terrified me even more. I clearly remembered that I had entered the mango orchard the previous night, but now the scenery on both sides had turned into a forest. It took us a while to get out of the forest, and we came to a dock. The ferocious man was sitting in the same boat as me. The servant, who looked exactly like the young man from my university, put the oars in the water and let the boat move forward slowly. When I clearly saw the scenery around me, my heart almost jumped out of my chest. I didn't like history classes, but I had studied a little according to the course requirements. and I had also visited historical sites. What I saw now was like entering the original version of those sites before it was destroyed and reduced to ruins. On both sides of the road there were traditional Thai houses, temples, and well-kept docks. Occasionally, people rowed boats back and forth. Both men and women wore ancient clothing. The men wore Mahad Thai hairstyles, long-sleeved shirts, or directly topless. Some women who wore Mahad Thai had short hair, with a very high bun on their head, or their hair straight down. Some wore shawls, others Taebangman costumes, and still others directly exposed their chests, wearing only a sarong. They chatted and greeted each other in an ancient language, as if that was their normal way of life. I stared in amazement at the image in front of me and listened to the sounds. All the senses in my body instantly woke up and my attention was forced to focus on everything around me. My shirt was soaked with sweat and my face was pale with fear. In my 20s, I had never been as panicked as I am now. If this is a dream, it seems too real. After a while, the boat was moored to a certain wooden pavilion. After tying up the boat, the person sitting behind me stepped onto the dock first. Subconsciously, I ordered myself to get up and go ashore with them, but probably because I was not yet sober and unaccustomed to traveling on water, I seemed to be a little seasick and almost fell when I stood up. Kun Cleo, careful. Before I almost fell into the water, the man named Phop grabbed my arm in time, squeezed my hand tightly, and pulled me towards the dock. Standing next to him, I realized that we were about the same height. Maybe the other was only 1 or 2 centimeters taller than me. Even though he was wearing a long-sleeved shirt, his figure was obviously more muscular than mine. When I looked at him closely, I felt my chest jump strangely, as if there had been an explosion of panic, perhaps because the other's eyes always showed a solemn coldness, or perhaps because I was too panicked about the unknown environment around me. The suspicion and indifference in his sapphire eyes made me very uncomfortable. I quickly took a step back and deliberately kept my distance from him, but my world began to get blurry. Just before I fell, the person next to me reached out and grabbed my arm again. "Servant, help your young master return home at once." The broad-shouldered master on whom I was leaning gave an order, and the servant immediately obeyed and came to support me. I was carried arm in arm from the pier to a small Thai-style house. I was dizzy and had no time to observe my surroundings. I only knew that they were helping me to lie down on a bed in a certain room. The boy named Jom, who looked a lot like my friend T, ordered the servants to prepare some herbs, and then began to ask about my symptoms and help me control my body. Nothing serious, just a little weak. After the physical checkup, the interlocutor took the herbal medicine from a servant and told me to drink it. Cough. A strong, bitter taste almost made me choke, but under the threat of the eyes of the people around me, especially the Mun's ferocious eyes, I had no choice but to swallow it all. To be honest, that bitter taste was worse than the bitter tea my mother made when I was little. Go to bed after taking the medicine, and if you feel unwell, tell the servant to come to my room and look for me. Phop, come on, let's let Cleo rest. The man named Jom got up and left the room after finishing speaking, but the other man was still staring at me. Phop, I am coming. When he answered, his eyes were still fixed on me. I felt both hot and cold the entire time he stared at me. Finally, he decided to leave the room. When the door closed, I sighed heavily. My head throbbed and ached from the hangover, the seasickness, and the fear. I was weaker than usual. Thinking that I could never close my eyes under the circumstances, in the end weakness won over everything. I closed my eyes and immediately fell into a deep sleep. I had a very strange dream. In the dream, I woke up in a forest and met a group of people in ancient costumes. They spoke in an ancient way and called me by a name that was not mine. Around me were rows of traditional Thai houses, with the river as the main travel route. Everything in the dream was like the Ayutthaya costume drama I had seen. Besides that, there was tea and the old version of a young college boy in the dream, and there was another person I didn't know. A man who kept staring at me strangely. I didn't know how much time had passed, but a faint sound from outside woke me from my sleep. I was about to get up with the intention of going to eat, but when I saw the wooden floor I was walking on, I suddenly stopped. Both my dorm and my house had tile floors, but now I was stepping on the polished wooden floor, and my confused consciousness suddenly became clear. I looked down at myself. My t-shirt and long pants that smelled of alcohol had turned into cotton clothes. I looked around and saw only a large polished teak bed wooden wardrobes, a wooden chest, and a patterned room divider. Everything here was strange, and when I finally understood the situation, I almost closed my eyes in despair. He doesn't seem to be dreaming. The worst thing is, it's all real. I stared blankly at my feet, even though I hated to admit it was true. In the end, there was nothing I could do. I had just gotten drunk and slept for a while, but when I opened my eyes, I found that I didn't know where I was. I didn't know what era I was in, or who I had become, and now I didn't know what to do with my future life. Worry ate my entire heart, and my chest became extremely heavy. My disappearance must have worried my parents a lot. I wanted to go home, but I didn't even know how I got there. What do I have to do to get home? Your luck hasn't been good lately. You're having bad luck. Many things will happen to you during this period, but they will not always be bad. You were born with a thread that ties you. You have to be the one to solve it. I suddenly remembered what my grandfather had told me the day before and was stunned for a moment. I never thought that something I had never believed would come true, but since it had happened, I didn't have time to stay in a daze. The first thing I had to do was find a way to stay alive. I opened the door and looked around. It was still light outside, and it seemed like it was almost sunset, which meant I must have been asleep for a few hours. Is there anyone in the house? I asked softly, and then I heard someone answer to my right. Concleo, do you have an order for your servant? The servant, who looked like Pan's friend, who had found me and brought me back to the room, hurried over to me with a humble expression. I raised my hand to let him into the bedroom, and after closing the door, I turned and looked at him hesitantly. No, your name. My name is Chewy. Concleo doesn't remember my name. He looked at me with terrified eyes as if he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. Please wait a moment. The servant will go to the doctor immediately. No. I remember. It was just on the tip of my tongue. I quickly refused. Now I had no choice. First, I had to pretend to be Mr. Cleo, and then make plans. Are Mr. Cleo sure he's okay? I think Mr. Cleo talks a little strange. Chewy looked at me worriedly. I took a deep breath and tried to calm down, being careful not to show my insecurities. I'm fine. My body is fine, but I'm a little dizzy, so my thoughts are a little fuzzy. It is so difficult to speak in the ancient language. So you are a servant. Yes, I have been Mr. Cleo's servant since he was a child. When the Nokia brought Mr. Cleo back to the capital, I begged him to return with him. I remember. I quickly replied according to his words. I really appreciated the honesty of that young man, so that I didn't have to show my feet. At least I knew that Mr. Cleo was a second-generation rich man, even though he had his own house and servants. Chewy. Yes? What year is it? I asked, trying to imitate the other's tone. Chewy looked a little dazed when I asked him, but he answered me anyway. The year of the horse. Not like that. The 5th year of the era. No, I mean the year in numbers. This year is the 1000 of the Chilasakarat calendar. Chilasakarat is a year counting system used in Thailand and some other Southeast Asian countries. Although still in use, the Chilasakarat calendar is not commonly used for civil, commercial, or administrative purposes in daily life in Thailand. Damn, in this era he still uses the Chilasakarat calendar to count the years. How many years is the difference between the Chilasakarat calendar and the Buddhist calendar? I'm not entirely sure about those numbers. So Chewy and I continued talking like this for a while, until my back was full of sweat after realizing the situation. I wasn't sure of the year, but based on what Chewy had said, I figured I was probably in the middle of the Ayutthaya dynasty. With my pitifully little historical knowledge, I felt like I was 400 years behind the original year, 2564. I went back in time almost 400 years. If I had told anyone, they would have thought I was crazy, but everything around me was proof. I was sure I didn't see street lights, cars, planes, and then everyone dressed the same and spoke strangely. If I haven't accidentally stepped onto the set of a period drama, then I really have stepped back in time. Chewy, could you go out and bring me something to eat? I said exhaustedly. I obey, but Concleo, he doesn't feel well. Please don't go out and get cold. You will get a fever. When it is ready, the servants will bring a table into this room, so you can eat. Sir, please stay in the room for dinner. All right, he replied weakly. The other person probably noticed my pale face. He quickly lowered his head and stood up to do as I asked. As soon as Chewy left, I collapsed onto the bed, letting out my millionth sigh of the day. To be honest, I was so shocked that I felt overwhelmed. I still didn't want to admit that I was going through this madness, but now my stomach was protesting violently too. As the saying goes, food and grass must be served before soldiers and horses move. If I wanted to use my brain, I had to fill my stomach first. So let's eat first, then think about our next move and find a way to get Chewy to tell all about Cleo's past. 10 minutes later, Chewy returned with a table full of dishes. I stared blankly at the oddly shaped utensil in his hand. It looked like a plate, polygonal, and the edges were curved upwards. I had heard Chewy call it tapam. There were also 2 or 3 clay bowls containing food and white rice. The prawn paste chili sauce, Cleo's favorite, served with grilled fish, which is Isaiah's special dish. Is it Sai? My wife. Wife! I shouted in surprise. I didn't expect that the young man in front of me had already started a family. The student was younger than me, but when I thought that I had gone back 400 years, I wasn't all that surprised. In the past, people married and had children at the age of 14 or 15. It was not surprising that Chewy started a family. But can Cleo? Does he have a family like him? Doesn't he already have a wife and children? If so, things will be more complicated. But maybe not. I haven't seen a woman or a child next to my bed since I returned to this house. Maybe this is the answer. Cleo is still single. Cleo, please eat first. The food will be cold. Yes. I turned my attention away from the owner of that name and began to eat quickly. I was a little confused at first because I wasn't given a fork, just a spoon to scoop up the soup. Then I remembered that people in the past ate mostly with their hands. I had no choice but to grab the white rice with my hands, dip it in the shrimp and chili sauce, and eat it with the grilled fish. It didn't take me long to finish everything I had in front of me. Cleo, please wash your hands. Chewy placed a bowl of clean water in front of me and asked me to wash my food-stained hands. I took the towel from Chewy and watched him take the food tray out to clean up. Okay, now I know what era it is. But I didn't understand who the owner of the house is. I only know that Cleo looks like me and seems to have disappeared. Then these people found me in the middle of the forest, thought I was him, and brought me to this house. So who exactly is Cleo? And where did he go? Cleo. In less than 5 minutes, Chewy returned and knocked on my door. Since I had too many questions in my mind and was anxiously waiting to ask him, I hurriedly opened the door. You came just in time. I have something to ask you. Then Myun wants to meet Mr. Cleo and is waiting at the pavilion dock. After hearing the servant's words, I swallowed the question I was about to ask, frowned, and muttered in my mind in confusion. Then Myun? Is it that guy named Phop? Because he came to me. So, should I meet him? You should do it. The embarrassed smile on Chewy's face clearly told me that I had no other choice, so I had to follow the servant downstairs. That Then Myun seemed to have high authority, and I didn't know much about the background of the original owner of the house, so I couldn't ask for trouble by confronting him head-on. At this moment, the sun was setting, and the orange sky was gradually stained with a layer of ink. The cool wind blowing from the canal was so cold that I couldn't help but rub my arms with my short-sleeved clothes. I glanced at the pavilion. The guest who had come was sitting there waiting. Then Myun was wearing a dark red long-sleeved shirt with a belt around his waist and dark brown pants, the whole thing looking like a uniform. He carried a sword on his back. As I approached him, he stood up, looking at me with unreadable eyes. As I thought about how to greet him, the man in front of me broke the silence first. How is your body? I'm fine. Everything's fine. I replied shortly, feeling like my mouth and tongue were unfamiliar with the language I was using. It was obvious. I was a 21st century person. It would be impossible to speak an ancient language fluently in a few hours. Excellent. Although my surroundings were starting to darken, those piercing eyes still had a distinctive glow looking back at me. Chewy walked over and turned on the gazebo's flashlight, then quickly left so we could talk alone. The firelight reflected on the visitor's handsome face, and I was inadvertently fascinated for a while. By the way, people in the past were quite beautiful, beautiful enough to make me jealous. If he were in my time, this man would easily have been the lead actor in a TV series. But when I thought about his age, 400 years older than me, I had goosebumps. Oh, that means I'm talking to my great-great-grandfather's great-great-grandfather. Cleo. Well, yes. I have doubts in my heart, and I want to ask you clearly. The other party's eyebrows twitched. I looked confused and asked the other party blankly. Ask. Couldn't he? He wants to ask me. Phop. What? I'm older than you. You should call me Phop, right? There was no emotion in his tone. Seeing that I was still stunned, he continued. You used to call me Phop. He had a slight smile on his face, but his eyes were exactly the opposite, staring at me as if trying to catch me in the wrong. I had to look away from him to avoid his piercing eyes. So, what did you want to ask me, Phop? Even though I didn't really want to call it that, I still had to do it obediently to avoid mistakes. As soon as I said this, his eyes flickered slightly before he spoke coldly. I wanted to ask you, what is the reason why you disappeared for a few days and went to the forest? When I agreed to change his pronoun, he took the opportunity to change the way he spoke too. After I got drunk, I went into the forest, and that's all I remember. I took a deep breath and tried not to avoid his gaze. It is said that people who lie like to avoid eyes. I have to stay calm so this guy will believe me and won't ask any more questions. Really? So why were you dressed so strangely? Even the way you talk is different. My God, don't give up. I said I don't remember. How can a drunk person remember clearly? I had been cornered by someone and had no choice but to yell and intimidate the other party, feeling like I had been caught. I had never been so panicked in my 20 years of life. Then it must be the alcohol. Those words seemed to agree with me, but Phop stared at me as if he wanted to read inside. I was under so much pressure that I just wanted to find a way to avoid it as soon as possible. If Phop has nothing else to ask, I'll leave. I have a headache and I want to go back to rest. I quickly stopped the conversation, not knowing if I was right or wrong. Now I have a headache, so let me go please. The other party was silent. During those few seconds, I only felt as if years had passed, and finally the deep voice replied, I won't bother you anymore. Go upstairs and get some good rest. I will ask John to come check on you tomorrow. Thank you. After saying goodbye with folded hands, I rushed into the room without looking at the person behind me. As soon as I returned to the bedroom, I sat down on the bed and turned to look at Chewy, who had followed me. That man, Phop, who is he? I asked, and the young man's eyes widened. Concleo doesn't remember. My head is dizzy, I can't remember. Tell me, Chewy. I quickly interrupted him before the servant finished speaking. At that moment, I had no time to worry about whether my lies were full of errors and omissions. I just wanted to know who this man was and how much he knew Cleo. Then Mun Phop is the eldest son of Ayutthaya Kingdom. He serves in the patrol division of the Metropolitan Department, just like his father. On the other hand, Ayutthaya is a colleague of the Luan Yakabat, that is, the father of Concleo. Oh, to put it simply, he's the son of a friend of my father, similar to a childhood friend or something. So you know me well? Yes, Concleo and then Mun have been very close since childhood. They only separated when Concleo moved to Fitchit within Luang. The relationship is still very close. No wonder he stares at me like that. He must think that I am not the same person as his childhood friend. Not to mention I called him Kun instead of Phi at first. Okay, I looked more suspicious. Since Concleo disappeared for a few days, then Mun was very worried about him. He summoned all the servants and told us to find you as soon as possible. Then Mun also came out to look for you along with us servants. Until today, when Concleo was finally found. After Chewy finished speaking, he looked at my face and asked in a panic. So, where did he go, Concleo? I just got drunk and walked around. I don't remember very well. I tried to explain how I knew where Cleo had gone, but I wasn't him. Chewy, can you leave first? I want to rest. I said. Chewy hurriedly bowed his head and obeyed the order to leave. I was the only one left in the room. I lay down in bed and closed my eyes, physically and mentally exhausted. It wasn't funny at all. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a strange world. It wasn't as exciting as the TV shows. Now I just felt scared and stressed. I didn't know how to get back to my house. I didn't know how long I could live pretending to be someone else until the real Cleo returned. But there was no escaping reality. I could only live like this. Please let me rest for a night, and tomorrow I will continue moving forward. The first thing I will have to do is find a way to find out from Chewy the details of Cleo's past actions, as well as the person named Phop. All you had to do was look him in the eyes to understand that the guy was very intelligent. Since he was suspicious and didn't believe me, he deliberately followed me there to catch me making mistakes. Fortunately, medical technology and laws of that era were still very backward. If he wanted to test my DNA or fingerprints, I would have been screwed. As a person with a ghost behind me, I didn't want to encounter then Mun's terrifying piercing eyes again. I just prayed that we wouldn't meet often, but I didn't know why I had a bad premonition in my heart. My wish would not come true. Chapter 3. The next morning, I woke up with the vain hope that everything that had happened was just a dream. But the world is often cruel, especially to those who hope too much, because when I opened my eyes and saw the wooden beam above the bed where I slept, I had to accept that what was happening was reality. He is awake, Concleo. Do you want to wash yourself first? Opening the door, I found Chui sitting at the front of the room, eagerly asking questions. I nodded sleepily and watched the servant diligently prepare my toiletries and clothes before escorting me from the house to the dock. There's no bathroom? I asked sheepishly. I was only wearing a thong and a small piece of cloth draped over my shoulder. It was the first time I had bathed in such an open-air place. Even though I was a man, having to wash myself in the river water with the boats traveling in those parts was enough. Bath. Concleo, do you mean the veg? Veg. I raised my eyebrows slightly. From the little memory I had of watching historical dramas, I vaguely remembered that that word probably meant toilet. Abbreviated from the word vegkudi, meaning hut. In this case, it means place used for excretion. Thanks for the information from the page of the Department of South Asian Languages, Faculty of Arts, Chulalongkorn University. Do you want me to take you to the bathroom first, Concleo? No, it doesn't matter. I smiled dryly, grabbed toiletries including a bowl, pumpkin, and turmeric body scrub, and reluctantly headed to the dock. In period dramas, I had seen people bathing together. Therefore, there probably wouldn't have been a completely closed bathroom like in my day. Sigh. Who would have thought that I would have the opportunity to experience the ancient lifestyle? An authentic version like this is really not necessary. I absolutely don't want to experience it. I washed at the speed of light because the water in the canal was very cold, and once finished, I rushed back home to change. Then Chui brought me a table with food to sit and eat in the gazebo in the center of the house. My second meal still consisted mainly of rice and fish, and there was also chili paste and vegetables on the plate. The taste was so spicy that it made people like me who weren't good with spiciness cry. Next time, I should have asked the chef to add less chili. Otherwise, I would definitely have gastritis. Chui went down to do some work in the back of the house while I sat and ate. I took the opportunity to have a look around. The house I was living in was built in traditional Thai style, neither small nor large. But even so, judging by the decorative items and daily necessities, it was quite expensive. This also indicated that the owner of the house was wealthy. There weren't many servants, as far as I could see, besides. Aside from me, this house didn't seem to have any other owners, or I hadn't met anyone yet. Cleo, are you feeling better now? As I explored the area, I heard a familiar voice. His voice rang from the stairs leading to the house. Jom. I was about to call my friend like I was used to, but luckily I changed my name in time. My gaze followed the tall figure of the young man wearing a sleeveless shirt and baggy pants, with a heavy shoulder bag slung over his shoulder. My expression must have been rather strange, because I heard him let out a chuckle as he came over and sat down next to me. What are you talking about? It's just me now. Don't you call me Phi anymore? Phi. Oh, I'm sorry. Jom. I replied, trying not to sound too suspicious. Meanwhile, I carefully observed Jom's face. He really looked like T. There was nothing different from my friend. The resemblance almost gave me goosebumps. The only difference was perhaps just the aura of the eyes. T was always in a good mood and had a cheerful personality, while this guy seems more mature than my friend. What are you looking at? Is there something wrong with my face? Before going to bed, did you pay your respects to the monks? You have to pray, otherwise I would have dark circles underneath like the ones you have now because of the ghosts. He also believed in superstition like T, but I wasn't tormented by ghosts. I had dark circles under my eyes because I often suffered from insomnia and allergies. Then why did you come here, Jom? Oh, because of your strange way of speaking, I was forgetting. I came to bring you some medicine and check your condition, he said with a laugh. Although his personality seemed more mature than T, he seems to have a good character and was easy to talk to. Unlike the other person I met yesterday. It's not like the Mun Phop, which seems difficult to get along with. By the way, the two of them don't get along, right? Who are you looking for? Phop. Jom's voice sounded as if he had read my mind. My eyes widened, and I quickly turned around. It's not like that. At this time, Phop is an official service. Maybe he'll come back to see you in the afternoon. Hurry up and eat. I would like to check on your condition as soon as you finish. said the interlocutor with a strange smile on his face, as if he didn't believe my denial. When Jom turned to look in another direction, I secretly pursed my lips. Nonsense. I'm looking for him because I don't want to meet him. Who would like to meet that than Myun? It's better if he doesn't come. When I finished eating, Jom started asking questions and checking on my condition. As far as I could gather from the conversation, he too was the son of a great nobleman. Furthermore, he was a friend of Myun Phop. He was older than me, and he seemed to know me quite well. But we probably weren't as close as Cleo with that than Myun because Jom didn't seem to suspect one bit that I wasn't Cleo. Your body is fine. No wounds and no fever, Jom said after checking my condition, then glancing at the servant who was sitting watching from afar. But before we went home, the servant said that you spoke strangely, you seemed confused, that you had memory lapses and distorted memories. I blinked and looked at the person crouching in the distance. I could almost hear the loud sound of their saliva being swallowed filling my ears. I already warned you. Jom's voice, sounding worried, caught my attention and I turned to look at him, helping me focus on him again. The doctor's eyes flashed with concern. That kind of liquor and tobacco. I warned you before that both drinking and smoking that much has a bad effect on the body, but now that it has started showing symptoms, you are confused and can't remember many things. The reason your memory is spotty and your speech is slurred is probably because of alcohol. If you don't stop, I'm afraid you will really lose your mind and go crazy. I sat in silence, listening to the doctor's diagnosis. Hearing what the Chui and Jom had said, it seemed that Cleo was living a life of debauchery, but it was also good that the result was this. I would accept being considered crazy if in exchange I could ask about Cleo's or someone else's story so that people wouldn't get suspicious. Stop drinking and behaving recklessly. Both Enokia, Phop and I are worried about you. You behaved like this, probably making your late father suffer. Yes, I accepted without saying anything else. Jom ordered Chui to boil the herbal tonic medicine for me to drink for a few more days before leaving. As for me, I immediately called the servant to investigate. You probably heard that I drank too much alcohol and my memory got fuzzy. I don't remember much now, so please tell me what you know about me. I ordered him, and he immediately explained to me without any suspicious expression. He introduced me to the smallest details of the story of the person I was impersonating. Cleo was 20 years old, like me. His mother had died when he was a child. His father was Luang Priyachapaban. The former Luang Yakrabat had only loved his deceased ex-wife. Therefore, he did not have brothers and sisters like other nobles used to. Subsequently, Luang Priyachapaban had been ordered to be stationed in the city of Phichit and Cleo had then had to move along with him. Luang Priyachapaban originally intended to settle there, but several months ago he was accused of accepting tribute from a defendant in an opium trafficking case. He was then condemned and whipped and eventually died. Luang is a noble title. Yakrabat is the official of the former Metropolitan Department. He has the duty to go out and station in the provinces to monitor legal cases and maintain justice. After his father's death, Cleo had changed. From a cheerful person, determined to study because he wanted to serve in the government like his father, he became a quiet person who did not speak and acted recklessly. The more the villagers belittled him and gossiped about him being the son of a corrupt person, the more aggressive his behavior became. Until Okia Phaichai Fakdi, a friend of Luang Priyachapaban, heard the news and then went to Phichit to look for him and convinced him to return to live with him in the capital. But Cleo still showed a rebellious attitude, not wanting to have anything to do with anyone. He asked Okia Phaichai Fakdi to be allowed to live alone in this house, with only less than 10 servants, all loyal servants of Luang Priyachapaban who were still there and who they asked him to serve him. Kun Cleo refused to go and stay at the Okia's house. No matter how much he insisted, he refused to move there. Then Okia had no choice but to let Kun Cleo move into this house, which is on his territory and is not too far from his mansion. If something were to happen, we will be able to take care of each other easily, he said as he picked up something like a tall, square-shaped teapot with a handle on top to pour hot tea into a cup. I lifted the cup and tasted it. It had a strange astringent taste, but it wasn't so bad that I couldn't drink it. Then why didn't I move in with Enokia? I know nothing about this matter. Chui replied with a dry smile. I remained silent, trying to think of a reason, trying to analyze the habits I had heard. Perhaps Cleo could be a person who cherished his dignity and did not like associating with other people. Originally, he was the son of a major. He had a bright future and was highly respected, and the next day, he was labeled the son of a traitor. Who could ever accept it? Adolescent hormones already made him stubborn, and he probably couldn't accept his condition. Not wanting to seem more pitiful than him by doing so, he hadn't accepted too much help. So Jom and then Mu. Phop, are they very close to me? Yes, Kun Jom is a friend of the Myun. As for you and the Myun, you have been friends since childhood. Kun Cleo was closer to the Myun than anyone else. Before moving to Fitchit, Kun Cleo was very close to the Myun and admired him greatly, until his hesitant tone piqued my interest. Until what? I don't know the reason, but since he returned to the capital, Kun Cleo has behaved very harshly towards the Myun. He almost didn't even look at him. He didn't want to talk to him at all. This means that Cleo probably holds a certain grudge against this than Myun Phop. Very suspicious. Kun Cleo has changed a lot since Luang Priyachapaban died. To be honest, not to mention the Myun, but Kun Cleo didn't even want to talk to the servants. He spoke out openly to dissuade the servants from following him and serving him as usual. The fear in his voice, combined with his frightened expression, made it easy for me to imagine what kind of aggressive behavior Cleo might have. Bottom line, from what I heard, he was clearly a problem child, but I can understand that. If you encountered something like that, what teenager wouldn't freak out? The father was accused of being corrupt, a criminal, and the villagers even insulted and despised him. He probably felt as if he had been kicked, and he had fallen from heaven to earth. If it were me, I wouldn't have known how to deal with something like this. How could he handle it? And my father? He really was a criminal, as they say. It is not true. It is not possible, he said with wide eyes and an impatient expression. Kun Cleo, you must not believe him. Then Luang has always served honestly in government service. No one knows how kind and upright he was. There is no way he had received any tribute. Even Okya Phaichai Phokti himself never believed that then Luang actually did such a thing. You mean my father was framed? Even if you think so, there is no evidence to back it up. At the end of the sentence, the young man's voice trembled as if he were about to cry. I couldn't stand seeing people cry, so I had to quickly resolve the problem by trying to change the subject. By the way, Cleo, do you mean that I am such a reckless person that Jom had to say something like that to me like that? I asked, lifting the cup that was almost overflowing with tea and bringing it to my lips to drink and soothe my dry throat. Well, enough. Kun Cleo usually goes out drinking alcohol at Pak Klong Market early in the day and often gets into fights with gangsters in the area. Most of the time it's fights over prostitutes. I choked on the tea that came out of my nose and coughed loudly. Chui quickly took out a handkerchief and immediately placed it on me. It's not enough to be drunk. There's also a problem with gangsters and a trip to the brothel. Wow, this is a big mess. What's so ironic about life? Oh, that's all. Yes. From now on, please don't do this again, Kun Cleo. Those bandits are really cowardly, and I was worried that they would hurt you even more. Don't get involved with them anymore. Everyone is very worried about you, Kun Cleo. Chui's eyes showed genuine concern, which made me feel guilty because he had no idea that I wasn't actually the real master of his. I didn't even know where the real Cleo was. Yes, I don't want to deal with them anymore. I accepted his suggestion, making the young man smile sincerely, who would willingly get involved with bandits. I had enough problems for now. I didn't want to deal with more than I could handle. I asked him for a few more details before politely inviting him to leave the room, giving me some solitude to organize my thoughts. As soon as he left, I took a deep breath and frowned. Cleo had an amazing story, not to mention details yet to be known. There were still questions about Cleo's disappearance and his possible whereabouts. Furthermore, a face identical to Cleo's had materialized the moment he disappeared, mine. The strange coincidence of the entire scenario was frightening, as if someone had orchestrated it. But who was behind all this? Certainly not me, since my only desire was to return home, and I had no idea how to find my way back. If I search until I find you, Cleo, will I be able to go home? I murmured softly. Looking out the window, I noticed a ylang-ylang tree in full bloom nearby, releasing a delicate fragrance into the room. The cheerful yellow of the flowers contrasted with the heavy awareness in my chest. I had never believed in fate, but now it seemed that fate had deceived me. Even though No, Jom had assured me that my body was normal and healthy and that only tiredness remained. Chui still didn't seem convinced and kept insisting that I lie down and rest. If I were in the present day, I would have been happy lying in bed with my phone, idly scrolling through social media. But here there was neither internet nor a telephone. I was tired of sitting and sleeping in my room. So after lunch, I took the opportunity to explore the house. This house is actually quite spacious. I muttered to myself as I walked. It boasted a fairly large courtyard and many rooms. A family of 3 or 4 could have lived there comfortably. The kitchen was located at the back and was medium in size. I was alone in the house while the servants lived together nearby, in a log cabin among leafy trees and flowers. That house conveyed an atmosphere of peace and solitude, being located far from neighboring houses. It's just me here with all of you, right? Yes. And I have no relatives anywhere else. I reconfirmed. You had relatives, but after the Luang died, they turned their backs on you, even though he helped each of them so much while he was still alive. The servant's sorrowful voice made me feel sorry for the real Cleo, whose life seemed to be full of misery, while I had been fortunate enough to be born into a warm and loving family. Talking about family made me think of my parents. I wondered if I would ever have the opportunity to come back and see them again. Kun Cleo. What's the problem? The servant asked, noticing my troubled expression. I miss my parents, I said, forcing a smile, which then caused the servant to take a deep breath and suppress his overwhelming emotional response. I was getting tired of sitting idle. I had to find a way to survive in that unknown world, including thinking about how to return to my time as quickly as possible. Even though I still had no idea how to achieve this, there had to be a way. If I had made it this far, there had to be a way back. Kun Cleo, he still has me and his servants in this house. Then Okya, then Myun, and also Kun Jom. Kun Cleo is not alone. His words made me smile. Thank you, I said, raising my hand and stroking the servant's hair. I definitely considered myself lucky to still have such a devoted and loyal servant. The exploration of the house ended with me sitting under the mango tree near the servant's hut, next to the servant's children. He discovered that Chui had a daughter, a beautiful little girl of about 2 years old named Jam. Even someone like me who grew up without siblings couldn't help but wish I had a younger sister when he spent time with her. However, the knowledge that this little girl would grow up as an ordinary citizen without the opportunity to receive an education overwhelmed me with a sense of melancholy. In this era, only the children of the nobility were taught to read and write. It was different from my time, where although not everyone had equal access to education, it was still commonly available. I was saddened by the obvious caste division that denied ordinary people the right to basic education. However, I reminded myself that I couldn't impose my 21st century mindset on the past. There were many factors that dictated society back then, and I knew things would get better in the future. Kun Cleo. I was watching children and common people compete in a game of bowls when I heard Chui exclaim as he ran towards me breathlessly. Kong, then Okya's servant, has come to inform us that Kun Cleo should meet him at home. Okya's? Oh, my father's friend. I reminded, frowning in concern. Is it safe for me to go to Cleo's guardian? Won't he realize I'm not him? Can I refuse to go? I asked sadly, even though I knew there would be no hope. Chui confirmed by replying with a comforting smile. No, sir. Then Okya probably wanted to know about his condition, so he sent someone here. Let's hurry. Then Myun is already waiting for Kun Cleo in the waterfront pavilion. My eyebrows creased in a tired expression when I heard that name. The more I want to avoid it, the more I end up encountering it. Damn. Let's go. Let's get this over with. I sighed and stood up, following the servant to the waterfront pavilion. When I saw the tall figure waiting, I had to stop myself from accidentally making an annoyed face. Won't you say hello to me? A low voice asked when he noticed that I was still and silent. I pursed my lips slightly, raised my hands in a Y, and greeted him respectfully. Hi, I said, but the person being greeted looked at me with strange eyes. What did you say? The question made me raise my eyebrows in confusion. Hi, what is hello? Phop really didn't seem to understand what I was saying. I swallowed hard, feeling like I had been completely wrong so many times. Wasn't the word hello used in ancient times? Wow. Well, I didn't know that. Let it go. Someone like me sometimes gets the words wrong. I waved a hand to stop the conversation and quickly changed the subject before he could continue. You will take me to see the Okya, right? Come on, hurry up. Making them wait too long is not good. Even though in his eyes he still doubted my words, he let it go and climbed into the waiting rowboat. I was about to turn to ask the servant to accompany me, but his deep voice interrupted me. Chewie, you stay here. There is no need to follow us. I will ask someone to send your master home soon. Yes. Chewie gave me an encouraging look, then stepped back and stood at a distance while Phop smiled slightly at me and held out his hand. Come on, he said. It's okay, I can get on the boat by myself. I rejected his good intentions and resolutely got into the boat. Yesterday I was so tired with a hangover that I got seasick, but today I was fine. I felt comfortable getting into the rowboat because I wasn't afraid of the water. Yesterday, I saw that your legs were very weak. I was afraid you would fall into the water, so I reached out to catch you. Those words made me frown at the person sitting. His smiling face was polite, without yesterday's distrust, but I couldn't understand why I didn't like him. His mouth was smiling, yes, but his eyes were clearly doubtful. He was obviously very anxious, yet he was courteous while he hid his thoughts from him. Come on, let's go. Yes, the servant in charge of the oar replied enthusiastically. The little boat moved slowly. I sat up straight and with a stiff neck, looking at the view on both sides of the canal. I noticed that the person behind me had his eyes fixed on me. If bad karma were real, this man would be my #1 bad karma. The distance from the house where I lived to the house of Phop was not very long. After about 10 minutes, the boat arrived at the pier of the destination pavilion. Phop, a title, the position of government officials formerly affiliated with the Department of Provincial Administration, whose job it was to go out and be stationed in the capital to supervise legal cases and uphold justice. In the past, Phop was one of the highest-ranking government positions in the standard military hierarchy of the Thai monarchy. There may have been several ranks within the Phop position, such as Phop Sunthi or Phop Yai. The Phop position was significant in the government and in the management of the capital during Thailand's ancient times, including the responsibility of maintaining and upholding justice within society. My father is waiting for you. Hurry. I rejected the older man's large hand once again, climbing out of the boat alone and ignoring Phop's gaze. Honestly, I really didn't want to be around him. I could feel that he was suspicious of me. It was strange the way he looked at me. I wondered if maybe if I didn't pay him any attention, his suspicions about me would ease since the real Cleo hadn't paid any attention either. I felt a faint laugh in my throat before Phop headed straight for the large Thai house in front of him. I followed him with my eyes, scanning the unknown area. Sitting on the boat, just looking from afar, you could already notice the grandeur of that villa. It wasn't a single house like the one I lived in, but a group of houses with many connections to the local area. The villa was really spacious. I saw an open courtyard with a stable in the background. The birds chirped from time to time, and that meant that there must definitely be a birdhouse in that house. Looking into the courtyard, I saw ordinary people walking in the opposite direction. At first glance, I felt that the atmosphere of this house seemed familiar. But a split second later, it disappeared from my brain. How could I have been familiar with that place? I had never set foot in a traditional Thai house before. I had only had the chance to visit one after arriving here. As Phop led me up the stairs, my heart pounded with uncontrollable fear. I was about to meet someone who was similar to a ruler. Being a friend of my father who had seen me since I was little, could he have recognized that I was not the son of one of his friends? Father, I brought my gnome to meet you. Phop's deep voice pulled me back from my troubled conscience. Looking forward, I saw a middle-aged man with a dignified expression sitting upright in the courtyard. A friendly-looking servant was massaging his leg. I knelt down and sat on the floor like Phop, who had signaled me with his gaze to come closer to Phop. Then I approached the bench and silently raised my hands in a Y to pay homage to the elder, also taking the opportunity to secretly observe the face of Phop. If I had to guess, this Phop must have been in his late 50s, but he was a graceful and handsome man of 50. I could imagine that his son Phop would also look like this when he reached 50. How is it going? Do you feel a little better? Phop waved his hand away from the woman who was massaging him before asking. I am fine. I gave him a small, hesitant smile, eliciting a smile on the older man's face in return. All right. When I heard from your servant that you were missing, I was very worried about you. Returning safely like this is a good thing. If Phop's mother hadn't gone to do business in Laveau and found out about the matter, you would have been scolded by now. But the matter has passed, and I don't want to give it any more importance. He said. Perfect. There was no point in returning to the matter. I didn't know how to answer him anyway. I will never ask you to explain your actions. I simply want to remind you to be more conscientious and careful. You understand? The gentle words spoken and the gentle hand stroking my head gave me a sense of relief. Yes, then Freya. I obeyed, making him frown for some strange reason. Why did you address me like that? You should have called me uncle. He scolded me. Yes, uncle. I will try to behave myself. I replied politely, offering an affectionate smile to the older man, whose eyes conveyed a sense of ease. A man should honor his words. Freya argued. Then he asked me more about my condition before moving on to small talk. Even though he seemed ferocious when talking to him, I found then Freya to be a very kind and calm person. He didn't seem to suspect that I wasn't really Cleo. After all, every aspect of my face was the same. I also had the same desire. Who would have ever suspected me? Only that man with the piercing gaze who sat next to me and constantly gave me suspicious looks. I held then Muen Phop responsible for adding more difficulties to my already challenging life. I hoped that from now on I wouldn't have to worry about him too much, but looking back it would have been difficult. As long as Cleo remained under the tutelage of then Freya, his son would continue to be present in my vicinity. As evening approached, I found the courage to tell him that I needed to go home to take my medicine as scheduled. Then Freya allowed me to return home without objection. I thanked him politely and turned to look at the person who had brought me there. You can go first and wait for me. I'll talk to my father for a moment. Phop said, so I went to wait outside the house. As I stood looking at the trees on the prairie, I felt the curious gazes of ordinary people upon me. When I turned to meet their eyes, the girls who were looking at me blushed. To avoid any discomfort, I immediately looked away from them. When will Phop arrive? Their looks make me uncomfortable. About 5 minutes passed. The figure of the person I was mentally complaining about came out of the house and invited me to come back. So I followed Phop, my heart happy to part with him. Phop, you don't have to walk me home. There are enough servants to row the boat. I said quickly when we reached the shore. I wanted us to go our separate ways. I didn't want to be near that living lie detector anymore. I told your servant I would take you home. I have to do as I say. Phop turned to look at me. His dark eyebrows raised slightly. You don't want to be near me even for a few minutes? No. This morning I saw that you went to work, so you must be tired. I just want you to be able to go and rest right now. I immediately lied, even though my heart was screaming, yes. I don't want to be near you. I couldn't have said it. Then I wonder how much you would like to be close to me. The other gave a small laugh, his sharp eyes fixing me with an unreadable gaze, before leaning closer in a teasing manner. I swallowed hard. Hey, what are you going to do? I murmured, taking a step back. But Phop kept walking towards me. I backed up to the end of the path until I bumped into a bench in the pavilion and fell onto it as the tall figure approached. Our eyes met. At that moment, I felt as if time had strangely slowed down. Looking at his face closely, I had to wholeheartedly admit that Phop was truly handsome. His personality and behavior made this man full of masculine charm. Cleo. He spoke his deep, pleasant voice, faint as a whisper. Once again those dark eyes caused a strange sensation in my heart. It was an indescribably familiar sensation, almost tangible. What's up? There's a leaf in your hair. He reached out and took a piece of dry leaf from me. As soon as I realized I was staring at him with wide eyes, I turned my head away. I cleared my throat 2 or 3 times. Thank you. No problem. He backed away. I raised my hands, fixed my hair, and quickly climbed into the boat without turning to meet the other man's gaze again. Hold on a little longer, Kun. You won't have to see this man's face when he gets home. I felt my hopes crumble as the boat docked at the waterfront pavilion. Phop acted as if he didn't want to go home and followed me into the house, claiming that he was hungry. It was almost dinner time, so he asked to eat with me. I wanted to refuse, but if I had sent him back it would have been extremely rude. As a result, at dinner tonight, there was an uninvited person sitting next to me eating rice. Chili paste has a very weak flavor, said the voice of the person who had come to eat at someone else's house. I looked over and saw Sai, the cook of this meal, with a sad look and a dejected expression on her face. I immediately rushed to her defense. I ordered my servants to cook tasteless food. Personally, I don't like spicy food. You have changed a lot. You used to be better at eating spicy foods than me. His voice was casual, as if he were just commenting on the weather, but his eyes were watching me intently. I took a deep breath, looked him in the eyes, and replied, "People change all the time. Who stays the same forever?" "You are right." The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. I turned my gaze back to the food on my plate and devoured the rice so I could go back to the room and be alone. "Thank you for this meal." Finally, 20 minutes of dinner had passed, which to my senses felt like 20 hours. I saw Phop wash his hands, immediately smiling broadly as he turned away. "Phop, I'll take you to the dock. Come on, let's go." "One moment. I have something to tell you." His words almost made me sigh, but I managed to contain myself. "He still refuses to leave. Why didn't you say anything while you were eating?" "Phop, what do you have to tell me?" "My father didn't ask you any questions because he knows your past." The solemnity of the mature man's voice gave me a strange feeling of foreboding. "You have a history with bandits. Even if you have never been harmed, this house is far from my father's eyes, and there are only a few servants. If something were to happen suddenly, you would not be able to notify the main house in time. I talked to my father, and we agreed that you should move into our house." "What?" I screamed. I had a truly terrible omen. Now that I lived alone, not even in the same house, Phop still came to talk to me all the time. I could only imagine what it would be like if I had to live under the same roof. I would be monitored at all times. "Wait a minute. I do not. You shouldn't disobey the orders of an older person. You've caused enough trouble in the past." His eyes were stern, with no intention of giving up. "You're already at odds with those bandits. I know they will come to this place one day. Better safe than sorry, right?" "Phop, they probably won't. Who knows what will happen in the future? Dad wants to protect you. Do not reject the goodwill of your elders." He wasn't listening. I could only sigh, tears secretly raining in my heart. I heard Phop turn to give orders to the servants. "Chewy, come and get Concleo's things and take them to my father's house. I'll take it home first, and I'll come get the other things tomorrow." "Yes." The servant obeyed and quickly left the room. Phop turned and saw my face, which must have looked like I was watching the universe fall apart. Those sharp eyes seemed to shine. "Let's go back to our house quickly. It will be dark soon," he said with a smile. Before leaving the house, I clenched my fists tightly and cursed from the bottom of my heart. "Okay, sorry T. Now I definitely believe in fate and luck. Now what kind of luck do I have to get out of this mess?" Chapter 4. Previously, when T encouraged me to go to the fortune teller and accumulate merit, I never paid attention to his words, but now I regretted it. I couldn't help but think that if I had listened to his words that day, maybe I wouldn't have had to go through these bad things like I was going through now. "My father ordered that your room be placed next to mine, so I can take care of you easily," said a low voice in the quiet atmosphere of twilight, crickets chirping as we walked down the corridor of Freya Fakti's house. Phop's words left me hopeless as I watched his broad back disappear before my eyes. Freya probably hadn't ordered anything, and I suspected that he had decided everything. And it was exactly as I had thought. I wasn't wrong. Even though he seemed friendlier, Phop still didn't fully believe I was Cleo. To easily unmask me, the boy was pulling me closer to him. "Some problems? I'm just a guest. How could I have any say in this?" I replied in an impassive voice, thinking in my heart that from now on I would have to be very careful. If I could have avoided it, I should have avoided meeting him. Since I wasn't a good liar, I was afraid that one day I would fall into his trap. "Well," the boy raised the corner of his mouth, his face receiving the light of the lantern hanging next to the pillar of the house. Phop took me to his house, which was connected to the main house via a terrace, and stopped in front of a room. "This is your room. I had the servants prepare a bed and everything you need. Check it out to see if there's anything else you need." He opened the door to that room and motioned for me to come in. I scanned the surroundings with my eyes as I entered. That room was larger than the one in my original house and felt more luxurious. The teak would have been beautifully crafted and carved. The four-poster bed, adorned with draped and shiny curtains, was spacious enough for 2 people. Even the window curtains were made of expensive-looking fabrics woven with elaborate floral patterns. I had had the opportunity to explore a millionaire's house in the Ayutthaya period. On the plus side, it had been a great experience. How many people had ever had the opportunity to see with their own eyes an artifact in new condition that should have been in a museum? But that aside, I had to honestly admit that I didn't want to experience that kind of VIP treatment. "I want to go home. Can anyone hear me?" "No, that's enough." I replied after taking a quick look around. My room is that way. If anything happens, you can call me. There's no need to hesitate. He pointed with his hand to the left. There was another large courtyard there, and it was easy to tell that it was Phop's private territory. His room would be less than 10 steps from the one I was in. He was basically going to be my neighbor. Now I was like a prisoner in police custody all the time. Ugh, fantastic. Why are you looking at me like that? The corners of the older man's mouth curved again as I turned my gaze to him. His calm eyes made me even more annoyed. I'm just watching. Can't I look at your face every now and then? I frowned in question. The other's smile widened before uttering a sentence that he almost made me choke on my saliva. I thought you were strange. I thought you didn't want to sleep alone, and you were signaling me with your eyes to come sleep with you. What? No. I rolled my eyes and struggled to form a coherent denial. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at me, smiling. Are you sure? When you were a child, you shouted at me not to come home and to stay with you. Don't you remember anymore? It was when I was a child. I'm an adult now. I underlined the last word. The other's amused look made me purse my lips. This guy is fucking crazy. It was probably another attempt to find out if I remembered things from the past. What kind of person is so difficult to deal with? If you are old enough to sleep alone, I don't want to disturb your rest time. Good night. The man waved before leaving. I ran to close the bedroom door and let out a sigh behind it. This was just the beginning, and he was already starting to get on my nerves. I didn't want to think about what life would be like from then on. Although the new bed was spacious and comfortable, I didn't sleep very well that night. Not just because it was weird, but because there were too many things to worry about. Now that I was pretending to be someone else, I didn't know how long it would take to get caught. How long would it take before I could find my way home? Long story short, when I fell asleep, it was almost morning and I was soon awakened by the crowing of a rooster. I figured I only slept a few hours. My brain went numb as I stood up and walked to the brass mirror in front of the dressing table. The mirror wasn't as clear as the ones I was used to, but it showed off my dark circles well. Someone knocked on the door. I heard my servant go out, so I went to open the door. Did you sleep well, Concleo? The young man greeted me with a smiling face. I raised my hands and rubbed my messy, sleepy head, making a choking sound in my throat in response. My gaze followed the servant who was preparing my bathroom essentials. Go take a shower first so you can eat with then Freya and then Mune. Oh, I replied casually as I took off my clothes and put on a towel. I already knew that it was inevitable that I would have to join them for the meal. I had decided that all I could do was stay calm, keep my mouth shut, eat everything quickly, and try not to talk to Phop. Phop asked me to move to then Freya's house. What should I do with the servants of the other house? Don't worry. Then Mune will let the servants come and serve you here too. Today they will be moved to the servant's house. The servant replied with an animated voice that made me feel relieved. For the last 2 days the servants had taken care of me. I didn't want them to have any problems. The servant led me to the noble's bathroom of the house. The sky was not yet clear, but he told me that the other residents of the house had already woken up, washed themselves, and prepared food offerings for the monks. I quickly took a freezing bath until my teeth chattered, then went home to change. Then I left to join then Freya in the large pavilion in the courtyard. Did you sleep well? The voice of Freya Fichai Fakdi, sitting on the large reed mat in the center of the pavilion, greeted me. I raised my hands in homage to the elder and sat on the carpet next to Phop before smiling at him. Yes, sir. Well, I was worried that you might still be exhausted. I asked the servants not to wake you up early to go and bring offerings to the monks. Freya said in a gentle voice. It's nice that we live in the same house like this. I'm also very happy because this time you didn't refuse. Thanks for your kindness. I raised my hands in respect to the owner of the house. Then I looked at the person sitting next to me at the same time as he turned towards me, thus making eye contact. Phop gave me a small smile. I smiled back and quickly looked in the opposite direction. Good, let's all eat together. Yes. I accepted and began to eat the food that the servants brought and placed in front of me. I couldn't help but feel nervous at the thought of sitting and eating with a group of people I didn't know much about. At the table were not only then Freya and Phop, but also a middle-aged woman, 2 young women, and 3 or 4 children sitting between them. Deducing from the clothes they wore and the words they used among each other, the 3 women were probably Freya's wives, and the children were probably Phop's half-brothers. Well, the nobles of the past had many wives, according to the values of the time. By the way, I still didn't know if the police officer holding me here was married and had children. I secretly looked at the sharp face next to me, who was eating rice. I couldn't help but think that her face was a little seductive. She had a dozen children and didn't take them with her to eat? Why does the food on Cleo's plate look so bland? Then Freya pointed out. I looked at other people's bowls and found only spicy foods, while for me there was fried fish, porridge, and some other delicate dishes. Calm, bring Mew in here. I have to ask you why you organized such a meal for my nephew. There is no need, father. I'm the one who told the servants to set the table like this. He doesn't like to eat spicy food. Phop's deep voice interrupted his father's anger. That's it, okay then. Freya nodded in understanding. The man's response made me turn to look at him, but Phop didn't look up from his food. I had to bring my attention back to my thoughts. Is he taking care of me, or is he planning something? I didn't know, but if it was the former, Phop had started to believe that I was the real Cleo. It was evident that he cared for the son of his father's noble friend. Cleo, you are like my nephew and you live here. Do me a favor. If you feel frustrated about something or need help, you can come and tell me in Phop. He thinks of us as family. After all, your father and I were great friends. I would never abandon his son. Thank you. I raised my hands to pay homage to the elder with gratitude. Even though I didn't want to live there, it was clear that Freya Fichai Fakdi loved and wished Cleo well. Even in bad luck, luck could be present, but I didn't know if Cleo himself would ever find out. As for your servants, let them remain in my custody. If you ever think of getting married, I will return them to serve you. All right. I smiled and raised my hands in respectful thanks. In my heart, I panicked that I would stay here so long that I would end up getting married. Let me go back to the normal life of my time. After the meal was over, Freya Fichai Fakdi and Phop got ready for work. Even as I walked down the stairs of the house, the older boy kept staring at me, almost making me want to roll my eyes in a figure eight. Damnation. Will not give up. It's like a dog with a bone. I dragged the two homeowners along, full of curiosity. I ran back to my room and called my personal servant. Chewy? Yes? The servant knelt down, and I sat down on the bed. You told me the other day what Phop does for work, but I don't remember. Then Myun serves in the patrol division of the Metropolitan Department. Patrol? What is that? It is the department responsible for patrolling and maintaining peace in the city, looking after the well-being of the villagers, and hunting down bandits and thieves. Ah, the police. Is not the same thing. The Royal Police Department is responsible for protecting the king, while the patrol division is responsible for maintaining peace among the people. He hastily raised a voice of dissent. Maybe the meaning of those various terms at that time was not 100% the same as in my time. But from what I understood, patrol was similar to the police profession. It is the old name of the Metropolitan Police Department. During the Ayutthaya period, it was governed by Jatusadam. Police affairs were divided into the Metropolitan Police Department and the Provincial Police Department, which were directly under the Department Metropolitan Police Department, while the Royal Police Department depended on the Royal Palace Department. It can currently be compared to the Royal Guard. Last night, I compared him to a police officer. Apparently, he really is a policeman of his time. So, in your eyes, what kind of person do you think Phop is? Then Myun is a good-natured and compassionate person, just like then Freya. He was never arrogant, contemptuous, or insulted to his servants. His words are formidable and kind. Then Myun is respected by everyone. Those kind words made my mouth tremble slightly. Handsome and with a rich father, a perfect man. If only he would stop with that gentle smile that hid his provocation, I wouldn't be so angry with him. How old is Phop? Then Myun is a year older than Cleo. This year, he turns 21. So he must have a family, right? I asked, but the person in front of me quickly shook his head. Do not remember? Then Myun is not married yet. Can't you find a wife with a face like that? I raised my eyebrows and observed. Chewy looked towards the bedroom door and then quickly put his index finger to his mouth, signaling me to lower my voice. Not exactly. He is so handsome that there are many women all over the city who would like to have a relationship with him. He just doesn't care about any of them. Oh, he must love his freedom. Won't he at least choose one servant to marry? Kong said that all the girls in this house had the same attitude. They all desperately wanted to become his wife. He never showed interest in any of them, nor did he ever seek the company of the beautiful women of the city. Strange. I muttered incomprehensibly. In this era, patriarchy ruled over everything. The nobles, or the descendants of the rich, all had many wives to show their prestige. I had noticed that there were many beautiful maids in this house. Freya Fichai also had many wives. Why wasn't Phop like the others? He said he wants to dedicate himself to working in the countryside, so he's not thinking about starting a family yet. He can work and still have a family. I objected, disagreeing. The servant probably thought the same as me, because he looked embarrassed, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't dare say it. It is said that there are other reasons why he doesn't want to get married. You know that, right? I choked on my own climb. The servant looked left and right before crawling closer to me and whispering, "Cleo, don't take this seriously, but I have heard rumors from the villagers that the reason why the Myun hasn't married yet is probably because." Why? Because he doesn't have the ability to do it. My personal servant's stammering sentence made me raise my eyebrows in surprise. It was inappropriate to gossip about sexual dysfunction. However, it wasn't strange to have these rumors about someone at a time when everyone was getting married and having children at a young age. If he wasn't a monk, then he must have some kind of dysfunction. But Cleo, please don't talk about this. Otherwise I will definitely be beaten. I won't tell. I replied, laughing. The villager's gossip was understandable. Probably only he could answer why he refused to get married. But in solidarity, I also had similar preferences. So what about me? What? I don't have a wife and children either, right? Or yes. Cleo never had a family. You said you didn't want to deal with anyone. The young man's dry smile and pause made me think that he probably wasn't telling the truth. Cleo might have wanted to be involved with someone, but no one would want to be associated with someone who has been labeled as the son of a corrupt person. Go get me some tea. My throat is getting dry. Yes. Chewie stood up and followed my order. I sat against the headboard, raising both hands and resting my head on them, letting out a long sigh. I had been stuck there for 3 days now, and there was no sign that the real Cleo would show up. Even though there was no reason to believe it, my deepest intuition told me that my arrival here definitely had something to do with Cleo. Maybe I should have tried to find it. If I had found Cleo, maybe I could have returned to my time. I had to start by finding out what Cleo was doing before he disappeared. Does he like to drink alcohol at the beginning of the day? Then I should probably start here. After drinking some tea to quench my thirst and ease my mental turmoil, I convinced Chewie to take me out for a walk. No one knew where Cleo was and what he had done before disappearing. The servant's word was the only proof that he had left the house without allowing him to follow him. So I thought I should start looking for information in the liquor stores Cleo frequented. But apart from his house and Freya Fichai I had never visited any other place from that era. So I dragged Chewie with me to help me as a guide. The servant advised me not to go out on my own. It would have been better to wait for Phop's return from public service and ask permission first. According to etiquette, it had to be like this, because I was a guest. I spent the morning exploring the new house just to kill time until he returned from work. To say that Freya Fichai was a millionaire was an understatement. At this level, he should have been a billionaire. Looking around the garden area, I calculated that there must have been no fewer than 40 or 50 servants. Not to mention, the surrounding area was as big as Chattachak Park. It had training camps for soldiers, stables, bird towers, and plantations all combined in this one area. After walking all over the area, I was panting. I wiped away the sweat and went home for lunch. Oh, Cleo, long time no see. After I had eaten, I got up to take another walk to digest the food and heard a woman say hello to me. When I turned to look, I saw a middle-aged woman walking towards the house. She was probably around 40 or 50 years old. She was dressed in a long-sleeved shirt, covered with a shawl and a beautiful chonkraben. She wore accessories such as gold chains, bracelets, and rings. She was walking towards me dazzlingly. I had gone to take care of some business. I was gone for several days. I just heard that you agreed to move into this house. That's really good news. Yes. I let out a smile and moved on with the situation. Although I was still confused, from her dress and age I assumed that this woman was probably Kuning Preong, Freya Fichai first wife and Phop's mother, whom her servant had once told me about. Then why did you agree to move here? I haven't seen your face in months. Let's have a chat. Her hand was soft and gentle because being a noblewoman, she didn't do any hard work. She grabbed my wrist and led me to sit and talk in the courtyard. My conversation with Kuning Preong lasted longer than I expected. Kuning was kind, but she was stricter than Freya as a household manager. Now I knew where Phop got his clean and attentive nature. Kuning, she had told me to call her aunt, had combed my hair very carefully. If they had been cloths, they would almost certainly have worn out. She had also invited me to talk about old stories of hers when Cleo was a child. In response, I stammered and explained that the memory loss was caused by drinking too much alcohol. Then she told me how I had disappeared for several days and how everyone had gathered to look for me. Chewy was also involved in the dialogue. We listened to it until our ears went numb. The sky was already starting to change color when my aunt let us go. Why did I have to be reprimanded for something I hadn't done? It was late at night, and the intention of asking out was momentarily on hold. That evening I had the opportunity to have dinner with Phop's family. It felt a little strange because I wasn't used to them yet, so I sat down and ate in silence while observing the people around me. As far as I could see, the aunt and the lovers seemed to be on good terms with each other. This meant that there was no rivalry between them that would cause problems. Kong, where's Phop? After eating the fish, I turned to ask Phop's personal servant as my gaze swept around the surroundings. In the blink of an eye he was gone, and I didn't know where he had gone. Then Myun went to take a bath. He will be home soon. Thank you. I smiled at Kong before walking down and sitting on the stool that was in front of Phop's private room. This meant nothing. I was simply waiting for him because I intended to ask permission to go out the next day. That's all. What are you doing sitting here? Were you waiting for me perhaps? After sitting and waiting for a while, the deep voice of the owner of the room rang out. I turned to look and couldn't help but gulp when I saw that he was only wearing one item of clothing that only covered his lower body. I could already tell when he wore long sleeves that he was in good shape, but seeing it with my own eyes it was even better than I thought. The muscles of the shoulders, chest and stomach were clearly defined. It was just the right amount, not too much and not too little. His tan skin was attractive to look at, like a statue sculpted to perfection. He was every man's dream figure. Even as a man, myself, I found it sexy. His body proportions were impeccable. He absolutely radiated sex appeal. As for me, my skin was as pale as if I had never been exposed to the sun. My arms were thin and didn't have muscles like his. What's wrong? Have you lost your sight? He chuckled. I immediately looked away when I realized that I had accidentally stared too hard at the person in front of me. I want to ask your permission for something. Since I still felt uncomfortable, I tried not to meet his gaze as he approached. What is that? Can I go out tomorrow? To go where? Market. I want to go buy some snacks. Aren't there enough snacks in this house to eat? There are, but I want to get out and explore. Staying at home for many days is boring. Can't you let me go out? You won't go out. Your body isn't healed yet. He refused. I'm already fine. Jom said I was just exhausted. It shows that you haven't recovered yet. It's not good for you to go out tomorrow. Stay here and recover, then you can go out. If you want something to eat, let me know and I will send the servants. His voice, while not harsh, was firm enough to let me know that he was serious about not allowing me to leave. I stared at him with an irritated expression, but he simply looked at me with the corner of his mouth slightly raised and his eyes sparkling with amusement. Looking at him, this man was not worried about my health. He was probably afraid that I would go out and get into trouble. He was so unfair. He himself suspected that I wasn't Cleo, yet he still thought that I would cause trouble if I went out. Or was it because he was afraid I would run away? Or maybe he just wanted to annoy me. Go to bed, sweet dreams, he said. I groaned and stomped back to my room. I felt like I was someone's prisoner. Thanks for wishing me sweet dreams. I hope you have a nightmare. Ever since I was a child, my parents had always told me that I was a naughty and stubborn child. T also liked to say the same thing. I admit they were right. That's why not having Phop's permission wasn't going to stop me and my determination. Are we really going out, can Cleo? Chewy asked worriedly. After Freya and Phop both left for work, I rushed to the dock. Hurry, we have to get back before Phop gets home so he doesn't find out. Get on the boat, quick. I tried to convince the servant that he was still there with a very worried expression. But I think, if you don't come, I'll go alone. I jumped into the boat and grabbed an oar. There was no more time. I had to move quickly and go find out what happened to Cleo. The faster I could figure it out, the faster I could get back to my world. Do you come or not? Otherwise I'm leaving. Okay, I'll come with you. He hurriedly got into the boat and took the oar from me. I relaxed a little. After all, I really didn't know how to row a boat. If I had to row myself, I was sure I would end up spinning in endless circles on that dock. Where do you want to go, can Cleo? Where I usually go to drink. This was why I wanted Chewie to come with me, because I had no idea where I was going. If I had gone out alone, there was a good chance I wouldn't have been able to find out anything. I probably would have ended up getting lost if I wasn't careful and wouldn't have even been able to find my way home. But Cleo, there are many places he goes to drink. Then let's go to the closest one. I was getting impatient. Chewie began to row the boat. After about 15 minutes, the boat stopped on the shore, near a floating market, where several other boats were also moored. I stepped onto the shore and looked around, seeing a variety of food and drink options. It was certainly enlightening to be able to experience an ancient floating market like that. Since I was already there, I should have made good use of that opportunity. In truth, that ancient market was not much different from the modern one. The main difference was that the vendors were dressed differently, greeting customers while snacking on betel nuts. There was a wide variety of things for sale: fruit, dry foods, and lots of hot foods too. Some objects were familiar to me, but others I had never seen before. There were also sweets like bua loi, pastries, even konam krok and konam byung. Bua loi is a dessert made from rice flour rolled into balls and cooked in coconut milk and sugar. Konam krok, or coconut rice pancakes, are made by mixing rice flour, sugar, and coconut milk to form a dough. Usually, konam krok is made of two batters, one savory and one sweet. Konam buong, known as Thai crepes, is very popular as a street food in Thailand. These crepes resemble tacos. If you want something to eat, go ahead and buy it, I said nonchalantly, noticing the way Chewie was looking at all the food around us. I had just discovered that a market like that was called forest and was clearly divided into different sections, each selling a different type of product. There were sections for snacks, medicines, spices, fabrics, and bedding, among many others. That was new information to me. Truly? Do you want to eat kanampia? Go buy some, I'll let you, I said. Chewie had been staring at the boat selling kanampia for quite some time now. He gave me an excited smile before running off to go buy it, while I looked on fondly. Kanampia is a Chinese-style dessert with a flaky crust and a mung bean filling. Even though he was already married and had children, he was only 19. A kid is still a kid. Cleo. Suddenly, I heard a voice calling the name of that person I pretended to be. I looked in the direction the voice was coming from as the owner of the voice ran towards me. I was shocked. Pan. What? He frowned, giving me a confused look. What did you just call me, Cleo? My face went pale, and I didn't make a sound. That person looked exactly like my junior. Who are you talking to, Cleo? Oh, is it Cleo? Before I even had a chance to react, I heard another familiar voice. Let's go. If you're out here, that means you must be feeling better already. Jom greeted me and scanned my body. I am, I replied. I looked at the two people standing in front of me. Why was I meeting another person who looked exactly like someone else I knew? This was getting weirder and weirder. Jom told me that you got lost in the forest. You must have been very drunk. I already told you that you shouldn't drink so much, but you never listen. Even his voice was the same as my junior. I quietly cleared my throat and said calmly, okay, I'll do it. He won't drink so much anymore. Hearing my words, Keo's eyes widened. Is Cleo willing to listen to me? Is fantastic. I don't like it when you're cold to me. Please don't act like that anymore. Damn, how had Cleo treated the people around him? Why was he so cold towards them? Things were getting even more complicated. Jom and Pa. Keo, did you come here together to buy some things? I wanted to browse in the medicine section, and I thought that along the way I would also come and buy some sweets. He insisted on coming with me. Jom sighed deeply, glancing impatiently at the boy next to him, who was smiling. That's right, I want to go everywhere with Jom. His eyes shone. It was obvious at first glance what he was thinking. I blinked at the people in front of me. T liked Pan, but in this world it was the person who looked like Pan who loved the person who looked like T. Uh-huh. So I've arrived in a parallel universe? Since we're all here, let's walk together. Jom invited me to join them. I bought some sweets, but had to ask Chewie to help me because I was unfamiliar with ancient currency. Jom and Keo left first, and I asked Chewie to take me to Cleo's favorite liquor store. I noticed that I attracted a lot of stares from both vendors and customers in the market. Many of the stares were filled with contempt or even disgust. Everywhere I went, I heard whispers following me. It was obvious that people were hostile towards Cleo due to his status as the son of an accused traitor. It certainly didn't help that he also had a habit of drinking too much and getting into fights, making him a popular target of gossip. We have arrived. Chui said softly as we reached the edge of the market. In front of us was a small wooden shack, with many jugs of liquor lined up in the window. Inside there were a few tables, probably 3 or 4 in total, occupied by a group of very drunk men. Do I come here often? Not that often. Cleo usually likes to go to Pak Klong Market to drink. Come here maybe once or twice a month. Chui's information made me frown. I went into the shop to talk to the owner, but he told me he hadn't seen me for many months. That meant Cleo hadn't come here right before he disappeared. Today I would have returned empty-handed. Let's go. As the sun was rising above my head, I turned to Chui, intending to rush home before Phop finished his work in the afternoon, but then I heard a loud voice shouting. What was that noise? I frowned. The bandits must be causing trouble again. Chui replied as I walked in the direction of the noise. I didn't mean to be intrusive, but the boat was moored there. If we hadn't rushed to get on the boat, we wouldn't have been able to get back in time. As I got closer, I could hear the men's hoarse voices and the women's screams. The atmosphere was full of whispers and comments, which attracted those nearby to come and snoop without intending to help. You dropped your bag and I helped you pick it up. Shouldn't you express some gratitude? Said a disrespectful voice. In front of me was a burly man who looked like the scoundrels you see in dramas. Next to him was a group of men. 4 of them held 2 servants. There was also a beautiful woman with a fragile body, dressed in a sabai and a beautiful chonkraben. It seemed that she was the master of those 2 servants. I already said thank you for your help. What else do you want? His soft voice clearly held a hint of terror. I don't want just a thank you, beautiful Maywana. The man licked his lips as he approached. Was he threatening a woman in the middle of the market like this? Why wasn't anyone helping? Cleo, let's go. Chui tugged at my sleeve in an attempt to drag me away from that area. Wait a moment. I resisted just as I heard the shrill voice of a middle-aged woman. Churd, you dirty bastard. Don't you dare approach the young lady. If you touch Kanwana, then Freya will definitely have you whipped. Ha ha ha, is that so? The one who had been warned chuckled mockingly before returning his gaze to the target with sinister eyes. Since I'm going to get beaten anyway, I might as well take this opportunity to enjoy Maywana's sweet scent, right? The bandit grabbed the woman's thin wrist and dragged her towards him. A loud scream from the bystanders mixed with the terrified scream of the beautiful lady. Let me go? Somebody help me. Cleo, let's go back. Chui pulled my arm harder, but I recoiled and walked straight to the center of the circle, grabbed the man's arm, and pushed him away immediately. What kind of man are you to threaten a woman like that in the middle of the market? I scolded as I hid the woman behind me. Let me first explain that I didn't want to act like a hero. But since no one else even tried to stop him, I couldn't stand to see a woman treated this way. I had to take action. Why don't we find out? The bandit snorted and turned to look at me. As soon as his gaze shifted in my direction, his face took on a shocked expression, as if he were seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Cleo, what's the problem here? Before anyone could say anything, I heard a deep, familiar voice. When I turned, I saw Phop walking through the sea of people and straight to where I was standing. I felt both hot and cold as his sharp eyes looked at me. Shit, how did he get here? I asked what the problem is here. His voice dropped dangerously low, and it seemed as if the surrounding temperature had dropped by about 20 degrees. I lowered my eyes to the ground, not daring to meet his eyes. I heard the voice of one of the servants. Churd was harassing Kanwana, then Myun. Cleo came to help her. I didn't molest her. Churd shouted loudly and turned to glare at Phop with hostile eyes before walking away with his friends. Bandits and cops don't mix. In this era of discipline, Churd had no choice but to leave. People in the area quickly lost interest as soon as the scene ended, leaving only me next to the crash victim and presumably the next to be massacred. Are you okay? Phop checked the woman behind me. I'm fine, sir. Well, could you tell me what happened? I dropped my bag on the floor, and Churd came to pick it up. If it weren't for Cleo's help, I would be in a lot of trouble. Thank you very much, Cleo. He raised his hands gracefully. I greeted him quickly, trying not to look at the man next to me, but even without looking I could feel those fierce eyes staring at me. About what happened today, I wish Phop wouldn't say anything to my father. I don't want this to become a big problem, plus I'm fine now. One said in a soft voice. Is this what you really want? The cop frowned, clearly wanting to disagree, but One persisted. Yes, Phop. He gave a pleading look to the policeman next to me. The two must have been very close. I noticed that one didn't address Phop with an Myun like the others did, and she seemed to know Cleo too. If you insist, then I won't say anything to Freya about it. Phop let out a long sigh that made her smile softly. A smile like that. I had to admit that she was so sweet that it immediately melted the heart of a man like me. Then I go. Wanna raised her hands to pay respect to Phop, turned to me, and do the same. Then she went away with her servants, leaving me alone with Phop. Chewy. Why yes. Take your master to the dock and wait for me. I'm going home with you. Phop ordered before walking away. I stared at his back before closing my eyes and raising my hand to slap my forehead. I'm screwed. The sun burned the top of my head as my servant and I obediently walked to the dock and sat down to wait for Phop as instructed. I had just realized that the reason Chewy wanted us to stay away from the conflict was because Churd was Cleo's enemy, but by then it was too late. I had already gotten myself into trouble. I couldn't help but wonder why, when he looked at my face, he didn't show an expression of hatred. There was only shock, as if he hadn't expected to see me. It's so strange. I sat down and thought about it. After about half an hour, Phop returned and ordered Chewy to row directly home. I had prepared myself for a long lecture along the way, but Phop remained silent until the boat docked at the Freya Fichai Phokti pier. The young master spoke to the servant before turning and looking at me with his fierce eyes. Explain yourself. His calm voice hid the pressure he caused. Barely able to catch my breath, I looked away and replied softly. I didn't start the fight. I'm not talking about the trouble Churd caused. I'm talking about you leaving without permission. He clarified in a stern voice. Well, I just wanted to go out. I murmured. I didn't understand why he had to be so strict. I wasn't a 4 or 5-year-old. I also hadn't gone out alone. The reason I didn't want you to leave is because you just got better. If you stayed outside and were exposed to the sun or cold wind, you could catch a cold again. If I hadn't happened to have a shift in that area, I wouldn't have known you disobeyed my orders. He explained. I, who was guilty and incapable of arguing, could only bow and accept the rebuke. I forbade you because I was worried, you understand? I am sorry. I apologized. I heard him sigh. I looked at him and saw him staring at me in frustration for a moment before walking away. As soon as he was out of sight, I collapsed onto the pavilion bench and took a deep breath. Whether he stopped being suspicious or not, I didn't know. But from his eyes and his words full of concern, I came to a conclusion. He was really worried about me. Or rather, he was worried about Cleo. Chapter 5. That night, I had a strange dream. The sound of loud footsteps shook the floor, and people's screams echoed throughout the surrounding area. Everything was in chaos, but I remained sitting in a spacious room, motionless, without worrying about who came in or what they said, without even looking around or maybe even breathing. I was deeply immersed in my dreamscape, and everything around me seemed to slowly fade away. In that dream, I seemed to have had a moment of happiness, but it was suddenly replaced by contempt and contemptuous words from the people around me. Something heavy pressed against my chest from the bottom of my heart and threatened to explode at any moment. I couldn't stand it anymore. The images of the people in front of me were blurry. Even though I was drunk and barely conscious, those insidious words continued to wash over me and hit me like waves on the beach. Sometimes I reacted, and other times I ignored and let it go. My feelings were all confused, almost indescribable. Now I was furious to the point of madness and wanted to shed tears of pain. The only part one could remember clearly was that I still forced myself to smile. I blamed fate for putting me through all this. Kun Cleo? Kun Cleo? A voice called out. It seemed so far away. Slowly, I slipped out of the dream realm, opened my eyes, and looked at the wooden beam above my head with a blank expression. Chewy, please wake up. It's already morning. My personal servant. Cleo's personal servant who was sitting next to the bed humbly woke me up. I held my head with my hands and looked out the window. The sky was still dark, but the loud crowing of the rooster made me realize that it was indeed time to wake up. I sat on the bed and fought off the drowsiness as I tried to get my bearings. Meanwhile, Chewy prepared the toiletries. I remembered that I was dreaming about something, but as soon as I woke up the images were all distorted and blurry. All that remained was an intense sadness that tormented me deeply, and I couldn't shake it off easily. What had I dreamed? Why couldn't I remember? Let's run to the dock. Then Freya ordered King Cleo to go and make offerings to the monks today. Okay, let's go. I sighed. Pushing away the forgotten dream, I got up, went to change into an appropriate bathing suit to get ready. Since I had arrived there, I had always had to get up early. My body had already gotten used to it. In the dormitory, however, I woke up at 7:45 to go to class at 8 in the morning. I quickly took a bath and returned home to change into the clothes intended for offering gifts to the monks as per Freya's instructions. It no longer seemed strange to me. At first I couldn't even tie the chonkrabin, and Chui even had to help me, but since I wore it every day, I got used to it and could dress myself. I felt strange if my servant had to help me all the time, because I was no longer a child. However, Chui told me that it was common for nobles to let their servants help them dress. Today I'll let you go to accompany my mother. Be a good boy. Phop reminded me after breakfast as he left for work. Even though neither I nor Phop had said anything, the news of me sneaking out and saving Kunwana from the bandits reached the ears of Freya and Andy. If I had to guess, I would have said it was through the word of the villagers of the village. Freya hadn't scolded me at all. In fact, he had praised me for being a gentleman. My aunt, on the other hand, had only complained about the fact that I had gone out in the sun even though I had just recovered. Even though I had done a good deed, that didn't disprove the fact that I had disobeyed Phop's order. As a result, he told me to stay home for 3 days as punishment, and today was the last day. I behaved well every day. I couldn't help but argue. Staying there for a week, I finally learned to speak the ancient language fluently, so I could immediately argue with him. At first I thought it would take me a long time to get used to it, but I learned to use their language faster than I expected. I myself was surprised. The listener's dark eyebrows raised, and he looked at me with incredulous eyes. You're good at arguing. He scolded me nonchalantly. Judging by the look in his eyes and the slight curve of his mouth, he seemed satisfied with my discussion. Be patient one more day. Tomorrow I will ask my father to let you go out and gain merit in the temple. Those words were enough to alleviate some of my resentment. I raised my hands and thanked him politely. Phop reached out his hand, as if to pat my head, but he quickly stopped and withdrew it before leaving the house. He still didn't fully believe that I was the person he knew. He wasn't strange. He was closer to Cleo than anyone else. He must have sensed that something had changed. This made me wonder what exactly the problem was between him and Cleo. Why did everyone say that Cleo had behaved hostilely and aggressively towards him in particular? Cleo, sitting idle like this is boring, right? Why don't you go ride the horses? Kuning Preong suggested when he saw me standing there looking around. At Freya's house, there were many beautiful horses that I would have liked to try riding. The only problem was, Cleo, don't you know how to ride a horse? Yes, but perhaps the servants could teach me. When I said this, the aunt shook her head. The servants are not very agile. If you are not well looked after, you will get hurt for nothing. It's better if you stay with me for today. If Phop has free time, I will tell him to teach you. Thank you. I raised my hands to thank her, showing off a forced smile to put her at ease. Let Phop teach me. This would have created more opportunities for him to come up with tricks and annoy me. I thought he knew I was avoiding him. That's why he had deliberately tried to find an opportunity to get close to me. When then Freya spoke to me, Phop stood there, very close. When I was out for a walk, he would follow me, asking me about old stories and talking nonsense. He was frustrating. Even when I took a bath in the morning and afternoon, he came to visit me. He was like a stalker. So what are you doing, Aunt? I was going to make a garland to offer to the monks tomorrow. Cleo, don't tell me you're interested in helping me. I'm not good at this stuff. I smiled shyly. Actually, I was able to do some housework like cooking and sewing simple things. But getting to the point of embroidering detailed wreaths, I would say I was of no help. Exactly. You are a virile man. Then sit down and look at me. Mewen. He goes and gets the sweets from the kitchen and give them to Cleo. Yes. Aunt Mewen, the head chef, bowed her head. Once the woman brought the sweets, I sat next to my aunt and ate them, watching with admiration as the women of the house helped create garlands. I had to admit that the craftsmanship was very intricate, fast, and beautiful. Auntie, let me massage your legs. After finishing the snacks until I was satisfied, I offered to massage the old woman with a desire to flatter her. I had come to live in someone else's house. I thought I should make an effort to be polite and courteous so they would treat me well. Cleo, you are really charming. Auntie giggled and patted my head as I carefully massaged her legs and feet. I was hoping that if I got in trouble again, she would scold me just a little. Or, if I had gotten angry at Phop and ran to her to complain, she would have taken my side. Are you preparing 100 garlands to offer to the monk tomorrow? In the middle of the day, after eating and while I was helping my aunt pick sprouts to make garlands, I heard Jom's voice, who had just come home to say hello. Oh, Jom, have you come to see Phop? Yes, Aunt. Phop isn't back yet, is he? Jom gave a why and looked around for his friend. Not yet. He'll be back soon. Why don't you sit, wait, and enjoy the breeze in the water pavilion? Take Cleo with you and have a chat like friends do. Sounds good. Jom replied with a smile. Aunt then asked me to follow him and have a chat to kill time until Phop returns home. What is it like to live in Freya's house? Do you feel comfortable? He asked once they sat down. I leaned back, staring at the river in the distance. It would be nice if it weren't for someone watching over my freedom. Ha. If you say that, it means Phop still doesn't trust you to stay here. Jom laughed cheerfully. The look of pity mixed with amusement in his eyes made my lips purse in resentment. Fun. Well, it wasn't his suffering, so he could easily take it as a joke. I swear if the person in front of me had been T, I would have already slapped him on the head. Come on, don't be offended. Phop is only acting like this because he's worried about you. You know that, right? Listening to Jom's words, I let out a long sigh. I had only been there a week. How could I know him? All I knew was that the man was good-looking, good at his tasks, and was a little quiet. But in reality, he had the ability to annoy me and was the first to discover my mistakes. Jom. Yes? Were Phop and I very close in the past? I asked curiously. I wanted to gather some more information about Phop's relationship with Cleo, and Jom, who was his best friend and had known Cleo since childhood, was the right person to ask. That alcohol really made you forget the past completely. I'm sorry, I don't remember much about the past. Could you tell me? I looked at him with expectant eyes. Jom frowned, a little hesitant to answer, but he agreed to open his mouth. All right. Before you moved to Fitchett, you and Phop were very close. You don't have any siblings, so you were fond of him. You called him and stayed with him all day. Phop loves you very much, even more than his blood brothers. Honestly, I thought he hated me. He always annoys me, constantly watches me to find faults. Just thinking about it made me rant angrily, making Jom laugh. Sometimes it's like that. If he is close to someone, he always likes to tease him. That means you have a better chance of talking to him, right? Jom's question made me frown. So, when I returned to Nakhun, you said that Phop and I weren't as close as before. Why? If you've forgotten, I won't be able to answer you myself. I also don't know why you changed so much when you came back. After hearing his answer, I immediately felt depressed. Ultimately, no one knew why Cleo suddenly changed his behavior. The way you are now is better. It reminds me of the time before you went to Fitchett. Am I the same as I was back then? Sometimes you are, sometimes you aren't. You were a polite boy and spoke so little, but now you seem to be more argumentative. Jom chuckled. Certainly. I don't tolerate being provoked by anyone. As soon as I said that, his chuckle turned into a roar of laughter before he calmly changed the subject to discuss other matters. Jom, don't you have work to do? Of course I have to work. But I am not a government doctor, and therefore have flexible working hours. Don't you work for the government? Why? I asked, surprised. In ancient times, it was very rare for nobles not to serve in government, and Jom was also the son of a Freya. In any case, he had to at least be entrusted to the divisional department somewhere. I prefer to be a doctor. I'm not good at those military and political positions. Luckily, I'm the youngest, so my dad didn't force me. Jom explained with a smile. In that era when parents tended to control their children's lives, I would say Jom was a very lucky person. I continued talking to him for a while before Phop returned home. As the boat docked at the dock, the homeowner's son looked back and forth between Jom and me. Jom, have you come to see me? Yes. I have some free time today, so I came to invite you for a drink. You came back late, so I called Cleo to sit and talk. Jom explained as Phop looked at him. I stood there, waiting for what he had to say. Talk business together? Won't it give you a headache? You see? He always makes fun of me. No, Jom and I had a nice conversation, didn't we? I turned and Jom agreed with a funny smile. Yes, he was a great chat. That's good to hear. Even though he said it, his serious face conveyed disbelief, making the nerves throb in my temples. I'll go home first. I will let you talk more comfortably. I bowed my head and quickly left the area. Irritation suddenly exploded in my heart. What kind of crazy person was so annoying? And when could I go home permanently, so I wouldn't have to see him? Third person's point of view. Even though it was late afternoon, The market was still full of energy, especially in the liquor stores. The colder the night, the more crowded the customers. Whether they were villagers or civil servants, everyone was happy to come and eat and drink to relieve stress. Sitting there and drinking without saying a word. "Is there anything going through your mind?" rang out the voice of a friend who had known Phop since childhood. The listener's sharp black eyes turned to meet the gaze of the person sitting next to him. Immediately, he placed an empty glass on the table before answering his friend amidst the bustle of the restaurant. "You speak as if you know what I'm thinking. You're thinking about Cleo." John replied knowingly. The young man's dark eyebrows drew together slightly. A large hand poured clear liquor into his glass again and said, "Yes, don't you think he's acting a little strange? It seems really strange since he disappeared and then came back." John agreed. "I guess he drank too much. The potency of the alcohol must have confused his mind to the point that he now can't even remember that he was once very close to you." "You don't remember?" Phop narrowed his eyes in thought. "Yes, he also asked me if you hated him. When Cleo asked me, he had a grimace on his face." "Do not tell anyone," John said, laughing and raising his glass of liquor. Phop paused for a moment before speaking. "Is it possible that it's not the real Cleo?" "Well, haven't you stopped thinking like that yet?" The friend frowned in confusion. Phop let out a deep sigh. How could he not think so when his behavior had changed so much? Although his face remained the same, his way of speaking and his gaze had changed. The young man he had met before Fitchett was a bright-eyed and somewhat shy boy. When Luang Priyachaphabon was convicted and died, he became depressed and hostile. However, this person was full of confidence. He was polite to the elders, but stubbornly acted like a child around him. This was something he had never seen him do in the 20 years he had known him. Yes, from the first moment I met his eyes, I felt something strange. Like I know him, but at the same time I don't. He even seems to have no memory of the past. It's as if he's transformed into a completely different person. If he told me it was someone else, I wouldn't find it strange. How is it possible? His face is exactly the same. And both you and I saw the birthmark on his arm. If it's not Cleo, who could it be? Someone else's ghost pretending to be him? John didn't agree, and Phop didn't know how to answer him. From all the physical evidence, it was clear that the person in the house now was Cleo, obviously. But for some unknown reason, Phop still couldn't turn off his suspicions. For this reason, he had asked his father's permission to let him live in their house, to always keep an eye on him. He must have lost his memory due to the power of that liquor. You must not continue to suspect him. There are things that are better forgotten, so as not to feel pain anymore. The light in the Mun's eyes went out when he heard those words. That family's reputation had been destroyed and Cleo had been directly affected. He still remembered while the contemptuous words of the market residents who spoke of Luang Priyachaphabon and his family when he patrolled the area. They had insulted his father's honor and trampled on his dignity. Cleo had to hear these insidious words every day. He probably couldn't stand it. That must have been why the little brother he knew had changed so much. He had changed until even he, who had once been as close as a blood brother, was unable to get closer. And some questions remained in his heart. Why did the word "Phi," with which he called him, no longer exist? Why was he acting so cold and aggressive towards him? But he never received a response. Also, I think it's nice that it's changed. At least he's no longer emotionless. He's much livelier now. He's getting more and more adorable, John said, reminding the listener of the sweet face of the young man who lived in his house. From an early age, he had white skin and bright eyes. The edges of his clear, round eyes were slightly droopy, resulting in a soft, sad look that captured the attention of the beholder. He also had a well-shaped nose and full lips, a face that invited you to look at him. Although he had been scolded by his father for being too lenient towards Cleo, Phop had to admit that he simply couldn't resist his brother's pleading eyes. Whatever Cleo wanted, he got. But he's very stubborn and doesn't listen to what I say. Phop admitted that he had been very lenient with his gnome. In the past, he was an obedient child. He never gave him a headache. But this person would never listen to him. Now, when Phop said one thing, Cleo immediately did the opposite. Isn't it because you always go and provoke him first? John argued. Right? I always thought you must have started it. When Phop didn't respond, John patted his knee and shook his head, giving him a dejected look. The jagged mouth behind the glass of liquor curved slightly. Phop touched his lips to the rim of the liquor, sending the clear, strong-tasting alcohol down his throat in one fell swoop. It was true that he was annoying Cleo on purpose. The goal was to catch something suspicious in him, because when a liar is put on the spot, he will eventually make mistakes or act in some way that will lead to him getting caught. Besides, he was very amused every time he saw that sweet face twitch in frustration. Although the Myun's appearance to strangers was that of a quiet and calm man, he actually also had a funny side. And teasing his brother from another mother was his #1 entertainment. Kun's point of view. In the morning, the rooster crowed like a powerful alarm clock. Hearing the call, I opened my eyes and jumped out of bed without having to wait for the servant to wake me. I quickly took a bath before heading home to excitedly change clothes. Today is finally my release from house arrest. I can finally go out. You must wear your jewels today, said the servant after I had finished dressing and was ready to go out to eat in the pavilion courtyard. I watched the young man's back as he approached a wooden crate. The trunk came from Cleo's belongings. When the trunk was opened, I suffocated because inside it was filled with many gold accessories, gold necklaces, rings, and buckles. Shit, is everything in the box real gold? These things here, are these KLA's mine? Yes, replied the servant. I swallowed hard as I looked at the huge gold ring I had pulled out of the trunk. From the first time I went to the market, I could see that people of this era liked to wear jewelry to show their position. Anyone in my day would have been shocked by such a sight. If someone had worn gold all over their body and ventured into the modern era, they would likely have been attacked within 100 yards of leaving their home. That would have been really messy. I can't wear it. I grimaced, feeling uncomfortable. It doesn't even belong to me. What would I do if I lost it? This time Cleo goes out with Freya and Kuning. Not wearing jewelry would be shameful, said the servant, hastily placing a gold ring with red stones on one of my fingers. Sigh. I couldn't afford not to be sloppy around the people in whose house I lived. I would need to be extraordinarily careful today, because I wouldn't be able to make up for it if I lost it. After breakfast, Freya Phop's family and I took a boat ride, going to a temple not far from home to offer food to the monks. I assumed that temple was also built by Freya's family. I had heard teachers say that in the old days, rich people liked to compete with each other to build temples. That was probably true, because everywhere you looked there were temples and temples and temples all over the city. People gathered to accumulate merit continuously, and all Buddhist holy days were considered holidays. Obviously, in this era, Buddhism strongly influenced people's minds. He followed Freya, Aunt, and Phop to the temple. There were many servants following us, helping to collect all the offerings and food that had been prepared to offer to the monks. On the great Buddha day, the 15th day of the waning moon like that day, the temple seemed to be more crowded than usual. The murals of the Buddha's story on the temple walls and the surrounding architecture left me amazed at the beauty of the place. Even though people in the past did not have as many construction tools as in the modern era, they built such beautiful and complex temples. Sit next to me, Phop whispered as we sat in the temple, waiting. I moved to sit next to him. The room was quiet, but I could sense the stares of the people inside, which made me uncomfortable. I knew I wasn't really Cleo, but openly gossiping in front of me when they thought I was him was incredibly rude. Kuning, did you also bring Cleo today to get merit? Asked a luxuriously dressed middle-aged woman next to Aunt Kuning. Yes, Cleo just moved into our residence, so I brought him here to earn his fortune. That's why I see Cleo at the temple. At first I thought my vision had gotten worse. Usually, I just see him at the liquor store, drinking from morning till night. I thought he no longer visited temples. The lady said, laughing. The aunt's eyes shone with displeasure. Being a victim of such gossip, it would be strange for me not to show any reaction, right? I had to come to the temple to gain merit because I recently felt that my luck is not good. I want to pour some water and get merit to dispel all the negative karma. I smiled slightly at the listener. The lady was stunned speechless. I took a deep breath. Now I understood why Cleo had become so antisocial. Who could tolerate being gossiped about right in front of them? If it weren't for my respect for Freya and Aunt, I would have rebelled even harder. I was really angry. I could feel the eyes of the person next to me boring into me. I turned to Phop, thinking I would see a glimmer of disapproval in those dark eyes. But instead, he showed me a slight smile with kind eyes. He was so calm that my irritability gradually subsided, giving way to a strange feeling that made me look away in another direction. The people who had come earlier to make merit gradually stood up until it was our turn to make offerings to the monks. Phop and I made offerings to the monk, and our hands sometimes accidentally touched. For a moment, I remembered T's story, which said that those who accumulated merit together would meet again in the next life. Did this mean I would be reborn and meet Phop again? But when I thought back to the present day, I realized that I didn't even know him, so it couldn't be true. Place your hands together to receive blessings. The old monk's low, hoarse voice sounded so familiar that I had to raise my head to look, and then gasped when I saw the monk's face clearly. Long Ta. The sound of prayers and blessings rang out. Clasping my hands, I accepted the blessing as if I were in a trance. I hadn't realized it was him when I entered the temple. Only now I saw that he looked exactly like my grandfather. I had already lost count of the number of people who looked like my acquaintances in modern times. This left me even more confused, unable to understand what was happening. It's been a long time since we last met, young Cleo, said the old monk. After the blessings and pouring of water were completed, he came to greet me after greeting Freya, Aunt Kaning, and Phop. Yam is an honorific prefix that monks use to address normal people. Yes, I replied in a low voice. The more I looked at it, the more it reminded me of Long Ta. When I arrived at that time, apart from the clothes I had on, I had nothing with me. The only comfort in my family's absence was the sacred rope that Long Ta had tied around my wrist. I've watched you since you were little. You are now becoming a very handsome young man. Come closer. The monk beckoned me to come closer. Then, I approached the throne and clasped my hands together as a sign of respect. Coming here from afar, you must be pretty upset right now. The weak, hoarse voice that uttered those words made my eyes widen. I looked at him with my heart pounding. Long Ta, do you know? You just got back from Fitchit, right? Now you have come to live within Freya. There's nothing to worry about. He smiled sweetly. I felt discouraged, and my hope popped like a balloon before my eyes. I thought he somehow knew I wasn't from that time, and that I could ask him for a way to get home. Come here. I will bless you with holy water. Yes. I put my hands together and received the blessing. Then I walked away, allowing Freya and Aunt to converse with Long Ta. It wasn't until lunchtime that then Freya said goodbye to him, and we started walking home. Young Cleo. A gruff voice rang out. Yes. I was the last person to say goodbye. Looking into the foggy eyes of the old monk who had been staring at me for a long time, he uttered a sentence that left me perplexed. One's karma must be corrected by oneself. Everything that happens is predestined, so don't worry too much. When the time comes, you will see the path for yourself. Long Ta, do you know? Yes or no? I asked, babbling with joy until Long Ta laughed. I only know that Yam Cleo has just returned from Fitchit, and that from now on he will behave in the virtue of Dharma so that bad karma does not spread. Understood? Yes. A disciple entered the temple and came over to help Long Ta get up. I sat there until a servant came and called me. Then I got up and went to join then Freya's family. I felt that Long Ta must know for sure where I came from. His words had been enough to comfort my troubled mind. But the question was, when would the time come? When would I see the right way? When could I go home? It shouldn't take 10 or 20 years, right? After finishing making merit, then Freya, Kaning, and most of the servants returned home. I, however, accompanied Phop to the jewelry market. It seemed that one of his subordinates had just welcomed a daughter into the family, and so he was going to buy some jewelry as a gift. Obviously, I didn't want to miss that opportunity. Currently, Phop and I were walking among the numerous jewelry stores set up on both sides of the street with Chui and Kong. At first, I wanted to go to the market where Cleo went to get drunk, to look for clues. However, I felt that the policeman next door would certainly not let a prisoner like me go. In the end, I decided to dedicate that day to rest. I should have waited until he trusted me enough to let me go out on my own. When the time came, I could follow Cleo's footsteps anywhere. So this is what they look like. I murmured, looking with great interest at the simple silver top pings in the baskets. I had only ever seen pictures on the internet of children from ancient times wearing these garments to cover their lower body, but now I saw it with my own eyes. A top ping, or jab ping, is a small piece of clothing made of gold or silver metal mesh, worn to cover the lower parts of the body, similar to a loincloth. Do you want to buy one? A voice asked. His eyes were intentionally mocking me, so I gave him a determined look. Why would I want that? For what? I'm an adult now. If I use such a garment, how would it cover the most important part of my body? I'm just watching. Will Phop buy anything? I changed the subject with a slightly frustrated tone, making the older man smile. I'll probably buy this Nagatha ping and this women's belt. She can keep it and wear it when she grows up. Phop replied, continuing to pick out the jewelry. I, on the other hand, looked at all the silver and gold jewels decorated with many precious stones and arranged next to each other. Those objects made by the ancients were truly wonderful. There were so many accessories. If I could have bought them and brought them back to the present day to sell, I would definitely have become a millionaire. Naga is a copper alloy. My gaze fell on a gold ring. It was simple, not too thick, and decorated with an openwork pattern. I looked at him with interest for a long time until I heard Phop's voice. Do you like this ring? It's very cute. He replied without taking his eyes off the object. Compared to those large, thick rings decorated with precious stones that were around us, I had to admit that this ring was not at all attention-grabbing. However, to me it seemed simple, suitable for everyday wear without being too overwhelming. Cleo, will you buy it? Asked the servant next to me, who was holding my money bag. No. Phop, you're done shopping, right? I finished. Then let's go find something to eat. I'm starving, I exclaimed and quickly headed towards the food section in front of the market. No matter how much I liked that ring, it was gold. The price certainly wouldn't have been cheap. I already felt guilty enough for impersonating someone else. I wasn't brazen enough to waste their money too. I only used what was necessary for everyday life. I stopped and bought some snacks to take home and eat. There were many snacks that I had never seen before in modern times. For example, the dessert I was buying was called Konam Kong. It was circular in shape with crossed lines in the center. It was made of mung beans mixed with coconut milk, palm sugar, sesame seeds, then dipped in batter and fried. The flavor was sweet and pleasant on the palate. Phop, do you want one too? I turned to ask the person who had just joined me. The other shook his head in response. As far as I knew, Phop didn't really like eating sweets or fried foods, unlike me, who could eat almost anything except spicy food. Look, it's the son of that Luang from Fitchit City, the one who was flogged for taking bribes. As the merchant handed me my change, I heard whispers coming from nearby stalls. Even though I pretended not to notice, I could still hear the gossip. Isn't that the drunkard? Yes, day after day he gets drunk and frequents the town's prostitutes. I don't understand how the Myun can associate with him. The sound of gossip continued, as if they couldn't see me standing there. I took a deep breath and forced myself to control my impatience, then looked at the person next to me. Phop looked completely blank and expressionless. I heard he moved to Freya's house. How brave is Freya to associate with such a person without fear of his reputation being tarnished? That's right, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. With such a dishonest father, how different can the son be? Hearing this, I clenched my fists tightly. I tried to suppress my emotions as best I could. Even though I wasn't Cleo, I couldn't bear to hear those people insult him. How could they judge what kind of person he was if they didn't even know him? It's a shame that the Myun has to take care of a criminal like him. It's such a burden. This finally made my patience wear thin. I was about to turn around, but I was slower than the person next to me. Do not worry. I don't think taking care of my gnome is a burden. Phop's deep voice immediately silenced the surrounding area. I turned to look at his face and saw him smiling at those merchants. His eyes clearly showed dissatisfaction, causing people to quickly look away. As for my gnome's character, it is not for outsiders to judge. He spoke only briefly, but it was like a punch in the face. I couldn't help but be surprised by the person next to me. Phop turned his gaze towards me. Do you want to buy something else? No. Then let's go home. His warm palm lightly touched my back, encouraging me to walk forward. The gossip continued to echo behind our backs, but Phop didn't seem to care. He still walked beside me and even turned to give me a reassuring smile. My heart seemed to beat a little faster as I furtively looked at his sharp profile. Even though he enjoyed teasing me while giving me that infuriatingly warm smile, making me feel more and more irritated each time. The way he openly defended Cleo just now made me accept wholeheartedly that without a doubt, he was indeed a good Phi. Chapter 6. It had been almost 2 weeks since I had come to live in Freya Phaichai Phokti's house. Freya and Anting took great care of me, as if I were a member of their family. Even the arrogant people in the house who didn't like me didn't dare to cross me. It was probably because Cleo was aggressive towards everyone. Most of the servants in that house were good to me, and because I didn't behave like their boss, they treated me even better. You could even say I was lucky to have Cleo's body. I didn't even want to think about what it would have been like if I had ended up in that era as a slave. The life of a slave depended entirely on the character and good grace of the master. If you had a good teacher, you were lucky. But if a slave had a capricious master, he was no different than a living punching bag. I often heard gossip from slaves about other slaves being beaten to death or injured. Seriously, even if I had survived, I would have been a cripple. If I had become a slave in such a house, I would probably have chosen to drown myself. You are full? The person eating next to me spoke in a deep voice, while I was lost in my thoughts. Yes, I replied as I turned to look at Phop, who was in his uniform, holding up a glass of jasmine water to drink. From the day people had gossiped about me, about Cleo, when I was walking through the market and Phop had come to protect me, I had started to see him with more kindness and sympathy. In fact, I knew that he wasn't a bad person, that he was reluctant to find fault with me because he had good sense. But that little smile bothered me, so much so that it made me harbor a slight prejudice towards him. But after that day when he defended me, I tried to speak to him more often, with kinder words, at least to express gratitude on behalf of the real Cleo. He protected me at the risk of his reputation. I should be grateful, right? Is the food not tasty? He asked. It's delicious. So, are you feeling sick? No, I'm fine. Phop, why do you think I'm sick? I thought you were sick when I didn't see you ask for more rice or snacks, like you usually do. I would have asked John to take a look at you. His sharp eyes shone as he teased me, making me frown in response. Well, isn't he making fun of my appetite? Aunt, can you get me some oranges? I asked the head servant, who was crouching not far away. Yes, Cleo. How many would you like? 1 or 2 would be enough to reassure people around here that I'm fine. I emphasized the last word as I looked at him, smiling. Then I took an orange from the servant, peeled it, put a segment in my mouth, and chewed. I always became paranoid every time he said something. Maybe it was because I tended to be a biased person, but he was just like that too. I had tried to see him in a positive light and talk to him, but he always got on my nerves like this. So you don't want us to have a good relationship, do you? I thought. Okay, I'm happy to see you have a healthy appetite again. Phop said with a smile before turning to order the servant to bring him an orange too. I paused while chewing and put my hand to my cheek. Speaking of appetite, I seemed to be eating more since I was there. Even though there was no real MSG in those historic times, they still cooked incredibly delicious foods, whether homemade or store-bought. Perhaps the combination of fresh ingredients, along with traditional craftsmanship, was the reason for the deliciousness of the food. Most of the raw materials were fished by the household servants. They bent down to catch the shrimp, and in an instant the basket was full. I learned that Ayutthaya was like a plantation. There was no exaggeration in that. Being able to enjoy delicious food was a blessing, so I asked for more and more rice at almost every meal. Even now, when I looked at myself in the mirror, I felt that my cheeks had become much larger than before. I just wish I could find my way home quickly. Otherwise, if I stayed here much longer, I would become very plump. Aren't you going anywhere today? Phop asked as I peeled my second orange. No, I think I'll stay home and read a book. I replied, after popping another piece of orange into my mouth. Even though I had finally been freed from the prison that Phop had locked me in, I had decided to remain silent and behave like an obedient child for a few more days to gain his trust. Instead, I would have investigated and looked for other types of evidence right here in this house. Oh yes, Phop. I have something to ask you. If you have a day off, he teaches Cleo how to ride a horse. Nong still doesn't know how to ride. Kuning Preong said, almost making me choke on my orange. It's okay, Aunt I also think it's a good thing. A man should possess these skills. Phop should also help take care of the youngest. Freya added, yes, I'll teach him myself. Phop replied humbly and looked at me with an embarrassed expression. Saying no in front of adults would have been rude, so I had to remain silent. On my days off I will teach you to ride. Continued Phop. All right. I accepted, having no other choice. As soon as I saw his lips curve slightly upwards, I felt like throwing an orange peel at that beautiful face. Are you thinking of trying to provoke me again while teaching me? Oh, no way. I won't learn from you. After finishing eating the fruit, Freya and Phop went to work. I secretly observed the maids and noticed that their eyes were always full of adoration when they carried out the orders of the master's son. It was something I had noticed since the first day I stepped foot in that house. After I found out that Phop wasn't married, I discreetly watched him almost all the time. Despite the presence of numerous lovely and beautiful maids in the house, he seemed disinterested in them all. Sometimes he even frowned if they tried to be charming, but I couldn't blame them for trying. As mentioned, being a servant in those days was arduous. Being a wife was considered life-enhancing. Phop, being handsome and completely single, naturally made him a target. Well, it could be that he was simply a snob and therefore didn't like low-class women. However, during our outings to earn merit and visit the market together, I had seen attractive, well-dressed young women make shy gestures when they looked into his eyes. Yet he seemed unperturbed. He only smiled at them out of kindness and then ignored them completely. Sometimes I even began to believe the villagers' assumptions that he really had a sexual dysfunction. "Concleo, here are the books you asked us to bring from the old house," Chui said humbly. I looked up at the stairs and saw two servants carrying a large wooden trunk. I ordered them to put the trunk back in the room and then opened it to examine its contents. Initially, I rarely touched Cleo's things, believing that I shouldn't arbitrarily tamper with other people's property. However, in my search for clues, it became essential to know everything about him. I began to explore the few personal items he owned, since he didn't have many personal items. His clothing collection was also much smaller than that owned by others. The servant told me that Cleo was a very thrifty person. He rarely wasted money on extravagant clothes or accessories. Instead, the only things Cleo would buy were the notebooks and books piled up at the bottom of the trunk. I took a large bound notebook and turned it over. Written in it were beautifully arranged bands of letters. The handwriting was very beautiful, just like someone who has always written by hand. Even though I couldn't read some of them, I could tell that what was written were the rules of law and morality in the work of civil servants. Chui told me how Cleo read books every day during his stay in Fitchit as he prepared for future government service, with a hint of sadness in his voice. The cover of the notebook I was holding was moderately damaged. It had evidently been opened numerous times. The more I picked up various books and notebooks, the more I realized that Cleo was a person who was very eager to learn. "And your aspirations to enter the public administration?" I thought. A dark feeling invaded my heart just thinking that his dreams were destroyed in the blink of an eye, while he lost his family and all his happiness. He was really determined to succeed, and I wasn't surprised that he suffered so much. "Is that all I have?" "Yes." Some of the goods were taken back as treasures, leaving only a few chests of gold and jewels. As for this chest of books, he initially ordered me to leave it at home in Fitchit, not wanting to bring it back to Fra Nakhun. However, I and the other servants brought it secretly in case he wanted it again. The young man said the last sentence in a low voice. I looked at the trunk before deciding to close it. "1,000 thanks. You can leave. I'd like to be alone for a while." "Yes." The personal servant bowed his head and slipped out silently. I approached the bed to lie down and let out a long sigh. Cleo's belongings had given me no new clues. I had to wait patiently until it was time to leave the house again. Even now I was amazed by the strange attitude of that bandit. Obviously, there had to be something more behind the reason why he had behaved that way. All I knew was that Cleo and Chur didn't get along. I didn't know any other details, so I had to rely on asking other people. I had already started thinking about where I would find the information. I had already run the risk of being scolded by Phop, so now it was important that I behave. When the opportunity arose to leave the house, I would have to pay close attention, keeping my tracks hidden and not allowing the detective to discover anything. There wasn't much to do in a world without cell phones or the internet. Being of noble descent, I didn't have much work to do. Most of my free time was spent playing with the servants' children or tasting food for the head nurse. At first, the servants were not used to me spending time with them. They kindly tried to take me home so I could do something else, saying that a master like me should not mix with the servants. However, I was lonely and wanted a companion to chat and play with, so I stood my ground and stayed with them. After several days, the servants probably got tired of trying to dissuade me and instead gradually approached me. "Concleo, would you like to try this Khanam Chamad?" rang the voice of Aunt Mewen, the maid of the house. Aunt Mewen was a middle-aged woman, in her 60s, who used to chew areca nuts until her teeth turned black. Although she spoke loudly, she was actually a kind person. She always asked me if I wanted more rice, and she always offered me snacks or fruit between meals. It was one of the main reasons why my cheeks became swollen. "What is it made of, Aunt?" I asked about her as she stared at the brass pot in front of her, which contained round cakes floating in boiling oil. It is made with mung beans soaked in water, salt, and pepper, then coated with glutinous rice flour, and then fried. It's delicious. Her wrinkled hands offered me a plate of sweets. She held it in her hand for a moment and gave me one. I accepted it and took a bite, narrowing my eyes with satisfaction. It's delicious, isn't it? Very delicious. Aunt Muin's snacks are the most delicious. I took another bite of the snack as I smiled, my eyes shining with gratitude. Ah, call me Emuin. If the master calls the servants like that, it is like making offerings to ghosts. I burst out laughing and took another bite of the dessert. During this period, it was common for masters to refer to their servants as AI or E, but since I was not accustomed to this practice, I preferred to use their names or titles. However, calling the older servants as aunt or uncle was acceptable, like Aunt Muin, who complained every time I called her that. She said that a master shouldn't have intimate relationships with her servants and that I couldn't call them whatever I wanted either. As for Phop, I noticed that he simply called the younger ones AI or E and used pronouns like gu and mom. She spoke politely even to the older servants. It seemed like she didn't want to disrespect the elders. Well, I'll just call you Aunt Muin. Cleo. The aunt turned her face as if she wanted to faint. I started laughing, grabbed more snacks, and took a few bites. What are you doing? A loud voice sounded from outside. I looked at Phop's strong figure entering the kitchen area and chewed the whole dumpling without thinking about answering. Then Aunt Muin answered for me. I invited Cleo to try the Kanam Chamad dessert. Then Muin, don't you want some too? You can give it to me after the meal. I will have it with the drinks. Phop said. I noticed that he was holding a bottle of alcohol. Where did you buy that? I asked. I didn't buy it. An acquaintance brought this liqueur from Valanda. It tastes pretty good. Holland. This statement aroused my curiosity. It looked like what Phop was holding was European wine. I considered the bottle in his hand thoughtfully. Even though I wasn't particularly fond of drinking alcohol, I suddenly wondered if the alcohol of the past tasted the same as the alcohol of my time. Phop, if you drink tonight, can I taste it too? I asked, noticing he raised his dark eyebrows slightly. He didn't answer. I've never tasted foreign liquors, and I just want to know what they taste like. I immediately underlined. Let me try it once. He raised his eyebrows, remaining silent once again, and making me nervous. No, he said, shaking his head. Remember, Jom ordered you to stop drinking forever. I haven't forgotten. I'm not going to get drunk. I just want to give a little taste. One sip won't get me drunk, I stated, doing my best to convince him. Phop paused for a moment, before smiling slightly. In that case, if you ask me nicely, I will pour you a small glass to taste. He decided. I smiled, summoning all my strength. Phop, let me have some alcohol, please. I asked. Not like that. He shook his head. What the hell? I spoke as softly as possible. What else does he want? Phop, please let Gnome drink some alcohol, please. He instructed me. I was speechless. If you ask so sweetly, Phi might let you drink. His piercing gaze met mine, leaving me momentarily stunned. Do you really want me to be called Gnome? I think it sounds cringe, but I guess that's acceptable, right? If you don't ask like that, I won't let you drink. He added. Yes, okay, I will. The desire to taste the wine surpassed any shame I might have felt in begging for it. I took a deep breath before uttering my plea. Phop, please let Gnome enjoy some alcohol with you, please. I begged. Very good. Tonight, after dinner, we'll have something to drink. He smiled faintly. His dark eyes were so full of satisfaction that he looked away. I didn't know if it was just me, but it seemed like the weather had warmed up in a strange way today. Third person's point of view. That day, after dinner, the evening went differently than usual. Phop remained sitting on the patio, unlike all the others who, after eating, had gone on their way, retiring to bed. Beside him was a bottle of liquor and a plate of appetizers, the stars and moon shining brightly in the dark sky, keeping him company. As the cool night breeze blew across his body, he heard the thud of the bottle making contact with the wooden platform he was sitting on. It wasn't his fault, but his drinking partner of the evening. It tastes really good, said a deep voice with a strange accent. He looked satisfied and pleased. His sweet face was shining. It tastes strange. It is not like the liquor of our Siam. Do not you think? Phop asked as he poured more liquor into the glass. Cleo nodded, his round eyes shining like those of a child who had just received a toy. Ancient name for Thailand. It's not too strong, and it doesn't hurt my throat. is fantastic. Could I have another one, please? Here you are. Phop poured the drink into the glass while he watched Cleo take the appetizer. The relaxed expression on Cleo's face made Phop smile without realizing it. He was a man who believed in intuition and his own thoughts, and something told him that there was something different about this person. While he still had doubts, the more they spent time together, the more Phop saw a shadow of the same known as before he moved to Fitchett. He could see the boy showing humility with adults, that he was determined when he did something. This gradually diminished his suspicions. Indeed, his suspicion was replaced by a feeling of weakness and helplessness when the other behaved brazenly. Slow down, or you'll get drunk soon. Phop warned him, when he saw the younger one drink the glass in one go for the second time. Cleo's lips twitched in annoyance. I'm not a child anymore. I don't get drunk easily. He retorted immediately. If there was anything about him that had changed, it would have been that. In the past, Cleo would have obeyed every word, but now? Phop noticed that no matter how much he tried to convince him, he argued back. Phop, I want some more. No. Phop replied firmly. Jom had already warned him not to give Cleo alcohol too often, but it was times like these that he didn't have the strength to refuse Cleo's request. Those bright eyes of his made him tender. Furthermore, Cleo was polite and had been well behaved over the past few days. So he thought it would be fair to give him a drink or two as a reward, but if it were more, Phop would have to refuse. Why not? You shouldn't drink so much, Phop said in a serious voice. Cleo's shoulders sagged slightly, but he quickly straightened himself again. Phop, just one more drink. Just a little. He will drink it very slowly. He won't get drunk. No. Phop, just one more. I said. Let Nong have just one more glass, please. Cleo pleaded, softening his round eyes. He seemed to really like the liquor, otherwise Phop wouldn't have received such a pleading look from him. Phop had no idea why he felt the need to be kind and kind-hearted towards Cleo. This will be the last cup I will give you. Yes, Cleo said as he took another bite of the appetizer. Just a little glass. It would be fine if I let him drink a little more, Phop thought as he put down the bottle of liquor before taking a sip from his glass. But he underestimated foreign liquors too much. Ooh, what's happening? The world turns. The voice that came out of Cleo's mouth moments after drinking made Phop want to rub his temples. He stared at the younger man's face, starting to worry. From every angle, it was clear that Cleo was completely drunk. Although the foreign liquor had a mild flavor, it was quite strong. Phop's tolerance was moderately high, so it didn't affect him much. He never realized how weak Cleo was, because he never had the chance to drink with him. Now it was already too late as Cleo could barely keep his balance. Phop, I'd like another drink, Cleo said, sounding unintelligible. Now stop, Phop said as he got up from his seat and walked over to help Cleo up, leading him to his room. Earlier he had ordered Chewy to get more snacks, and since he hadn't returned yet, Phop had to take Cleo back to his room alone. The night was rather quiet. Among the whispers and moans of this drunken boy, only the wind and the rustling of the leaves could be heard. Even though he and Cleo were almost the same height, it was lucky that Cleo was much thinner. Phop could easily help him walk, but the only problem was that Cleo, being drunk, was not willing to cooperate. Where are you going? I'll take you to bed. I won't sleep, I want to drink more. He's so drunk, and yet he still wants to drink. Phop muttered to himself, smiling amusedly as he looked at Cleo's red nose and pursed lips. He had seen Cleo get drunk in the market before, and it was not a sight one wanted to see. This time, however, it was different. Perhaps it was the influence of foreign alcohol that made Cleo's drunkenness endearing? Cleo muttered as Phop supported him on his way to the bed. Phop tried to remove the hand holding his shirt, but Cleo refused to cooperate. You can let me go now, Phop said. Where's the liquor? Enough drinking. Let me go? Let's get some more liquor first. Cleo started making noise so loudly that Phop had to use his hand to cover his mouth, scared that the sound would wake up the whole house. Ugh, Cleo murmured, trying to push away the hand covering his mouth. As soon as Phop released his hand, Cleo pulled on his shirt with such force that his body fell onto the bed. The sweet eyes of the drunk beneath him shone brightly as they stared up at him. Their faces were closer than ever, their noses touching, making Phop's heart beat faster. Each second that passed was unusually long. Phop had just realized that it had been a long time since he had had the opportunity to look closely at the younger man's face. Phop looked at his face, noting Cleo's long eyelashes and the healed scar on the bridge of his nose, as well as his plump and seductive lips. Phop. His name radiated from Cleo's mouth, making him immobile, as if Cleo had cast a spell on him. Phop kept his gaze on Cleo's face, noticing the younger man frowning and squinting. Are you making friends with me? You think that just because you're handsome, you can make friends with me? You are bad. Cleo uttered a strange phrase that Phop didn't understand. For some reason, Phop regained his senses and quickly got up. Sleep. Where else are you going now? Phop grabbed Cleo's shoulder to stop him from getting up, but Cleo simply pushed his hand away. Do not joke. Why don't you ever listen to my words? Phop shook his head in resignation. Where was the boy who once followed him and obeyed his words? Why had Phop stayed with this quarrelsome boy? Don't scold me. Why do you always scold me? He asked, pouting Cleo. Surprisingly, even though Cleo was an adult, his childish gestures were still strangely adorable. I don't want to scold you. Calm down and be a good boy. Phop clarified in a soft voice as he sat down, still holding Cleo's hand next to him. Cleo's eyes met his before smiling softly, making Phop's heart skip a beat. All right. I will be a good boy for Phop, the one and only. The corner of Phop's lips curved into an amused smirk. He was aware that Cleo only spoke like that because he was drunk and that he shouldn't take it seriously, but he still found Cleo's behavior slightly amusing. Kun Cleo. Then Mune. Cleo's personal servant's voice called, snapping Phop out of his trance. Phop cleared his thoughts as he watched Chewy enter the room. What's wrong with Kun Cleo? He got drunk. Go get a damp cloth and wipe his face and body. There's no need to wake him up tomorrow morning. Let him rest. All right. Chewy bowed in approval. Phop stood and watched for a while as the servant cleaned Cleo's body, before deciding to leave the room and return to the courtyard. The dark liquor was poured into the glass again. Phop drank it while he watched the large round moon shining brightly in the sky, before heading to his room to rest. Kun's point of view. The bright light penetrated through my eyelids and disturbed my sleep, forcing me to open my eyes groggily. The first thing I saw was the wooden beam. I lay still in bed, staring absent-mindedly at nothing in particular, because I hadn't gotten my bearings yet. There was also a shooting pain in my head, which was another reason why I couldn't collect my thoughts. However, once I smelled the faint odor of alcohol on the clothes I was wearing, memories began to surface. The previous evening I had been drinking with Phop. I probably got drunk and they took me back to my room. It was my fault for not drinking in moderation. Knowing full well that I couldn't handle alcohol very well, I still insisted that he give me more. But who could have known the liquor was so strong? Just because it didn't taste as strong, didn't necessarily mean the alcohol content was lower. Kun Cleo, he's awake. Chewy, who had just opened the door, ran in and knelt beside the bed. I raised my hand and tapped my head to clear my thoughts. Are you the one who took me back to my room last night? It wasn't me, Kun. I was carrying snacks for Then Myun at the time. It was Then Myun who brought Kun Cleo back to his room. I frowned. A hazy memory slowly resurfaced in my brain. That might have been true, because I could remember Phop's voice complaining about something. What time is it? It's almost noon, Kun Cleo. It's time for him to take a bath and change his clothes. Lunch will be ready soon. Chewy helped me get out of bed. I was changing into the chong kraben he had given me, when I suddenly felt dismayed. Now that Phop had gone to work, I was safe for now, but I didn't think I would survive the evening. I would definitely see it again. Did he expect me to never go out again? If that were the case, my plans to investigate Cleo's whereabouts would have been further delayed. But I wasn't the only one at fault. First of all, why was he willing to pour me so much wine? I didn't know why, but he shouldn't have done it. If he had scolded me that evening, I would have at least had an excuse to reply. I was prepared to be yelled at. I even ended up making excuses, but everything turned out differently than I initially expected. When Phop came home in the evening, he didn't say anything to me. He just asked me how I was, and if I had woken up with a headache. When I said no, I simply nodded and he walked away, leaving me confused. Normally, he would find a way to get on my nerves or annoy me. So why was he acting indifferent this time? Could it be that he was so exhausted from work that he was too lazy to find any criticism towards me? It did not matter. It was nice not to be yelled at, as long as he didn't complain later. That evening we all gathered to eat together. Phop, I heard the news that you caught many opium users today. Freya Phaichai Phokti's voice caught my attention as I popped the vegetables dipped in chili paste into my mouth. This time they were the inhabitants of the village of Tulit Noi. We caught them while they were smuggling, and no matter how hard we tried, they remained silent and said nothing. Phop replied in a solemn voice. This proved my hypothesis correct. He was simply so stressed out by work that he didn't feel it was necessary to take it out on me. So you don't have any additional information? Asked Freya Fichai Phokti. I'm still investigating. We have a suspect, but we don't have conclusive evidence yet. So far, only small-time drug dealers have been caught, and the situation is getting worse every day. Even if the laws of the country are not lenient, they are still not enough. Phop grumbled. This city actually has many secret opium smugglers. Big drug dealers must have important connections. It won't be easy to eliminate them. The relaxed tone of Freya's voice reminded me of the story of Cleo's father. Wang Priachafaban had been punished by flogging for allegedly accepting a bribe in the opium trade case. Chui said that opium was highly detestable and that Cleo would never consume the substance because it was what caused his father's death. Having heard the news from Phop and Freya just now, it seemed that drugs were a major epidemic these days. Oh, Phop, do you have a lot of work lately? No. Well, I have something to ask you. Tell me, please teach Cleo to read and write. From nothing. My hand froze in midair while holding a spoonful of curry, and I glanced quickly at Freya before returning my gaze to the rice on my plate. I grimaced inwardly, continuing to chew my food. We had talked to Freya the other day while he was resting. Chan, Phop's half-brother who was about 14 or 15, was with us in the room reading law books. Suddenly, Freya had asked me what the subject of the book he was reading was, and I was speechless. How could I do that? Both in my era and in this one, I had not studied well, much less a subject of law. I couldn't even read some of the words in the book, which made sense because the Thai language had different vowels and consonants back then. Even though the real Cleo knew about these things, I felt like I had suddenly become a kindergarten student who couldn't read or write. No wonder Freya suspected me. I had made up an excuse and claimed that the effects of alcohol had made me lose my memory. I thought the matter would end there, but then Freya became serious and said that he would send me to study again. I expected him to send me to study with the monks in the temple, but instead, he wanted Phop to teach me. Teach no? But he can read and write fluently, right? When he lost his memory, it also included his ability to read and write. I would really appreciate it if you would teach your known, even just a little. In about 10 months, the accounting department will be opened for new civil servants. I want Cleo to get it so he can have a stable job in the future. Then Freya explained. I sat there, stunned into silence, as I realized that someone had just planned my future for me. In that era, government service did not use an entrance exam to earn a job, but a system of recommendation from nobles and officials. They often entrusted their children to the departments of various divisions. That said, the serf class had little chance of rising to the upper class because they had no masters who could send them into service. I was pretty lucky to have Cleo's body. I could get a job quickly, but you should ask me first whether I want to do it or not. No problem, father. But I worry about whether anyone will be able to enter the civil service. Phop's eyes flashed darkly. I was confused, not understanding what he meant. Father and son are different people. If I approve, no one will dare refuse. Even if he couldn't enter the royal department, he still wouldn't have to suffer because he would have a stable job in the civil service. Phop, teach the youngest, including writing. I will do it. Phop nodded as he looked at me, his sharp, playful eyes shining with mischief. I could almost see the gears turning in his brain. In short, I would have spent more time with Phop. The more I didn't want to be around him, the more I was forced to be with him. I had to be close to him because of the things I had to learn and do. Now I understood the old saying. You shouldn't hate something because the more you hate it, the more you will attract it. We'll start tomorrow. I'll teach you to read. All right. I accepted. What choice did I have? None. This was madness. Chapter 7. Living in that bygone era, in a society I had not grown up in, was constantly stressful for me. However, I had no choice but to try to adapt to that place, learning about the people and culture of that time, until the day I could finally find my way back to my world. After living there for about 3 weeks, I noticed many differences between that time nearly 400 years earlier and the present day, both advantages and disadvantages. Let's talk about the benefits first. The natural environment was very abundant. There were crops and fish in abundance. One never went hungry. Everywhere I looked, I was surrounded by rivers, rice fields, Thai-style houses and temples. There were no tall buildings or industrial factories, which was the main cause of air pollution in my day. I could breathe well and without fear, and I was sure that I was not breathing in any harmful fine dust. The air was always clean and fresh. Even without the fan, I didn't sweat a single drop. Even now, in the height of summer, the weather was still cooler than Bangkok winters. Furthermore, the lifestyle of those people was simple and without chaos. Time seemed to pass slowly. Aside from the fact that I spent every day waiting for it to be time to go home, living such a simple life had greatly freed my tired mind from the hustle and bustle of modern-day city life. Of course, there were also some disadvantages that were overwhelming for me, who was used to living with the convenience of modern technology. The number one drawback was that there was no internet, phones, Netflix, or games to play. Transportation was inconvenient. If you didn't travel by boat, you had to walk, or ride a horse, or ride an elephant. Yes, they actually rode elephants when traveling to distant places or over rough terrain. Or take a carriage ride if you wanted to go further afield. Communication was also difficult. In my time, if you wanted to connect with someone, you could call or text line, even if they lived in another hemisphere of the world. But in the past, there was only the possibility of sending letters or, in case of urgent news, sending servants to convey the message in person, which was still a very slow process. Why did the social system consider people so unequal? This was something that had always bothered me when I listened to my teachers explain in their classes. When I studied the material in my textbook, I didn't think much about it. But seeing it with my own eyes, I could only say that I felt very lucky to have been born in a time after the abolition of slavery. Otherwise, I could very well have been a servant in someone else's house. Cleo, and there's not much to do here. I simply alternate eating and sleeping every day. After just 3 weeks, my cheeks have already started to get plumper. Will I soon start rolling instead of walking? Cleo. Also, there is no shabu-shabu or grilled pork here. When can I go home? I can't wait to eat some grilled pork. Cleo. Hey. The deep voice that rang in my ear brought me out of my thoughts. Surprised, I quickly turned to look. My heart began to pound when I realized that the sharp face of the owner of the voice was only a step away from me. What happens? I have called you so many times. Phop narrowed his eyes and observed me, while I still sat stunned with a thoughtful look. I'm sorry. I was thinking about some things. Well, why did you call me? I stuttered and walked away, looking away from him. I really hadn't heard him call me. I was too busy thinking about how much I missed shabu-shabu and grilled pork. But why did he have to get so close? I would like to read what you wrote in the notebook. Have you finished writing? The speaker looked at the black notebook in my hand. Then Freya had ordered Phop to help me with my studies every day before dinner, after he came home from work, or after breakfast on his days off. I had to sit and learn to write and read from this policeman who was also my teacher and who did his duty perfectly. Although there was a slight distrust in his eyes when he realized that I could neither read nor write fluently. Phop was very calm, taught me slowly, and never scolded me when I made mistakes. His way of teaching was to say the words out loud, and then have me write them down, just like my teachers did in elementary school. I finished. I put down the pencil and, without looking him in the eye, slid the notebook over. I didn't know why, but from the first time he helped me with my studies, something about the situation seemed familiar, as if it had happened before. I've been saying since the other day, your handwriting has changed a lot. Phop studied my writing for a moment before looking up at me and speaking. I gulped secretly, knowing that I had once again made myself suspicious. Even though we looked alike and had birthmarks in the same place, some things weren't exactly the same, like our handwriting. How could I write like a person from the old days? Even though I tried my best to imitate him, my handwriting was still different. I've lost my memory and I can't remember anything. In a situation like this, it is normal for my handwriting to change. The policeman didn't seem convinced, but he couldn't even think of a good argument, so he sat in silence and checked the accuracy of the words I had written. I breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, fingerprinting or DNA testing technologies did not exist at that time. There are still some misspelled words, but that's okay. Continue reading, and little by little you will begin to remember them. That's all for today. Phop gave me back the notebook in which he had crossed out the misspelled words and corrected them. I thanked him with joy in my heart. It was finally over. It was only 10 in the morning, and it was a public holiday. I thought about asking Phop out so I could go check the liquor stores in the other markets where Cleo often drank, in case anyone had seen him before he disappeared. Chewy. Yes. Take Kuncleo's stuff to his room, then follow us to the stables. Phop said to my personal servant who was sitting nearby, before turning and speaking to me. Let's go. Where? Why don't we go to the stables? I'll teach you how to ride a horse. He smiled looking at me. Teaching me to read is bad enough. Teaching me to ride, I might have been a little paranoid, but from the look in his eyes, I thought he was up to something. There was definitely something wrong. I didn't like it. I didn't want to be provoked. Everything is fine. I don't know how to ride a horse. There's nothing wrong with that. No. Being born a man, it is a skill one must have. It is not known what situations they will encounter in the future. It is better to have knowledge, however trivial, than to know nothing. Phop said in a serious tone. I couldn't argue with it. What he said was true, but from what I had seen in dramas, learning to ride a horse, doesn't the instructor have to sit behind me? I understand that you may feel uncomfortable and don't want to learn from me. However, I can't disobey my parents' orders either. Learning to ride a horse is not difficult. It won't take long, just be patient. His tone of voice and the shrewd look in his eyes made me squint. From the outside, he looked like a serious man. He spoke very little, but Phop wasn't as harmless as he seemed. Looking at the sentence he had just said, he blamed me for not wanting to study and vaguely stated that he didn't want to teach me either, yet he couldn't disobey his parents' orders. People of ancient times were cunning and deceitful. I don't feel uncomfortable. I'm just respectful to Phop. I immediately found an excuse. It was true that I felt uncomfortable and didn't want him to teach me. How could I accept? If I had, I would have become the loser in this battle of words. Don't feel intimidated. The corners of his mouth lifted in a polite smile, but his eyes shone with mischief. I pursed my lips in frustration and followed him from the house to the stables. I had no choice. Wait my turn to answer you. I will leave you speechless. I already knew well that then Freya Fichai Fokti's house was sumptuous. The residential area alone, not to mention the gardens and vast cultivated fields, could be compared to the size of an extravagant resort. Therefore, it was not surprising that his horses were also of exceptional beauty, fine breed, and exorbitant value. Furthermore, the stables located in the courtyard were constantly monitored by the servants. Although these precious steeds were the prized possession of a powerful government official like then Freya, one could never rule out the folly of the thieves who would dare attempt to steal them, even at the risk of severe punishment. It was for this reason that then Freya employed numerous servants to diligently supervise and safeguard the stables at all times, 24 hours a day. Phop chose a white mare named Chao Sin Wan to teach me. According to him, she had a gentle nature, did not scare people, and rarely got agitated like others. This reassured me, because I was afraid of being knocked down or injured while walking next to him. Walking is a prerequisite before riding. You have to get used to it first. Phop shouted to me as the servant led Chao Sin Wan out of the stable. I stood there awkwardly, waiting to be introduced to the horse. I felt a twinge of nervousness when I realized that this would be my first time in close contact with a horse. She was tall and graceful. She looked like a beautiful Victoria's Secret supermodel among her more ordinary mare companions. After spending some time petting her and getting to know her, I started to feel more comfortable. Then came the exhilarating moment when I had to get on the horse. I listened carefully to Phop's instructions on the correct mounting technique and slowly made my attempt. However, as soon as my butt touched the leather saddle, my whole body tensed up. During my childhood, I had broken my leg by falling from a mango tree. Even though I hadn't fallen from a great height, it had still left a memory of pain so deeply ingrained that I was even afraid of heights. I was terrified of riding, fearing the possibility of another painful accident. Considering the lack of medical advancements at the time, I couldn't endure such agony again without an anesthetic. I chose not to think about the terrifying prospect of hurting myself like that again. Take the reins. Sit with your spine erect, with your chest and legs aligned. Avoid leaning forward like that. His stream of instructions echoed in my ears. I sat stiffly, doing my best to keep my balance. But as a novice horseman, this was no easy feat. Stretch your legs. Relax and don't tense up. It seemed easy enough, but I simply couldn't do it. How could I stay relaxed when Sin Wan kept moving like that? Give the horse a gentle tap with your foot to get him to walk, advised Phop. Beads of sweat began to form on my face. Even when the horse stood still, I couldn't help but feel tense. If he started walking, would I be able to keep my balance? Don't be afraid. He won't make you fall. Phop reassured me, as if he had read my thoughts. Taking a deep breath, I lightly tapped the horse's side a few times, and Scene 1 began to move forward. Oh my whole body will cramp after this. I cursed silently as Scene 1 began to trot forward, accompanied by a servant walking alongside us. Feeling unstable and afraid of falling, I ended up leaning backwards involuntarily. Sit up straight, otherwise you might fall. Phop's voice promptly heard. I grumbled to myself. He is incredibly demanding, even more than riding a motorbike. Hey. My face flushed red and I began to panic as the mare, who I was at the mercy of, began to speed up. I gripped the reins tight, unsure of how to control the speed, or if I should hold the reins that way. I had no idea how to make her slow down. Phop walked beside me at a distance and intervened when he noticed my pale face. Ming, stop the horse. He ordered her. Yes. Phew. He hissed the mare. I felt like several months had been shaved off my lifespan. I told you not to be tense. He said irritably. It's difficult. I frowned, biting my lip in frustration. I didn't want to ride anymore. It's okay, even if I don't know how to do it. I'll be here for him. I don't know how long. But even if I didn't know how to do it, it shouldn't matter, right? You were scared? I must have looked visibly scared because Phop had commented on it. I looked away, not wanting to admit the truth because I thought I would lose my temper. We were both silent for a moment, and just as I was about to say something and dismount the horse, Phop deftly removed one of my feet from the stirrup, inserted his foot into it, and hauled himself up to sit behind me. Shit. Put your foot back in the stirrup, on my foot. I froze when I heard his low whisper near my ear. I followed his lead awkwardly. As I did so, I realized that my back was firmly against his chest, our bodies touching each other. My lack of ease seemed to intensify. Better? His warm breath tickled my ear. How are things somehow better? I became even more tense. Damn it. Panic was consuming me. I had never been one to let my guard down easily, even with my closest friends. I had rarely found myself involved in such an intimate embrace. Maybe the closest I'd come was riding a motorbike with a friend, but I'd never been the one giving a ride, so it was weird with someone sitting behind me. How did I suddenly find myself wrapped up like this? When Phop brought his hands forward to hold the reins, I felt as if his strong arms were cradling me. It was the strangest, most indescribable feeling I had ever felt. Why didn't you tell me you were scared before you started? I would have sat behind you, he said, rather than mock me or lose his temper and abruptly end our lesson. Did he choose to be understanding by sitting directly behind me, offering support and words of encouragement? I didn't know how to feel, so I deliberately chose not to respond and remained silent, instead observing our surroundings. As I looked around, I discovered the surprised looks of the servants, who were eagerly watching us with great curiosity, even the servant who had driven the horse for us. They quickly looked away when I caught them staring at us. I realized it was strange for them nowadays, the idea of two men finding themselves physically embracing each other so tightly. The weight of the servants' incredulous gazes began to make my hands shake unsteadily, but Phop remained undisturbed by the others' careful gazes. He remained steadfast in his commitment to teaching me the art of horseback riding, his gentle voice ringing right next to my ear. Be brave and practice regularly. You will soon get used to it. Don't worry. His soothing voice offered words of encouragement. A sense of well-being washed over me. Strangely enough, the anxious tension that had tormented me from the beginning had gradually eased. After a while, I began to enjoy this new experience. It wasn't so scary anymore. With Phop sitting there behind me, it seemed, I wasn't as terrified of a possible fall. After practicing for a while, Phop dismounted. Enough for today. He held out his hand as if to help me down, but I refused and went down alone, managing to preserve at least some of my dignity. I suspected that I should ask the servant to prepare some oil to soothe my muscles. I was so tense that I would probably wake up the next day in excruciating pain. Give it another try. Next time you will become more skilled. You won't need me to ride with you. His charming eyes looked at me with a smile. Or, do you want me to help you again? There's no need. He replied hastily, lifting his chin. He would have been mortifying. How would the other villagers respect me if at my age I continued to ride with someone's help? Cleo. Phop's voice rang out, handing me a handkerchief. Suddenly, I found myself in a trance, moving my gaze between the handkerchief and his beautiful, captivating face. "What? Your face is covered in sweat," Phop observed, his eyes twinkling fondly. My heart pounded as his attentive gaze moved across my face. My self-consciousness intensified even more when he commented, "The weather isn't too hot today. Why is your face so red?" he asked, taking a step forward as he eyed me. "Your ears are red too." He tilted his head slightly, showing off his surprisingly beautiful and long eyelashes. It became increasingly difficult not to admire his beautiful features. "It's just that it's hot today," I hastily interjected before he could use the opportunity to say something strange and make fun of me. Phop smiled sweetly in response, while I, on the other hand, felt the overwhelming urge to run away due to my growing embarrassment. "I'm not sweating." I stubbornly denied it when he offered me the handkerchief again, this time meeting his warm gaze with mine. "Or do you want me to clean it for you?" he offered, but I cut him off. "I'll take care of it." I clumsily snatched the handkerchief from his hand and wiped my face to silence him. His hypnotic gaze would have made it difficult for anyone to maintain eye contact with him, let alone me. Like anyone else in my position, he made me feel nervous and awkward. "I'm a terrible Phi." I exposed my gnome to the sun and turned his skin red. "I owe you an apology." He sighed dramatically after I finished wiping my face. From the mischievous glint in his eyes, it was clearly evident that he was teasing me, that annoying little idiot. "It's noon. Let's go home and eat," he continued. "All right," I replied, taking his suggestion. I walked quickly to join him, entering the house, my face still warm. According to the Thai calendar, the 4th month had already arrived and marked the beginning of summer. In the international calendar, it would be March. The weather was very humid, and of course my face was red due to the heat. It had absolutely nothing to do with him. Since I had just experienced an unexpected intimate moment with Phop, which had left me feeling a little intimidated, we spent lunch in complete silence. As soon as I finished eating, I asked Phop for permission to leave the house, explaining that I would go to the market with Chui. I had been very modest these last few days. When Phop taught me, I studied diligently, hoping to convince him that I would not go out without permission and cause trouble. That way, I could ask him to let me go out whenever I wanted. "What exactly do you want to buy that you have to go alone like this?" Phop's deep voice sounded from the dock. I settled into the back of the boat, preparing to leave with a frown on my face. Of course, he had allowed me to leave, but on the condition that he come too. When I objected, he asked me where I was going and why he wasn't allowed to come with me. I couldn't tell him the truth, so in the end we left together. I didn't want to buy anything. I just wanted to look around and try new things. I replied, exasperated that my plan to go to Pak Klong Market had now been thrown out the window. Since there was a prostitution joint and a liquor store in that area, where Cleo had already caused trouble, I had to change my plans, otherwise Phop would never have let me go. That's why we were going to visit another liquor shop in Tullitbach that Cleo also visited. As for Pak Klong Market, I would sneak over with Chewy later once Phop went to work. It took about half an hour to get to the pavilion dock. While Chewy was docking the boat, Phop got out and took me directly to the market, which was not very far from the pavilion. Today we were headed to the grocery market and the general merchandise market, both of which are open all day, even on holidays. It was crowded with people. Normally, I didn't like being in a crowded place, but the items sold on both sides of the street attracted a lot of attention. They looked interesting, so I walked around and looked at them. It was almost fun to forget the surroundings. When you were little, you didn't like going out. Now it's as if I'm no longer antisocial. I heard Phop say as I stood in front of the brass shop, checking out some products. I looked at him with furrowed eyebrows. Then why do I have to stay and take care of the house? This is not my job. This is true for you. He smiled weakly, his eyes twinkling as if he'd found something funny that I didn't understand. We had been spending time together for 3 weeks, but I had the feeling that I still didn't know much about the man. Phop was a difficult person to read. Sometimes he liked to tease me to the point of getting on my nerves. At other times, he could be quite serious and seem very mature for his age, especially in a society where people married and started families at an early age. He acted like an adult when in reality, at his age in my day, he would have only been a 3rd or 4th year college student. At the end of the market, there is a shop that sells brass and glassware from China. If you're interested, I can take you there to take a look. Phop told me as we started walking again. I noticed that all the vendors greeted him, which made me think that he was well known in that area. Yes, we go. Phop, you seem to know this place well. Because this area is my responsibility. There are bandits around here who usually cause trouble, and I often have to put them in prison. He replied, laughing. Oh, right. I had forgotten that he is a policeman and he had to check the area often. If he didn't know this area, he wouldn't be able to do his job and earn a living. Really? I thought you flirted with girls around here so often that you knew the area well by now. I blurted out nonchalantly, making him raise his dark eyebrows. You don't have to worry about any girl. I will reign in solitude for a long time and will keep you company as a friend. Phop replied with a smile, his eyes meeting mine. His words made me frown. Reign in solitude means I'll stay single. Wait, what you said no? I meant that I will only reign in solitude for a certain time. He interrupted me. His sweet smile and his teasing eyes ensured that what I was thinking was true. Don't you check the taps? Come early, he said as he walked on, leaving me staring furiously at his broad back. Dare you be sarcastic to me like this? Well, if I couldn't find a girl, I wish he could never find a girl like me either. So confident. Phop and I spent some time in the brass shop at the end of the market. We examined the material until we were satisfied. We soon got to the main reason I wanted to go out, which was to invite Phop to visit the liquor store that Cleo visited regularly. Obviously, as soon as I spoke, the policeman didn't seem to like it. I had to explain that I just wanted to see and visit the shop owner, which convinced him, and he took me there. The liquor store was located at the end of the market. It was a big shop, unlike the first shop I visited, which was a small shack. Although the owner of the shop was a Chinese man who spoke a little Thai, he sold different liquors such as Thai white liquor, Chinese liquor, Western liquor, and yadong, thus attracting customers. The shop was almost full even though it was only late afternoon. There was a prejudice against people drinking alcohol during the day as if they didn't care about work, but since today was a holiday, going to a liquor store in the afternoon was not objectionable. Yadong is a powerful drink made by infusing cheap lao khao, or rice whiskey, with native plants. Phop, let's go in, I said, inviting him into the store. His face immediately became serious. I told you not to drink alcohol anymore. But you let me do it the other day. That's because we were drinking in private and not in public places like this. He looked at his surroundings with a stern look as I quickly tried to think of more excuses. I was already in the place I wanted to go. If I hadn't been able to get in and ask for more information, it would have been a wasted trip. All right, I won't drink alcohol, but how about yadong? I blurted out as my gaze fell on the jar in front of the store. The person next to me didn't seem to agree. Yadong is liquor, he replied bluntly, but it is also a tonic. A glass or two wouldn't hurt me. Besides, if I get really drunk, Phop, you won't leave me, right? I gave him a smile to flatter him. When he didn't move, I changed my expression to one of pity. I am tired. We have been walking for a long time. Let's sit down and rest a bit in the shop. Puff. Well, yes, I screamed inwardly, happy when Phop finally gave in, and dragged him into the store before he changed his mind. The store clerk, a tanned young man wearing only chong kraben, walked us to the table and gave us a friendly smile. We haven't seen each other for a long time, Cleo. Then Mune came with you this time. With just one sentence, my heart full of joy withered in the blink of an eye. He said we haven't seen each other for a long time. How long? Honestly, it feels like it was only yesterday since I last came here. How much time has passed? It's been almost 2 months. Recently, I heard that Cleo mainly visited Pak Klong Market. My boss does nothing but complain and complain every day. Almost 2 months. If we include the time I was here, it would have been over a month since Cleo was here before he disappeared, so there shouldn't be any clues here. I already knew that I only had to go to Pak Klong Market. If Phop hadn't come with me, I would have gone there. It's thanks to him that I came here for a walk instead. Why are you looking at me? The man next to me asked. I shook my head and turned to check out the liquor to ease the boredom. Since the store was full of people, we were also surrounded by noise from them. It seems that in that period foreign trade was booming. No matter where I went, I saw foreigners walking around in typical foreign clothes. There were foreign villages located in Nakhun, both Chinese and Western. Even in the liquor store I was in, there were 2 golden-haired foreigners sitting at a nearby table, drinking alcohol and conversing in English. I didn't pay any attention to them until a certain phrase reached my ears. Did you see the man who's sitting at the table, wearing a long-sleeved blue shirt? He's a local police officer in this area. The man who's sitting with the white man? Yes. I once had an argument with a street vendor. He claimed that the money that I gave us wasn't right. I got angry, and that officer came to mediate, but he didn't understand anything I said. What a waste of time. You already know that this country is uncivilized. How could you hope that someone is able to communicate with us? You're right. In the end, I had to pay to cut off annoyance. There was also a time when I was flirting with a woman. He came to pick a fight with me. I don't doubt that he wants her. The government officials in this country are really shitty. That whole conversation made me frown. Maybe I hadn't known Phop for long, but as I had seen in the almost 3 weeks of us living together, he was very straightforward and not a bully. Especially when it came to stealing women. As the man claimed, it was impossible. I had never seen him look at or flirt with anyone. Otherwise, there would have been no rumors about his impotence. Why do I have to endure this barbaric country? I'm so sick of it. I agree. Just look at their skin and how they are dressed. They are hideous. At this point, my face began to twitch in displeasure. It was true that the city of Ayutthaya was not as developed as the West, but talking about the appearance of others was too much. That man is looking at us. One of the foreigners pointed out when he saw me looking. His acquaintance turned to look at me before laughing and speaking softly. Let him look. Those stupid people don't know what we are talking about. What did you say? Who is stupid? I let out my voice. Suddenly, the entire store went silent. Why aren't you answering me? I asked again when there was no answer. The two who seemed paralyzed by shock looked at each other. Are you surprised that I understood what you said? I didn't want to interrupt your lovely conversation, but you mentioned my brother, so I had no choice. When did I mention your brother? One of them seemed to have eased the shock and looked at me with arrogant eyes. You're talking about a man wearing a long-sleeved blue shirt who is a policeman. He's the only one wearing such clothing in this shop, isn't he? Now let me tell you something. My brother is a kind person. He works according to his duties and would never be the one who starts a fight like you claimed. Aren't you the one who harasses other people? That's why he had to intervene? I muttered. Anger was possessing me. You're on the same side. You would say anything for him. Maybe you're right, because I would not take side with the people who came to live in another country, then insult it like you do. I replied in a cold voice. The entire store began to gossip, and the frantic noise from before became a low murmur and a whisper. The man's jaw was clenched as if he was trying to hold back his anger. The other stranger noticed this and quickly scolded him. They took out the money and put it on the table for their drinks, before quickly leaving the shop while I stared after them. I really hated people who liked to insult and gossip about others behind their backs. Those kinds of people had to face some backlash, but based on their personality, they probably wouldn't have cared. Cleo. Phop called my name. A sudden shiver ran down my spine when I saw his sharp eyes staring at me. How can you speak the language of foreigners? The situation worsened. I thought to myself as sweat began to drip down the side of my face. Not only Phop, but everyone in the store looked at me in shock. In my day, it was not uncommon for someone to speak English fluently. But in this era, he must have been extremely strange. Even nobles didn't speak so fluently, and here I am, speaking it with ease. Anyone who had no doubts would be crazy. Damn, I really screwed up this time. Well, when I was in Fitchett, I studied it a bit. Learned from whom? Missionaries. I tried to keep my voice normal and responded nonchalantly. I had heard from Chewy that there were missionaries in town who not only shared their religion, but also taught the English language. That excuse should have been credible enough. Are there missionaries in Fitchett too? Exactly. Otherwise, who else could I have learned it from? I pretended to laugh even though I knew how forced it sounded. Fortunately, Chewy had been ordered to guard the boat. If he had been present, he surely would have interfered and my excuse would not have worked. You can't read and write Thai well, yet you speak a foreign language fluently. How strange. Oh dear. I'm sorry, but please stop doubting me. My memory is fuzzy. I remember some things, others I don't. I happen to remember how to speak their language. I replied with what seemed like the most plausible reason. I thank John for diagnosing me that way. It made it easier to find an excuse for my irrational and strange behavior. Phop, let's go home. It looks like it's going to rain. I quickly changed the subject and invited him to go back before he became more suspicious. I received no response. Suspicion still lingered in the air around me. The more I thought about it, the more I wanted to beat myself up. I should have calmed down and not let them irritate me. They weren't even talking about me, so why did I care? So, what were you and the foreigners discussing just now? Asked Phop, who remained silent for a long time, as we walked back to the dock through the crowds of the market. They insulted you and insulted our country. I couldn't stand it, so I confronted them. Did they insult me? He raised his eyebrows in surprise. I nodded in response. Yes. He said that you intervened when they argued with the merchant and that you ended up arguing with him while he was flirting with a woman. Just thinking about those words made me feel irritated again. Phop was silent for a moment before replying. Well, those things definitely happened. Huh. Did you actually fight them? Not exactly. Regarding the merchant's story, he didn't pay the right amount and started yelling loudly, so I had to mediate. As for the lady, it was because she was behaving aggressively. The lady refused to shout for help to others. It was lucky that I was patrolling nearby, so I went to help her. Phop explained calmly. In other words, that stranger had a bad habit and took the good for himself and cast the bad on others. As I thought, Phop is not that kind of person. At least that was the only thing I knew well about him. So you fought because they were gossiping about me? Well, what they said wasn't true. I replied sheepishly, not understanding why I had to get angry about this. I turned and made eye contact with the person next to me who was smiling. Thank you for protecting me. Phop's eyes looked softer and kinder than ever when he said those words. His dark eyes seemed to shine, which made me unable to look away. My eyes lingered a little longer, until nervousness began to fill my body. I immediately avoided his gaze and murmured in response. Everything is fine. Come on, let's hurry. I moved on quickly. The goal now was to get through the crowd and get to the pier as quickly as possible, trying not to make any eye contact with the person next to me. The market was still flooded with many people. The afternoon air was so suffocating that I was sweating by now. My face was hot as if I had caught a cold. Or maybe it's because I drank some yudong. It must be so. This must be why I feel hot. That's all. Nothing else. Chapter 8. I once believed that locating Cleo and finally returning to the present was all I could ever think about, but a slight change had occurred. These goals no longer necessarily consumed my every waking thought, but rather the man I had known had. Welcome, Cleo. Where's Phop? I asked the head servant, who was coming up the stairs, carrying many books. The servant who administers on behalf of the master is often a literate and knowledgeable servant. He lowered his head in respect, replying humbly. Then Myun is at the training camp with the servants right now, Cleo. Is there any problem? It has nothing to do with me, but the aunt is looking for Phop. She needs to talk to him about something. Then I will inform the Myun for you. He probably intended to run away to find his master, but I held him back and told him, there's no need, I'll go alone. I'll go get some things for the servants. If you're busy with something, you can continue. Yes, sir. He smiled and continued towards Phop's office with his things, while I, on the other hand, went straight to the training camp to find the boy. If I hadn't gone to give the children the toys I bought at the market the day before, I probably wouldn't have bothered looking for it myself. I tried to avoid meeting him as much as possible. At first, I didn't want to confront him for fear of him suspecting me, but now there were other reasons why I was worried about seeing him. From behind the house came loud shouts of men. I quickened my pace to find Phop first and then returned to my tasks. Passing through the bushes towards the training trail, I stopped when I found two burly, shirtless young men wearing chonkrabans. Their bodies were covered in oil before the fight. They both held swords in their hands and slashed at each other aggressively. For a moment I stopped and forgot the purpose for which I had gone there. Then Myun will definitely win. Ming, don't give up. The noise of the servants and handmaids rang in my ears as their blades clashed, making a deafening sound. There were loud, enthusiastic noises mixed with applause. But what caught my interest wasn't the prospect of who won or lost the battle. Rather, I noticed the silhouette of the person I was looking for in the center of the circle, holding a sword in his hand to attack his opponent. I had heard the servants say that Phop was skilled in fighting and always practiced boxing and sword fighting together with the servants. However, this was the first time I saw it with my own eyes. And he looked absolutely stunning. The noble's blade sliced through the air, cutting frighteningly close to its target. Phop's swordsmanship was strong and almost magical. I couldn't take my eyes off him, almost as if a spell had been cast on me. His eyes lit up with a playful and excited look as he circled his opponent. His sweat glistened, dripping onto him, but it didn't diminish the beauty of his face in the slightest. On the contrary, I thought he was even more charming than before. Clang. A loud clanging of swords brought me back to reality, and it was at the same moment that I heard someone call out to me. Cleo. Chui. Did you leave me at home and come here? I looked carefully at my servant who had been missing for almost an hour. He smiled and bowed his head remorsefully. Excuse me, did you also come to watch the training? Not exactly. I came to call Phop at the behest of my aunt. He has something to talk to him about. I glanced at the person who was still sword fighting with his servant. Chui moved to stand next to me and whispered, Then Myun is extremely skilled in combat. Kong told me that whether it's boxing, sword fighting, or gun fighting, in all of these cases, he is extremely skilled. And Ming, the one who faces him, is considered the best with the sword among the servants, although he is hardly comparable to Then Myun. Really talented, like you said. I murmured and took a deep breath to suppress the throbbing sensation in my chest. It had become harder to make eye contact with Phop since he thanked me for arguing with the foreigners and for standing up for him. I had felt strange about him since the first time I saw him, and I didn't know why. I had never experienced feelings like this in the company of another person before, and it was becoming more and more intense. I couldn't understand what he was. Plack. The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground was met with loud applause. I looked into the center of the circle and saw that the fight was over. Phop was still standing, his sword aimed at the neck of his opponent, who was sitting on the ground. Phop said to his opponent, You have improved. It took me a long time before I could corner you. Thank you. Ming raised his hands in a Y, excitement in his eyes. With a smile, Phop lowered the sword and grabbed it with his other hand, before reaching out and pulling on Ming's hand to lift him up. It was like this. He was not arrogant towards those of lower status. No wonder the servants of the house loved and respected him. The sound of applause kept breaking through. The victor's sharp eyes swept the area, drawing attention away from his opponent. The moment his eyes fell on me, the wavering feeling in my chest returned, and the closer he got to me, the harder it seemed to maintain my composure. Did you come to watch my sword fight? He asked. In my mind, I wondered why it felt so good like that. I had never seen such a handsome man sweating profusely. No, I'm here because my aunt asked me to let you know that she wanted to talk to you. I thought you wanted to watch me practice with swords. His low tone had a slight edge of irony. Normally, I would have rolled my eyes, but today I closed them without question and spoke in a calm voice. Come home soon, please. Making adults wait a long time is not good. Then I apologize. I must go and see my mother without delay. He took a cloth from a nearby servant, wiped away the sweat, and returned home. I, however, proceeded in the opposite direction to visit the servant's house. The strange feeling in my chest did not go away. Once again, I felt like I had seen that event before. Even though I had only seen Phop practice sword fighting for the first time, I felt strangely nervous watching him. For this reason, I didn't think it was a good idea to accompany him, so I continued on my way separately, avoiding unnecessary stress. Meeting Phop as little as possible had become my goal. In addition to finding my way home, eating 3 meals a day, and studying with him, I also tried to lock myself in my room, anxiously waiting for Phop to leave for work. I did this partly because I wouldn't have to deal with the discomfort of his presence, but also so that I could do what I set out to do without any interference. Are you really going to Pak Klong Market? Chui asked worriedly, putting the oar in the water. Yes. Hurry up and row the boat. He replied without hesitation. Today was Phop's work day. It was a good time to investigate Cleo. After Phop left for a while to go to work, I hurriedly went to look for Chui so that we could quickly leave for Pak Klong Market. He didn't seem very helpful because he kept arguing the whole time. But if Then Myun finds out, you will be punished. Then let's move so he doesn't discover anything. We won't stay long. I replied immediately. Having about 4 or 5 hours to search for information should have been enough to return with something in hand. As mentioned before, servants could not defy their master's orders. As a result, although he was initially not very willing to help me, my boat still arrived at the pier near Pak Klong Market. Once off the boat, I quickly entered the market to visit the liquor store Cleo frequented. Pak Klong Market was different from others I had visited. There were more Chinese living there than people from Ayutthaya. Most of the items for sale were imported from China. It was also full of shops that had been converted into tea and liquor shops. Although it was still early morning, many tea shops were full of Ayutthaya and Chinese people sitting together. This place was famous for being a prostitution area of Nakhun. There was a tea house, or rather a brothel, waiting to serve the men. I quickly looked down at the ground as the lady in front of the shop was wearing only a kroban, leaving her breasts on full display. Cleo, Are you interested in being served today? She turned and smiled sweetly, making me hastily refuse and shake my head. Then she turned to a Chinese man walking behind me and spoke invitingly to him in Chinese, using strange tones and brash language. I understood what he was saying since I had learned Chinese in high school, and I didn't know how to react. I asked my servant, "Do I often come to this shop? You have never been here." Cleo likes to go to the tea house near the liquor store at the end of the market. The people at the market know you well because, why do I always argue? Something like that. Chui smiled wryly. He let out a long sigh, feeling a searing pain in his temples from Cleo's behavior. I asked Chui to guide me to Cleo's favorite liquor store. It was a shop located near the men's sanctuary. He told me that Cleo stayed there from morning to night, sometimes returning home the next morning. As soon as I entered the store, all the customers' eyes were fixed on me. It was not a friendly sight. He's been gone a long time. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged Chinese man with a thick beard, greeted me with a strange smile and little spoken Thai. "Seeing your face, I thought you wouldn't want to see me. I was afraid of causing trouble." I smiled and immediately put on a serious face. "It is not a big deal. Cleo is an important customer." Why would I think that? He was never the one who started the fights. "What will you order today?" The shopkeeper gave me a flattering smile. I randomly ordered some kind of liquor and poured it into a glass, taking a small sip until the shop owner left. Once he was gone, I turned to whisper to Chui, "Do I often get into arguments here?" "Yes." "And he often argued with Churd. He likes to come to this shop, and he often wants the same woman from Cleo," replied the servant. I squinted thoughtfully before calling the shopkeeper. He quickly approached me with a humble smile. "Would you like something?" he asked. "Do you remember the last time I came here?" It must have been a whole month since he was last here. The shopkeeper answered my question despite looking puzzled. His answer surprised me. Most likely, this was one of the last places Cleo was seen outside of his home. But does anyone know what he was doing or where he was going? "And last time, do you remember what I looked like?" I asked, trying to sound as casual and unconcerned as possible. The shopkeeper thought for a moment before replying. He was drunk as usual. In fact, he was also drunk the first time he was here, but remarkably calm. When he met Churd, he seemed very angry with you. You both argued so much that patrol officers and soldiers had to intervene. I even thought my shop was going to collapse. The old man rubbed his arm, making a nervous gesture. "So, do you know why Churd and I fought?" "Oh, I swear I didn't even hear it. At my age, it's hard to pay attention. All I know is that he looked furious at him and said you were going to kill him. Then he laughed so hard. That sentence gave me goosebumps." "Killing it?" "Yes, but please. If you end up arguing with Churd, please don't do it in my shop. Have mercy on me. The last time you guys argued, about a month ago, I had to buy most of the tables back and the chairs are new. I spent a lot of money because I didn't know who was responsible." The shopkeeper complained. "I apologize, I will pay for this." I replied and asked Chui to help me cover the costs of the damage. So I asked the shopkeeper about Cleo. Cleo appeared to be having an affair with a prostitute named Pim, the head of the male shrine in whom he apparently had a special interest. My intuition told me that this had to be something more than just a love triangle, because saying that they would fight until they killed each other was not normal. Furthermore, based on Cleo's character, he was not a vindictive person. There had to be a reason why Cleo was so angry. The conflict between Cleo and Churd seemed to be the main reason for Cleo's disappearance, but the details of their problems were unknown. "The check, please." After having compensated for the damage, I paid for the drink. The shop owner then went to the men's sanctuary next door to call Pim, who Cleo was seeing. However, the shopkeeper's mother-in-law said that she had been missing since early morning. I didn't know when she would be back, so I decided not to wait and went home. At least now I had a clue as to the source of the information. Today I was supposed to go home before Phop finished work, then I could visit Pim again the next day. "What do you want to eat?" "I will give permission to buy anything," I said to Chui, who was following me on the way back to the port. But before he could open his mouth to respond, someone suddenly grabbed my arm. "Cleo." She called me a sweet and clear voice. The voice belonged to a young woman with a gentle face, smooth white skin. She wore a mud-colored chonkraben and a white shawl, her age probably similar to mine. "Cleo, you came to see me early," she said in a pleading voice. She gave me a soft look that made me freeze in shock under her sudden feminine assault. "Sorry, but do we know each other? Who are you?" "Wait a minute, are you?" I was about to open my mouth, but then stopped when I heard a hoarse voice from behind. It's Epum. E is an honorific for women, similar to AI used for men. Look, they'll fight again. Call patrol soon. Villagers and traders in the area began to gossip. The girl's thin hand gripped my arm tighter than before, and a hoarse cry rang out again. As soon as I met her eyes, I began to vaguely understand something. So, I decided to stay put. It's Pim, you've walked away from me again. The cry was strangely familiar to me. I immediately turned to look. I frowned when I discovered that it was Cleo's old rival. Cherd, what are you saying? I already told you I wasn't free today. Cleo has already booked me. The girl next to me retorted. I realized what name this woman was called. It looked like I wouldn't be going home empty-handed after all. You again? He turned his attention away from Pim to give me a hard expression, but I also noticed a slight tremor in him. What happened? I turned to ask the young woman. Cherd, he'll let me stay with him today. I already said someone booked me, but kept threatening me. She hurriedly said and squeezed my arm tighter than before. I thought about it for a while before deciding to put a hand on her shoulder. Today you belong to me. How could you be with others? I cracked a smile, acting out a drama. Pim rubbed his head on my shoulder with a relieved look in his eyes as I looked at the tall figure of his opponent, clenching his fists. There are many other women. If you can't do it, find another one. Today this lady is mine. I didn't think we'd have the chance to talk like this again, Cleo. He spat. I heard you disappeared for several days. Ever since then, I've thought you went looking for someone dishonest, like your father in hell. These contemptuous words made me grit my teeth and try to suppress my emotions as much as possible. I could understand why Cleo was so angry at this idiot. Who could tolerate someone cursing his father like that? Even if we cannot escape death, I am in no hurry to go down to hell. But I'm fine if you get off before me. I retorted, and Cherd's eyes twitched. It's Pim. Come here. No, I'm staying with Cleo. He shouted back at the girl. Her hands gripped my arm tightly, as if they were a pair of pliers. It's Pim. What is going on? Someone shouted. All eyes then turned to the newcomer. The speaker wore the same uniform that Phop wore when he took his stand. A sword hung on his back, and behind him followed 3 or 4 men in similar uniforms. Earlier, I had heard the traders say that they would call the patrol officers. They were quick. Better than the dramas I had seen, where the police arrive at the end of the story. Cherd wants me to sleep with him tonight, then Mune. But Cleo booked me first. Pim immediately turned to complain. Then Mune's eyes lifted to see who was speaking, before turning to meet my eyes. A glimmer of surprise appeared in those eyes, but a moment later it was gone. He looked away from me and looked at Cherd before speaking in a stern voice. Whoever gave his word first will be the one you will keep. Cherd, leave now. Don't come and get involved in other people's problems if you don't want me to drag you back to prison. Cherd clenched his fists, glaring at me before hastily walking away. Pim breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you then Mune, for intervening in this matter. Otherwise he would undoubtedly have quarreled with Cleo again. I don't want Cleo's beautiful face to be hurt. Pim gratefully raised his hands in respect towards the Mune. To be honest, I was also grateful for the timely arrival of the police. My immediate concern was only for the woman's well-being and to protect her from harassment. Considering I was only 20 years old and had never fought physically before, I definitely would have lost. It's not a problem at all. I'm simply doing my duty. The policeman turned and offered me a friendly smile. Tell me, are you okay? She asked. Excuse me? I heard Phop say that you had disappeared, and that since your reappearance you had suffered from amnesia. If you feel comfortable wandering around like this, that means you've recovered, right? Yes. I agreed stupidly. He knew Phop, which explains how he knew me. Oh, by the way, then Mune, may I ask your name? My name is Harn. I am a colleague of Phop, your Phi. He introduced himself. Then his gaze moved to Pim's hand, which still held my arm tightly, reluctant to let go. I won't invade your time together. Please excuse me, he said politely, with the intention of guaranteeing us privacy. Wait, then Mune, please. I stopped him. Something wrong? About what you witnessed here today, please don't tell Phop. I smiled mischievously at then Mune, my bold expression intentionally making him believe that my plans with Pim were less than honorable. He laughed. Very well. If you wish Phop not to know of your visit here, I will refrain from saying anything about it. Thank you. I expressed my gratitude with a bow. Then Mune then asked permission to leave, and the girl next to me gently stroked my hair. Let's go back to the shop, Concleo. Hmm. I allowed her to drag me towards the men's sanctuary, the servant following me, shaking my head and trying to dissuade me from falling back into my old licentious habits. To be honest, I had no desire to go there, but I wanted to sit and talk to this woman. I wanted to know how well she knew Cleo. Servant, please stay here. I will deal with Concleo myself. Pim ordered the servant to sit and wait in front of the shop. Then he lightly stroked my chin in a flirtatious and provocative gesture. The servant had a pained expression, almost as if he might cry, as he watched me being dragged into a room. The room was modest in size. There was an old futon with pillows and blankets in the center of the room, along with a teapot, a cup, and the equipment for doing business. At the back of the room was a cupboard full of old items like oil, wax, and many other things that I couldn't make out. There was a window left slightly ajar, allowing a sliver of light to filter into the room. The conditions in which the room was located suggested that it was not intended to be inhabited, but simply to carry out specific activities. Ping! The wooden door closed behind me with a loud thud. I swallowed nervously as Pim approached. She was a really nice girl, but I had no interest in her and no intention of interacting with her. Today? I'm not in the mood today. I quickly interjected before she could speak. I only intervened in the situation with Cherd because I wanted to help you. Let's sit down and talk instead. Pim looked confused, but she soon burst out laughing when she saw my puzzled expression. It seems that what the Mune said is true, that Concleo has indeed lost his memory. The two of us have never had a relationship. She revealed. What do you mean? I asked, surprised. Pim sat down and poured tea into a cup. Concleo only came to see me to gather information. Initially, Cleo just wanted to make Cherd angry, so he claimed to be flirting with me. But he never really wanted a relationship, despite my interest in having one with his. She teased me playfully. I sat next to her, absorbing what she had shared. Does anyone know that you and I have never been in a relationship? I asked incredulously. You really don't remember? She said in surprise. No, I don't remember anything, including the information I would have collected from you during my visit. Could you share them with me again? I asked politely. She sighed and looked at me thoughtfully. No one knows that we have never had a relationship. Concleo told me not to tell Churi either. He once saved me from a foreign bandit, so I agreed to help him in exchange for it. As far as information goes, there isn't much. You only asked for information about Cherd and the regular customers of this place. She replied passively. What exactly did I ask? He wondered what Cherd's plans were for the next day, his activities, and whether any important people would come to visit me here. Cherd frequents my company, so I have some knowledge about it. Oh, and he always asked me about opium trafficking in this area. Pim replied, delicately raising his cup of tea to take a sip. Pim's response sparked a possible theory. Taking a deep breath, I suppressed my excitement and continued my series of questions. I seemed to vaguely remember. Cherd was an opium dealer, wasn't he? I asked cautiously. Yes, sir. However, even if you have suspicions about Cherd, the charges against him would have to be supported by substantial evidence for him to be punished. So far, only his subordinates have been captured. Due to a lack of concrete evidence, he was never arrested on these charges. There may be people with evidence to support us. I really don't know, sir. But it seems like you were looking into this. That's all, I thought to myself. I knew there had to be more to Cleo's actions than just pain and resentment. It seemed that he had asked Pim for information to investigate. If I was not mistaken, he was probably connected to the opium trade and the severe punishment meted out to his father. When was the last time I saw you? A month ago, sir. What did I ask you? He didn't ask me anything. He just drank with me, saying he'd disappear for a while, but he never told me where he was going. So, Cleo planned to wander off alone and disappear, drowning himself in alcohol until he got lost or had an accident. But no one knew where he went. I sat down and asked Pim about Cleo and Cherd, about whom he had freely shared information. It also really seemed like the relationship between Pim and Cleo was just friendship. Pim confirmed that Cleo had never made sexual advances. I asked if Cherd had ever argued with Pim for not choosing him. Pim replied that Cherd would not dare to do so, given the influential supporters of this brothel. Pim itself was favored by the nobles, and Cherd dared not clash with powerful individuals. We argued for a long time until time slipped away and the sound of thunder reached my ears. It looks like it's going to rain. Will Cleo return in this weather? Or you can spend the night here, and sleep since I'm free today. Pim said jokingly. No, you should rest. I'll take my leave. I replied. Well then, have a safe journey home. The woman said, bowing her head. I said goodbye to her and left to find my servant waiting for me in front of the brothel. You told me he wouldn't behave like before, right? The young man who had just arrived immediately asked me. Already. Now I had to help the Real Cleo keep his secret. He had to have reasons to lie about certain things. The rain began to fall. The merchants gathered, seeking shelter under makeshift shelters. My servant and I hurried back to the dock, intending to get home before the downpour. But suddenly the wind picked up strength, accompanied by heavy raindrops falling from the sky. I sought refuge in the harbor pavilion, staring at the rain-slicked path until it faded into a blur of white. We can't go back in this pouring rain, can we? Yes, with heavy rain like this, sailing in the storm could pose the risk of the ship capsizing. Chewie stated worriedly. Then let's wait a little longer for the rain to calm down before going back. If you happen to meet Phop, let him know that we went for a walk at the floating market. Don't tell him we came here. Understood? I gave instructions firmly to the servant. Yes, the servant obediently agreed. I settled into the seat of the pavilion in the midst of the merciless downpour. If only I had known it would rain, I would have chosen a different day to come here. But hey, as long as Phop didn't find out that I visited Pak Klong Market, I wouldn't get scolded too harshly. Until then, Myun Harn said it. How could Phop find out? Third person's point of view. In the afternoon, around 3 o'clock, when it was not a day of duty or urgent matters, the patrol officers enjoyed their free time. Young and old policemen scattered around the market's liquor stores. Only a few went straight home before sunset, but there was one person who followed this routine relentlessly. You have returned, my son. Don't you have to be on call today? Kunying Preong, Phop's mother, greeted him when she entered the house. He respectfully raised his hands in a Y sign, before taking a cloth from his personal servant to wipe his face. Yes, Mom. You will be back on duty next week. Dad will be home late today. Fra Kron Fra Suraswati invited him to attend a party. She replied, Fra Kron Fra Suraswati. In ancient Thailand, this referred to the recruiting department, which was responsible for selecting and recruiting individuals for various roles and positions within the administration or army. The term Fra Krom denoted a high-ranking official or nobleman, while Fra Sarasvati symbolized knowledge, learning, and education. Therefore, Fra Krom Fra Sarasvati denoted a prestigious department responsible for the recruitment and appointment of qualified individuals to serve the kingdom with important assignments. I see he always goes to parties. Kunying Preong shook her head as her son smiled. Even at about 40 years old, his mother maintained her youthful beauty. With a sharp look, Phop looked away from his mother, searching for the recent addition to the family who had been welcomed by Freya Phaichai, Phokti, a few weeks earlier. It had become his habit to look for this person when he returned home. Isn't Cleo at home? He asked, when he couldn't locate his gnome. Yes, I heard the servant say that Cleo is gone. He must have gone to the market. Kunying Preong replied before ordering the servants to bring the tea. Phop stood still. It was normal for young people to go to the market and have fun. If it weren't for the fact that Cleo had been involved in frequent fights in the past, Phop wouldn't have been so worried. But lately Cleo seemed to have calmed down. Although he still had a mischievous streak, he no longer showed the recklessness, rebellion, and aggression he once did. He even promised to put an end to such behavior. Phop could have faith that nothing bad would happen. Your father isn't back yet, and Cleo isn't here. Phop, sit down to tea and chat with your mother. Kunying Preong held her son's arm. Phop smiled lovingly at the woman who had given him life and followed her to sit and chat in the spacious courtyard pavilion. After about 10 minutes, Kunying Preong took leave of the conversation to go to the kitchen. It was just at that moment that the clear sky had turned into a foggy haze. Phop, intending to take a shower before it started raining, got up from his seat. Before he could move to change his clothes, however, his personal servant approached him. Then Myun Harn asked me to inform you that he brought a souvenir for Freya. The servant reported. Phop looked towards the stairs and saw his colleague, still in uniform, with a smile adorning his face as he entered the house. I have not seen you for a long time. How are you? Harn asked. Aside from dealing with stubborn prisoners who refuse to confess, I'm fine. Greeted Myun Phop warmly in return. Myun Harn, the son of Fra Sun Therapinage of the Metropolitan Department, who was under his father's command, had known Phop since his youth. His relationship with Harn was not as close as with Jom, but they currently served together in the same public office and considered each other colleagues who were also friends. "Are you referring to those opium thieves you caught the other day?" Harn asked. "Yes, no matter how hard I questioned them, they remained tight-lipped." Phop's eyes flashed with determination as he remembered the opium thieves they had caught the previous week. It wasn't just them who stubbornly refused to reveal any information, but also the opium traffickers he had dealt with in the past. Clearly, they had powerful people backing them, and now the patrol was looking for hard evidence. They must fear the consequences of telling the truth and being killed. Harn observed. "It seems so. Did you come to see my father today?" Phop asked. "Yes, my father just returned from his public service in Phitsanulok, so he asked me to bring a souvenir for your father. Initially, he planned to carry it himself, but yesterday he injured his ankle, making it difficult for him to walk. I volunteered to carry it in his place." Myun Harn explained, retrieving a small box from the servant behind him and opening it to reveal its contents. "The Phra Phutta Chinarat amulet. My father got it from one of the monks. He thought of the Nokia and wanted to give it to him. It is an amulet of the Buddha which is believed to fulfill the desire of the worshipper and bring happiness, success, and wealth. The Buddha is in the call the earth as witness posture, with his legs crossed, one hand resting on his lap and the other pointed towards the ground. I will keep it and give it to my father when I see him. He is not at home at the moment. I'll leave it to you then," Myun Harn said, passing him the box. Phop invited Harn to sit down for a conversation over tea. "I am envious of your peaceful family, where everyone lives together in harmony, without quarrels between the wives. Both my wives and my father's wives argue every day, causing chaos." Harn complained wearily. Then he looked with greater interest at the person pouring the tea. "So you're not planning on getting married?" "Not yet. I'm perfectly happy being alone like this," Phop argued. "Take in a woman or two and you'll be happier than before, believe me," Harn retorted with a sly smile. "Wasn't it a minute ago that you were complaining about the fights at home?" Phop couldn't resist hitting his colleague. They were just small disagreements, nothing compared to the happiness you can feel when you're married. How can you not accept that no woman lives under your roof, even if you have already accepted a man? His words caused Myun Phop's sharp eyes to focus on the entrance of the house, which still bore no trace of that person. Dealing with a man is already a headache. "I haven't thought about having more women yet," Phop replied distantly. "Haha, that's true. Cleo caused a lot of trouble," laughed Myun Harn and raised his teacup. Since he's been ill, he seems much more moderate. This caused Phop to become alert. "Have you seen Cleo recently?" he asked him. "I'm just repeating what you told me." Harn hesitated before answering. "I don't think that's all." Phop's penetrating gaze pierced the person he addressed, just like when he interrogated a suspect. Myun Harn was silent for a moment before raising his hands in surrender. "Okay, I'll tell you what I saw today." Phop's eyebrows furrowed in concern. The Myun Harn patrol area stretched from Pak Klong Market to the next bend, and today was a working day. If Myun Harn had met Cleo, it could only mean, "Where did you find Cleo?" he asked immediately. "In the Pak Klong Market. There was almost a fight between a woman and Churd. I promised not to share it with anyone. But you caught me. There's no need to worry. Cleo wasn't the one arguing, and he didn't resort to violence. He was probably there because he just wanted to take a walk and vent his energy. Please don't confront him," he pleaded, but his explanation failed to ease the tension in Phop's eyes. In light of his mistake, Myun Harn hurriedly said goodbye and asked to return home. Despite his carefully indifferent expression, then Myun's heart was overflowing with anger. He had begun to trust that Cleo would never repeat his past behavior, but now his trust and security had taken a serious hit. Even though he himself still wasn't 100% sure if this man was really his known Cleo, for some reason, worry consumed his mind. Anxiety merged with anger as he realized that Cleo was once again descending into the abyss. There were many troublemakers in that locality. He didn't want Cleo to fight or get hurt, yet trouble seemed to find him anyway. How could Phop not be upset? "Kong, take the boat." "Yes, sir." "Where would then Myun like to go?" "I will go and bring Cleo back from the Pak Klong Market." He got up and hurriedly walked down the stairs to the dock. However, just as he reached the waterfront pavilion, the rain began to pour down. The wind blew hard, causing the tall trees to sway. It is dangerous to sail in this heavy rain. exclaimed the servant. As soon as the rain lets up, we will set sail immediately. He gave in. Yes, replied the faint voice of the servant amidst the howling of the wind and the torrential rain that enveloped them. Phop sat in the pavilion and looked solemnly at the river. By fleeing to a dangerous place without permission, Cleo had firmly extinguished any chance for Phop to assume the role of a kind brother to him. Kun's point of view. It took a full hour for the storm to calm down, and once it did, I instructed Chewie to quickly prepare the boat and take us home. With all this delay, Phop must have already arrived home and realized that I had left without his permission. However, it was possible that he would only slightly complain about my lateness since he didn't know that I had gone to Pak Klong Market. The rain was no longer falling hard, but even the light drizzle we were sailing in bothered me a lot. My clothes and hair were now completely soaked and my head was cold. Oh, I exclaimed softly as I saw the pier near the Phra Phai Chai Phokti pavilion. From afar I could make out the silhouette of the person sitting there, sending a nervous shiver down my spine. As the boat approached the dock, I could see Phop's thundering face like a giant guardian of Wadarun. I realized that he wasn't going to let me go simply with a light scolding, as I had hoped. This refers to one of the gigantic statues outside Wadarun Temple that is said to guard the temple. Phop, why are you sitting in the pavilion in this rain? I asked shyly as I got off the boat. Where did you go? He asked, ignoring my question and getting straight to the point. I stopped for a moment. I went to the market. Which market? Pak Klong Market, right? He asked him. Damn, how did Phop find out? Did one of the servants tip him off? Was that why he was waiting for me like this in the pavilion? He looks livid. You promised me that you would not repeat your past actions. Then why did you go back there today? The grave tone of his voice and the anger in his eyes made me tremble. In the past, Phop had at most a stoic expression. His face had never looked so furious before. I just went to visit an old friend. I hesitated. And you almost had a fight with Churd? What kind of man doesn't keep his word? You swore to stay out of trouble. So what did you do today? His disappointment was palpable. I didn't want to. I just wanted. I trailed off, searching for the right words to express my point. Why didn't you tell me the truth? For one thing, you deliberately lied. He continued condemningly. His irritation began to boil inside me, frustrated by his lack of understanding and unwillingness to listen. Even though we are not blood brothers, I have always trusted you and valued you more than my brothers. He said wistfully, with a touch of sadness. But now, it appears that trust has been broken. It seems he is no longer the big brother you once relied on and were honest with. And this is how you treat a real brother? I questioned him thunderously. The words rang out in the silent pavilion. Only the servant Kong was nearby, whose presence was barely noticeable. Phop kept his stern expression, and I could feel the tension building between us. What did you just say? Beneath the anger, Phop's voice held a mixture of surprise and confusion. How can you expect me to listen to you if you don't even want to hear what I have to say? I asked indignantly, as frustration shattered any pleasantness I had left in me. You scolded me without listening to my reasons, but now you expect me to listen to you. If you want me to listen, then start by learning to listen to others. With these words I left frustrated, heading home. I didn't know the look on his face once his back was turned, but I felt as bad as he did. I knew Phop was worried about my well-being. Correction, he was worried about Cleo, and I knew I had broken my promise. However, I couldn't help but wonder what choice I had in the matter. I was strongly driven to find my way back home, even though I wasn't sure if my actions were actually taking me in the right direction. There was constant uncertainty about what challenges lay ahead the next day. When I entered the bedroom and slammed the door, a feeling of emptiness overwhelmed me. The ancient, unfamiliar furniture seemed to emphasize that I was alone, that this was not my true home nor my legitimate time period. I felt suffocated. The heat and humidity rose to my eyes, but I blinked back the tears by closing my eyes tightly. When can I go home? The desire to escape from this unknown place intensified. I didn't want to stay there anymore. Chapter 9. Third person's point of view. The rain continued to fall incessantly even after sunset, effectively dissipating the scorching heat. The scent of the damp soil ushered in a sense of tranquility after the first days of the sultry summer. However, despite the warm and rainy weather outside, the atmosphere inside Phra Phai Chai Phokti's house was as cold as a winter night. Conversations were usually rare during meals, but today the air was heavy with an awkward silence. All the eyes of the elders were fixed on the two young men responsible for creating this uncomfortable atmosphere. Since their discussion earlier, neither Phop nor Cleo had uttered a single word or looked into each other's eyes. "Uncle, Aunt, please excuse me," said the soft but firm voice of the person sitting next to Phop. Only 2 baht had passed since they started eating, but Cleo had already bowed his head in front of Phop's parents and had taken his leave. He left the table with a stern expression, abandoning the half-eaten plate. Phop watched him go. In ancient times, there were 10 baht in an hour, and each baht was equivalent to 6 minutes. Therefore, the phrase 2 baht means 12 minutes. Cleo hadn't looked at Phop's face for even the briefest moment since their argument, clearly still harboring anger and resentment. Phop himself wasn't one to lose his temper or hold grudges easily, but this time he wasn't able to ignore the bitterness that still lingered. The tension between the two was palpable, and this was not lost on those around them. Not wanting to dampen the mood further, Phop presented Myun Harn's gift to his father and asked permission to retreat to his room despite leaving the meal unfinished. With a deep sigh, he closed the thick wooden door behind him with the palms of his hands. Phop usually maintained a sense of calm and rationality. It had been a long time since he had argued with anyone. When it came to Cleo, however, his composure and self-control were severely compromised. Phop was so full of fear that Cleo would return to his old reckless ways that he harshly scolded his gnome, completely ignoring Cleo's point of view. Now the younger one was furious with him, even though their relationship had improved recently. "Why do I always get nervous and anxious when it comes to you?" Phop's eyes, usually sharp and perceptive, always full of intelligence and wit, now reflected confusion and worry. Since the days of their youth, and after Cleo returned home to Nakhun, Phop had been a constant guardian, always watching over and caring for him, treating him with the same tenderness that he would have done if they had shared the same blood. However, after Cleo's recent reappearance, Phop sensed a clear change in the currents. Furthermore, he had discovered that not only Cleo had changed, but also himself. Never before had he felt so much joy in teasing his gnome. Never before had he felt the need to playfully tease him like he sometimes did with her friends. He longed to witness the captivating beauty of Cleo's face as he engaged in light-hearted banter and wanted to see his cheeks flushed with anger. He could watch and admire Cleo all day, wanting to know everything about him. It was strange of Phop to be so fascinated by a man Cleo's age, but that was it. He couldn't resist anymore. Initially, he only watched Cleo closely because he was skeptical of who he really was, but now it seemed that that was no longer his sole purpose. Cleo, on the other hand, was no longer attached to Phop like he was as a child. Rather, now he was the one who always wanted to be close to Cleo. It's really strange. Outside, the patter of raindrops hitting leaves echoed softly. Phop sat with his back against the bed, trying to find comfort in a book, but his mind refused to focus on the words. Finally, after struggling, he closed the book and opened his bedroom door, venturing into the courtyard. The rain had stopped by then. A servant was cleaning the floors, removing accumulated water. Phop asked one of the servants to bring him tea and sat down on a bench. As Young Than Myun looked up at the cloudless sky, he couldn't help but feel the stark contrast between the vibrant, joyful glow of the stars and the deep heaviness in his heart. The night continued, becoming late. The servants and maids eventually retired to bed one after another, leaving only the nightly chorus of cicadas, chirping incessantly and seeking their mates. Phop sat, lost in thought as he sipped his tea, until he heard the creak of a door opening, followed by the silhouette of a servant who had just left Cleo's room. "Where are you running to, Chewy?" Phop called him. The young man turned, bowing his head. "I'll get some water and a cloth to dry Cleo, sir. He's been out in the rain for quite a while tonight, and now he's got a fever," he said, his voice full of regret. After hearing those words, then Myun abruptly dropped the cup of tea in his hands and stood up, hastily heading towards the boy's room. He opened the door and found a pale figure lying on the bed, his eyes closed. Sweat dripped down Cleo's face, his eyebrows furrowed in anguish. "It's my fault. I didn't take enough care of Cleo. I am sorry," stammered the servant, fear in his eyes. Phop took a deep breath. The servant was simply following his master's orders and was not responsible for Cleo's illness. It was Cleo who had insisted on going out despite the heavy rain. It was natural that he had fallen ill. Bring the water and cloth and boil the medicine. Give me a moment to clean it. If his condition does not improve by the morning after taking the medicine, he calls Kanjam. Yes, the servant hastily obeyed. Phop immediately began cleaning Cleo's fragile body once he received the cloth and basin of fresh water. The young man had always been a little delicate since childhood. Although he had gained more strength as he grew, even the slightest rain could give him a headache even now. The weather during this period fluctuated between hot and rainy, making it difficult for Cleo's body to resist. Young Master Than Myun continued to clean it. He frowned when he discovered that Cleo's body temperature was not decreasing, but instead was increasing, making him more restless and making him sweat profusely. He still seemed unconscious. It seemed that this time he was really ill, perhaps even more serious than before. When dawn breaks, go to Kanjam. Now go and rest. I will take care of him. Phop turned to the servant, who stood anxiously by the bed. Phop had to repeat himself one more time before the servant finally respected his wishes and left. Phop dutifully continued his task, drying the young man's body, silently praying for the fever to subside. There were times when the fever made Cleo delirious, with groans and grunts occasionally escaping his throat. Just then, as Phop removed the cloth from Cleo's face and stepped away from him, a fragile, warm hand reached out and grabbed his arm. Don't go. A hoarse voice escaped his lips. Phop paused, looking at the young man's pale face. What did you say? Home. I want to go home. Even though his voice was weak, Phop heard the deep, intense desire in Cleo's words. Young Than Myun reached out, taking one of Cleo's thin, weak hands in his own. His eyes softened as he looked at the tender face of the boy, who was only 20 years old, but had already been through a multitude of painful experiences. Although he was young and had a promising future ahead of him, he had been wrongly convicted and insulted for things he had not done. Unfortunately, these unpleasant memories followed him even in his sleep, haunting him while he dreamed. No matter how much he longed to return home, the bitter truth remained that there was no family to return to, no home to seek comfort in. This place is your home. I will always be your home. Please trust me, Cleo, he murmured softly, trying to comfort his gnome. Phop was well aware that Cleo probably couldn't process the words he was saying in the midst of his feverish state, but regardless of him, he was still determined to reassure him that he would never abandon him. No matter how much time would pass, Phop would steadfastly keep his promise without even thinking twice. Cleo's fever subsided slightly at dawn. Phop promptly ordered a servant to summon Jom, who, after assessing Cleo's condition, diagnosed the cold. He prescribed a medicine for the servants to prepare, advising them to boil the mixture and administer it at the established times. John promised to return the next day to monitor his symptoms before returning to work. Phop was able to stay home and take care of Cleo since it was his day off. He instructed Churi to ask the family to prepare hot rice porridge once Cleo regained consciousness. You're awake? The young man asked kindly as Cleo's eyes opened. His large, round eyes wandered, momentarily distracted, before settling on Phop's face. Phop, how do you feel? Phop asked, but Cleo remained silent, his eyes full of indiscernible emotions. Phop sighed and continued. If you're still tired or have a headache, feel free to rest. I'll wake you up when it's time to eat and take your medicine. Yes, Cleo replied hoarsely. Soon drowsiness and tiredness overcame him, and he once again fell asleep in a feverish haze. Phop gently dabbed his forehead until the servant arrived with the cooked rice, and it was time to wake him up for breakfast. He noticed Cleo's difficulty, his hands shaking as he tried to bring the spoon to his mouth, so he took the spoon and started feeding him himself. Initially hesitant, Cleo eventually accepted Phop's gesture without resistance, his soft lips parting for him. Cleo was typically stubborn, but during his illness he gave in surprisingly easily. After consuming only half a bowl of rice, Cleo pushed the rest away. Worried, Phop urged him to eat more, but then put the bowl aside and took a glass of medicine prepared by the servant instead. Drink this, Phop said. It's so bitter. He protested hoarsely, thus uttering his first words of that day. From an early age, it was very difficult for him to take medicine. It was very demanding for those who had to take care of him. Herbal remedies naturally have a bitter taste. How do you expect to get well if you refuse to take the medicine? I'll recover on my own. Cleo turned his head, making Phop take a deep breath. If you don't take it and your symptoms get worse, what will you do? You're grown up now, but you're still afraid of the bitterness of the medicine. It's so bitter, Cleo muttered incoherently. Phop called a servant to bring brown sugar from the kitchen. After taking the medicine and eating some sugar, the bitterness will go away, Phop insisted. In the end, Cleo reluctantly accepted the glass full of medicine. Cough. Cleo's body convulsed with coughing as the medicine went down. Phop was well aware of how unpleasant the fever medicine tasted, but there was no choice but to persuade Cleo. The young man thus managed to consume it all. Next, Cleo opened his lips, allowing Phop to put the sugar in his mouth, eliciting a gentle smile from Phop. There was nothing wrong with sweetening the medicine, just like when he was a child. The bitterness is gone, right? Get some rest. Phop advised him as Cleo lay down to rest, helping him pull up the blanket to cover him. Why are you staring at me? Phop asked, noticing Cleo's look. The younger one shook his head, continuing to observe him for a while longer. Eventually, the tiredness of his fever took a heavy toll on Cleo's eyelids, and they slowly closed. Then Myun, please go and rest. I will take care of Cleo from now on. He didn't sleep all night. Chui urged respectfully. Phop looked at Cleo, now peacefully sleeping, before instructing the servant to take care of Cleo and retreat to his room to get some rest. The disease had struck again. Maybe this time the mischievous young man would be a little less mean. Kun's point of view. The melodious song of birds chirping outside my window awakened me after a long rest. I leaned back on the bed, tiredly. Although my headache was much better than the previous night, I still felt a slight throbbing in my head. I had caught a cold from sitting in the rain while rowing home the day before and noticed that I still had some lingering symptoms, such as a sore throat and hoarseness when speaking. As I looked out the window, the sky seemed clear, but I couldn't determine the time of day. The room seemed empty. My servant and the person who had taken care of me were both absent. Even though I alternated between moments of lucidity and delirium the previous night, I still vividly remembered that Phop had taken care of me, groomed me, even washed me, and had stayed by my side throughout the night. A peculiar feeling stirred in my chest as I thought back to the sharp gaze of the policeman, who by necessity had temporarily assumed the role of my nurse. In addition to remembering the way he had cared for me while I slept, I had had another distinct dream that night that I remembered in remarkable detail when I woke up. It was a strange dream, where I seemed to exist within it, but not quite as myself. It was as if I was an observer, experiencing the scenes through someone else's eyes. In this dream, I found myself with a younger version of Phop. He had been by my side as a companion, teaching me to read and write, protecting me from bullies. He treated me with kindness and affection, like that of an older brother, but I could sense the differences in how we saw each other. I, for one, felt a much deeper feeling when I looked at him. In my dream, Phop was more than just a brotherly figure to me. I cared about him on an immensely deep level. For example, I could feel my heart pounding in his chest every time he simply smiled. I felt elated, almost floating, when he said he hadn't yet found interest in any particular woman. However, I forced a smile when he also added that he loved me like a brother. As we said goodbye in the dream, warmth filled my eyes and tears threatened to spill. Dreams weren't supposed to be this vivid, right? It all seemed extraordinarily real, as if I had lived those experiences myself. Even though the fever had sapped nearly half of my energy, I had no desire to linger in the confines of the bedroom. Opening the door to the courtyard, I barely took 3 steps before a familiar voice broke the silence. Are you leaving like this? You'll have a fever again. Phop, who had just left his room, frowned as he approached me. I was lost in the haze and still felt like I was dreaming. I couldn't bring myself to stay there in my current condition. Well, I guess that would be better. I frowned. With that being said, Phop's tanned hand reached out, gently touching my forehead and neck. My heart beat faster as his touch sparked something inside me. I closed my eyes momentarily and then looked down at the ground, slightly ashamed that I couldn't tell the difference between dream and reality. The fever has dropped, but it's still better not to expose yourself to the sun and wind for now. If you want a change of environment, it would be safer to stay indoors. Yes, I replied sharply, avoiding eye contact. Our conversation ended there, and I predicted that Phop would continue on his path. However, to my surprise, he remained rooted in the same spot. Silence settled between us. I realized that we had only argued the previous night, and, in truth, I still harbored some resentment towards him for having misunderstood me. But when I remembered how selflessly he had taken care of me all night, even cleaning me, some of my resentment softened into appreciation and gratitude. Phop. Yes, thank you for taking care of me last night. I broke the silence, respectfully bringing my hands together in a Y. It was undeniable that he really helped me, and it was important to be grateful when you received help in your time of need from someone. Everything is fine, he replied in an indifferent tone of voice, then followed by a silence that seemed even heavier than before. I didn't know what to do. I had harbored resentment towards him, but now, the feelings of gratitude and discomfort from his dream were mixing and making me uncomfortable in his presence. So, excuse me, I said, intending to leave, but he quickly grabbed my wrist, holding it tightly. Cleo. Yes? I'm sorry. I apologize for not listening to your words. Phop's apology was unexpected, and as he spoke, his grip on my wrist tightened, as if he feared I would pull away. I heard you almost got into a fight with Chert again, and I was worried. When I discovered the cause, I scolded you without first allowing you to explain what had happened. I'm sorry. Can you forgive me? I actually had no right to be so angry with you. I began. It was my fault for not telling the truth from the beginning. I am sorry, I said, apologizing to him too. After all, they were both to blame. Once the dust of our anger settled, we were able to see things rationally again. I had never been one to be ashamed of apologizing for something when, in fact, I was wrong. Besides, yesterday I only intended to visit someone I've known for a long time. I didn't want to get in trouble or get drunk. I didn't even think about breaking the promise I made to you. I understand, I'm sorry. Please don't be angry with me. Phop's eyes showed genuine concern, as if he feared that I was still angry and would never forgive him. Seeing Phop wear such a sad and tender expression for the first time almost made me smile. He was such a strong, muscular man with a sharp face. But why, when he apologized in a gentle voice, did he sound so adorable? I'm not angry anymore. But now that you understand me, you wouldn't mind if I visited my friends there every now and then, right? I took the opportunity to reason with him. Phop paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. Okay, if you want to visit your friends, take care of yourself. Avoid drinking excessively and avoid getting into trouble. Right. I promise. If trouble doesn't come to me on its own. Now go and sit in the pavilion. It's late. Try eating some cooked rice so you can take the medicine. The servants will boil the medicine for you. Yes. I accepted and sat down to wait in the courtyard pavilion. I watched Phop order his servants to prepare rice porridge for me. A sudden warmth filled my chest. The image before me overlapped with fragments of a dream. Phop had always been devoted to Cleo, from childhood to adulthood. No matter how much time had passed, his deep concern for Cleo had never changed. However, I wondered if he realized that Cleo didn't necessarily feel the same way as him. I was sure that Cleo had fallen in love with his Phi. Furthermore, I could now understand why he might feel that way. That flu confined me to the house for almost a week. I could only occupy myself with writing, reading, keeping calm, and observing the house. Once I fully recovered, I ventured out again, seeking information about Cleo from the shopkeepers and customers who saw him often. Everyone confirmed that Cleo rarely started fights or arguments. Instead, he often sat in silence, drinking alcohol alone, deep in thought about him. I also stopped by Pim to ask her to keep an eye out for any news, and she promised to keep me informed. Based on the available information, I could assume that Cleo was trying to find evidence of his family's innocence. But why had he suspected Cherd? What had led him to become such a troublemaker? And why had he kept his distance from Phop? I couldn't find answers to any of these questions. More importantly, more than a month had passed, and there was still no sign of the real Cleo's return. There were no clues as to his whereabouts. Where should I start looking for him? There are many dishes prepared today, Aunt Muin. I commented as I walked into the kitchen to take a look. Freya Fichai Fokti was rich, but he was not the type to waste money needlessly. Usually each meal included 2 or 3 dishes, but today there were already 3 or 4 dishes ready, not counting the ingredients that were still being prepared and cooked. The reason we're making extra dishes is because we're having guests for lunch today, Aunt Muin replied. She then ordered the servants to hurry up with their tasks, raising her voice to be heard above the commotion. I raised an eyebrow in surprise. Who will come? The Krama the Na with his wife and their daughter, Maywana. The Minister of the Interior was responsible for governing and administering various internal affairs within the kingdom. He oversaw issues such as regional governance, land administration, law enforcement, public works, and other internal affairs in the country. Its role and structure have evolved according to various historical periods. May is a Thai honorific. Technically, it means mother, but can be used to address young women of noble breeding or older single women as a sign of respect and kindness, even if they are not mothers. Wana. The name struck a familiar chord. After a moment, I realized that it was the noblewoman I had helped the first time I snuck into the market. Was she the daughter of Phria Krom Mahadlek? But why would they come to visit us? It seems then Myun might finally have a suitor, with Maywana visiting us like this. She remarked to a servant, making the others laugh. I noticed that the whole house was busy. I didn't want to get in the way, so I retreated and went back to the front of the house. Maybe they were here to discuss a potential engagement? Phop was at the age where marriage was appropriate during this time in history. I went back to my room and got a book to read. Around noon, I was called to join the guests. I stood next to Phop, secretly watching the three visitors as they greeted their uncle and aunt with interest. Then Phria Krom Mahadlek was a middle-aged man who exuded a gentle aura, just like his wife. As for their daughter, Maywana, she had gracefully adorned herself with a pastel spy. Her face, sweet and pleasant to all who looked at it, was pale even without makeup. He radiated beauty and femininity in every way. In fact, I myself had been fascinated by her from the moment we met. The more I looked closely at her shy eyes and her expressions as she interacted with Phop, the more convinced I became. The spy is a shawl or breastplate-like garment worn in mainland Southeast Asia. The spy is worn by women as a silk breast wrap in Cambodia, Laos, and Thailand, while on the Sumatran coast, Borneo, and in the Malay Peninsula, the same term is used to describe a shoulder cloth. It is also known as pha byong. Why are you looking at me like that? Phop turned and said something to me as we followed the elders to the pavilion. Nothing, I replied, although in truth I was discreetly studying his behavior. A wise man like him must have already been aware of his attraction to a girl, but what intrigued me was how he would react. Once we were settled in the pavilion, conversation ensued. I had to admit, I wasn't particularly fond of family gatherings. Sitting and listening to the elders talk could be quite boring, especially when the topics veered into unfamiliar territory such as politics. So, I took this opportunity to secretly observe the expressions of both Maywana and Phop sitting next to me. Phop interacted with her politely, but I sensed no enthusiasm or connection, even though Wana was undeniably charming. It was definitely strange. I heard a few days ago that Phop and Cleo helped Wana at the market. I was slightly surprised by this. Quickly, I looked away from Phop and Maywana, directing my attention to the person who had said that. Well, actually it was Cleo who came to Maywana's aid, not me. Phop replied, glancing at me. All eyes turned to me, and I smiled at the adults, hoping to divert their attention from me. Kun Cleo rushed to help me when the accident occurred. Father, if it had not been for Kun Cleo's intervention that day, the outcome would have been terrible. Thanks again for your help. Wana expressed her gratitude with clasped hands, turning to me. I'm so grateful to you for saving my daughter. It wasn't a problem. I replied politely to the nobleman, which made him smile appreciatively. I heard that Phria plans to have Cleo join the civil service at the end of this year, right? I will support him in return. Thank you. Kindly express my gratitude. Yet, deep down, I prayed that my stay here wouldn't be long enough to start working. I longed to go home. So, Phop, how have you been lately? I rarely see your face. The noble lord turned his attention from me to Phop, starting a new topic. Phop smiled humbly and replied in a kind tone. At the moment, the division is in a rather chaotic state. Bandits and smugglers are involved in conflicts on a daily basis. I wonder why the opium traders chase each other incessantly. It seems so. I have heard of a significant increase in illegal activity within the city. Many people who apparently come to visit on official duty secretly consume opium and are locked up in dungeons. Nowadays, it is easier to obtain and trade opium than to find rice, fish, or other basic necessities. Even in the markets, opium smugglers operate in secret. The authorities are gathering evidence to catch the main culprit, given that those we have caught so far are only small-time smugglers. And is there a suspect? After thinking for a while, I let the question slip out, causing all eyes in the room to turn towards me. Of course, there are suspects. We just lack concrete evidence to make an arrest. Phop replied, his eyes glittering with suspicion. Are you interested in these things too? I happened to hear people talking about it at the market, so I got curious. I gave him a sheepish smile and swallowed nervously. Maybe I had chosen the wrong time to inquire. If I wanted to gather information in the future, I needed to be more tactful and avoid appearing so anxious. If it weren't for Cleo's involvement in the investigation, I probably wouldn't have cared much about the opium issue. The fact that the police themselves had no more information than Cleo indicated that the person behind these operations was extremely discreet, to the point that no one could discover his identity. Under the midday sun, it was time for lunch. I sat down and filled my mouth with rice, continuing to secretly observe the interactions between Phop and Wunna, who had been deliberately seated next to each other. The elders never explicitly mentioned marriage, but the way they positioned Phop and Wunna and encouraged them to mingle strongly hinted at their desire to unite them. In my eyes, Wunna and Phop seemed compatible. Both were sons of a Freya. One possessed handsome features and a respectable occupation, while the other was a May Sri Ruin. She was a respected and influential woman or a woman of high social status. May is an honorific used to show respect, and Sri Ruin is a title implying nobility or high status. She was a beautiful woman who was perfectly capable of taking care of the house. If they ended up liking each other, they would definitely throw a big party for them. It seemed that the only obstacle to this union lay in Phop's apparent lack of cooperation. Wunna, please pour some tea for your Phi. I heard her request as the young woman gracefully took a pot of tea and poured it, again gracefully, into the cup of the young man next to her. Phop replied with a small smile, thanking Wunna, before returning his attention to the food, leaving me perplexed. If it had been any other man, they would have looked at Wunna with adoring eyes, responding emphatically with sweet words of gratitude. Yet the policeman seemed indifferent. I began to wonder if he just didn't like Wunna, or if he had no interest in anyone. Could the rumors about his erectile dysfunction be true? I've been here too long. I should take my leave. We will meet again soon. Freya Kramahadlek declared after finishing his meal. Freya Fichai Phokti urged his son, Phop, to accompany the guests to the waterfront pavilion. He turned to invite me. Declining the offer would have been rude, so both Phop and I went to escort the guests to their boat. Goodbye, uncle, aunt, and Wunna. Have a good trip. Then Myun greeted them with a smile, making Wunna blush slightly. Once Freya's family's boat set sail, I turned and spoke out loud. Truly charismatic charm. The girl almost melted when you smiled. Are you referring to me? Phop turned and asked. I was referring to the man who just smiled at that woman. How many people smile like that around here? I remarked irritably, locking eyes with someone only slightly taller than me. Phop's dark eyebrows raised slightly, but he remained silent. I continued with a lingering suspicion. I think Wunna likes you, and you two seem very close. I continued. I regard Wunna no differently than I regard my sisters. His response took me by surprise, making me blink in astonishment. But she is such a beautiful woman. Anyone would definitely court her, including you. Huh. You say Wunna is a beautiful woman who anyone would surely court. It implies that you have an interest in her, doesn't it? Hey, no, that's not what I meant. I shook my head. I was speaking in general terms, not about myself. If so, the corners of his lips quirked up slightly before he continued, his tone monotone. Then why don't you want Wunna? Well, I just don't have romantic feelings for her. Me neither, for the same reason. I care about her like a sister. There is no romantic desire. He replied calmly. I understood that human emotions couldn't be forced. If you don't feel them, you just don't feel them. However, what puzzled me was whether he was truly devoid of romantic interest in anyone. I thought I was the only one who thought this way. Can I ask you something? Obviously. Have you never felt romantic attraction towards anyone? I asked. The person I was conversing with remained silent, his eyes showing a complex mix of emotions. As I watched him stay silent for a long period of time, I couldn't help but feel amused. Did you know that there are rumors about you among the townspeople? What? His voice now seemed more serious than before. Evidently, he must have come across some of these rumors himself, which made me smile. Well, They say the reason Phria Phaichai Phokti's eldest son didn't settle down is because. They say that if it's not because you have erectile dysfunction, then it's because you're incompetent. If so, then yes, I have heard this rumor before, he said, interrupting me mid-sentence with a serious expression. I only heard about it recently. At first I dismissed it as mere nonsense. I commented. But now that I'm here, I'm starting to have some doubts. I put a hand behind my back and pretended to drag my voice. The person listening gave me a look so intense he could have shot laser beams from his eyes, causing me to burst out laughing. He seemed to care a lot about his dignity. Do you believe these senseless rumors? He asked, getting closer and closer to me. His eyes, once resentful, now shone with an enigmatic glint. I swallowed hard, feeling a strange tremor in my chest. If you're not sure, then let's try to prove it. Then you will know whether what the villagers say is true or not, he said. For a moment I forgot all the words, remaining silent and listening to the rapid beating of my heart in the left side of my chest. Usually, Phop wore a subtle smile and spoke in a reassuring voice that put others at ease. I had never seen him use such an intense gaze and seductive smile before. Now he acted as if he were a Don Juan. Damn, who started spreading these rumors? They must have been complete rubbish. How would you like me to prove it? He asked. And there's no need at all. I always ignore all this senseless gossip. I replied hastily, stumbling as I tried to distance myself. Phop wasn't chasing me, but his gaze made me feel like small prey in the hands of a predator. I asked permission to return home. I want to continue reading my book. Very good. Go. He smiled weakly, but his bright eyes continued to follow me as I rushed back into it. Taking a deep breath, I tried to hide the expression on my face and reflected on the turmoil in my heart. I expected him to be calm, but he turned out to be almost like a tiger, fierce and wild. That smile and those eyes were anything but ordinary, and I didn't know how to handle the situation. I had finally fallen into a trap and lost control of myself. Nakhun, you shouldn't go looking for trouble like this. Chapter 10. Third person's point of view. Both time and water can only move forward, without stopping. Often Phop was so focused on his work that he didn't even pay attention to how many days passed. Before he knew it, he had already served in the patrol for almost 2 years. Then Myun, are you on guard today? Yes, I'll replace you. You should rush home to see your wife and children after you leave the station. Don't linger at the liquor store in the market, Phop said with a smile to a subordinate older than him. The man laughed, waving respectfully before walking away. Phop collapsed into one of the wooden chairs. Originally, Phop had no ambition to serve the government like the sons of other nobles. He wanted to live in peace and help the poor. He had aimed to become a pharmacist like his best friend. But he and Jom were different, because Jom was the youngest son in his family. His older brothers had already entered public service. Therefore, Jom's father had not objected to his youngest son wanting to follow a different path from his other brothers. Phop was the eldest son of Phria Phaichai Phokti and also the only one born to his first wife. His father expected more from him than others, and, as a result, he ended up in the patrol of the Metropolitan Department. The last 2 years that Phop had been working for the government service had not been entirely smooth. Even though he was the son of the Phria who controlled the Metropolitan Department, he still faced obstacles that blocked his path, such as not being accepted by officials who were senior to him, but of lower rank. That feeling was very familiar to him. He had just turned 20, he had no work experience, but he had already obtained a higher position than them. This offended his elders, because they believed that someone like him had never experienced hardship before. Despite the resistance Phop had faced, he still managed to prove to them that he was capable. His obstacles to his work had gradually disappeared. Everyone in the department began to treat him more friendly. Now, he felt that his work duties were being performed quite well. Although Phop never intended to enter public service, this occupation was not necessarily forced upon him either. He had had a singular desire to help those in need. Even though he didn't become a pharmacist as he had once hoped, being a policeman still gave him the ability to alleviate the suffering and fuel the joy of others. His goal and dream was to do his best in his work. Everyone changes over time. Who stays the same forever? In the silence of the night, the sweet voice of the person who had said that phrase suddenly appeared in his mind. Then Myun smiled faintly as he took matches from the box to light the lamp. What he said was true. Change was normal in the world. Not even Phop could escape this truth. He knew that he himself had changed over time. Above all, his feelings towards the person who had said that same statement had changed. He once saw him as a little brother crawling after him, but he no longer felt the same. He was deeply concerned whenever he heard about Cleo wandering off to visit bars or brothels. But this was only part of it. Deep in his heart, he knew he was jealous. He didn't want Cleo to have relationships with anyone else. Phop had become anxious when he heard Cleo babbling nonsense during the meeting between him and Wanna, a meeting the elders longed for. Why did he have to feel this way? Phop had a vague answer, but he was a little too bizarre. Too incredible. Oh, Phop, we'll sleep in the same place tonight. The voice of the person who had just entered the room brought the Myun out of his thoughts. The lamplight fell on Myun-Harn's face, glistening with sweat. Phop looked at his colleague's appearance and noticed that his clothing was rumpled, completely different from his usual order. Yes, but why do you look so tired, Harn? Those bandits are fighting over the city's prostitutes again. It took me a while to calm them down and separate them so I could finally throw them into the dungeon. Myun-Harn said, loosening his belt. It was his free time at the moment. There was no longer any need to maintain formal attire, as he was only to be on duty when he was protecting the regiment. At Pak Klong Market? Where else? Those bandits fight with each other day after day, causing trouble. One minute they're stealing, the next they're dealing opium. I would really like to submit a request and change my area of responsibility. He grumbled as he settled into a chair. The Pak Klong Market was a notorious meeting place that facilitated Front Nakhon's misfortunes. Phop was very unhappy whenever he learned of his visit there, as he was worried about his safety. Speaking of opium trafficking, any news on Churd? Phop asked. They were currently keeping an eye on a local bandit named Churd and trying to find out if he was connected to a possible subordinate they had recently captured. Although there was no evidence, Myun-Harn, in charge of that area, was suspicious of him. For this reason, he had sent his colleagues to keep an eye on him. Still nothing. He just started fighting, getting drunk, and frequenting prostitutes. His usual behavior is suspicious of him. His response made Phop's eyes shine in contemplation. Phop refused to believe that Churd wasn't involved, but there was no evidence yet to confirm this. Most of the areas where opium trafficking occurred were under Harn's responsibility, so Phop could never have taken any action on his own. By the way, Phop, I heard that Freya Chromatolek came to your house a few days ago. Harn changed the subject. Yes, he came to visit my father and spoke to him. Why? Nothing. It's just that I heard Maywana was there too. I was just wondering if you had any good news that you haven't shared with me yet? His colleague's sly smile made Phop take a deep breath. Even though he had always made it clear that he didn't consider Wanna anything more than a sister, everyone had always believed that he and Wanna were longtime boyfriends. Especially adults wanted them to get married. But even if Wanna considered him more than a brother, he would never be able to reciprocate her feelings. There is no good news to share. I don't think of Maywana that way. But if you marry her, the two of you will naturally fall in love. Are you waiting for 30 or 40? A woman is at her most beautiful in her late teens. Myun-Harn's gaze clearly conveyed what he meant. If I love someone, it doesn't matter how old they are. He will always seem the most beautiful to me. Yes, but youth should not be wasted. Believe me, I still have a lot of work to do. I'm not interested in getting married soon. Phop smiled politely at his colleague, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. His sharp look communicated that he didn't want to talk about this topic any further. Myun-Harn wasn't stupid. He quickly changed the subject based on Phop's reaction. How about Cleo? I heard that by the end of this year, he will be working in public service. Yes. Has he recovered? Recovered? Phop repeated the question. Myun-Harn seemed to freeze for a moment before continuing to explain. You said he seemed mentally confused, that he couldn't remember things. How is he now? If he is not well, he will not be able to work in the state service. What matters is that his health is in good condition at the moment. He studied, wrote, read, and restored his knowledge of it. His memory may not return so easily, but he can live with it. There are some things he can remember, but maybe it's better to forget some things. Phop released a long sigh as he remembered the young man's bitter past. Even if Cleo couldn't remember their story, it was okay. As long as Cleo was happy now, he was fine enough. As long as we are together, we can always make new memories. Together. It will be good for him to find a job in the state service. A stable job like this is fantastic. It's really nice. Do you think he will get married before you? He's talking about marriage again. I don't think he plans to get married anytime soon. His voice sounded involuntarily harsh. Myung-harn seemed confused by the sudden change in mood, but Phop was equally surprised. The thought of his gnome getting married and moving away from his sight made him feel agitated. "Oh, I'll go take a shower first. I've been on patrol since late this morning. I'm all sticky." "Certain." Phop looked at his colleague's back as he walked away. Once Myung-harn was gone, then Myung released a slow breath as he thought. Once men reached a certain age, they often looked for women to marry and start a family with. Phop, on the other hand, had no such thoughts. He wasn't sure what to think when he heard rumors about Cleo hanging out with prostitutes in town. Such women could not become his wife. Is there another woman? Phop's eyebrows furrowed. Dissatisfaction exploded inside him like a river during the flood season. Apparently, he would need to ask someone for help to find out the current state of his gnome's heart. Cleo's face appeared in his thoughts, causing his lips to curve into a smile. He reminded himself that Cleo must be jumping for joy that Phop was spending the night away from home. He knew that Cleo didn't want to be close to him, which made him feel a little depressed, but he still liked to tease him by getting closer than necessary. Just the thought of the young man's face when he was teased by him turned his lonely mood into something strangely warm. He leaned back in the wooden chair and closed his eyes, a relaxed smile forming on his face. Maybe he should have teased him less before he left. Before heading home, he would stop to buy some of Cleo's favorite snacks. Kun's point of view. There are always unexpected things in life. Although what had happened to me was a little unexpected, so far I had adapted and gotten used to it. I had been living in Freya Pichai Phokti's house for almost 2 months, still without any clues to find my way home. Even though I hadn't started to worry yet, I was afraid of being stuck there forever, deep in my heart. I was still determined to find the real Cleo every day, in every way. The 5th month of the lunar calendar, which is April, marked the Thai New Year holiday, and I was looking forward to taking a break from the stress. Yes, today is Songkran. In the morning I jumped out of bed as soon as I heard the rooster crowing. I took a shower, put on a light-colored t-shirt and a brand new chonkraben. Normally I didn't really like festivals. During Songkran, I usually poured water on my parents' hands and asked for blessings, obtained merit at the temple, and then lay down, watching movies and playing games. I didn't go out like the others. But this time I was excited, because it would be the first time I would experience this festival the old-fashioned way. In the morning then Freya and Kuning Preong led us and the other residents from the house to the temple, where we brought food and offerings to gain merit. The temple had been stormed by a crowd of people who were also participating in various rituals. Practices included bathing Buddha idols, releasing birds and fish, and building sacred sand pagodas. Sand pagodas, called Chedi Sayan Thai, are sculptures erected in mud or sand as a way to gain merit. After giving offerings to the monks, we returned home for lunch and proceeded to pour water on the hands of the elders of the house. I wish you nothing but happiness and prosperity. May all your wishes come true, Cleo. Freya's large hand patted my head lightly as I proceeded to pour the water over his hands. My wish for Cleo is that he has a strong body, free from disease, a long life, and a strong heart. We consider Cleo as part of our family, like a son. Please, he considers uncle and aunt as your second set of parents. Thank you. My voice trembled slightly, as if I felt something stuck in my throat. I couldn't help but have tears in my eyes. Then Freya and aunt reminded me of my parents, for whom I poured water every year. But now I didn't know if I would ever have the chance to see them again. What's wrong? Phop asked me as I moved away from the line to pour water for the homeowner's hands. No, there's nothing wrong. I shook my head and forced a smile. I always tried to remind myself not to get discouraged. Longta had said that one day I would see the path, so I still had hope of being able to return home. Well, you have to smile a lot during Songkran, Phop said, forming a sweet smile and reaching out to pat my head. You are not alone. You still have a big family here, father, mother and Phi. Everyone in this house loves you and cares about you. I can't count on the last one. I tried to improve my mood by teasing him. Phop raised his eyebrows. You're so mean. He murmured under his breath, removing his hand from my head to pinch my cheeks hard. His eyes were shining. Ouch. Take it easy. It's your fault. He released my cheek, acting as if he hadn't done anything. I rubbed my face, blinking at the person who had blamed me. I could still feel the heat where his hands touched my face. Did I have red cheeks? Once we completed the ritual in which we honored and paid homage to our elders, we were free to do whatever we wished. Freya allowed his household staff to play outside the house or rest. Some went out to play with water, others rested to conserve energy and would participate in the temple festival in the evening. I learned that temple festivals had already existed since this era, and I was looking forward to the evening. I was sitting on the stool in front of my room, enjoying the breeze in the hot late afternoon sun, when the police officer came out of his room. I immediately got up when I saw him. "Phop, are you coming out?" "Yes, I will go and see Jom," replied Phop. He changed from the long-sleeved shirt he had worn in the morning to give merit to the temple, to a cotton shirt with more comfortable sleeves, clearly dressed for playing in the water. "I want to come with you," I blurted out. His sharp eyes narrowed. "Where?" "To see Jom. I met him and Kay at the market the other day. He invited me to go to the temple fair with them and also play in the water." Besides Phop and Chewy, there were also Jom and Kay who I could talk to without feeling awkward. Jom often liked to come visit Phop at home, and most of the time, Kay was close to him too. I usually sat down and had a friendly conversation with Kay when Phop and Jom were engaged in an argument. We had become close very quickly, probably because Kay was like Pan, both in appearance and in his personality. This made me get along very well with him. "Your body is not strong yet, and the festival will be crowded with many people. You will definitely catch a fever if you get wet and expose yourself to the hot sun today. But I want to go out and play in the water because the sun is so hot today. The more people, the better. There will be no problems. Please take me with you," I said insistently. The older man just frowned in response. "You'd better not go." "Come on, I want to come. I want to play in the water. I want to walk. Today is Songkran Day, and I'm stuck at home doing nothing. Can't I just have fun outside?" I pouted, feeling offended. Phop looked at me silently for a moment, before taking a deep breath. "Okay, you can come with me. Thank you. But please, before you go, put on a darker shirt. It's not nice to go out like this." "But how?" I looked at my shirt, and then at Phop's in confusion. We were wearing exactly the same shirt. Why could he wear it, and I couldn't? "Your shirt is too light. Change it to a darker one, or layer it over something else." "What?" I asked, perplexed. This cop must be crazy. He's so hot, and I have to wear two shirts? This is crazy. Light clothes become transparent when wet. It won't seem appropriate. He explained further, seeing my confused expression. "I don't see what the problem is. I'm a man. The other men walk around town shirtless, and no one cares. Come on, I want to play in the water." I shook my head and dragged the older man's arm down the stairs to the dock. Phop didn't protest, finally agreeing to be accompanied, but his dark eyebrows were still furrowed. "Concleo, then Myun is in a bad mood. What's the problem?" Chui whispered to me secretly as he was about to get on the boat. I looked at Phop, who still had an angry expression as he climbed into the boat with his servant. I simply shook my head. "I do not know. It does not matter. Let's hurry." "Yes." I got on the boat last, following Chui. He rowed away from the dock. I sat and looked at Phop's broad and majestically erect back, thinking of his serious expression and the question of the servant earlier. I couldn't help but shrug. At first it still seemed fine, but now it was as if he were eating a hornet's nest. He was probably deep in thought about something. The sunlight was still warm when the boat docked in the temple hall not far from the house of Freya Phaichai Phokti, which was the meeting place arranged with Jom. I walked beside Phop, sweeping my eyes around and observing our surroundings, observing the people who still visited the temple to gain merit. The elderly built sand sculptures. Others headed towards the courtyard full of entertainment activities, while the children and young people played with water. Phop allowed Kong and Chui to wander on their own, telling them to meet us again at the dock in the evening. As for the two of us, we headed towards the water activities. The temple grounds looked different than usual, with pots of water placed throughout the area for people to pour on each other. In those days there were no toy guns for spraying water, so they used bowls to pour it on themselves lightly, without using too much violence. Then they took turns applying din sorpong on each other. Din sorpong is a soft white chalk powder made of limestone, used during Thai festivals. Many people had come to play in the water today, before Phop, and I could even go find Jom and Keo. Our faces were covered in powder, and we were soaked from head to toe. "You are here, Phop, Cleo. I almost didn't recognize you." Jom greeted us, laughing at our disheveled appearances. "Look who's talking. As if you weren't the same as us." Phop shook his head, looking around. John went to get us some bowls, which were to be used as containers for throwing water. Then he began the extravagant custom of smearing himself with chalk and spraying water. As the evening progressed, more and more people arrived at the temple. All the young people had fun playing in the water. Some took the opportunity to sing and recite courtship poems. Of course, there were many attractive faces around me, and we attracted the interest of many girls, especially Phop's admirers, who almost formed a queue to get their turn to apply the plaster to him. Cleo, look over there. Keo nudged me to turn and see Phop, who was surrounded by women, both young and old. Our then Myun is truly charming, don't you agree? I couldn't deny feeling a little smug when I caught Phop's gaze, seeing his faint smile. He stood still, allowing the women to approach him one by one. He couldn't refuse their attention. Seeing his friendly smile and watching him stand still while they smeared the powder on him, I suddenly became irritated. Phop hadn't invited them to cast him, but he hadn't refused either. How well he maintained his appearance in front of others. Jom is the same way. He gets all smiles around the girls. I really don't like men who like to flirt. I agree, I said, glaring at Phop. I didn't think he had any difficulty with his current situation. He was smiling brightly. Cleo, don't you want to go and put some cast on a girl? Keo asked. No, I prefer to stay with you. Do you want to go and apply chalk to a girl? I can go as your friend. What are you talking about? You should know full well that I don't want to chalk anyone up. The person I want to put the cast on is playing in the water there. Keo smiled, shaking his head. I froze at what he said. From the first time we met, I could see that Keo liked Jom romantically. In an era where homosexuality was considered a strange thing, Keo was a pioneer of his time. It may have been difficult for others, but Keo still chose to be honest with his feelings. But he probably doesn't want to cast me. The meaning of what he meant was obvious. As far as I knew, Jom didn't seem to consider returning Keo's feelings. He had declined in a friendly manner because they had known each other since childhood. And even though this hadn't forced Keo to give up, deep down, I thought he was still a little resentful of the situation. I wasn't sure, but I figured no one was at fault in that situation. Pleasure is pleasure, not pleasure is not pleasure. I hadn't experienced love yet, but I knew how painful it was to love someone who didn't love me. Then I'll put it on for you. I took some chalk and dipped it in water before smearing it on his cheek. Keo laughed with pleasure and also put some wet chalk on his face. Oh, it's Cleo. A soft voice sounded from behind. I turned and found that the person who had called my name was a young woman. Can I put the cast on you? She asked. Sure. Even though I was a little shocked, I accepted the powder with a smile. I knew that Cleo's reputation was quite famous throughout the city. Since I had come to play in the water, only a few people had dared to come up and powder my face. How is it possible that each of my friends has such a strong charm? Keo said as the girl walked away with a red face. I laughed, reaching out to shake Keo's head. I suddenly felt like someone was watching me. I turned, trying to find out who he was, before meeting Phop's gaze. What's the problem? Why are you suddenly looking at me like that? If I didn't know him, I'd think he was asking for trouble. Your charm is really strong, Phop stated plainly, walking out of the circle of girls to join us. Not as much as yours, Phop. There are a lot of women waiting to put the cast on you. I smiled until my eyes lit up. At that moment, the atmosphere around was strange, as if Phop and I were engaged in a battle of nerves. Won't you put some chalk on me? He asked. I froze a little and laughed. If you ask me like that, you're really going to want me to put some chalk on you, right? I melted the chalk in my hand and spread it on his face. Nowadays, only a thin layer was used, but as a modern person, I preferred a thick one. You have become much more handsome. I laughed heartily when I saw his face covered in white powder. But as soon as he raised the corner of his mouth, my spine began to tingle. You're going to play like that, right? He reached over to grab chalk from the bowl next to him. His hand closed into a large fist. I swallowed hard. I quickly raised my hand to stop him. Listen first. I was thrilled by the power in my hands. I am not interested. Hey, I shouted as he grabbed my arm. 2 handfuls of Phop chalk dust landed on my face. He rubbed back and forth until my entire face was covered in dust. Phop, my face is all dirty. You started first. When I said this, I turned and took 2 more large handfuls. Who would accept being the only one so dirty? He had left me no choice but to take revenge. Cleo, I have dust in my mouth. How old are you? Play together like children. I glimpsed Keo grumbling from the side as I continued in a chalk battle with the police officer. Jom arrived to disperse the situation, then everything calmed down. Even though it had been a little messy, coming to play in the water had been fun for the first time in years. When the sky turned red and the sun set, we stopped playing with water and went to chat in the pavilion while we waited for our clothes to dry. We then returned to the temple area in search of something to eat, exhausted from expending so much energy. There were many food stalls around the temple area. The atmosphere was the same as my era, but there were no Ferris wheels, balloons, or dazzling lights. It was also quieter. There were more traditional dances. The atmosphere was relaxed but lively. Phop, can I buy some condom, Tom? As I walked around looking for something to eat, I pointed out a cooked rice dessert stall nearby. I didn't have any money with me, because I usually left my bag at Chewy. Every time I went out alone, I became poor. I had to rely on the immune's goodwill. Condom Tom is a traditional Thai dessert made from glutinous rice flour. It is often enjoyed during various celebrations and festivals in Thailand. All right, Phop replied and led me to the front of the candy shop. Phop, will you pay for me too? Keo quickly grabbed one of Phop's arms, making a cute sound. Obviously. Phop, don't pet him too much. He will turn into a balloon and then burst. Jom. Keo turned and patted the hand of the person who said it. We laughed a lot, and the shop owner laughed too. I haven't seen Aunt Chun for a long time. Don't you sell anything at Noise Market anymore? The policeman next to me lost interest in the discussion behind him and politely turned to ask about the businesswoman's situation. I went to visit my relatives in Lavo. I returned to Nakhun just a few days ago. The businesswoman, who must have been younger than my mother, replied politely. Her gaze followed me while she prepared the dessert as I had requested. Having come to the festival together like this, the news that Cleo has moved to Phria Phai Phokti's house must be true. Exactly, replied Phop. Aunt Chun then turned and smiled at me. Cleo looks much plumper and handsomer. He lives and eats well, right? Ah, yes, I'm fine. I'm happy to eat and be with Phop. I replied in amazement because I didn't think the conversation would reach me. But when I said it, the listener froze. Even Jom and Keo stopped arguing to look at me. You eat and stay together? Yes, I repeated. The aunt's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. I saw Jom make a puzzled face and Keo's mouth hang open. The policeman next to me tried to hold back his laughter. How much does the dessert cost? Phop turned to ask the merchant as I tried to figure out what I had done wrong to make everyone have a strange expression. He asked me if I was eating well, and I replied that I was happy to eat well. Wait, staying and eating. Shit. Wait a moment. I didn't mean that. There are also others in line behind us waiting to buy things. Hurry. Phop called me to leave the store before I could correct the misunderstanding. Jom and Keo's giggles could be heard all along the way, making me want to slap my face. My brain must have been in disarray. How could I have forgotten that togetherness was a term for husband and wife? I thought Cleo just lived in the same house as Phop, not that they ate and hung out together. Enough, Keo, I said to the younger man who had been teasing me throughout the whole ordeal, before collapsing exhausted into the nearest chair. I got the word wrong and my whole life changed, just like that. I hope the aunt didn't use it to spread rumors. There's no need to worry. She must have understood that you weren't serious. Phop comforted me as he handed me the baked goodies. Yeah, I took the bowl of banana leaves. I was about to put the dessert in my mouth, but stopped when I heard a soft voice say the next sentence. But you didn't tell a lie. You really live with me right now. The hanging lights cast their reflection in his black eyes. They even seemed to shine more dazzlingly than usual. I looked away from the person next to me as I felt the air getting warmer. Phop, you are despicable. You're always ready to tease. Jom's outburst made me sigh in relief. Yes, enough teasing. Eat your food. He agreed, but his eyes kept looking at me. I quickly cleared my throat and shoved a piece of dessert down my throat, trying not to pay attention to the heart pounding in my chest. Had anyone ever told Phop that his eyes were seductive? After we finished eating our snacks, we sat and watched the show for a while before Jom asked permission to take Keo home. Phop saw that it must be time to go home, but before leaving, the policeman invited me to build a sand pagoda together. There are still a lot of people. I looked around, where there were many people carrying sand into the temple. Normally at night, he was quiet. Only the noise of the insects could be heard. But probably because today was New Year's Eve, he was considered an exception. In the middle of the day, the sun was strong. Most people, therefore, tend to bring sand to the temple when the sun cools down. explained the man with large hands as he built a sand pagoda. The two of us built it together. When we finished, I picked some flowers and started decorating around them. Well, I stood up and shook the sand from my hands as I admired my work along with Phop, who was standing next to me. I was really disappointed that I didn't have a cell phone with me. Otherwise, I would have taken some photos. They believe that those who accumulate merit together, who feed the monks together, will meet again in another life. He suddenly spoke the other. I looked and saw that his curved lips revealed a small smile. We have earned merit together many times. In the next life, I will be born to meet you again. I don't believe it. I don't think that's true. I replied after thinking for a moment. If that were true, I should have met Phop, but I had never met anyone who looked the same as him in modern times. Who knows? Maybe it's true, he said as we headed towards the port, giving me his penetrating gaze. Don't you want to see me again? I did not say this. You said it yourself. He hastily interrupted him while the other played the victim. Phop laughed softly with both hands behind his back as he spoke. Then I think you would like to see me again. It's up to you to think about it. I was too lazy to argue with him, so I let it go. Phop was silent for a moment before muttering. It was as if he was talking to himself instead of to me. It would be nice to be born and meet again. We didn't speak anymore after that. Only the faint sound of the cool evening breeze blowing across my body. I looked up at the starry sky and let my thoughts fly. It would be nice if I could find a good person like him again. Chapter 11. That was yet another night I didn't sleep. I found myself immersed in a recurring dream, a story from my childhood. Back then, I was a mischievous kid in a primary school uniform, causing trouble with his neighborhood friends and stubbornly refusing to heed his parents' words. One day, while stealthily climbing a mango tree during a visit to the temple, I had an accident. I fell from the tree, breaking my leg and scraping my nose on the concrete floor of the courtyard, leaving behind a scar that remains to this day. That little boy gradually grew up, progressing through elementary and high school, abandoning his stubbornness and gradually becoming more obedient. I began to persevere, studying diligently to pass the entrance exam to the best university in the country. And I succeeded. The image of my parents' smiles and their joy on the day of my acceptance flooded my mind. They helped me settle into the dormitory, giving me their blessings and good wishes, urging me to find good companions and be happy. Even in my dreams, I found myself longing for those days gone by. They seemed distant, very distant from my current reality. It had been a while since I had been away from my family, and I had become so accustomed to my current way of life that everything about my past had begun to seem like a mere dream, while the era in which I found it now seemed real and tangible. My dream changed. The scenery before me transformed into an endless expanse of darkness. I couldn't understand how long I remained immersed in that silent abyss before it gradually dissipated, giving way to apparitions of light that emerged one after another, lining up until everything became clear again. But what appeared before my eyes was no longer my memory. I found myself in the courtyard of a small Thai house on the property of Phra Pichai Phokti, where I had been staying when I first arrived there. There were a few people around, silently carrying boxes into the house. Despite the constant movement, an air of embarrassment and silence enveloped the atmosphere. My gaze fell on the figure standing in front of me. It was Phop, the same version of him I knew, and he was looking at me. Dad gave you this house so you could live in peace. If you ever encounter any problem, feel free to come to me and share your concerns. Do not be afraid. His voice, although light, conveyed kindness, the same way he used to talk to Cleo. But to me, the listener, it seemed unacceptable. You're done now, right? Phop remained silent. If you're done, please, you can leave. The voice repeated. Remembering what Phop, the person who was helping him, had been told, I realized that others might find the speaker extremely rude. But this didn't concern me. Cleo suddenly entered one of the rooms and slammed the door. He didn't mind being rude, especially when it came to the person standing on the other side of the door. Once again, I struggled to control my thoughts, realizing that I was witnessing someone else's memories. The situation seemed peculiar. Although I could sense Cleo's deep resentment towards Phop, I also felt his anguish. And in the midst of it all, one sentiment stood out clearer than anything else. I, or rather Cleo, suffered and regretted those actions. My dreams kept changing. Even though it was clear that Cleo did not want to talk to Phop, the latter still visited him, only to be greeted with indifference. even aggression, resulting in Cleo even kicking him out of the house. Not wanting to face Phop, Cleo had started leaving the house, engaging in fights with the delinquents. When will you stop acting like this? When will you listen to me? Phop, imposing in his patrol uniform, grabbed my arm tightly. His sharp eyes revealed disappointment as he observed my swollen face, a result of my run-ins with bullies. Let me go? I freed my arm from his grip, staring into his eyes. All around us, among the wreckage of the tavern's tables and chairs, people cast disdainful glances and muttered comments about Phop being my guardian. Who asked you to take care of me? I never did it. Whatever I do is none of your business. I shouted, emotions swirling in my chest, a chaotic mix of confusion and frustration. I intervene when it concerns me. Why do you behave like this? Phop asked in his pleading voice as he tried to hide the real reason with all his might. I wasn't convinced. How I live is my business. You and I have nothing to do with each other. Stop meddling in my life. I screamed, and the room fell silent except for the sound of our breathing. At that moment, two pairs of sharp eyes bored into me, full of pain. Then there was only emptiness. The sharp face I had always secretly admired became emotionless. Your wishes are orders. The salty taste of blood in my mouth was overwhelmed by the bitterness that exploded upon hearing those words. I spat the blood onto the floor before turning and walking away with my heart ready to shatter. Although I chose that path, my warm, burning eyes revealed how my true feelings contradicted my actions. Finally finding a secluded place free of people, I collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down my chin as I struggled to stifle my sobs. Phop simply ignored it, no longer interacting with me, as if it were the expected outcome. The harmonious sounds of birds and roosters awoke me from a long dream. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was again the wooden beam above my bed. Despite the long hours of sleep, I still felt tired and restless. I wanted to bury myself in the comfort of bed without having to get up. Finally, I gathered the strength to sit up in bed. A draft from the slightly open window touched my face, and I felt something cold on my cheek. When I raised my hand to touch it, I was surprised. There were tears. Tears flowed from my eyes as I slept. Images from the dream flooded my mind as I sat there still, lost in contemplation. Once again, I remembered the events of the previous night, the emotions that had coursed through me. Many unanswered questions seemed to linger in my thoughts. There was no doubt about Cleo's feelings for Phop. The loving longing and concern I had felt in the dream was now clear. And I also understood why Cleo had behaved so aggressively towards him. He didn't want to behave that way. But the disparaging remarks and gossip surrounding him had become insidious. His family's reputation had already suffered and been tarnished. He didn't want Phop's family's reputation to be compromised, so he resorted to aggression, hoping to make Phop lose interest while trying to suppress his own attraction. During that time period, romantic relationships between men were deemed unacceptable. If anyone found out his secret, he would become a target for town gossip. Phop, with his promising career as a public servant, could not afford any setbacks. Cleo knew that loving him was impossible, so he chose to protect the person he loved in the way he believed was best for everyone, even if it would lead to him being hurt and alone. From Cleo's perspective, even if Phop one day stopped seeing him as his younger brother, he might come to accept him. He was fine with the fact that they had become strangers, because for once Cleo's concerns were actually valid. For those who had no hope of finding happiness with the one they loved, the once cherished memories would serve as a bittersweet comfort, nourishing their minds for a long time to come. Cleo's pain in the dream still remained in my heart. I didn't understand why I couldn't get over those feelings, since it wasn't me either, but I felt like it hurt like it really happened to me. Cleo, please wake up. A soft voice called from outside the room. I heaved a deep sigh, got up from the bed, and opened the door to let the servant take care of his duties. Looking around the room, I realized that I had been living in that house for almost 2 or 3 months. It was becoming more and more familiar to me with each passing day, even more so than my dorm room or my house. The thought troubled me. Are you going to take a bath? Chewie asked. Yes, I replied. I put on a thong and went down to the dock, taking my toiletries with me. The sky was still dark as I headed towards my destination, but I stopped when I noticed the shadow of someone moving in the opposite direction. You got up early, greeted Phop. I tried to look away from his bare torso when I realized he was dressed in casual clothes, wrapped in a single garment. Yes, you got up early too, I replied, in an unusually dark tone, which I struggled to control. Lately, I found myself acting erratically around him, my emotions tangled and confused. Even now, I couldn't keep control of my expressions. What's wrong? You do not look good. He noticed the change in me and came closer. I took a step back, forced a smile, and shook my head, saying, I'm just sleepy. Phop, go inside and get dressed. I'm going to take a bath too. Are you trying to send me to get dressed because you don't want anyone to see me shirtless? He joked. His light-hearted tone dissolved all the heavy emotions inside me, replacing them with the urge to roll my eyes. If thinking that makes you feel better about yourself, go ahead, I replied casually. He giggled before walking back towards the house, in good spirits. My heart continued to pound as I appreciated his broad back and strong muscles from behind. Subconsciously, I pressed my hand against my chest where it beat, my lips pressed together with concern. Were these someone else's emotions? Were they mine? Or were they simply Cleo's words from the dream that had moved my heart? The more I dreamed, the more confused I became about how this all happened. How had I ended up there when Cleo had disappeared? Why had I dreamed of Cleo? Why did I understand his feelings so intimately? I understood how he felt like I was the real Cleo. Breakfast that day proceeded without Phop, who had urgent work to take care of. I felt relieved not to be around him given my emotionally unstable state. As I ate the rice, my gaze inadvertently drifted to the empty seat next to me, and I reflected on the changes that had transpired over the past month. In terms of intimacy, I had grown closer to Phop now that he had eased his suspicions of me, but my frustration seemed to be amplified compared to before. Being around him made me nervous, especially after Songkran, when he started hanging around me and taking care of me. He sometimes jokingly uttered words that seemed innocent but made me get lost in my thoughts. Preon, I will be home late today. Freya Fichai Phokti's voice interrupted my thoughts and brought me back to the present as he picked up his cane and prepared to leave for his public service. Where are you heading? Kuning Preong asked, standing up to help her husband with his clothing. I washed the rice off my hands in a small bowl containing water meant to clean my fingers after eating while listening to their conversation. I intend to visit then Freya Krom Mahadlek's house to discuss a formal engagement between Phop and Maywana. It's been a few years since our initial discussion, and it's time to move on, said Freya Fichai Phokti. My breathing became shallow and my chest tightened as I heard those words. It's wonderful. Phop has a stable job, age and title. He deserves to get married. There is no need for further delay. Her smile radiated happiness and satisfaction. I feigned a composed expression, took a towel from the servant next to me, and sat in silence, absorbed in the elder's conversation. It wasn't surprising. Considering Phop's age, he should have gotten married long ago. Every parent wanted to see their child married and settled. Furthermore, his potential bride was the daughter of an important person, a match more suitable than a gold leaf on a jade branch. Cleo. Freya Fichai Phokti's voice once again interrupted my thoughts. Yes, I replied, slightly surprised. Would you do us the honor of being the best man at your Phi's wedding? She asked expectantly, her gaze fixed on me. Suppressing my inner turmoil, I forced a smile and nodded in acceptance. Yes, of course. Phop will get married soon. The next child of the Freya family will be you. When you find love, I will be the one to ask for it on behalf of our family. Freya Fichai Phokti stated. I forced a smile again, expressing polite thanks, while then Freya conversed with her aunt for a while before leaving the house. I asked permission to retreat to my room, claiming I was exhausted, but in truth I simply needed some time alone. Arranged marriages were not uncommon in that era. Wana was undoubtedly the ideal bride, a kind and hospitable person. Even though Phop didn't love her now, I believed that he could easily develop affection for her if they got married. And if he didn't want to, he would eventually find a woman who would capture her attention. Once again, I understood Cleo's feelings. A young man in his 20s, he had faced countless hardships. His family, his reputation, and his wealth had vanished overnight, and then he had fallen in love with someone he could never have. He had had to overcome multiple heartbreaks. In part, Cleo rebelled against Phop because he knew from the beginning that he didn't return his feelings. To Phop, Cleo was simply a younger brother. The young boy didn't want his loved one to suffer. So he repressed his feelings and tore out his heart. I agreed with Cleo. That love was impossible. After about an hour, I asked Chui to accompany me to Pak Klong Market to ask Pim about Cherd, but when I arrived, I was informed by Pim's brothel keeper that she had the flu and would not be able to come out to receive me. I wished her a speedy recovery and left the men's sanctuary a little disappointed. I went there once a week, hoping to get information on Cherd so I could look for new leads on both Cleo's disappearance and the opium trafficking, but every time I failed. Sometimes I wondered if I should prosecute him myself, but even the patrol team couldn't find any evidence to convict him, so maybe it would happen to me too. Honestly, my life was in a bad place. I didn't know how I ended up there, and I didn't know how to find my way back home. It was very difficult. The longer I stayed, the more my hopes diminished. Cleo, have you come to see Miss Pim? Myun Harn asked me when he saw me return to the dock. I raised my hands to greet him with a Y, gave him a polite smile, and replied, Yes. I can't help but notice that you come here quite often. Are you that fascinated by her? He uttered, clearly emphasizing the word fascinated. Are you implying something? I smiled dryly, unable to tell the truth that Pim and I weren't in a relationship like everyone thought. So where are you headed, Cleo? I go home. There's still half a day to go back. Yes. Pim was sick today. Better to let her rest. I tried to answer dryly, because I wanted to end the conversation. Instinctively, Myun Harn gave me a strange feeling that made me want to avoid it. I beg your pardon, sir, but I must go now. Go. Have a safe journey home. He gave me a friendly smile and walked away. I looked back and couldn't help but feel guilty for being prejudiced when he hadn't done anything to me. But it was very difficult to change someone's feelings. Cleo, will you go shopping at the floating market first? Chui asked me as he let go of the ropes and poles that tied the boat in the harbor pavilion. Normally, I would have asked him to stop at the floating market, which was on the way home, and look at the foods I liked, but not today. I didn't feel like doing anything. I wanted to go home early and spend some time alone. No, let's go home, I murmured, climbing into the boat. He let out a heavy sigh. I didn't know how, but I felt more exhausted than any other day. When I got home, I sat helplessly in my room before falling asleep. It wasn't until late afternoon that I woke up again. Opening the bedroom and intending to head towards the kitchen, I found myself engaged in a friendly conversation with my aunt to relieve the boredom. Some time had passed when Phop, just returning from public service, went upstairs. You're back. How about you sit down and talk to your mother first? Motioning to her son, Kuning Preong invited him to sit next to her. Phop sat down on one of the empty seats. He gave me a small smile as he looked at me, but I looked away. Daddy hasn't come home yet? Phop looked at his mother, who was waving a fan in her hand. Not yet. Today your father went to see the Freya Krom Mahadlek to propose your engagement to May Wana. Mom, I don't think of Wana in a romantic way. Get married soon and fall in love with each other. This is the time to get married, so your parents can feel reassured. The more Andy talked, the more serious Phop's face became. The last time I had seen him make an expression like that was when he had scolded me for running away to the Pak Klong market. Sorry, Aunt. I turned, bowed my head to the older woman, and then quickly walked away. It was rather rude for someone like me, a stranger, to listen to an argument about a family matter. Walking towards the kitchen, the strong smell of rice greeted me. The servants were no longer surprised by my arrival because I often went in and out of the kitchen. Sometimes they even convinced me to stay and help them taste the food. Cleo, today we made your favorite green curry. Sai, who was now Aunt Muin's #1 apprentice, turned around as soon as he saw me enter the kitchen. I looked around as the servants set the table and began setting out the food. It was strange, though. The dishes looked delicious and appetizing, but did not satisfy my appetite. Sooner or later the family will have a new mistress to take care of. I heard Kunwana cooks very well. Yes, I heard it. Kunwana is very kind and sweet. She would probably be nicer than Kuning too. Right. Ipang, Ekoi, gossiping about work is no good. Aunt Muin turned to scold those servants. Both of her hands deftly arranged the shiny vegetables on her plate. Finally, there will be a wedding. It's the Muin's turn. It will definitely be Cleo's turn soon. Aunt Muin turned to me, and I could only force a smile. Probably not. I don't want to get married yet, Aunt. Well, Cleo. Then Muin already has an owner. Cleo, please stay as the servant's mascot for a little while longer. Yes, madam. The servants cheered in response, which made me laugh slightly before helping the servants put the vegetables on the plate. Aunt Mewen immediately stopped me, but I insisted on doing so. I just wanted to find something to do to distract myself. Again, not all family members were together for the meal. Freya Fichai Phokti had not yet returned home, so there was only Aunt, Phop, Freya's other wives, and their children. I sat next to Phop as usual, putting rice in my mouth in silence. The food was still as delicious as every day, but I felt weird and didn't eat much. The atmosphere in the eating area was strangely uncomfortable. I wondered what Phop said to his aunt before. Her face seemed completely calm, and she remained silent throughout the meal while her son had yet to spare her a glance. When the meal was over, the aunt called her personal servant to accompany her to the living room, leaving us in the dining room. Her uncomfortable expression and the sound of the bedroom door closing louder than usual made me blink in confusion. "What happened, sir?" Chui whispered almost inaudibly. "How do I know? You and I were together the whole time." I replied in a weak voice to my servant, looking at the person next to me. I suspected that when I left, Phop probably had a fight with his aunt. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so upset. Everyone began to slowly get up from the table. Only Phop and I remained seated. I expected him to get up and go to his room like everyone else since he didn't seem to be in a good mood, but instead he remained seated, so I decided to go alone. "Excuse me," I said softly and stood up, but a large hand grabbed my wrist and pulled me down. "Can't you sit with me for a while?" His eyes looked so complicated that I couldn't read them, but since he asked, I had to sit with him out of kindness. Phop ordered the servant to bring tea. Then he poured it into the cup, sat down, and drank continuously. Even though his mouth had invited me to stay with him, he wouldn't talk to me. The silence began to make me uncomfortable, so I decided to break it. "Did you work hard today?" "No, nothing heavy," he replied and fell silent again. Phop wasn't the kind of person who answered questions like that. Whenever he was with me, he liked to joke. He must be mulling over marriage. Thinking of this event, I offered my congratulations. The policeman's piercing eyes immediately turned to me. "What do you mean?" "The question of your engagement." My heart was completely empty as I said those words. Phop met my eyes, staring intently at me, as if trying to read my thoughts. Then he suddenly stood up and slammed his cup on the table. "You don't have to congratulate me," he said softly and walked away, leaving me sitting alone. I looked at the other's broad back as my eyebrows furrowed in confusion. What happens to him? I only said it out of kindness. Or is he angry because he was set up for someone else? I suspect I said that at the wrong time. That night I had trouble sleeping because there was too much on my mind. I spent the entire night tossing and turning, forcing myself to sleep until I heard a rooster crowing, making me sound like a panda. But I had to drag my body to take a shower and get dressed to go and offer food to the monks along with the others. I thought after eating I would go back to take a nap. But when it came time to eat, I completely forgot about the drowsiness because the atmosphere at the table was no different from that of a freezer. The day before it was only the aunt and Phop who made the atmosphere tense. Now, there was also then Freya who was sitting with a gloomy face. I walked around the area and tried to eat as quickly as possible to get out of the situation. In the evening, after then Freya returned home, some other event must have happened. "I apologize, please." The soft voice of the person next to me rang out. Phop stood up and was about to leave when then Freya spoke. "Phop, you didn't obey what I said, did you? I have always obeyed my parents. But when it comes to marriage, the child, not someone else, should choose who to love." "All right then," I thought. At that moment I forgot about the food because the discussion in front of me took all my attention. "You and May Wana are soulmates. Everyone in town already knows, and I've already talked to Freya. Will you make your father lose respect?" Freya scolded loudly. It was the first time I had actually seen him this angry, and it was the first time I saw Phop so indifferent. That was the father's order, not the son's will. "Phop." Then Freya's booming voice surprised me, but the owner of the name didn't even have a hint of fear in his eyes. Phop raised his hands to his parents and said in a light voice, "I have already let you know my position on this matter, and today I will apologize to Freya and May Wana with the same words. I don't love Miss Wana. In your son's eyes, she is just a sister. If your son married her, it would be even more unfair because in the end, she would be the one to regret it. She should be allowed to live with the man she loves and who loves her, not with a man who can't even love her back in the same way." His voice was firm, decisive, and his intentions were clear. Freya's hand holding the handle of the staff trembled. "Do what you want." Freya gritted his teeth and ran back to his room, followed by his aunt. I looked up and saw Phop take a deep breath before calling for his personal servant to escort him out of the house, hoping to apologize to Freya Kromahadlek. There was still more than half of the food left on the plates on the table, but when something like this happened, it seemed like no one else wanted to eat. So gradually, everyone got up and left. I stayed in the garden for a while before my 2 legs carried me to the dock. The cool breeze blowing calmed my agitated mind a little. I sat down, contemplating what had happened. Phop's refusal to marry had come as a surprise, as he had always been obedient and respectful towards his father. Jom had said that Phop actually wanted to be a pharmacist, but he had agreed to go to work in the patrol division because Freya and his aunt had asked him to. And from what I could see, he loved and respected his parents very much. But when it came to love, he remained true to his thoughts without batting an eyelid. When I thought that I would settle down like this too, it probably wouldn't have gone well for me either. Love is about making the decision for yourself, not letting others dictate it. How could you be happy if you had to live with someone who didn't love you for the rest of your life? Furthermore, if it is a one-sided love, marriage is a bond destined to hurt that person too. I agreed with Phop on this topic. However, I didn't think it would all happen on a day like this. If you had asked me how I felt when Phop asked to call off the engagement, I wouldn't have known how to answer for sure. Part of me felt relieved. Even though I felt empty, I knew that if he called off the engagement today, he would eventually find someone and get married. As for me, I would go back to living in my world. I mean, if one day I could find my way back. The story between me and him would disappear as if I had woken up from a dream. I had to stop myself from feeling anything deeper. I didn't know how long I sat there, but when I regained consciousness, I saw Phop's boat in the distance coming back. I debated with myself for a while whether I should go home or not. Curiosity got the better of me, so I sat there and waited for him to arrive so I could ask him what happened. When Phop arrived, he got off the boat and went up to the pavilion with a calm expression, the kind that disconcerted me. I didn't dare ask how it went, so I just stood there. Once you finish mooring the boat, you can go, Phop said to the servant who left soon after, leaving Phop and me alone in the pavilion. Did you sit and wait for me? He asked, starting the conversation. I shook my head, hesitant to ask a question. Phop, how are you? You mean how's everything going? Or do you want to know how I feel? Both. When I said this, a slight smile appeared on his face. Then Freya wasn't happy, but I explained to him why I can't marry Wanna. Finally, he understood. As for May Wanna, I told her I never thought of her as anything more than a sister. As for you asking me how I feel, I felt I did the right thing. Don't you think that after you get married, you could love May Wanna? I couldn't help but ask, since everyone was wondering. But thinking about it from the perspective of elders, neglecting the relationship with a person who was suitable for you in terms of status and other things was really a shame. No, I could never love May Wanna. Why? Because I already have someone I love. At that moment, it seemed as if my ears had disappeared for a moment. Suddenly my throat went dry. It wasn't the answer I expected. Well, he had always expressed that he didn't want to get married and that he didn't care about anyone, but apparently he really had someone he liked. Who is? It took me several seconds to find my voice. I kept waiting for a response from him. I really wanted to know what kind of woman could win his heart. Even though I liked to tease him, if I looked at Phop as a man, the person who would receive his love must be a very lucky person. I seemed to understand Cleo more and more. No reply. No conversation. Phop stared at me with eyes that were hard to read until I could see what he was thinking. After almost a minute, I realized that the question might have been rude. Maybe he thought I was prying into his personal life. If it's not convenient, you don't have to tell me. Excuse me, I said quickly and went home. Phop didn't follow me, but rather looked at me with his piercing eyes as if he were a shadow following me. I returned to the room. As I lay in bed, I reflected on how helpful it would be to know what the future had in store for Phop and who he liked before returning to the present. Chapter 12. Third person's point of view. Since childhood, Phop had never gone against his father's wishes. As long as the situation didn't become completely unbearable, he would do anything to repay his parents. But sometimes it was hard to give things up, especially if they were things that would bind him for life. Like love, when Phop went up the stairs, his parents were sitting in the pavilion. The two didn't even look at him, ignoring him completely. His father hit the floor heavily with his cane and then marched quickly towards his room with his back bent. His mother looked at Phop with disappointment and then shook her head weakly. When Phop insisted on following his own will, his parents' reactions diverged from what he expected. Phop knew that his refusal to commit to Maywana would not be accepted and that his father would be very disappointed in him. He was no different than slapping Freya. However, he had already thought about this decision a million times. He shouldn't have let the matter drag on until it was too late, so he had rushed away from home to beg Freya and Wana's forgiveness. He had received many scoldings, but after explaining all his reasons, Freya understood him clearly. No father who loved her daughter would want her to live with a man who didn't love her. Therefore, then Freya had agreed to call off the engagement immediately. Maywana, I'm very sorry. Phop lowered his head towards the girl whose expression was dark. Even as tears welled up in her eyes, she was still strong enough to force a smile, telling Phop that she had forgiven him. The boy felt guilty for having to make a young woman he had always loved as her sister cry, but he would rather offend her now than have Wana stuck in her misery for the rest of her life. He could never love Wana, because someone else had already occupied his heart. Weekend afternoons were when Phop reviewed his little gnome's writings and readings. He sat down and watched as Cleo was copying the vocabulary into his notebook, looking very attentive as he wrote down the words according to his instructions. Phop watched the owner of that sweet face, his eyes full of determination, a prominent nose with a delicate curve at the end, full lips that tightened a little when he thought. All these things made him, a young man who was not good at love, feel very obsessed. The more time passed, the closer he got to Cleo, the more Phop could feel his sweetness overwhelming his heart, until he could no longer take his eyes off that boy. Phop. Phop. The boy repeated after receiving no response from the man sitting in front of him. Phop cleared his throat slightly and felt a little embarrassed when he realized that he was so distracted staring at Cleo's sweet face that he couldn't hear him calling out to him. Are you done? Yes. His slender hand slid the notebook towards Phop for inspection. Although Cleo had forgotten many things, he was still a fast learner, just like before. Now there were no more misspelled words. Without mistakes. Very good. Phop complimented him and received a dazzling smile in return. The smile made his heart skip a beat, making him inadvertently look away. So from now on I won't have to learn to read and write anymore, right? This question made Phop freeze for a moment. He brought the notebook back to Cleo and said calmly to the boy who was looking at him excitedly. You don't have to learn to read and write any further, but you still have to read books to prepare for government service at the end of the year. I will come and check what you have read every other day. Ah! The boy groaned, but that didn't change Phop's mind. In reality, Phop didn't want to force him to read. It was just an excuse to see the younger one regularly. It seemed really selfish, but he couldn't think of a better excuse. Once again, Phop secretly stared at that sweet face. Even though Cleo's face was frowning, Phop found the expression rather endearing. He knew it was madness to feel affection for a man rather than a woman. Not to mention the fact that this man was the son of his father's best friend, a boy he had grown up with. However, the young master couldn't lie or deny his feelings. Since when had this happened? Phop wasn't sure. Maybe he had been since he was young, but at that time he had been repressed by ignorance. Maybe it was when he was separated from him, because during that time his heart had felt empty, waiting for him to return. But when Cleo returned to Fitchit, the change in the way the boy stared at him made his heart ache. It was like losing someone important forever. Or maybe it was the moment their eyes met in that forest, the moment his heart beat fast, and he realized how happy he was to see him again. Regardless of when it happened, Phop was very sure of his feelings at that moment. When Cleo asked him who occupied his heart, he didn't answer, fearing that Cleo wouldn't have the same feelings as him. Cleo had also been involved with a prostitute in town, so Phop didn't know if the young man had feelings for him. Although there were times when Cleo avoided his gaze, he still couldn't be sure if he was shy or simply embarrassed. There were many things that made him insecure. Phop had never had any experience in love, so before saying or doing anything, he had to find a person experienced in love to advise him. Phop, you're early today. His dear friend left the room with a sleepy expression. Jom, Freya's youngest son, had the privilege of waking up at any hour without anyone daring to gossip about it. Don't you have to work today? Phop asked, sitting relaxed on the atrium patio while servants brought tea and cakes. Phop had been coming to that house since he was little to play together, so he had gotten to know the servants very well. Both of his parents were very close to Jom, so Phop didn't feel much different there than when he was at his house. They gave me a few days off. A lot of people have arrived at the hospital these days. I need some time to rest. John replied, yawning loudly. Then, his friend's eyes narrowed and looked towards him. By the way, a visit this early can't be an invitation to drink with you, right? No, I actually came to ask you for advice. His words raised his interlocutor's eyebrow. In the past, Phop was not a person who told his business to others. Even a dear friend like John rarely rushed to ask for advice. What kind of advice? John asked. The young man cleared his throat before raising his voice. Have you ever been attracted to someone? What a strange question. We've known each other since we were little. Haven't you seen enough that I'm attracted to others? Phop laughed after hearing his friend's response. It was true. As his friend had said, John had a lot of experience in flirting with others. That's why he had chosen to meet him today. John, how? What? Flirting with others. How did you do it? Cough, cough. That sentence made the boy choke on the tea he was drinking. What did you just say? Repeat it. I asked what I have to do to flirt with someone. Phop felt a little embarrassed when he was asked to repeat his question. It was rather strange that a 21-year-old like him would ask such a question, but he knew nothing about love. Furthermore, the person he targeted wasn't a woman, so Phop didn't know how to flirt with him at all. Oh, this is why you rejected the engagement with Maywana. You already have someone you want, right? Yes. Who? Who can win the heart of our Phop? Now I'm curious to meet that person. Instead of receiving a response, Phop was teased by his friend. He looked at his friend's expression of utter curiosity, thought for a while, and took a deep breath before saying, Cleo. I like Cleo. The listener froze, the curious look in his eyes turning to surprise. Cleo? Wait a minute. The same Cleo who has played with us since we were little? Yes. But John looked around carefully to make sure there were no servants in the area. He turned back to Phop and lowered his voice. But he's a man. I know. Phop replied, while John still felt confused. Phop, you like men. Is it strange that I don't like women? Phop asked softly. He wasn't too surprised by his friend's reaction. Although there were some men who had different tastes at that time, in the eyes of most people, a man loving another man was absolutely bizarre. No, and I would never interfere with someone you like. But you should know that if anyone finds out, people all over town will be talking about you. John said in an uneasy tone. He understood his friend's good intentions, but no one could control who he fell in love with. What if someone likes men? So what if someone likes women? Men and women are both human beings. He didn't care who might be going around saying he was crazy. The only thing he cared about was whether his beloved had the same feelings for him. He would be willing to do anything in his power to become Cleo's lover, as long as he had the same feelings. However, if he didn't, Phop would hide all his feelings deep in his heart. It could happen, but I have decided. I like Cleo and would like to court him. Phop insisted firmly. John sighed deeply. Then follow your heart. About what you asked before, don't you know how to flirt with people? Not exactly. It's not something I'm an expert at, so I'd like some advice. Phop said, hiding his embarrassment. The pharmacist raised his hand and gave him a firm pat on the shoulder. It's okay, I understand. People who haven't liked anyone before are like that. Come on then. Listen carefully to your my dear gnome. John lifted the teapot and poured the tea into the cup, assuming the attitude of a wise expert. Before trying to flirt with a person, you need to observe what they like, what they don't like, and their habits. Always ask if everything is okay, and make sure you take care of him. The friend began to give advice. It wasn't difficult for Phop to do those things. He had been with Cleo since he was little and had taken care of him until today. Although some of his habits had changed from before, overall he wasn't much different. You and Cleo have been together since childhood. There will always be a feeling of bonding as brothers rather than lovers. If you want to be his lover, you have to behave differently than before. You have to show that you no longer want to be just his older brother, but his lover. Otherwise, Cleo will not feel that there have been changes in your relationship. John was right. Maybe it was just his feelings that had changed. He needed to show Cleo that their relationship had changed. And whether Cleo would accept it or not was another question. How do I woo a man? It's a hard question. You can woo women using flowers, jewelry, and sweet words. With men, I think there's a big difference. I guess you could try buying him the things he likes and doing the things he likes. What did Cleo like? In the old days, he really liked books, but nowadays the situation seemed to have changed a little. Cleo now seemed to particularly enjoy sweets and snacks. Plus, he didn't like staying at home, so maybe you should take him on a trip somewhere. Try teasing him a little and see if he gets shy or embarrassed, but don't accidentally make him angry. Otherwise it's over. Jom added, taking a sip of tea. What did Kao do while he was trying to flirt with you? Jom's face suddenly became serious when Phop asked that question. His eyes met Phop's, and he spoke softly. Don't talk about this. Phop pressed his lips into a thin line, understanding his friend very well. Both he and Jom were aware of Kao's feelings. That boy didn't just think of Jom as a brother. Jom had never returned his feelings, but he hadn't stopped the boy either because he was still young. When they first found out, they thought Kao was still a child. His feelings were simply of friendship rather than love, so when Kao grew up, he would forget those feelings. However, he had since proven that his feelings for him were not friendship, but love. What do you think of known Kao? Maybe it's time to tell him the truth. Jom sighed. Phop didn't know whether Jom was telling the truth from the bottom of his heart or not. Sometimes he had the feeling that Jom also had a special concern for his little brother, but if his friend insisted that he had no feelings other than friendship for Kao, then it was probably the truth. They sat there for a long time talking about all kinds of things, until Phop had to go home around noon. Jom accompanied Phop to the boat. As they were about to arrive at the dock, Phop heard the sound of footsteps running towards them, closer and closer. Jom, the clear voice of the young man, mentioned only a moment earlier in their conversation, rose, as Kao ran towards him. He was holding a large lunchbox and smiling cheerfully at them. Hello, Jom, and Phop too. What are you doing here, Phop? I came to see Jom, and you? What are you doing here? The abrupt voice of his friend surprised Phop quite a bit. Jom had been in a great mood just moments ago. Why had his attitude changed so suddenly? How about I bring you some food? I made them all myself. I tried really hard to make them. Kao picked up the lunch box eagerly, but the other person in the conversation was very silent. I don't remember asking you to do that. Yes, but I really want to cook a meal for Jom. I entered the kitchen to learn to cook just for Phi. Look, my finger was cut by a knife. When are you going to stop doing that? Jom asked in a cold voice that made the listener's face fall. Even Phop himself was a little shocked. Jom had always been a friendly and helpful man. He almost never got angry with anyone. It had been a long time since he had seen Jom act so annoyed towards another person. Jom, are you angry because of me? What made you angry? Everything you do. I never wanted you to do these things for me. I've already said 1,000,000 times that I don't consider you more than a brother. Why don't you listen to me? It was the first time Phop had heard such harsh words from his friend's mouth. Kao's hands shook as tears filled his eyes. Not even a little. The boy's trembling voice even made Phop feel pity, but the expression on Jom's face didn't change at all as he responded. Yes, Kao, you heard me. I never loved you. I didn't want to tell you anything before because you were still a child in my eyes, but since it seems you didn't understand me, I will speak clearly. Stop tormenting me. I understand, the young man said pitifully. Although tears had already started to fall from the boy's eyes, he took a deep breath, trying to hold back the tears. Now I understand that everything I did was useless. I like you, Phi, and even though you never liked me, I still wanted to be by your side. You probably see me as a nuisance, right? Well, then I won't bother you anymore. The more he spoke, the more the boy's tears flowed. Phop noticed the hesitation in the listener's eyes, but Jom still chose not to say anything. I never thought you were so tough. I shouldn't have loved you at all. Let's wait and see if you'll like me in another world. And when that day comes, I won't even give you a glance. The boy ran away after saying the sentence. Phop looked at the person who had said those harsh words to the boy, his face still as stone. Even though Phop had known Jom for a long time, he couldn't possibly tell how Jom felt at that moment. Was it right to say that? Yes, better to let him give up on me completely. The person next to him let out a long sigh as Phop watched the boy run off into the distance. It reminded him of his thoughts, making his heart tremble a little. It was difficult for two people to have the same opinion, and when it came to two men it seemed to be 10 times more difficult. Today it was Kao who had become sad and disappointed. Would Phop's story with Cleo end like this tomorrow too? How would Cleo feel? Phop couldn't have known that. Kun's point of view. After several days, the tense and uncomfortable atmosphere in Freya's house gradually calmed down. The fact that Phop himself had asked to call off the engagement had angered his parents. Freya and Aunt had refused to go out to eat with the others for many days, but the eldest son was still a cherished member of the house, so they had finally agreed to come back and talk to Phop as usual. The others in the house were also relieved that they no longer had to act as if they were in the middle of a blizzard. Only I felt even more tense than before. Where are you going? One afternoon, after I had finished eating, I left my bedroom and was about to go shopping at the market when Phop, who was reading a book in the pavilion under the porch, greeted me. I go to the market. I think I will buy some toys for my servants' children. When I answered, the policeman put down the book he was holding. He got up, came to me, and said, I'll come with you. Aren't you going to relax at home on your day off? Being with you is also a little relaxing. His eyes seemed to shine as he said those words, warmth flashing across my face. As you prefer. I tried to avoid his gaze and turned to ask Chewy for help. Then I went down the stairs to the dock, followed by Phop. I didn't know why, but now it seemed that Phop was acting even stranger towards me. Everywhere I went, he always followed me. Whatever I did, he was always nearby. He also often bought snacks for me. When he taught, he liked to stare at my face and smile for no reason. He still liked to talk dirty to me. At first I tried to keep myself from getting emotional in front of him, but looking at how he acted, who would be so stubborn as not to feel anything? Sometimes I wondered if he was flirting with me, but he didn't like Cleo, did he? Or was this a normal way for him to show intimacy? If that were the case, then it had to be said that it was pretty damn abnormal. You come. Phop had come down to the boat and held out his hand to me. I had never held his hand before, but with a gesture like that I felt rude not to accept his kindness. So this time I agreed, reaching out and holding his hand as we stepped into the boat together. The policeman held me tightly. The rough touch of his dry hands made me nervous, but at the same time I felt warm and safe. There was a moment when I wanted to hold his hand even longer. Phop. What? Now you can let go of my hand. I glanced at Phop's hand, which was still holding mine, refusing to let go. A mild expression hovered over his face as he moved his hands away, raising the corner of his mouth slightly. Your hands were so soft I forgot to let go. Here it is again. These words. Probably because I don't wield weapons as often as you. I said quickly turning my back on him. Even though we no longer physically touched, the feeling of his warm touch still remained. My heart was beating so fast and refused to slow down. Even though I didn't have eyes in the back of my head, I could feel Phop's gaze on me the entire time. If you hadn't taken into account the first time we met, Phop was normally a very kind man. But now I began to wish he would go back and act as carefully as he had before. Come back and look at me evilly one more time. Why? His behavior now is not good for my heart. When we arrived at the floating market, Phop told Chewy to watch the boat and came with me to the market. On weekdays, that market was always full of people. On holidays and weekends it was even busier. The market was filled with the sounds of barter between buyers and sellers, making for a lively atmosphere. Phop and I walked around looking at the merchandise together, followed by the stares of the people around us. We walked around and stopped at various stores selling food and other goods, until we reached the toy store that was our real destination today, leaving us with quite a bit of money to spend. Since I had gotten there, it seemed like I wanted to go out more than before. The fact that there was no internet in that era meant that there was often nothing to do. Since I didn't want to be alone, it was better to go out and visit different places, but there were only temples and markets to visit. There were no shopping malls, movie theaters, or amusement parks. Sigh. I involuntarily sighed out loud, causing the person next to me to turn to look at me. What's wrong? I'm just a little bored. I said honestly. I had been here for 3 months now and had literally visited every single market I could visit. I wanted to see more scenery of the beautiful nature. However, transport here was not at all convenient. Even if you left early in the morning, you might still not be able to return by the evening. I guess this was the main drawback of that era. You're getting bored of the markets, huh? How about this? I will take you to Bang Lamong City Beach if I have a long vacation in the future, okay? Truly. I opened my eyes wide, feeling excited. Of course, I had been to the beach in Kanburi province many times, but I wonder if the atmosphere of the beaches of the past would be different from that of the present. How did the inhabitants of the villages by the sea live? There were certainly no food vendors along the beach or people doing all kinds of water sports in the sea. Truly. Agree. Then I thank you in advance, nah? I smiled and raised my hands in respect for him. I didn't know if I would stay there long enough to go to the beach, but if I did, it would be the best thing ever. Okay, I'm willing to do it. The policeman smiled brightly, which made my heart skip a beat. It's already beautiful when it's quiet. But the more he smiles, the the more handsome he becomes. As I was collecting the ceramic vases I had bought for the children at home, suddenly, the sounds of people chatting around us became silent. Just as I turned, I saw Cherd and his companions enter the market. Well, look who it is. As soon as Cherd saw me, he smiled and walked over to me. I sighed heavily and couldn't help but remember my friend's words. Meeting those delinquents on the street, as T had said, I must have had a lot of bad luck lately. We haven't seen each other in a long time. I thought you got sick and died, but you seem to be quite well, and you even came with the then Myun. The tone Cherd used when calling Phop as then Myun sounded more like an insult than a compliment. The person next to me remained calm as the nerves in my temples throbbed. Where I go and who I go with is none of your business. I replied sharply. I'm just here to say hello. Nothing else. His mouth said this, but the set of his eyebrows and his wry smile as he looked at me and Phop made his intentions clear. His look made me uncomfortable. Everyone can say that you two are very close. Huh? So close that it's almost doubtful that you are just brothers. What do you mean? At this point I was about to have an emotional outburst. The idiot came closer and smiled when he realized that he had managed to agitate me. So Cleo hasn't heard these rumors? What voices? People talk about it everywhere. That you and then Myun are having sex with each other. My body trembled with anger as soon as I heard that sentence. Cherd had said it louder than usual on purpose to make us stare. And it worked, because the sound of people's voices gossiping gradually rose around us. In my era, homosexual relationships were no longer hidden, but here it was totally the opposite. The level of severity of this was no different than that of a married woman having an affair with another man and being unfaithful to her husband. Maybe it was even more serious than being in a relationship. That's why people at the market stared at me and Phop even more often than usual. The source of the rumor probably definitely came from the previous month's Songkran event. But that rumor wasn't true. Phop and I didn't have that kind of relationship. I didn't really care how people looked at me, because Cleo's reputation wasn't good anyway. However, Phop was a public official, and this could have tarnished his reputation. That's what worried me. Shut up. I raised my voice. The stares and whispers of the people around us made my entire body tremble with anger. Why should I obey your orders? Cherd chuckled. I will continue to talk. If it wasn't true, why would you care so much? I clenched my fists and teeth, clearly seeing the culprit's face as he continued to speak. Meanwhile, Phop still had a very calm expression on his face. I couldn't tell what he was feeling. Why are you so angry? I'm curious to know why. Maybe you're angry because it's all true. I told you to shut up. The blood rushed to my head, and I punched that bastard in the face with all my strength. Screams rang out from the people around me. Cherd was taken by surprise, as if he didn't expect that I wouldn't be able to control my temper. His eyes were full of resentment, ready to take revenge. Cleo, you. He was about to punch me, but instead there was a loud sound that made Cherd stop. Go away. A deep, restrained voice sounded next to me. I turned and saw Phop's hand holding the sword that had been pulled from its sheath. There was no longer a trace of tenderness on his face at that moment. Only anger and indignation exploded on his face that I had never seen before. I was so stunned that I almost forgot my anger. A policeman swinging his sword at people like this is an abuse of power. Cherd spat on the ground and glared at Phop. Anyone can see who is causing the problem. If you don't want to get in trouble, then leave. I'm warning you one last time. Phop's voice was so cold and scary that he had goosebumps. The madman gave us one last angry look before turning and walking away, kicking a nearby stall until it broke. You could hear the sound of merchants cursing the idiot. Phop put away his sword. I looked up and saw that he was looking at me too. That was pretty reckless. He said softly, looking at my hand. Does it hurt? I am fine. I lied, even though it really hurt. I had never punched someone in the face in my life. Only this bastard had managed to blow my fuse. Do you want to buy something else? No. He shook his head. I didn't want to be the center of attention in the market anymore. So I randomly bought a few clay pots and pans, then called Phop to go home together. It was just a dog barking, don't worry. He just wanted to annoy you. I don't want you to get in trouble or be in danger again. On his way back to the dock, the deep voice of the person who had paid for the toys rang out to him. But if we don't react, we will damage your reputation. I argued, disagreeing. I understood Cleo's intention of wanting to protect Phop, because now I could see how disdainful the villagers' eyes were when they looked at us. I never cared about how others would look at me. We just need to know who we really are. Sometimes it's wise to worry, I said softly to the person who was still smiling slightly at me. I was really worried about him. He had no idea how terrible the power of people's words could be. In this era, social media didn't exist to spread news quickly, but believe me, word of mouth could be just as effective. Thank you for worrying about me. His eyes shone, as if he was deeply touched to see that I cared about him. Once again I looked away and changed the subject. Hurry up, I want to go home. Yes. During the boat ride home, Phop no longer attempted to converse with me. I also didn't know what to say, so I sat in silence the entire trip until the boat arrived. While Chewy tied the boat to the waterfront dock, Phop and I went ashore. Thank you for paying for the items I bought today. After the servant left, I turned to smile at the policeman who had paid for all the toys and food. Well, he comes from a rich family with great power. Besides, Phop is also a generous person. He took care of the servants of the house. When they were sick, he found famous doctors to take care of them. Sometimes he bought snacks and toys for the children of the house, and was even considered the ideal master that the servants dreamed of. It's nothing. I can pay more if you want. He smiled, as if it wouldn't affect his finances that much, which made me secretly and slightly annoyed. So rich, huh? I should take it to a mall someday. It's really possible. Let's wait and see. I will eat, shop, and spend all the money in his pocket. It's almost sunset. Phop, go ahead and take a bath. I'll wait until you're done. I said. The nobles had a separate bathroom from the servants. Unless there was an emergency, it was not used by more than one person at a time. Even if they were all men, they would have bathed separately. They waited for one to finish before the other entered. I'm going to take a long bath. You'll have to wait a long time, he said slowly, moving closer to me. His hot breath brushed my cheek and made me freeze over his body. It must be uncomfortable waiting with your body all sweaty. How about we not wait and take a bath together? His soft voice was no louder than a whisper, but it seemed to ring in my ears. My face burned, and my heart was pounding so hard I was afraid it would explode in my chest. What did you say? I asked you if you wanted to take a bath with me. His piercing eyes shone as dazzlingly as the stars in the night sky, while the slightly raised corners of his mouth made him look many times more mischievous than usual. No, it's better not. Please relax. I must go now. After saying that, I left in such a hurry that I almost ran up the stairs. I heard a faint laugh behind me, which made my heart beat even faster. Calm down, Nakhun. Why do you think so much? We are both men, so it's okay to bathe together wearing thongs. We won't even be completely naked. It shouldn't be strange that Phop invites me to take a bath together. He was probably thinking that I shouldn't waste time waiting for it to end. Even though I thought so, deep down I knew my heart was just looking for an excuse. I was 20 years old, not an innocent elementary school student. Joking and talking like that, his eyes invited me. If I hadn't been able to figure this out, I would have been really stupid. I wasn't thinking too much about it. He was actually flirting with me. I quickly entered my room and collapsed on the bed. The left side of my chest still throbbed, and I had to take a deep breath to suppress my shyness. Normally, it would have been nice if my crush had liked me too, but it should not be forgotten that I was not the Cleo who knew Phop, and that this was also a social context in which homosexuality was not accepted. If Freya and her aunt had discovered that the eldest son they loved so much liked men, the resulting argument would probably have turned the house upside down. There were so many obstacles between me and him. Even though there was a lot to think about, I couldn't deny that it felt pretty good. Birds singing came from outside the window. The sky had begun to turn red with the setting sun. A group of crows were flying back to their nest. When the sun went down, they had to go home. Just like me, I would have to return to my time one day. I raised my right hand and looked at the sacred rope that Longtide tied around my wrist. It was something that reminded me of my family. Thinking back to my time while watching it today, I discovered a shocking fact. Lately, there had been many moments where I no longer thought about returning to the present day like I did before. Chapter 13. It was another morning when I woke up with many thoughts running through my mind. Cleo. Yes? What's the problem? A low voice whispered. Phop's eyes were full of concern as he looked at me, who was sitting next to him, while we ate breakfast. I always had a good appetite every time we ate, but today was different. I was deep in thought, completely forgetting about the delicious food in front of me. Nothing, I replied with a smirk, not even sparing him a glance before shoving a spoonful of rice into my mouth. Even though I hadn't made eye contact with him, I could tell that his gaze had never left me. Are you sure you don't feel sick? Without another word, he reached out and placed his hand on my forehead. The warm feeling it brought me made my heart skip a beat, and I immediately turned my head away. There's nothing wrong. I'm just a little sleepy. Once confirmed, the person next to me agreed. I looked around and watched then Freya, the owner of the house who had been away on his government service, and Sam Cock interact with the aunt before secretly sparing a glance at Phop, who was putting food on his plate. In my heart, I hoped that he would finish eating early and hurry to work. Mom, I'll go out first. Bunraksa, have a good trip. As for me, I will go to visit the clothing market, so that next time I go to the temple, I can bring some clothing as an offering. Bunraksa means that if you do a good deed, you will get something good in return, usually used before saying goodbye to wish good luck. All right, Phop replied before giving his mother a smile. Kuning Preong and Phop had a short conversation before she called the servants to leave the house. As for Phop, who was about to go to work, he said he forgot some of his things, so he had to go back to his room. I was sitting in the middle of the courtyard, intending to wait until everyone had left before attending to my errands, when the policeman came out of his room and approached me. Cleo. He sat next to me, our shoulders almost touching. His sharp, penetrating gaze met my eyes, making my heart beat faster. I found myself unable to hold his gaze, so I quickly looked away and cleared my throat to avoid stuttering as I spoke. Aren't you going out to work? I will, but I wanted to talk to you first. A large hand slid down to grasp one of my hands. The eyes of my servant Chewy, who was sitting not far away, widened a little. And Kong, his servant, blinked repeatedly. If the servants who were actually close to us also reacted this way, there was no doubt that the others would be even more shocked if they saw the same scenario. Please, let go of my hand. I looked away and nervously scanned my surroundings, fearing that more people would see him. The hand holding mine tightened even more. If anyone sees it, let them see, he uttered nonchalantly. It looked like Phop wasn't going to let go of my hand anytime soon, so I needed to end that conversation as quickly as possible. All right, what did you want to talk about? I've noticed you've been avoiding me these days. His voice sounded hurt. It made my heart soften. What he said was true, because it was now clear to me, both the feelings he had for me and the feelings I had for him. This wasn't a good thing at all. It would have been easier if it were just me who had those feelings. There would be no hope, and I would be able to control the situation on my own. But now that he reciprocated and started flirting, it became harder for me to resist and control my feelings. Why should I resist? Probably the same reason Cleo had. I don't want Phop to be the subject of gossip. Besides, I'll have to leave one day. It is better to put an end to all this, so as not to become too attached and not feel anything for each other. This way, when it's time to leave, no one will get hurt. But the problem is that Phop refuses to cooperate with me. Did I do something to offend you? Can't you tell me? Not at all. I deflected and tried to politely withdraw my hand. Then why are you avoiding me? He held my hand tighter, refusing to let go as he stared into my eyes as if he was trying to read my thoughts. It was very close. Fortunately, other than Kong and Chewy, there were no other servants in the area. Otherwise, they would have started gossiping for fun. Phop, you're thinking too much. I wasn't offended, and I'm not avoiding you at all. I gave him a smile to convince him to trust me. He continued to stare at me, his dark eyes shining in contemplation. Phop, you should go to work. If you are late, you will be heavily blamed, I said using a soft voice. The policeman's gaze lingered, but eventually he released my hand and left the house. When Phop's figure disappeared from my sight, I let out a long sigh. From the first time we met, I already knew that this man would be difficult to deal with. And now that I had met him, it was 10 times worse. I had to get out of there before things got too far. I had to focus on looking for clues and stop getting distracted. Chewy. Yes, Cleo? Can you take me to the old house? Oki's old house? Chewy asked curiously. I nodded my head and waited for Phop's boat to leave, before heading to the dock with my servant to travel to the destination. I still had the key to that house with me because some of my belongings were still down there. Then Freya had let me keep the key so that I could go back and get my things without having to wait for him. The reason I wanted to go back to that house was because I had had many dreams the previous night. It had been another night in which I hadn't slept peacefully. In fact, this time it had been even more difficult. The dream had started in a liquor shop in Pak Klong Market. I saw everything through Cleo's eyes. I was not fully awake at the time, and was drinking alone in the corner of a bar when Churd and his companions came in shouting loudly and demanding something to drink. "Churd, did you hear the news from Fitchett?" one of his subordinates asked in a hoarse voice, catching my attention. From the corner where I was sitting, I could watch him and his group drinking and making noise. "What a news." "The news of Luang Yak Krabat from Fitchett. He was punished for accepting bribes, Phi. According to investigations, he was caught collecting bribes from opium dealers and being involved in trafficking. He was severely beaten and later died at home. It's the talk of the town." The news could not have concerned anyone else but my father. My hand holding the glass containing my drink stiffened. I sighed and calmed down before pouring the liquor down my throat, trying not to worry about the slander. However, the next sentence immediately froze me. This is what happens to people who can't shut their mouths. An idiot who can't resist the urge to speak deserves to die. Ha. The glass of liquor nearly shattered in my hand. Even though I was shaking with anger, I sat still and waited to hear what they had to say next. How could an ant or a termite go against a lion in a city the size of Reincarnation? Even in the capital, there is no one who can oppose it. So, even in a distant city like Fitchett, no one could ever go against that then. I agree with you, but I heard that Luang's son has returned to Reincarnation, and that Ayutthaya Kingdom has taken him under his protection. Troublemakers tend to associate with each other naturally. Has Luang's son gone mad? His father was as stupid as he was. After all, an apple doesn't fall far from the tree. That was the last sentence I let out before I stood up and punched the idiot without hesitation. The loud scream of the bar owner could be heard amidst the sound of chairs and tables breaking and being destroyed, but I didn't care. I was furious. I didn't even care if I got hurt. All I wanted was to take revenge on the people who insulted my family. I was dragged to prison by the policeman to calm down and stayed there for half a day. Then it was Phop who pulled me out and brought me home. The look of disappointment in his eyes hurt, but in that moment there was something else that was even more painful than my one-sided love. The words Churd spoke. I knew very well that a sincere, honest, and dignified person like my father would never think of breaking the law. But at that time, the evidence indicated that my father had indeed accepted the bribe. I had always believed that my father had been framed, but I had been unable to find any evidence to support this. Not until I heard Churd's words. Now I knew that someone influential might be involved and might know the identity of the person behind my father's slander. The dream changed again. This time the picture was blurry, like that of a television with a bad signal. I was alone in a room of the old house. My two hands were clenched tightly, and one of them was holding a crumpled piece of paper. Surprisingly, I didn't know what Cleo was thinking at that moment. All I knew was that my chest was filled with resentment, pain, determination, and sadness. I stayed like that for a moment before closing my eyes and reopening them. I went over to get a dagger from the closet, put it at my side, and opened the bedroom door with conviction. "Cleo, are you going somewhere?" As soon as I left the room, Chui quickly approached me. "Where I go is none of your business," I said coldly to my servant. The young man seemed to shrink, lowering his head in fear. Seeing the pitiful figure, my eyes softened a little. This man was with me from birth. Even now that he was married and had a family of his own, he continued to serve faithfully and was always by my side. As the head of the family, Chui still had people to take care of him, unlike me who no longer had anyone. I couldn't drag him into this. "Chui." "Yes? I order you not to follow me. If you go against the order, I will beat you severely." "Why, yes, sir." He agreed with trepidation. I stared at him one last time before walking down the stairs without looking back. Cleo? Cleo." The sound of Chui's voice woke me up from the trance I was in. "What?" "We have arrived." I turned to look around and noticed that the boat had stopped at the waterfront pavilion, near that old house where I had stayed for those first few days. I got off the boat and started walking towards the house with the servant, who had finished mooring the boat before following me. "Cleo, why did you want to come here?" "I wanted to see something," I murmured as I walked up the stairs, heading towards the bedroom. I couldn't even explain why I had come back there, but it was mostly because of the dream I had had the previous night. I had a feeling there had to be something in there. One thing I didn't understand was why the longer I stayed here, the more I dreamed of Cleo. At first it was just a vague dream, even unrecognizable. Now it was clearer than a picture, in 4DX with clearer sounds and sensations. But here and there some pieces were still missing, so it was difficult to put the various parts of the story together. But now I knew why Cleo was so skeptical. Even though Cherd was an outcast in every way, he still managed to get away with it. Rumors circulated about his involvement with opium, but the police could find no evidence to arrest him, and the rumors alone were not enough to charge him. Even what I had heard didn't have enough weight, so Cleo had to find evidence to prove who Cherd was supporting. The servant and I entered. The bedroom I had been staying in was now just a room with large, dusty furniture, as there were no more residents. The bed had no mattress, and the wooden wardrobe was empty, without clothes. I kept walking, pounding on the floor and knocking on the walls of the room, hoping to find a secret compartment or something. An hour passed, and I couldn't find anything. "What are you looking for?" Chewie asked desperately between sneezes because of the dust. "I do not know. It does not matter. Let's go back." I took a long sigh and decided to go back to the boat. Maybe I remembered wrong. He could have brought that piece of paper with him so that no one would find it. On the way back, I turned to look pityingly at my servant, who was in charge of rowing the boat. Normally, in addition to taking care of me, the young man also often went to help the other servants in the house. They took turns caring for the children, which meant he almost never had time to rest. I didn't want to disturb him every time I went out somewhere, but the problem was that I didn't know how to row, and I didn't want to disturb the other servants either. So I decided that I should learn to row, then I could go anywhere by myself without constantly disturbing my servant. "Chewie, don't go home yet. Let's go to the temple first. I want to go and pay my respects to the monks," I said as the boat approached Phria Phaichai Phokti's house. The servant accepted my order and rowed around the house. Not long after, the boat arrived at the pier of the Van Phria family temple. It was now midday, and there were still many people coming to make merit. The servant remained to look after the boat while I entered the temple and lit incense and candles to honor the main Buddha image. My mind was troubled, but going to the temple and listening to prayers gave me some peace. I sat listening to the sermon that the monk, who looked so much like my grandfather, gave until the end. People gradually left the pavilion, so I went to pay my respects. "Yam Cleo, did you come alone today?" That benevolent voice made me feel like I had a lump in my throat. "Yes." I forced a polite smile. In the past, I didn't go to see him because I was afraid that the more I saw someone who looked like a family member, the more I would miss home. But now that I was completely disoriented, I really needed some sort of spiritual anchor. "You seem distracted. There is something wrong?" The old monk's foggy eyes shone with worry. I had a lot of things I wanted to share with him, but I was afraid it would cause too much trouble, so I swallowed the various feelings that were overwhelming me and got straight to the point. "Luang Ta, will I be able to go back to where I came from?" When I asked him this question, the old monk laughed softly. A wrinkled hand caressed my head. It was a familiar feeling from my childhood, making me think of my Luang Ta. "So you came here to ask this question. Yam, do you want to go back?" "Yes." It took me a while to respond. There was also some hesitation in my voice that surprised me. Yes, I wanted to go back to my time. But just as I was about to answer, the image of Phop's face flashed in my head, almost cutting the firmness of my answer in half. "I can't give you an answer. Everything has a purpose. Getting here was part of destiny. Not returning is part of fate. Meeting someone is also destiny. If you think too much, you will suffer in vain. Stay in the present and don't do things you will regret in the future." "All right," I murmured, accepting his words. Luang Ta poured holy water on me, wishing me only happiness. The disciple of the temple then approached to support him so that he could return to his quarters to rest. As I walked back to the boardwalk, I rolled my eyes and sighed. It's fate. A few thoughts popped into my head. I stopped in my tracks, suddenly, as if an electric current had just passed through my body. A second later, all that was left was the feeling of shock and my heartbeat ringing in my ears. Maybe I had to come here because Cleo and I have a deep connection, but that's probably impossible. This kind of thing can't be proven. I quickly put that thought out of my mind and quickly went back in search of the servant who was waiting for me. But when I returned home in the late afternoon, I found that then Phria had returned from public service in Samkok and was sitting chatting with his aunt while one of his wives gave him a massage. When he saw me approaching the house, Phria called me to chat and have tea together. Our conversation lasted about 5 minutes, until the silhouette of someone else just arriving home distracted me from the conversation. "Phop has arrived. Father, is business going well?" Phop, who had just returned from public service, raised his hands to Phria. Then he came over and sat down next to me firmly, so much so that our shoulders were almost touching. I walked away quickly. Seeing Phop look at me with a smile, his face didn't look intimidated even though there was an adult sitting there. Until I couldn't help but look at his face. Yes, the main criminal has been captured. The patrolling soldiers managed to covertly tail him, and it became clear that they were smuggling opium from Nakhun to Samcock. That bastard. With an angry look on his face, his large hand dropped the stick he was holding to the ground. As the conversation turned to opium, my ears became sharper. I temporarily put aside the problem of Phop approaching me and paid close attention. He then admitted to possessing opium, but refused to reveal from whom he had received it. He still doesn't confess. Even though Suntara Finichak and I investigated them, they still refused to open their mouths. It's not much different from the small traders in the city. It must be assumed that their main supplier is the same person. Phop's words made me shiver. If this is what the police believe, it is possible that the Fitchett incident, the one in which Cleo's father was framed, is also linked to this drug dealer. This time we went to Samcock. It was as if the investigations had found something, but at the same time they got nothing. They act in complete silence. Not even the soldiers managed to catch them. The soldiers also came to ask for the cooperation of the patrol division to keep an eye on small-time drug dealers in the city, especially around Pak Klong Market, Harn Patrol area, but nothing was done. Then you have to keep an eye on them. There will be a day when they will falter. Then Freya let out a deep sigh as I began to squirm and move away, for Phop was getting so close to me that he was almost knocking me to the ground. Phop, you're holding him so tight, he's falling off his seat. The ant watched. Then the person next to me turned and looked at me as if he had only just noticed and walked away a little. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Certain. I gritted my teeth. The two of us looked at each other knowingly. I couldn't help it and couldn't hold back a smile. Uncle, Aunt. I'd like to excuse myself to go home, please. Okay, go ahead. When Freya gave me permission, I quickly stood up and motioned for the servant to quickly follow me. From the corner of my eye, I could still see the corners of the cunning man's mouth slightly raised. I tried to control my expression to appear normal and went down the stairs. At first I had seen him approach in silence. Now he was as slippery as an eel. An astute planner. I wonder, is he a cop or a bad guy? Cleo, where is he going? I want you to teach me how to row a boat. I replied. Now that I was free, it would be nice to find something to do before dinner. But I or another servant can do it for you. No, I want to learn to row a boat. Who knows what could happen in the future? It's better if I learn to do it myself. I repeated Freya's words to the servant, who then accepted the order without any discussion. I sat in the boat and listened to the servant explain and demonstrate how to row a boat. But when I had to be the oarsman myself, I turned out to be very clumsy. It wasn't difficult to make the boat go. You just had to immerse the oars in the water and move them in the right direction. It was a good start, but the hard part was steering the boat. Cleo, you have to move your wrist and push the water like this. The servant explained this to me as I sulked, repeatedly dipping the oars into the water and trying to steer the boat to the opposite bank. The water in the canal was quite fast, so it was an obstacle to turning. My boat wandered about in the middle of the canal for a long time, until nearly an hour had passed. Eventually, I began to govern more successfully. Chewy. A shrill woman's voice rang out as I tried to walk back towards the shore. Looking up, I saw the servant's wife standing on the bank with a pale face. So I ordered him to take the boat back to the port. You know, what's the problem? Jame has a fever. Her body is so hot. The girl said this with an expression that looked like she was about to cry. Jame was the daughter of Chewy and Sai. Have you found a doctor yet? Pong is going to Kanjam. I came to tell Chewy first. Go take care of the baby. I turned to the servant with a very worried expression on my face. I can. And you can, Cleo? For now I will continue to row alone. You taught me everything I need to know. And I know how to swim, so don't worry. Thank you. The servant raised his hands in homage to me, and then hurriedly ran back home. At that time the sun was almost setting. I felt confident in my rowing skills, so I decided to spend another 10 minutes practicing before heading to dinner. As the boat floated near the dock, I suddenly felt as if something heavy was holding me down. I swayed from side to side, followed by the sound of water splashing nearby. Hey! I gasped. My instinct almost made me hit the foreign object with the oar, but I avoided it. The remaining sunlight still illuminated the area around the boat. When I saw it clearly with both eyes, I screamed. Phop, it's me, replied the owner of the name. The combination of his tan skin glowing in the setting sun, the water droplets reflecting the light, and the wide smile that showed off his white teeth made him look handsome and charming. His appearance might be interesting to another person, but as far as I was concerned, I was focused on beating him. What kind of joke was that? I almost had a heart attack. I murmured. I raised my hand to my chest, comforting myself. Fear of what? I'm not a ghost. How could there be a ghost in broad daylight? He passively observed his deep voice. It's already getting dark. How do I know if it's a person or a ghost? Appearing like this, who would think otherwise? I murmured, directing my laser gaze back at them. But the other man was still smiling, resting his arm on the side of the boat and resting his chin on it as he looked into my face. I came to take a bath and saw Chewie teaching you to row. You didn't say you wanted to learn to row. I could teach you. Everything is fine. I did not want to bother you. I replied, turning my head and avoiding his gaze. My shyness began to take over, to the point that I could no longer behave normally. With him shirtless and clinging to the boat like that, I didn't know what to do. If it were you, I wouldn't find it a bother. The rays of the setting sun made his onyx eyes shine softly. He reached out to take mine, and my heart, which had just begun to calm, began to pound again. And this time he seemed to run even faster than before. Since you had to take a bath, please make yourself comfortable. I will take the boat to dock. I replied without turning to look at the listener. He was silent for a moment before asking in a weak voice, You really don't want to be near me? I could only remain silent, speechless. I honestly wanted to be close to him. Was there anyone who didn't want to be around the person they liked? I was glad we were on the same page, but there were other factors that made me give up. He probably didn't realize that when I forced myself to do those actions, I was suffering too. Phop, let go of the boat, please. I looked at my feet and murmured. There was no response, but I could feel the weight on the back of the boat disappear. I looked along the canal, expecting to see it swimming towards shore, but the surface was completely calm, without a ripple. Phop, I called. My eyebrows frowned imperiously. Looking around, I couldn't even see a shadow of him. This made me feel uncomfortable. It's not funny. Don't play like that. There was still no response from around me. With every moment, I became more and more gloomy, with pessimistic thoughts flashing like the rapids of a canal. You didn't have drowning cramps or anything like that, did you? Phop, Phop. I turned and screamed frantically a few more times. And finally, when I heard nothing, I cursed. Phop, my God. The last light of the day went out along with the sound of crashing water. I jumped off the boat, diving into the dark water, trying to find a certain body in the poor visibility, but there was only emptiness around me. I swam around trying to find it. My heart was beating with extreme anxiety. There was nothing anywhere. The air in my lungs was running out, so I rose to the surface. I looked around, and there was still no sign of the person I was looking for. This made me lose control. I started crying. Phop, Phia, are you calling me? A thick voice whispered in my ear. The owner of the voice took my body into his arms, and I quickly turned to see who it was. My heart almost leapt out of my chest when I discovered that the other was the person I was looking for. His strong arms slid around my waist, pulling me closer to him until our noses almost collided. The heat of his body contrasted with the coolness of the river. I was nervous and scared to the point that I could barely stand. Phop's sharp eyes lit up as if pleased with this precarious situation. He had a thong wrapped around his lower half, and I was soaked. Clothing attached to our bodies was no obstacle when we were intertwined. The moment he brought his face close to mine, I was completely mesmerized by those dark eyes. If you were worried about me, why did you act so indifferent? Like you don't want to talk to me? That sentence brought me back to myself. All shock and embarrassment flew away and was replaced by unstoppable anger. Let me go? I said coldly and tried to push him away. Phop was surprised and reluctant to let go of the strong arm holding me. What's wrong? I said let me go. Out of indignation, I pushed him away forcefully and swam back to shore. I was scared to death that he had become ill and drowned. How far could he go to deceive someone? While some might find it funny, I didn't find that kind of joke funny at all. Cleo. A large hand grabbed my wrist as I ascended to the pavilion. I withdrew my hand and started to walk away, but he persistently reached for me and grabbed my arm. Stay back. Are you angry with me? And in your opinion, I have no right to be angry? I asked dryly, trying to push his hand away. When he noticed me staring at him furiously, his expression suddenly changed. It must have been funny for you to see me nervous, right? But it wasn't fun for me. Do you know how shocked I was when I thought I was drowning? When I almost cried. I pushed him away, pulled away, and swallowed the words that were left on the tip of my tongue. But the larger man lunged forward and hugged me from behind. Let me go? I tried to free myself, but two strong arms bound my body so tightly that there was no escape. I am sorry. I wasn't thinking clearly. I didn't want to play with your feelings. Phop spoke quickly, as if he was afraid I wouldn't hear him. The surroundings were silent. Only the sound of my heavy breathing and the sound of his apologies became louder and louder. I didn't mean to upset you. I was just teasing you because you didn't want to talk to me. I really didn't think this through. Can you forgive me? The massive figure rested his chin on my shoulder and spoke in a pleading voice. I let out a heavy sigh and tried to remove his arms from my body. Okay, this time I forgive you. But you shouldn't play like that again, I said in a moaning tone, a little weaker than usual. The other agreed to let me go. Amid the moonlight shining dimly around me, I saw the corner of Phop's mouth lift slightly into a sweet smile. Were you worried about me? Were you afraid of what would happen to me? You already know the answer. I opened my mouth and looked away from his face. Cleo and Phop were close like true brothers. It wouldn't have been unusual for me, in his shoes, to be worried and angry at being teased like that. Worried as a gnome, or worried in some other way. He took another step forward and asked in a flirtatious voice. I was about to take a step back, but he quickly moved his hand to grab my waist. Phop, let me go. The others will see. Answer me first. How did you come to care about me? His pointed nose lightly touched my cheek, transmitting such warmth that my cheek turned red. The more I squirmed, the tighter he hugged me, and my heart beat even faster. If you don't answer, I certainly won't let you go. A mischievous smile formed deeply at the corners of his mouth. I was worried sick. I replied. He squinted. I don't believe it. Then think what you want. I hastily stopped the conversation and prayed that he would let it go. My response made the other man laugh and lean in to whisper in my ear. So I think we had the same idea. His booming voice made my stomach flutter as he said those words. His lips and his hot breath stuck to my earlobe. My body froze. I realized that my whole face must now be very red, just like a boiled shrimp. Tell me if I'm right or not. I go home. As soon as I lost control, I got up, pushed him, and ran back home. In that situation, I could no longer carry on. His gesture had also exposed all my feelings. I quickened my pace and entered the house soaking wet. Luckily, I didn't meet Freya or her aunt, so no one dared to ask me what I was doing. I didn't go out to eat with the others. I ordered my servant to bring a table to the bedroom, claiming that I had a slight headache and wanted to rest soon. But it was actually because I didn't have the courage to face Phop again. Immediately after dinner, there was a knock on the door. At first, I was afraid that Phop was following me again. But when I heard Chewy asking permission to come and get the table, I went to open the door for him to enter. How is your daughter? I asked the servant, who returned to the room after he had carried the table into the kitchen. The fever is down. Kunjam said that she played too much in the sun, with a lot of wind, so she caught a fever. The young man sighed with a relieved expression. I had never been a father, but I could imagine the feeling of helplessness. It would be like lifting a mountain off his chest. Come back to her soon. I'll go to bed early, I said, waving my hands in greeting. Intending to leave the room, the young man suddenly froze and turned to look at me hesitantly. What's the problem? KH. Cleo, this servant requires permission to ask for something. Huh. I raised his eyebrows. Ask what? This evening I saw you, and then Myun. That strange look made me immediately realize that if what he had seen wasn't Phop pretending to drown, it was when he hugged me before entering the house. Since Chewy and Kong were our main servants, they must have noticed the anomaly. Cleo, I think. The Myun likes. Impossible. I interrupted the conversation, and everything remained silent. Don't ever talk about it again, I said in a monotone voice, and the servant, half stammering, left the room. When the door closed, I let out a deep sigh. If Phop and I had met at the right time, I would have had no reason to deny my heart. But this was inappropriate both for this moment and for this situation. I didn't want to be responsible for it being criticized and gossiped about. Besides, I didn't even know who he liked. He doesn't know me. He still thinks I'm Cleo. The scent of ylang-ylang flowers wafted through the half-open window. I was lying in bed, lying with my eyes closed, fervently hoping that when I opened them again, I would see the ceiling of my room and not the wooden beams of this house. I wanted to go home, start a new life, and leave everything here as a memory. Chapter 14. Third person's point of view. Over the course of his 21 years of life, Phop had experienced various forms of love. He adored and loved his parents, his siblings, and his friends. It was a selfless kind of love. Recently, however, Phop had discovered a completely different love, which had turned his life upside down. Once a quiet and practical young man, he was now consumed by tumultuous and intoxicating thoughts and emotions, constantly longing for that person who occupied his mind. As late afternoon approached and his workday was nearly over, Phop finished his patrol and headed to the commander to file his daily incident report. However, today, he hadn't been able to concentrate. Every time he tried to write, memories of the previous evening crowded his mind. He vividly remembered the soft touch of their noses touching, the other's cheeks, the plumpness of Cleo's lips that tempted him to come closer and taste them. He tried to hide his smile, but he couldn't help it. "The Mune, sir, the Mune, sir," one of his subordinates shouted, interrupting his thoughts. "Yes, what is it?" Phop replied, trying to hide the uncontrollable smile that had formed on his face as he remembered what had happened. "Something good must have happened to you. You haven't stopped smiling for a while," one of the colonels commented. He seemed amused by Phop's expression, so much so that the boy wondered if he had managed to hide his smile. Most likely not. He must have let out a smile while writing his report, making the others suspicious of him. Something like that. Phop chuckled in response, but his colleagues, intrigued by his behavior, pressed him for an explanation. "That's what I thought. You have such a sweet smile. Must be a lady. Who is she?" one of them asked, assuming that Phop had fallen in love with a woman. "Not exactly." Phop corrected their assumption, the faint smile still lingering on his face. His heart did not belong to a woman, but it truly belonged to the sweet young man who lived in the same house as him. His subordinates continued to question him, but Phop knew that this was not the right time to tell anyone the truth about his feelings. He politely ended the conversation and resumed writing his report, even as his thoughts kept returning to the person occupying his mind. In addition to the sweetness and charm he had felt the previous night, there was also a vague sense of unease. Cleo, with his flushed cheeks and red ears, had shown signs of returning Phop's feelings. Yet, even though he denied it and tried to avoid being alone around him, Cleo acted strangely when Phop flirted with him so obviously. He seemed like the young and reserved Cleo, who kept his emotions hidden before moving to Fitchett City. But this new Cleo was different. He was honest and open, freely expressing his opinion of him. However, he had yet to directly accept or reject Phop's feelings. He was disconcerting. If Phop hadn't pretended to drown that night, he probably wouldn't have even had the chance to get close to Cleo. "Oh, me and Phop, are you leaving?" A deep, familiar voice called to him as he left the regiment and headed towards the dock to go home. Phop momentarily put aside his thoughts and focused his gaze on the approaching figure of his colleague. He nodded in confirmation, waving before replying calmly. "Yes. How are you, Myeonharn? I just got back from patrol. I was lucky that the thugs didn't cause too much trouble today while I was taking notes. Otherwise, I would have had to go back and forth to write a long report." Myeonharn replied, letting out a sigh as he mentioned the delinquent situation. This reminded Phop of the unresolved question he had been pondering. "Speaking of criminals, Myeonharn, I noticed that Cherd has been unusually quiet these days. He's quite strange." Phop voiced the question that had been floating around in his mind for a while. The Pak Klong market was usually a permanent fixture for Cherd and his gang, causing trouble in their assigned area 2 or 3 times a month. There were always arguments and conflicts due to their involvement, but it was strange that there hadn't been any activity lately. Something wasn't right. "Well, some of your subordinates were recently arrested for opium trafficking. It's natural for him to be more cautious." Myeonharn replied casually, as if he didn't find it particularly troubling. Phop was stunned for a moment, but continued asking more questions when Harn said nothing more. "Have you been keeping an eye on Cherd? Have you noticed any unusual behavior?" "Not really, but I have instructed my subordinates to monitor him closely. So far, nothing seems out of the ordinary. He has been drinking alcohol as usual and occasionally gets involved in minor disagreements and rule violations." Myeonharn replied, seemingly unconcerned. "Really?" Phop asked in an incredulous voice. Harn sighed and patted him gently on the shoulder. I know what you're thinking, Phop. Initially, I had my suspicions too, just like you. But apparently one of Churd's captured subordinates had recently moved in with Samcock. Churd was unaware that opium was being sent from Nakhun to Samcock for distribution. Apparently, it was a pre-arrest attempt. So, I think it's not related to Churd. Myunharn explained, sharing his point of view. Despite his colleague's explanation, Phop couldn't shake his doubts. It seemed premature to conclude that Churd had no involvement in the opium seized from Samcock. Phop's father and Myunharn's father had also been involved in the investigation. The amount of opium seized was substantial, making it unlikely that a small trader could handle it all independently. Furthermore, it seemed unlikely that a leader like Churd would not be aware of the activities of his subordinates. Phop believed they were operating as a group, with higher-level individuals orchestrating the operation. The large quantities of opium slipping past patrols and soldiers indicated a more significant network at play. I think it is better not to draw hasty conclusions for the moment. We should continue to monitor the situation, Phop suggested. Of course, let's not rush to judge. You don't have to worry, Phop. Myunharn replied with a laugh. However, discomfort still lingered on Phop's face. Phop couldn't help but notice that Myunharn seemed less involved in the case than he had hoped. It seemed that his colleague was simply focused on catching small traders and not on delving deeper into the root cause. Although most opium trafficking occurred within assigned areas, Phop was aware that without proper orders from superiors, intervention was impossible. He kept an eye on the situation in silence. Oh, by the way, I saw Cleo at the market today. He was with his beautiful prostitute. Myunharn changed the subject. A sudden wave of jealousy rose in Phop's chest. For a moment he appeared tense, but quickly regained his composure. It's normal to visit friends sometimes. Phop replied, trying to sound casual. But he seems to visit Mrs. Pym quite often. It's hard to believe they're just friends. Phop was angered by Myunharn's idle speculation that Cleo and Pym were sleeping together. Please excuse me, Myunharn. I have some errands to run. Take care of yourself, Phop said, politely walking away from the conversation. Sure, I'll see you later, when it's convenient for you. Myunharn greeted with a cheerful smile. Phop walked away quickly, with long strides. Once they reached the dock, he ordered Kong to take the boat home, trying to calm his emotions on the way back. In the past, during a discussion, Cleo had mentioned visiting Pak Klong Market to chat with friends. Phop wanted to believe that they were just friends, but the fact that Cleo often visited Mrs. Pym made him more and more anxious with each passing moment. Having reached his destination, Phop cautiously climbed the stairs, scanning his surroundings with his eyes. He found only his mother sitting on the terrace among numerous garlands, without any sign of the person he was looking for. After inquiring, he learned that Cleo had left and had not yet returned, further perplexing him. Love was a mysterious thing. For the past 21 years, Phop had been a man who relied on reason. He had always let logic guide his emotions. However, when it came to the person he loved, emotions always took precedence over reason. He constantly reminded himself to be careful and not let his feelings for Cleo overwhelm him. He didn't want to hurt him again. Cleo is back. Phop was frowning sternly, but his mother's voice broke the silence, making him look up from the tea he was sipping. He saw a slender figure accompanied by a servant walking towards the house. Cleo, how did it go? What did you get at the market? His mother asked. Nothing special, Aunt. I just went and looked around. Cleo replied to his mother with a polite smile, but his eyes darted away when he saw Phop. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before they quickly looked away. I apologize, Aunt. I'm very sweaty. I need to take a bath. Cleo said. Okay, join us for dinner after you get cleaned up. Cleo respectfully raised his hands in a Y before walking towards the bedroom. Phop also apologized and put down his teacup, following closely behind Cleo. Cleo, Phop shouted. Do you have something to tell me, Phop? Cleo replied once they were out of sight of the others. He turned to him, his expression plain but with a hint of nervousness flickering in his dark eyes as he approached. Did you go to Pak Klong Market today? Phop observed. Cleo nodded imperceptibly, his face betraying no change in emotion. Yes, I went there today. What did you do? He asked. I went to see my friends. Is the friend you are referring to Mrs. Pym? Phop's voice had a clear note of severity, revealing his unmistakable jealousy. Yes, I went to see Pym, Cleo replied. Those words hit Phop's heart like a nail driven into an open wound. He was momentarily speechless, and Cleo quickly took the opportunity to end the conversation before Phop could regain his composure. "If you have nothing else to ask me, I apologize." Cleo turned his back on him and entered his bedroom, closing the door tightly. The sound of the door closing accompanied Phop's frustrated sigh. He just stood there, staring in confusion at the closed wooden door of Cleo's bedroom. The day before, Cleo's shy gestures clearly indicated that he had feelings for Phop. So why did he avoid it and continue to visit Mrs. Pym? Phop couldn't understand what Cleo was thinking at that moment, whether he was simply confused or whether there were other underlying reasons that he refused to face. Maybe because society considered homosexuality to be perverse? Had Cleo refused to accept his feelings for Phop and instead intended to pursue a relationship with Mrs. Pym? Phop's sharp gaze was once again stern. He couldn't leave the story between them unfinished for much longer. He needed to find a way to have an honest and sincere conversation with Cleo to understand what he really thought about it. He could see that Cleo clearly cared about him, but even if he had predicted what Cleo's response would be, he was still afraid of what it was. In any case, Phop came to the decision not to give up easily. Khun's point of view. As soon as the door was completely closed, I leaned against it, sighing loudly. Lately I'd been holding back my words and avoiding Phop to avoid conversation, but I hadn't lied when I said I'd visited Pym before. I had actually gone to see her. When I asked her about Cherd, Pym had replied that she had been quite low-key recently, not visiting the brothel or offering her services as frequently as she had before, so she didn't have much information about Cherd's whereabouts. I felt disappointed by that answer because it seemed like Cherd would be the best lead to finding information about Cleo. Did Cherd say anything about me before I disappeared? I asked her. No, he never mentioned anything about you. And I never told you where I was going? Never. I had tried to phrase the question differently, but his answer remained the same, leaving me demoralized. Why did Cleo have to keep everything to himself like this? Well, when something like this happened, no one knew the details of how he disappeared, and I couldn't have tried to find him if I didn't know anything about what had happened. Cleo, I think maybe Cherd has nothing to do with opium. He might be a delinquent, but he's actually quite a coward. He didn't want to get involved with the soldiers or the patrol. This last statement that Pym had casually mentioned to me before returning home echoed in my mind, making me frown hard. If I hadn't known from the dream that Cherd was involved in suspicious behavior, maybe I would have believed her. It seemed like there had been manipulation here, and from what I had seen and heard in my dreams, I couldn't eliminate all doubt. It may have seemed strange that I took my dreams so seriously, but my intuitions told me that what I dreamed was reality. Perhaps Cleo had simply followed the opium trail and had unfortunately found himself involved with Cherd, so he had left home to do something about it. It was very likely that Cherd had made Cleo disappear. I closed my eyes and let out a tired sigh, my temples throbbing after a long day of thinking. In my 20 years of life, I had faced numerous difficulties, but this moment seemed the hardest. Finding a way back to the present seemed like a terribly difficult task, but what proved even more challenging was trying to push one particular man out of my mind. The more I thought about him, the more troubled I felt. The incident where Phop pretended to drown had already proven my suspicion that I had feelings for him. My only choice was to distance myself and feign indifference, hoping he would stop stalking me and understand that I had no feelings for him. However, after the 3 months we had spent together so far, I had realized that it would not be as easy a task as I had initially thought. Phop was a man of strong convictions, always maintaining strong integrity towards his true feelings and pursuing his desires. He even went against his parents' wishes to call off his engagement to Juana's family. It was for this reason that I was disheartened that he might not be as involved or affectionate when it came to me, and this pained me. It was because he thought I was someone else. He loved the gnome of him called Cleo, not Nakhun, a third-year university student. I couldn't reveal my true identity, so I avoided his presence as much as possible, looking for Cleo so I could finally go home. But how long would it take for Cleo to return? A week, a month, or even a year? My heart wasn't strong enough to handle it all. The gentle breeze and golden light of the twilight sun filtered through the openings of the room. The window was slightly ajar. I opened my eyes and reached for my thong, preparing to take a bath before dinner, while at the same time making a firm decision. Regardless of whether he liked Cleo or me, Cleo and I both agreed that this relationship should not exist. It was better to prevent it from even starting. It was better to give in to the pain now and suffer alone, rather than cause excruciating pain and sadness to both of you in the future. This relationship would have been disastrous. In the past, I would respond ambiguously whenever Phop asked me if I was intentionally avoiding him. But now I couldn't hide it anymore, and I no longer cared how obvious it was that I was purposely avoiding him. Phop had tried to find a way for us to be alone together, but I had cut his chances by not leaving my room often. He then asked me to be present during my studies, but I avoided him by pretending to have a headache and need to rest. He looked dejected, but he was good at hiding his disappointment, and instead offered him sympathy. He didn't realize how hard it was for me to be strong and maintain my composure like that, but I had to do it for both of our sakes. Just this morning, Phop had almost found the opportunity to speak with me privately, but Kong had rushed over to inform him of an urgent matter, which instead required him to leave for work immediately. I breathed a sigh of relief. Concleo, what is he angry with Myun about? Chui, who seemed to have been secretly watching us for a while, asked me one day after lunch. I hesitated for a moment before answering. Why do you think I'm angry with him? Concleo doesn't seem to want to talk to Myun anymore. I'm not angry with him. It just doesn't matter. I'm meeting Keo today, I declared. It's been a long time since I last saw him. Go get ready to go out on the boat. Yes, sir. The servant hurried to follow my orders and prepare the boat. In the meantime, I headed to the kitchen and asked Aunt Myun to prepare 2 different snacks to bring to Keo as gifts. Then, with sweets in hand, I went to the pier to board the boat towards his house. In my normal life as Nakhun, my Nong, Pan, came from a rich and wealthy family. His parents were large shareholders in both major department stores and well-known hotels, more than I could imagine. In this historical period I was currently in, Keo deeply resembled Pan. Like Pan's father, Keo's father also held an influential position in society. Instead of being a shareholder, however, he held a powerful position as Freya in the Metropolitan Department, and Keo was the youngest son, adored by his family. Compared to other men of that era, Keo seemed noticeably more delicate. There were times when I heard rumors about the youngest son of this noble family, saying that he was too weak to be a man. But this in no way caused resentment or disappointment in his parents. Instead, they loved and cared for Keo as if he were a precious gem. Cleo. A soft voice called to me as soon as I entered the patio from the stairs. The kind young man who was sitting in the pavilion quickly stood up and came over to welcome me. His face looked a little dull, less cheerful and radiant than usual, which surprised me. Did you come to see me? Yes, I came by to bring you some snacks. What's up? Are you feeling sick? I asked, full of worry. Keo shook his head in response, forcing a weak smile that seemed rather sad to me. I am fine. You must be tired from the trip. Let's sit and chat while enjoying snacks. Downstairs is better. It's much cooler with the breeze. Keo pointed to a small pavilion within the garden. I approached and noticed the pale and tired color of his face. Keo looked disheveled, noticeably different from the last time we'd met. His eyes were darker than usual, and his cheeks, once full and plump, seemed to have drooped slightly, as if he had just recovered from an illness or was suffering from a poor appetite. I started the conversation after the servants brought the tea set and snacks on a tray. Aren't you going out anymore lately? I went to the market and didn't see you. I came to see you today because I was thinking of you. I do not feel like going out. He replied in a heavy voice. Usually the brightness in his eyes shone like the midday sun, but now they seemed to have dimmed, as if covered by gray clouds. The cheerful young man had turned into someone who was depressed. It was clear that something had happened. And you, Cleo? How have you been? I am fine, I replied, putting the empty teacup down. Keo's frail hand reached for the teapot, poured the tea, and refilled my cup. I watched his actions, refraining from staring too blatantly. I couldn't keep looking at him like that. Keo, are you sure you're okay? Your appearance is rather worrying. His hand, which had been pouring the tea, stopped in midair, and he remained silent for a moment before putting the teapot down and letting out a heavy sigh. I lied. I feel terrible right now. I have a broken heart. Heartbroken? He raised his eyebrows, taken aback by his unexpected admission. Keo nodded in response, smiling sadly at me. Yes, not long ago, Jom told me that he had to end his relationship with me. Up until now, he has always behaved in an ambiguous way, without ever giving me a decisive answer on anything. But this time his answer was clear. I am absolutely devastated. Keo revealed, his voice tinged with pain. I sat in silence, unsure how to console him. I wasn't skilled at giving advice or comforting others. I, too, had experienced unrequited love and knew the pain it brought. We shared the same sadness. It's okay if you think I'm crazy, Keo murmured, lost in thought about him. I know it's unusual for me to love a man instead of a woman. I don't think you're crazy at all. We are all human beings. If one person loves another, what's wrong with that? I said firmly. Keo's eyes widened, slightly taken aback, before he chuckled softly and revealed a sly smile. He was the liveliest he had ever appeared during our meeting today. You know, Pleo, you're the first person to ever say that to me. Others probably think I'm crazy. I even felt guilty for making my family feel ashamed of me. But fortunately, my parents ignore the words of others, and for this I am lucky. The last sentence sounded like he had muttered it to himself, but I really understood his feelings. Indeed, during this period, being homosexual carried many insults. Keo had likely faced numerous challenges at such a young age. He was younger than me, yet he seemed much braver and stronger. At least Keo had had the courage to follow his heart. But even so, even if it were a woman I loved, if she didn't love me, I would still feel hurt and dejected. Keo continued, his voice shaking slightly. Compassionately, I reached out and gently squeezed his shoulder, offering warmth and sympathy. During the 3 months I had known both of them, there had been many times when Jom seemed to care deeply about Cape. He pretended to be angry with him, but still allowed him to follow him wherever he went. He accompanied him to his house when it was dark outside, even when Keo had his servant to accompany him, and it was not useless, since he was a man too. And when he thought Keo wasn't looking, he looked at him with such tenderness in his eyes. He could have just cared like a big brother, or it could have been something deeper than that. Ultimately, though, Jom had rejected Keo. He had chosen not to continue their relationship as lovers, but rather as brothers. Don't you think it's funny, Pleo? This was almost a month ago, but I still think about him now, even though he never looked back at me once. Keo said, No, because you really love him, don't you? It's normal to fall in love with someone so deeply that it causes us pain. I rubbed his delicate shoulder, comforting him. It hurts now, but the pain will heal with time. I guess so, he murmured. I tried to distract him by inviting him to eat the snacks. His delicate hands took a candy, chewing it, but he looked thoughtful and distant, as if he couldn't taste the sweetness at all. But Pleo, you know what? Even if I could go back in time, I would still love him with all my heart and haunt him like I did before. Keo said with conviction. Why? Because I have loved him since childhood. I have no idea who I could love if not him. Even if I'm sad, at least I could still say I tried. Even knowing that he might not return your feelings? Regret because I tried, and regret because I didn't have the opportunity to do it, are two very different things. But there would be nothing to regret knowing that I did my best. Keo confessed, with a smile that carried a hint of sadness. I sat in silence, admiring his strength and his optimism. I lacked the same courage. I was full of fear. Fear of not being accepted by Freya and her aunt. Fear that Phop would become the subject of gossip. And, above all, fear that if I embraced my true feelings, I would only end up hurting myself. Even though I was in pain now. But you? How would you behave if you were in the situation I'm in now? He asked. I do not know. I forced a smile, even though I already felt the answer clear in my heart. I admitted to myself that I was a coward, but there were also numerous other factors that prevented me from following my heart's desires. He sighed. Making a decision is difficult. I wish you all the best. If you love someone, follow them. Don't end up miserable like me. Keo smiled at me, looking like the cheerful young man I had grown accustomed to. It gave me relief to see this gnome of mine possess the strength to face various difficulties. We sat together and chatted until the evening, when he then invited me to stay for dinner. I didn't want to go home and face Phop yet, so I agreed to stay and eat with him. When we were ready to say goodbye for good, the sky was completely dark. Have a safe journey home, Pleo. Keo walked me to the dock and waved goodbye. I waved back, looking at the small figure that he observed me for a while, before returning to his house. I felt a mixture of homesickness and frustration. I had grown fond of Phop, and if I ever returned to the present, I would never be able to see him again. Why had fate had to play such a cruel joke on me and present me with such a difficult story? Traveling on water at night was different than during the day. There was less traffic and boats passed each other less frequently. The environment was silent, and only the sound of the oars diving into the water broke the silence. I sat in silence, allowing my thoughts to wander, until I saw Freya Pichai's house approaching in the distance. The silhouette of someone sitting and waiting appeared, making my heart skip a beat. Isn't that the moon over there? I sighed at the twist of fate. It seemed like Phop was waiting for me on purpose, and I was trapped. It was too difficult to escape him. How could I find a way to avoid it this time? Why are you sitting here? I calmly said goodbye once the boat docked, walking up to the pavilion. I pretended not to know why he was sitting there waiting for me. Chewie, you can leave. He didn't answer me, but instead turned to give instructions to my servant. I looked at him, silently ordering him not to go, but Chewie looked anxiously at me and at Phop, who had a stern expression. Please excuse me then. In the end, it seemed that the servant's fear of Phop had won out, so he gave me an apologetic look and quickly left. I pressed my lips together, guilt weighing on me as I watched him go. Are you more obedient to others than to your master? Whose servant are you anyway? I thought. An awkward silence immediately fell over us. Once Phop and I were alone, I forcibly met his sharp eyes that continued to stare at me with unwavering intensity. After a while, however, I had to accept defeat because I couldn't stand this cold war. Reluctantly, I finally agreed to have an honest discussion with him. Let's go in, please. It's getting dark, it's drizzling, and there are lots of mosquitoes. We'll get sick if we stay out here. But if we go inside, you will avoid me once again, right? He asked, his voice tinged with pain. In response to this, I closed my eyes for a moment, standing there like a puppet, during which Phop grabbed my hand. If I hadn't waited for you and caught you on your way home today, we wouldn't even have had the chance to talk like this, would we? Phop, let go of my hand. I tried to pull it away, but he held it tightly, refusing to let go. Before I could break free, Phop pulled me towards him, wrapping his arms tightly around my waist. Phop, let me go? The others will see us. I am not interested. Let them see. Right now, all I care about is why you act this way. Why don't you talk to me anymore? He asked solemnly. Cleo, you already know that, right? At that question, I turned away. What I know? I asked. You know how I feel about you. I didn't answer, so Phop held my chin lightly between his fingers, lifting my face to meet his eyes. It was as if I could see my face reflected deep in his eyes, full of desire and longing. My cheeks burned, and my heart pounded and disobeyed me. If you didn't know how I felt about you, you wouldn't have avoided me like that. And when I hold you like this, you wouldn't blush. Damn, why did I have to feel so vulnerable towards him? It was my downfall and my downfall. I knew Phop took my silence as an answer. I don't even know how or when it happened. But now I can never take my eyes off you. I want to be close to you all the time. I want to be the one who takes care of you. I want to be by your side forever. His voice held firm conviction in every word he spoke, making my entire body feel warm. His intense gaze was a kind of spell, making my hands go weak. I felt so exhausted, I even struggled to stand. Cleo. Phop rested his forehead against mine and whispered softly. I no longer see you as a young brother, but as a man I want to spend my life with, until my last breath. The world around us fell silent. The only sound I could hear was the wild beating of my heart. Deep in my heart, I was already aware of what Phop had told me, but hearing it directly from him suddenly made everything more intense. All these emotions swirled and danced inside me, and I couldn't distinguish whether I was experiencing happiness, shock, or worry. And you? He asked. How do you feel about me? He asked once again, amidst my confusion. I paused momentarily, taking a deep breath, before lifting my face to respond. However, once our eyes met, all the words I had intended to say suddenly disappeared. Phop's intense gaze dropped to my lips, making me swallow nervously and involuntarily stare at his lips as well. At that moment, I lost all awareness of myself. It was as if we were the only two people in existence. As if there were no limits, no rules, no reasons. So when the soft petals of his mouth descended upon mine, I closed my eyes and surrendered. At first it was a soft and unknown touch. Our lips trembled. We gently touched each other with caresses as light as feathers, and then stepped back, before his lips rested on mine with a deeper kiss. Ow! I moaned in surprise when Phop's large hands grabbed my chin to press harder on my lips. The passionate sound of our kisses echoed in the silence. The more time passed, the more aggressive and demanding he became. Phop kissed me again and again until I felt dizzy and breathless. But that only gave him the opportunity to enter my mouth and entwine his hot, burning tongue with mine. He groaned, making me blush. My hands gripped his shirt tightly as I responded awkwardly to his thirst. That was the first kiss of my life, and I never imagined that he would be so gentle, yet so passionate at the same time. I had no idea how long we had been kissing like that until Phop moved on to kiss the corners of my lips lightly, before finally pulling away. I raised my eyes to meet his face, my cheeks flushing as I realized the intense desire reflected in his gaze. Cleo, I have to tell you once again that I love you. Chapter 15. My first love happened when I was 20. Cleo, I have to tell you once again that I love you. He confessed. His statement filled me with a strange mixture of joy and confusion. I let myself be trapped in his warm embrace, my cheeks warming. I had no idea what I looked like at the time, but my cheeks must have been redder than boiled shrimp. Even the cool, rustling breeze did little to quell the heat enveloping my body. And you? Do you love me too? Phop's deep voice echoed in my ears. It almost looked like he was begging. He nuzzled my cheek, refusing to let go easily. I was feeling shy, and his question managed to bring me back to reality, slowing down my frantic heartbeat. Phop, let me go, I said, slowly regaining consciousness and gently releasing myself from his grip. He paused, his eyes clouded with confusion, as he watched me take a deep breath. The sweet moment was just an illusion that I had allowed myself to indulge in, but I would never allow myself to do so again. The real world wasn't sweet. If I reciprocated his feelings, I knew we would face nothing but pain and sadness in the future. I had decided it would be best to fight my true feelings and end this now. Thank you for sharing how you feel about me, Phop, but I can't accept your affection, I said. The silence that followed seemed deafening, except for the faint rustle of the wind. I saw shock, confusion, and disbelief mix in Phop's eyes. But I had to stay strong, hiding my emotions. Phop was an incredibly perceptive man, so I couldn't allow myself to make any mistakes or he would find out about me. You mean you don't feel the same as me, Cleo? He asked, incredulous. Please, I'm really sorry, Phop. I don't believe you, Cleo. He retorted. His answer was obvious. I only say the truth. But what I have observed so far is true. He replied. His determined look made my heart sink, and I knew full well that he wouldn't give up easily. When we are together, you are always nervous. You always blush when we're close. Isn't that unusual for siblings? When I kissed you, you kissed me back. If you really didn't feel anything, wouldn't you have pushed me away in the first place? I was just confused. Now, I realize that I no longer see you as anything but a brother, I declared, my voice unyielding. He was silent, his expression inscrutable. You're not telling the truth, Cleo. You think what you think is the truth, but this is my truth, Phop. I still want us to maintain our relationship as brothers, so please don't make it harder for me. An awkward silence hung in the air, making it hard for me to breathe. Unable to resist any longer, I turned, starting a run towards the house. He didn't make a sound or follow me, and I didn't know whether to feel relieved or sorry that he didn't. Oh, you're back, Cleo. Have you already eaten? Asked Kuning Preong, who was sitting in the pavilion, waving a fan in her face and being massaged by her servants. I muttered in response to his question and quickly apologized. After letting me, I retreated to my bedroom, drowning out the sound of Chuo's voice calling out to me. I locked the door and collapsed to the floor, exhausted and overwhelmed. Two people compatible in every way. The story would have ended happily, but not in our case. I was destined to leave this world. The worst case was that I could live there forever, but as someone else. I, Nakhun, did not even exist in this world. I didn't even know when the real Cleo would return. Furthermore, could I really be sure that Phop loved me and not Cleo, who he had known since childhood? Just the thought of Phop finding out the truth, that I wasn't the brother he had grown fond of, was enough to make me feel nauseous. Our relationship had happened at the wrong time, with nothing to support it. Love alone could not overcome all obstacles. It would therefore have been better to put an end to that situation quickly. The sensation of the kiss was permanently ingrained in my memory. Yet, instead of bringing joy, it filled me with profound unhappiness. It had been a bittersweet experience. As the night wore on, I curled up and tiredly buried my face in my knees as harsh reality took over. Even though I told myself it was all for the best, tears welled up in my eyes and I cried, hugging myself like that until the early hours of the morning. Phop's point of view. I was prepared to receive his rejection in advance, yet hearing those words with his adorable expression still made my heart clench painfully. The next morning, at breakfast, Cleo wasn't there to eat with me as usual. The seat next to me was empty. A servant informed me that he had a headache and had asked to rest in his room. But I knew he was just avoiding me, and so he decided not to have breakfast with me. He hurt more than I expected. Third person's point of view. Young Min Myun's eyes were fixed on the closed bedroom door, spending the entire night without sleep. He remembered the look in Cleo's eyes, and couldn't help but dwell on the way his cold words had contradicted his feelings in his gaze. If Cleo had pushed Phop away when he tried to kiss him, Phop would have accepted the fact that he was wrong, but it was undeniable that Cleo had feelings for him. Phop therefore remained determined not to give up easily. If Cleo didn't want to face him, Phop would wait patiently until he was ready to explain the truth about his feelings. And only when he could confirm that Cleo's response to the kiss had been a simple misunderstanding would he be willing to admit that his first love, and perhaps his only love, would also be his first heartbreak. After finishing his meal, Phop said goodbye to his parents and left the house, his mind clouded with uncertainty. His personal servant rowed the small boat, heading towards the place where the Metropolitan Department was located. It was mandatory to show up in the morning before going out on patrol duty. The patrol officers usually greeted each other in good spirits. However, when he entered the division that day, he sensed a different atmosphere. The room was sparse and messy, and everyone had a stern expression. The place looked like it had been ransacked. Everyone looked gloomy. "So what is the problem?" Then Myun asked a young sergeant. He was one of the colonels under his command and someone he considered a close friend. "Last night, a thief broke into the warehouse," then Myun. "The guards, Seng and Jong, were attacked and seriously injured." Phop's dark eyebrows immediately joined the information. An event like this had never happened before. Breaking into a patrol was as daring as entering a tiger's den. However, despite the risk, the accident still occurred. There were also no witnesses because the warehouse was hidden behind the office, quite far from the prison on the opposite side of the area. And who was the first to discover this incident? Myun Harn, sir. He visited the camp early in the morning and came across Seng and Jong lying in a pool of blood. He quickly informed the guards on duty and summoned them to seek medical help when I entered the division. He also asked me to check the warehouse if anything was missing before going to the hospital. Did you check to see if anything was missing afterwards? After an initial inspection, we discovered that gold and diamond jewelry, Buddha images, and several chests of opium, originally seized by the police, have disappeared. Opium? Phop repeated. At first glance, this incident appeared to be the work of common thieves. But why would they target the patrol instead of people's homes or temples? It seemed likely that their main objective was to steal opium. Considering the significant amount of opium seized by Phop's team, the thieves must have thought it was worth the risk. Yes, there were probably a lot of people who attacked, so Jong and Seng couldn't fight back. Their injuries are serious and they will most likely remain in hospital longer to recover. Although, I'm not sure they will fully recover. Myun Harn was also furious. Phop remained silent and listened to his subordinate's account, reflecting on his words. Jong and Seng were subordinates patrolling the same area of Myun Harn, so their boss was expected to be concerned about the incident. It was expected that the responsibility for solving this case would fall on Myun Harn. Perhaps Phop would also be ordered to help out. While patrol officers helped collect scattered documents and items, Phop was in charge of inspecting the property for stolen items. He compared the remaining items with their previous inventory records, looking for any discrepancies. And indeed, he discovered something unusual. The quantity of opium seized in his area did not correspond to what was recorded. Specifically, the quantity of opium recorded was less than that actually seized. Sergeant? Yes, then Myun. Who is responsible for keeping records of these stores? Saying, sir. The subordinate's response made young then Myun's eyes narrow. Sudden theories emerged in his mind. Could it be that someone was playing an internal game? Secretly collaborate with thieves and act as a mole for them? But if that were the case, why would the robbers have attacked one of their accomplices? I have a task for you to help me with. Please continue. From now on, in addition to monitoring Talad Noi, also keep an eye on the Pak Klong market. Observe Churd's team. With the recent attack Myunharn faced, he may not be able to oversee everything on his own. Understood, sir. His subordinate was perplexed, as officers did not normally find themselves in situations like this that required them to occupy areas not assigned to them. However, Phop harbored suspicions of him, leaving him no choice but to extend his reach. But don't tell anyone else. Just keep it between us. Understood? Myunharn must not know this. Phop warned. His subordinate accepted his orders with confidence. Meanwhile, Phop looked down at the record book, a solemn look in his eyes as he closed it. If his suspicions were correct, it seemed there was a mole in their patrol. Kun's point of view. When late afternoon arrived, and it was time for a bath, I left the library, intending to go to my room to change. But as I was about to head towards the pier, I discovered that the landlord had returned from government service and was sitting in the courtyard of the town hall enjoying a cup of tea. Cleo, have you read? Freya greeted me cheerfully. I put my hands together in a Y and responded humbly as a sign of respect to the elder, but Freya insisted that I stay and start a friendly conversation, asking the servants to bring more tea and sweets. As a result, my bathroom plans were shelved. How is your learning going? Phop told me your reading and writing skills have improved. My hand paused momentarily at the sound of Phop's name as I sipped my tea. Now I write fluently, and lately I have been studying law. I replied confidently. Please continue to excel in reading and writing. In a few months you will receive your job as a new civil servant. Then you'll be ready to work. Freya expressed, a satisfied expression crossing his face. However, his words rekindled a sense of worry in me. If I have to end up working, doesn't that mean I have to settle here? At this moment, I still have the possibility of returning to my parents, of living in the present, right? Have you already fallen in love with someone? If there is someone you keep an eye on, Uncle will approach her for you once you enter government service. The old man suggested. No, there is not anyone. I haven't thought about getting married yet. I answered sincerely. Oh, I see. Freya replied with a hint of disappointment. I offered a wry smile in response. In this era, it was of great importance to get married with the blessing of one's parents. It seems that while living with Phop you have been influenced by his reluctance to marry, observed Freya, looking up from his cup of tea and regarding me with a gaze as sharp as that of his son. I couldn't explain why, but I suddenly felt warm and tight at the same time. Phop doesn't want to get married yet either. Maybe Phop is worried about his job. Maybe he feels there are some matters he needs to take care of before starting a family. I replied, choosing a confident response. Freya's dark eyebrows raised in curiosity. Dedication to one's work is admirable, but it does not mean that one cannot also take care of other duties or aspects of life. I understand that young people today may not be in a hurry to get married compared to the past, but Aunt and I are getting older every day. Phop is the eldest son. I want to see my son settled. Freya commented. If the opportunity presents itself, Cleo, please help persuade your brother. I want the chance to see him settled with a family and children before I leave this world. He asked me, with a hint of hope in his voice. I understand. I forced a smile. Freya also smiled benevolently, but I felt his eyes held a hint of knowledge. Maybe I was just imagining things, but I had the feeling that the old man was issuing a veiled warning. The conversation strengthened my belief that I had made the right decision in rejecting Phop. Nobody would have accepted that relationship. Despite living under the same roof as Phop, I still carefully avoided face-to-face meetings whenever possible. Avoiding it completely, however, was impossible. I had to sit next to him as usual during meals, so as not to arouse suspicion in others. I kept my gaze down, trying not to pay attention to the insistent looks he gave me. Excuse me, I muttered, finishing my meal and quickly retreating, seeking comfort in the pages of a book. I could feel Phop's eyes lingering on me from behind. I could only hope that one day he would have enough and he would give up, but I also knew that he was as stubborn as me. Maybe it would take some time to get back to normal. Returning to my room, I sat on the bed, trying to read, but my concentration was scattered. After hours of futile attempts I gave up, closing the book. The voices of the servants outside quieted, indicating that it was late and that they had retired to their quarters. I got out of bed, went to the bedroom door and left. Would you like to go somewhere, Cleo? Chewy asked, snapping me out of my thoughts. I'm going for a walk to get some fresh air. You don't have to follow me. You can go back to your bedroom, I said. He raised his hand in a Y before heading towards his quarters. I went out, and ventured into the garden. The night breeze carried a hint of coolness, a subtle hint that the rainy season was approaching. I looked up at the softly glowing crescent in the sky, feeling exhaustion settle within me. I had been there for several months now. The fourth full moon would soon be approaching, and yet I still hadn't been able to find my way home. Cleo. A voice broke the silence, making me freeze in place, staring up at the sky. My heart quickened as I turned to the person who had spoken. I was lost in my thoughts, too distracted to notice that Phop had walked so close to me. "What's the problem?" I asked, faking a loud sigh, feigning irritation. Time seemed to stop momentarily, but he continued to approach, looking at me with solemn eyes. "I want to talk with you." His voice was laced with sadness. "We've already talked about everything." I interrupted, uninterested in revisiting the matter. I tried to walk away, but the taller man held my hand, refusing to let go so easily. "Phop, please let me." I began, but he cut me off. "Do you really despise me so much? If there is another reason for this, tell me." His direct question made me stumble over my words. "I've already told you all the reasons. I can't keep repeating myself." I replied with a trembling voice. "Yes, you have stated your reasons. But why do I have the impression that they aren't true?" His intense gaze penetrated mine, searching for answers. I trembled, fearing that the truth in my heart would come to light. It wasn't the first time I felt like Phop could see right through me, but I was helpless, unable to find an answer for him. "I'm telling you the truth, Phop. Please cut me out of your heart." I forcefully yanked my wrist from his grip and took several steps back. Despite the darkness of my surroundings, I could still clearly see the unwavering determination in his dark eyes. Taking a deep breath, I suppressed the pain growing inside me and spoke with composure. "Maybe you're confusing our bond with love. You should go out and live your life, meet someone different than me. Look for a partner. Find the opportunity to move on and get married. Then you will understand." "Do you want me to get married?" he asked, pain seeping into his voice. "Yes. Aunt, uncle, and we all want to see you settled. Your wedding day will be a joyous occasion." I offered him a smile, but he remained impassive. Seeing him so upset made my heart hurt. His eyes, once affectionate, were now devoid of any feeling. His gaze, once persistent, now appeared blank. "You must really find me repugnant to make me look for someone else." "I understand," he concluded. "I understand." That single word, imbued with coldness, caused me unbearable pain. Phop turned and went home. I watched him until he disappeared from my sight. A lump formed in my throat, and my gaze remained fixed on the moon above in the sky as I tried to hold back the tears that threatened to spill. If I had known that an impossible love would cause such great pain, I would have saved myself from falling in love in the first place. After telling Phop to get married, the tension between us increased dramatically. "I'm leaving, Mom." "Okay, Phop. Have a safe trip, my son." Kuning Preong soothed, massaging Phop's shoulders and stroking his back. Phop usually turned and smiled at me, exchanging a few greetings before heading off to work. However, today was different. He ignored me completely, treating me as if I were invisible, a ghost. This state of affairs continued for several days. Phop interacted with others as usual, yet acted indifferently towards me, avoiding eye contact and not approaching me. We passed each other without exchanging greetings as we usually did. Even though I should have been relieved that everything had gone as planned, every time I glimpsed his indifference, I felt suffocated. For many nights I cried silently in my room, all alone. But who could I blame? It was my actions that had caused him this sadness in the first place. My mind told me it was the right thing to do, but as time passed my distress only worsened. I could only hope that in time both he and I would find healing. "Kun Cleo? Kun Cleo?" Chui's voice sounded distant. I looked away from the library window and looked at him. "What's up?" I asked softly. "Kun Cleo, would you like to go to Pak Klong Market today?" he asked. "I probably won't go today," I replied, focusing once again on the notebook in my hand. It was the only one I could find in Cleo's trunk. It was hidden deep inside, separate from the other books stacked together. Today I finally had the chance to read it in detail. Even if I didn't want to read it, it was better to learn and occupy my mind with something than to do nothing. Who knew if I should stay here? And for how long? But still I couldn't concentrate. "Kun Cleo, can I ask you something?" The servant asked after a moment of silence, his voice trembling as he spoke again. I raised an eyebrow and put the book aside. "Go ahead." Did Kun Cleo and then Myun argue? I remained silent. It wasn't surprising that anyone, even someone as far away as Pluto, could see the tension between me and Phop over the past few days. Yet no one had dared to ask directly like Chewie had. Yes, there was some misunderstanding between me and him. I replied sharply, expecting the young man to take the hint and let the conversation go. However, to my surprise, he came closer, stuttering. Why yes, I don't mean to intrude into your personal matters, but... He hesitated. I think Concleo has feelings for the Myun, doesn't he? He finally blurted out. The laughter of the servants below echoed through the windows of the room, breaking the awkward silence. The interlocutor shrank back, as if he feared being scolded. I stood still, staring blankly at the book in front of me. Why do you think so? I asked. Well, I've been with him since childhood. I have seen his looks of adoration towards the Myun all this time. When I was young, maybe I didn't understand it, but now? He trailed off, his voice trembling. Chewie seemed hesitant to continue speaking. I looked at him, urging him to keep going, and he took a deep breath. Lately, the Myun watches Concleo with the same deep care. He pays great attention to Concleo. He seems to find great happiness in being with Concleo. It's a question of affection, he finally said. Affection? I forced a sad smile and drummed my fingers absent-mindedly on the table. Two men together. Do you think that's acceptable in a society like this? I asked. The servant remained silent, as if he wanted to say something, but refrained. Nowadays, homosexuality was something that would be widely gossiped about. There was no way to help people understand that their judgments and prejudices were wrong. And if the truth was revealed, it would cause Phop more harm than good. That's why Concleo ended his friendship with Myun. The servant confirmed. Yes, I am the son of a convicted criminal. My reputation is already tarnished. If it wasn't for my uncle, aunt, and Phop taking care of me, I would have already been the subject of gossip. Furthermore, if things had gone well, what do you think the consequences would be? I explained. Phop still has his future ahead of him. As for me, my life probably won't get any better than this. Uncle and aunt have high hopes for their son. Besides, I don't. I'm not even Cleo. I refrained from saying his name. I didn't even know if it was me or Cleo who really loved Phop. This was something that had always nagged at my mind. But whoever he was, the relationship should never have happened under any circumstances. Let's say it shouldn't happen. It's better for it to end. We are just brothers. It is better that way. Concluded. But it has already happened. Is it really possible for you to go back to being just brothers after everything that's happened? The young man asked. I responded with silence. I found myself unable to give an answer. Deep down, I knew things would never be the same again. I may not be that smart, but I think it's rare to find true love. It's a real shame to have to give up. Chewie continued. Don't you find it strange? I asked. The fact that two men can have such feelings for each other? It's never strange to have good feelings for someone. I said, smiling warmly. Love is better than hate. I don't see this love any differently than other types of love. I added. It would be nice if more people had the same beliefs as you. I muttered, looking out the window once again. If everyone in this era had the same mentality as Chewie, perhaps Cleo could have fulfilled his wishes from the beginning. And then, I would have nothing left. You only live once, so you should experience true love. It's a great pleasure. Would you really erase the Myun from your heart? He asked. I hummed softly. Suddenly, the sadness in my eyes dissipated. The servant was unaware of the many reasons why I gave up, the countless hardships I faced every day, unsure if anything I was doing would actually work. But if I couldn't let Phop go, I could at least ask him to let me go. I refocused my attention on the notebook. But when I got to the last page, I had to stop. The last sheet had been torn. It was very strange. The nights of discomfort continued with no sign of an end. The elders noticed it immediately. The aunt also asked us about our discussion, hoping to help us understand each other better. I could only evade his questions, allowing the situation to continue as it was. Maybe the stress had taken its toll. I couldn't sleep at night, like I had today. After restlessly tossing and turning, I decided to go outside and feel the night breeze at the back of the house. I strolled and sat beneath the waterfront pavilion, watching the full moon hover above the treetops, casting a soft glow reminiscent of precious pearls. I didn't have a watch and I wasn't sure what time it was, but it must have been late, because the rowing boats were moored in the canal in front of me. The air was filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the calls of nocturnal insects seeking their mate. "Can't you sleep either?" said the soft voice of the same person who had caused my insomnia. "Yes," I replied, taking a deep breath, turning to face Phop. I was finally able to exchange a few words with him after days of silence. Our situations were similar. Unable to sleep, we had both sought solace by taking a night walk and ended up finding ourselves together in the exact same place. The tall figure of the host's son had entered the pavilion. His face had a blank expression. In the lamplight, he looked exceptionally handsome, yet I still longed to see his smile. His solemn expression didn't sit well with me. I was the one who erased his smile. I turned my gaze towards the canal, pretending to ignore the person sitting in front of me. An awkward silence fell around us, and I couldn't help but feel struck by the atmosphere. "I'll be back in the house first." I finally broke the silence after a few minutes, unable to bear it any longer. I stood up from my seat and intended to go home, but as I passed Phop, he grabbed my wrist and pulled me towards him, causing me to stumble on the spot. His arms immediately wrapped around me from behind, caressing me gently. "Phop," I exclaimed, "if we make too much noise, the whole family will wake up." He whispered softly, as his warm breath brushed my ear, shaking my heart. "Please let me go," I pleaded softly, trying to free myself from his firm grip. "No, I will not do it," Phop said firmly. "Please," I pleaded, gathering all the strength I had left. Phop responded by resting his chin on my shoulder and tightening his embrace, refusing to let go. Considering his body language, it was clear that he would not give in to my plea. My eyes became hot, and I could feel a lump forming in my throat. I realized I wasn't as strong as I thought. I longed for his comforting embrace. I tried to answer, but I couldn't say anything. I didn't want to ruin his life with my own hands. "Even if you push me away, I know it's not what your heart wants. I've been with you since you were little. How could I not recognize your hesitation and reluctance?" Hearing his words, hot tears welled up in my eyes. There were numerous reasons that led me to decide to exclude him from my life. Society's judgment, the fear of not fulfilling our worldly duties and responsibilities, and the worry that Freya and Aunt would not accept our relationship. There was also the fact that I had to leave this world and return to my time. We would both have been hurt. But above all, they are not. "Cleo, I wasn't the person he thought I was. I understand that you are worried. You don't want to tarnish my reputation, but I have never considered it a shame to love someone. I love you and want to spend the rest of my life by your side. Forever," he confessed lovingly. The wind whistled and blew hard, rustling the leaves against each other. Even though he hugged me, I felt colder and more alone than ever. "Phop, are you sure?" I freed myself from his grip, swallowing my sobs and turning to him. "Are you sure you like me, this person here, in front of you?" His bright eyes flickered with a hint of suspicion, and I pursed my lips. It had been so impossible to talk. So now, when the opportunity had come, I couldn't seem to control myself, and all my frustrations poured out. The Cleo you knew as a child and the person I am now are no longer the same. Things aren't like they used to be. You should ask yourself how you really feel. The words fell from my mouth. "I like you, the person in front of me," he interjected with a firm voice. I stood there stunned. My heart stopped beating momentarily, before racing and echoing loudly in my ears. "We have been together most of our lives. Why shouldn't I know? Regardless, I like the person you've become. The stubborn one you never listened to. The one who makes me worry. The brave and kind one. And even if you change in the future, I will still love you," he proclaimed. Tears ran down my cheeks. I felt relief and joy knowing that I was the person he loved after all, but I was even more overwhelmed by the sadness of not being able to accept him, even now. Maybe if it had been the real Cleo that he loved, I could have let him go more easily. But knowing it was me made it infinitely more painful. I tried to get up, intending to leave, but I was too slow. He grabbed me and held me tighter, pleading in a deep voice. "Don't go." I'm sorry, I can't," I replied, unable to hold back my emotions any longer. I buried my face in his broad chest, releasing the sobs. I thought loving someone who didn't love me was painful, but two people who couldn't love each other hurt even more. Love alone is not enough to overcome everything. What would your father and mother say? How would others look at you? Just the rumors about your association with me made everyone see you differently. I don't want to jeopardize your future," I explained through tears. We don't. My words were drowned out by my overwhelming sobs. All I could do was cry on his shoulder as his gentle hand stroked my hair. At first he said nothing, only using his embrace to protect and comfort me in my moment of weakness. A few moments passed before Phop spoke again. "It must have been very difficult for you," his calm voice said sympathetically, bringing a sense of tranquility to my troubled mind. I looked up, meeting his eyes with hers, and he reached out to wipe away my tears, gently clearing the haze from my blurred vision. "But I promise to protect you as best I can. I will do everything to keep us together, even if others criticize us. I will make my parents accept our relationship, and once the family accepts, there will be nothing to worry about." He reassured me. "If you truly do not wish to do so, I will forever respect your decision. But know that no one else can replace you. If it's not you, I don't want anyone else by my side," he declared. "Cleo, can you accept my love?" Phop finally asked sincerely. I looked down at the ground, feeling the weight of his words. I didn't know how strong a person's heart could be, but I knew I wasn't that strong. Despite my attempts to act as if everything was fine, the fear still lingered within me. In this world, I was an outsider who feared many things. Only Phop made me feel safe and comfortable. Just seeing his face was enough to dispel all my fears, knowing that he would always protect me. Maybe Chewie was right. Being able to experience love in one's life was a rare joy. The future was uncertain, but I had faith that Phop would never leave me alone to face challenges. I wanted to be by his side, creating countless precious memories together, even if circumstances would force us to be separated in the future. Having those memories would have been better than regretting missed opportunities. "Yes." His eyes widened. "I love you," I said, finally mustering a smile through my tears. It was the widest smile I'd worn in days. The corners of Phop's lips curved upwards and his warm lips pressed gently against my forehead. He held me tight, before making a heartfelt promise that spread warmth throughout my being. "I will love you and take care of you until my last breath. I promise." Chapter 16. The large round moon still lit the sky brightly as Phop and I walked home. We had spent some time in the waterfront pavilion, huddled together, conversing, and in the process, sharing a deeper understanding of each other. I was snuggled against Phop's chest, enjoying the cool breeze that occasionally brushed against us. For the first time since arriving there, I felt a sense of warmth and comfort. My heart was strong, and I was not afraid of anything. "It's time to sleep now. Good night," I whispered softly as I stood in front of my bedroom door. I smiled and looked up at the taller man who was still holding my hand tightly, reluctant to let go. Instead of loosening his grip and returning to his room, Phop wore a reluctant expression, staring at me with big, round eyes, until I was forced to ask, "Don't you have to go to bed? You have to work tomorrow. I can sleep with you?" he asked. His question made my eyes widen instantly. Wait, we just confessed our love and our relationship has only lasted less than an hour. Is he really already asking to share my bed? What a foolish man. His stern and polite demeanor is just a facade, isn't it? It seemed that people from the past were also quite sensual. "No, we cannot." I refused, the corners of my mouth lifting when I saw the disappointment on his face. To be honest, I wasn't prudish at all. I wasn't against the idea of going to bed with him. It was normal for lovers to sleep together. But I didn't let him because I was afraid that others would see it. On the other hand, a little teasing wouldn't have hurt. After all, he had teased me a lot too, so it was only right to give him a taste of his own medicine. "We cannot. I just want to lie next to you and hug you. Please let me sleep with you." His thumb gently caressed the back of my hand, his pleading tone melting my resolve. I almost couldn't hold back my smile. I wondered where the dangerous tiger with the flirtatious eyes had disappeared to. Why was there only one puppy left who hadn't yet been weaned from its mother? Not today. Go to sleep now. Although I was secretly overwhelmed by his charm, I still hardened my heart, released my hand from his, and turned to open the door to my room. Phop followed hastily, blocking the door with his hand before I could close it. "If not today, maybe another day? Please?" he begged. "Maybe if you behave and do whatever I tell you, you might have a chance," I teased, raising my eyebrows cheekily. The corners of the policeman's mouth curved slightly, revealing what he thought was a sly smile. "In that case, I will make sure I behave so that one day you can reward me. Good night," he concluded. His sharp eyes shone with mischief as they swept across my face. My cheeks blushed as I felt his gaze linger on my lips, so I quickly closed the door in his face, and let out a sigh. I had heard that silent gentlemen were actually quite dangerous. At first I didn't believe it, but now I was starting to have my doubts. I couldn't help but find him harmless and adorable earlier, when he begged me. How could he be clever? Clearly, it was all just an act. Whether it was a harmless cub or a stern tiger, it made no difference. He was still a seductive predator when night fell. Third person's point of view. After days of uncertainty, an unexpected sweetness finally entered Phop's life once Cleo accepted his love. Young Myun didn't know how to express his joy. Even at that moment, he couldn't believe that the two of them had willingly committed themselves to each other. They were truly a couple. Phop, do you want an orange? The soft voice of the person sitting next to him broke the silence during breakfast. His lover had offered him an orange. Phop hesitated, looking around at the members of his family still sitting at the table before reaching out to take it. No one knew of their relationship except Kong and Chui, their servants, so Phop had to exercise careful restraint so as not to show too much affection in front of others. However, young Myun still couldn't resist the opportunity to hold Cleo's soft hand while no one was looking as he took the orange. Cleo's defiant gaze met his, as if warning him, but Phop could see the faint blush rising on those pale cheeks. Cleo tried to act tough, but despite his outward stubbornness, he probably didn't realize that his true feelings were betrayed by his eyes and the blush on his face. All this made it even more appealing to Phop. It was so adorable that it made him want to kiss him hard and on his cheeks, begging him not to be so stubborn. Phop and Cleo are getting along again. His mother's voice rose, forcing Phop to look away from his lover's flushed cheeks, which swayed gently as he chewed his food. Yes, the younger one looked at him as he responded. The whole family was aware that Phop and Cleo had recently had misunderstandings, but that they had managed to reconcile their differences. The exact reason for their fight remained unknown to everyone. Phop knew that people might suspect an affair between them if they knew the reason for their fight, so they discussed it and mutually agreed that it was not the right time to talk about it. It's good to hear that. Seeing you two angry at each other made me and your uncle very uncomfortable. Remember, you are both brothers. We better love each other, my son. Yes, Mom. I love my Nong very much, I really do. So, if you both have finally reconciled, don't forget to help him with his studies. I will take Cleo to the accounting department to apply soon. Phop's father said as he sipped tea to clean his mouth after the meal. Phop suddenly realized something at that moment. Father, would it be possible for Cleo to apply to the Royal Treasury Department? He probably could help me with this work, since he speaks the Farong language. Phop suggested. Does Cleo know the Farong language? His father looked surprised. Cleo looked a little disconcerted, but nodded in confirmation. Yes, during my time in Fitchit, I had the opportunity to learn from some missionaries. Cleo explained. In that case, it would be better for him to work in the Royal Treasury Department. But I will have to discuss it with my superiors first to see if they will accept the deal or not. His father said, frowning. Rumors that Cleo was the son of a convicted fraudster were widespread. Even though Phop's father had connections, successfully placing an inmate's son into government service was not easy. It wouldn't have been such a big deal if it had been a smaller department, but the Royal Treasury Department was undoubtedly one of the most powerful departments these days. Such a task would prove to be a great challenge. Thank you, Father. I witnessed Cleo's skills. I want him to have the opportunity to fully demonstrate his talent. I understand. I share the same sentiment. By the way, you mentioned something about the thieves who attacked the patrol department. What is the progress so far? His father asked. There has been some progress. Phop replied with a deep sigh, his gaze serious. As expected, his superior had assigned Myun Harn to handle the case. Even though several days had already passed, it was still unknown who might be involved. Considering the fact that there were several thieves who had carried out the operation, it was strange that no one had seen anything. It was really very strange. Myun Harn is the person in charge, right? His father, Frost Suntra Finet, told me that Myun Harn was very upset that his subordinates had been attacked in this way. How can there still be major opium traffickers in Nakhun without any progress in the investigation? His father sighed again. Phop spoke after a brief moment of contemplation. Father, if I may. Yes, Phop? He asked. I think there may be a mole within the patrol, he suggested, carefully watching his father's reaction. His father didn't seem surprised. His penetrating gaze, which Phop had inherited from him, was full of gravity as he spoke. I share the same doubt. Many things about it seem highly suspicious. Trespassing incidents are becoming excessive. I have already done an inspection, and now I am more sure that there must be someone inside who is involved. I have discussed the matter with Frassuntrafinet, and he also agrees. And who suspects, if I may ask? Phop asked. There are some people I suspect are involved, but they are only small government officials. I still don't know who the main culprit is. His father let out a deep sigh, while young then Myun frowned. Although Phop himself had some of his own theories, he would not have been able to incriminate anyone without concrete evidence. Actually, I wanted you to assist me in investigating this case. But even though I am a commander, Frassuntrafinet has decided, and you must honor it. I understand. Phop replied, offering his father a weak smile. Commanders assigned various officers to handle different cases. Myunharn's father was the commander of that area, Frassuntrafinet. He naturally wanted his son to excel in his work performance, and entrusted him with important cases in the area. Although Phop's father was higher in rank than Frassuntrafinet, and had the power to replace someone or engage in Myunharn's work, his father was not one to meddle in the affairs of others. He was fair and respectful towards Myunharn's father. As a result, he had only observed Myunharn's conduct from afar. But if there is no progress after a considerable period of time, I will have to intervene. Be prepared, Phop. Myunharn may not be able to handle this task alone, and there are still problems regarding Cherd, said his father. Yes, sir. For now I have ordered my subordinates to keep an eye on him from afar. But he spends all day alone in brothels and liquor stores. I think he's an omen. He knows he's being watched. Phop explained. Let's keep watching then. I believe that if he is involved, there will be some movement soon. Yes, concluded Phop. His father then turned to converse with his mother. Meanwhile, Phop peered into Cleo's sweet face, noticing the deep thought in his round eyes. Mom, I'm going to work, he said, grabbing the sword and ordering Kong to prepare the boat for him. He then went to say goodbye to his mother before following his father out of the house. May you be blessed, travel safe. His mother wished him well. Yes, he smiled, glancing at the man standing behind his mother. Cleo hadn't said anything, but his sweet smile conveyed a silent greeting. Phop longed to take a few steps closer to Cleo, him hugging him, cuddling him, and stealing a quick kiss, as a source of encouragement before going to work, just like other couples would have done. However, he couldn't do that at the moment, and he could only respond with a gentle smile. The only task left was to get his parents to accept their relationship. He knew it would be a challenge, but he wouldn't give up so easily. The day would come when he could openly express his love for Cleo in the eyes of the world. Kun's point of view. They say that lovers often daydream and see everything through rose-colored glasses. There may be some truth to it after all. Kun Cleo, please. I thought I heard my name called from afar, making me turn around. I had stopped to play pottery with the servants' children, but I had been distracted the entire time, lost in thought about the face of someone who had not yet returned from his government duties. I only came to my senses when Chui called my name. Apparently, I had found myself ambushed by his 2-year-old daughter, who was stuffing leaves into my mouth. What? I coughed, quickly removing the leaves from my mouth and clearing my throat. Kun Cleo, his hair. Chui suppressed a smile as he looked at my hair. When I got up, I found that my head was completely decorated with flowers, as if it were a vase. How is my hair? There's nothing, I said, quickly tearing the flowers out of my hair. Chui did his best to hold back his smile amidst the amused looks of the servants. Kun Cleo, do you want to go home now? Oh, all right, I replied, feeling too embarrassed to face everyone. I quickly got up and went home, so lost in thoughts of my lover that I didn't realize I was being pranked by a 2-year-old. If my friend T had found out, he would have laughed so hard that he would have fallen off his chair. It was amazing how things had turned out. Just a week before, I was sitting alone in my bedroom, secretly crying over an impossible love, whereas now I was incredibly happy. When we were in the company of others, Phop and I behaved as normally as possible so as not to arouse suspicion, or at least we tried. However, when we were alone together, the matter was different. Despite his stern appearance, the policeman was surprisingly intelligent. He could have easily changed his career and become a formidable villain if he wanted. I couldn't believe how resourceful he was in making excuses to spend time with me. Phop had told Freya that he would give me a lesson every day, so after finishing dinner we would retreat to the library to study together. If I answered a question incorrectly, he punished me by planting a kiss on my cheek. Yes, he gained many advantages. He was constantly making excuses to hug me and always begging for us to sleep together. His way of speaking was so sweet that I almost didn't remember the man I'd first met in the woods. If they had asked me which fop I preferred, I would have immediately responded with this version. I felt genuinely happy with the way things were, even though there were still hidden worries and unease growing inside me. Cleo. I heard the deep voice of the person who occupied my thoughts. I turned and saw Phop, who had just returned from his government service, walking towards me. I tried to hold back a smile as he approached. "You're back. How did it go?" I greeted him, feeling flustered and embarrassed. There was a sparkle in his eyes, almost as if he enjoyed seeing me embarrassed. "I've been busy today. I'm pretty tired," he replied. His sweet voice made me feel butterflies in his chest. "Come on, after you finish eating, you can rest. Today I will review the textbooks myself," I suggested. "There's no need. I already promised Dad that I would be responsible for my duties by teaching you." His expression suddenly became so serious that I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Wasn't he the one who asked Freya if he could teach me every day? "Let's go inside, okay? So you can drink some water and I can take a bath," I suggested. "How about we take a bath together, huh?" he added, making me almost choke. I quickly looked left and right, relieved to find that only Kong and Chui were nearby. There would definitely be consequences if anyone else heard about it. "I'm just kidding," he giggled, but his eyes shone with mischief, clearly indicating that he wasn't simply joking. I shook my head and hurriedly went home before my face turned red, embarrassing me even more. "I told you he was bad. Do you believe me now?" After bathing and eating dinner, Phop and I sat in the library reviewing various laws in preparation for entering government service. Even though deep down I still missed home, my parents, and my old life, I had actually started to accept the possibility of being stuck there forever. Of course I still longed for my old life, but with Phop by my side, I felt like living there forever wouldn't be so bad. Even that thought brought with it its worries. If Cleo had to come back one day, maybe I would have to leave. And if I had to choose between going back or staying here, I had no idea what I would choose. Here I have Phop. How could I ever leave him? "Moi? Are you daydreaming?" A deep voice suddenly broke the silence, followed by a playful touch on my cheek. I glanced sharply at the policeman, who had now transformed into a mischievous thief with a sly smile. "You always do," I said, exasperated. "Your cheeks smell so good. I want to smell them again and again," he replied with a smile, moving closer. I quickly put the notebook down and pushed it back against his broad shoulders just in time, only to end up laughing and fighting against each other for a while. Finally, I lost against his strength, so he pulled me into a warm embrace and kissed me repeatedly on the cheeks. "Phop, my cheeks are all green," I protested. "It's a jokey saying in Thai to say that your cheeks are green and bruised from being teased too hard. They're not green enough," he teased, gently stroking my cheek with his thumb. His mischievous lips opened into a happy smile, and I couldn't help but smile back. I felt such joy in that moment. It was like living in a dream, and I was afraid that one day I would wake up. How could I ever stand it? "What were you thinking about before?" he asked. "Well, I was just thinking about our situation," I replied, resting my head against Phop's shoulder. He reached out, wrapping his hand around mine and gently rubbing my shoulder. His touch was soft and comforting, easing the tension in my muscles. "What happens? Are you planning on letting me sleep with you tonight?" he asked. "No, definitely not that soon." I wrinkled my nose playfully at him. Every chance he got, he always tried to convince me to let him sleep with me. But I wasn't going to give up easily just yet. I still wanted to tease him a little more. "So what do you have in mind?" he asked, curious. I was thinking about aunt and uncle. I'm afraid they won't accept our relationship. It wasn't exactly what I had thought of before, but I had decided to lie. However, the fact that my aunt and uncle didn't accept our relationship was still something I was genuinely worried about. Even though they were kind to me as if I were their child, being like an adopted son and being a son-in-law were two very different things. I didn't think they would ever be able to come to terms with the fact that their eldest son didn't have a child and wouldn't continue the family line. "I'll take care of it. Believe me," he assured me, brushing his nose against my temple. "They might be shocked at first, but I know my parents well. They have strong hearts and will not remain upset for long. If we stand still, sooner or later they will accept us." From the day after tomorrow, my father will work and my mother will also go with him to visit relatives. We will be able to talk about our relationship once we return from the trip. He said, What if they still don't accept it? I asked, my voice full of uncertainty. Then I will take you away with me, everywhere. He replied jokingly. I smiled weakly and shook my head, snuggling closer to his chest and closing my eyes. I had decided that I would hold Phop's hand as tightly as I could, for as long as I could. But I could never forgive myself if I became a burden to him and made him face difficulties. I had never believed in fate or superstitions, but now I found myself praying fervently, hoping that nothing would come between us. Please don't let the day come when I have to let this man go. 2 days later, Phria Phaichai Phokti and Kaning Preong left for Lao. Without his parents in sight, Phop was even more openly affectionate with me. Frankly, I thought most people in the family had already noticed our behavior by now. He fed me, hugged me by the shoulders, wrapped his arms around my waist, not caring who he was looking at. If there was still someone who didn't suspect anything among us, he must really have a pure and naive heart. Today was yet another day that Phop gave me fruit right in the middle of breakfast. I hesitated, looking around before reluctantly allowing him to feed me. Phria's lovers and Phop's stepbrothers all observed our interactions, exchanging glances with each other. But as the eldest son, Phop was second in authority only to then Phria and Aunt. The only people whose wishes he had to respect were those of his parents, as then Phria's other wives were considered to be of lower status than him. We're going out today. I'll take you somewhere, the older man suggested. Where are we going? I asked, wiping the corners of my mouth with a tissue after I finished eating. You'll find out when we get there. He replied with a subtle smile. I narrowed my eyes at him, feeling suspicious. Even though we were lovers, he still had a mischievous side. I hoped he wouldn't take me to a strange or wild place. He often complained about my stubbornness and wanting to pick me up and drop me off somewhere. There is a joking saying in Thai, normally used with pets, that if you are stubborn, the owner will leave you at the temple or somewhere. It's a kind of scolding to make you behave, given that the temple is not as comfortable as home. Despite my hesitation, my curiosity prevailed over my apprehensions. I followed Phop to the dock, where he whispered our destination to Kong, making sure I couldn't hear him. He hid the location until the last minute, which made me even more curious as to where he was taking me. After about 20 minutes, the deep voice of the man sitting behind me spoke. We have arrived. I said, This is a temple. I looked up at the familiar riverside pavilion as the boat docked, feeling slightly disappointed. Phop seemed to sense my discouragement, because he chuckled lightly as he reached out to help me off the boat, leading me to the pavilion. Yes, I brought you here to gain merit. Kong is here to guard the boat, he explained. He gave orders to nearby attendants before leading me towards the temple. Oh well, I guess temples must have been a popular dating spot back in the day. At least we will earn merit together. It would be good to ask for blessings before approaching Phop's parents. Perhaps merit would make the path easier for us. The temples were always full of people, yet every time I visited them I felt an undeniable sense of calm and serenity. Phop and I lit joss sticks together before kneeling side by side to worship the Buddha images. I stole secret glances at my lover's handsome face as I paid homage to the monks. Even though several months had already passed since our first meeting, I was still enchanted by his good looks, his sharp jaw, his arched nose that I found enviable, and his eyes that were strong and kind at the same time. His eyes always calmed my tumultuous mind. Nature had truly created him wonderfully. Pray first, then you can look at me. He reminded me of his calm voice as he kept his gaze fixed on the presiding monk in front. I wrinkled my nose playfully, annoyed that he'd noticed me looking at him, finally closing my eyes to focus on the prayer. Previously, I almost never wished for anything when I gained merit, but this was one of the few times I prayed sincerely. I want to continue to be with Phop, to be happy together as long as we can. If it's possible, please don't let us separate. I whispered, my breath caught, and my voice full of emotion. In the past, I had rejected Phop for fear of judgment from others, but deep down, I didn't want to leave it. I didn't want to leave him alone, and I didn't want to cause him pain by leaving, but I couldn't suppress the feelings in my heart. Even though these last few days had brought immense happiness, I couldn't shake the feeling of being selfish by taking advantage of his love and happiness. I knew our time together might not last forever. Cleo. His deep voice called out to me, making me focus on the present moment again. Phop's black, worried eyes met mine. "What's the problem?" he asked, sensing my distraction. "It's nothing," I replied, forcing a smile and standing up to place the incense sticks, fill the lamp oil, and distribute the offerings. Afterwards, we left the temple and headed to the nearby floating market. "By the way, why did you want to take me to the temple?" I asked as we walked back towards the dock. "When starting a new life, it is customary to accumulate merit, isn't it?" Phop replied with a smile. His response made me frown. "Start a new life?" I asked. "I mean starting our married life." The policeman clarified, meeting my gaze. His dark eyes glittered, making my cheeks flush with heat. I quickly looked away. When you have a family, you have to give credit to good luck first. Who said we were going to get married and start a family? I haven't said anything about it yet. I grumbled, teasing him playfully. He seemed to enjoy these playful exchanges of witty banter. But really, we were just trying to date before, right? I hadn't completely decided to be with him yet. "I look forward to the day you agree," he said, reaching out to take my hand. I was surprised and tried to remove my hand, aware that the others could see us. However, Phop reassured me. "There's no one around. There's no need to worry. But we're in public, it's better not to do it at all," I said softly, not wanting him to look bad in front of the others. But the stubborn policeman still held my hand tightly, almost pretending to be deaf, so I had to let him hold my hand. "So what did you pray for?" "Oh, I prayed that Phop would always spoil me, never scold me, and never leave me." I raised an eyebrow, jokingly. Phop raised the hand that was holding mine and placed a gentle kiss on the back of it. "Of course, I would never leave you to go anywhere else," he stated. I pursed my lips, realizing the heat on my face wasn't from the sun. Phop chuckled softly, seeing me blush in embarrassment, so I decided to ask him about his prayer. "So what did you pray for?" I asked. "I prayed that God would protect you and that we could be together forever," he replied. I felt a lump in my throat when I heard those simple words. My heart swelled with emotions. Phop probably didn't realize the impact his words had on me because he happened to look away just in time and muttered, "And also?" "And?" I asked, curious. "It's a secret," he replied with a speechless smile. I didn't insist further. Instead, I basked in the warmth of his hand holding mine as we walked together towards the dock. If we really could be together forever, it would be wonderful. The small boat departed from the temple pier, headed for the floating market. Phop took me around the market, buying food and inviting me to explore the various items for sale. We had a delightful time that lasted until late afternoon, when it was time to go home. During our walk through the market, I couldn't help but notice the occasional glances from vendors and other marketgoers. It was clear that the rumors from the Songkran festival had not yet died down. There was a moment when I almost pulled away from Phop, feeling the weight of those eyes on us. But since he assured me that he didn't care about the critical looks of others, I had no reason to worry either. From now on, I would be stronger, standing firmly by his side, overcoming obstacles together. The stars twinkled in the night sky as we finished dinner together. Everyone went their separate ways to take care of personal homework, while Phop and I settled into the library to review our textbooks. Normally, he indulged me, but when it came to studying, the policeman turned into a strict teacher. Even one wrong answer would have earned me a stern look. The first reason was that he had good intentions towards me and wanted me to learn the textbook well. The second reason was that he wanted to punish me. Enough for today. We were studying a thick textbook before his tanned hands finally closed it after a long and arduous session. I narrowed my eyes at the grinning teacher who seemed to take pleasure in my punishment. I knew I had to look in the mirror now, because I felt like my cheeks must have turned green from all of his punishment. "Go to bed and get some rest," he said. "Yes, thanks for helping me review the textbooks. Today was a lot of fun. I appreciate you taking me to do merit and sightseeing." I gave him a broad smile. Considering it our first date, I had to admit I was pretty impressed. He had taken such good care of me. "In that case, can I have a reward?" His dark eyes shone with anticipation. There was no need for his to say what he wanted. I already knew what it was. "Well, I'll reward you by letting you run back to your room and get some sleep," I teased, pushing him out of the library and leading him towards his bedroom. Phop pretended to be stunned, looking at me longingly, even as I waved his hand and bid him good night. He had a pitiful look. Teasing my boyfriend was pretty fun. This should have been enough for now, but the next time he insisted on sleeping together, maybe I would have to give up. I returned to my bedroom, closing the door behind me and settling into my bed. The commotion of the workers outside began to fade away, and only the gentle chirping of crickets filled the air, drifting in through the slightly open window. I pulled up the blanket, covering myself, feeling the tiredness of the day weighing on my eyelids. Tock tock. I didn't know how long I had been asleep before a knock on my bedroom door jolted me awake. I sat on the bed, peering towards the locked door. After hearing a light tap a couple of times, I stood up to see who it was. Cleo. A deep, familiar voice called. I opened the door to face the visitor who had been knocking on my door late at night. Phop, what? Before I could even finish my sentence, he slipped into the room and quickly closed the door behind him, turning to bolt the door again. I gasped at Phop, who turned to me with a mischievous smile. Let me sleep with you tonight. Knocking on my room late at night. Aren't you afraid that others will see? I jumped back, quickly closing the window. I was afraid that the servants below might eavesdrop on our conversation. They still saw us as brothers, but if anyone noticed Phop leaving my room in the morning with bed marks, they would definitely no longer see us as brothers. It was a little disheartening to have to keep everything a secret, as if we were having an affair. The servants have all gone to sleep. Nobody will see us. He reassured me, acting like a bandit invading someone's room. He quickly walked over and hugged me from behind, resting his chin on my shoulder imploringly. All right, then let's go to bed. I exhaled a long breath before following his example. We climbed into bed together, and, luckily, it was wide enough for both of us to sleep comfortably. Otherwise, we might have woken up to someone having fallen out of bed. How uncomfortable that would have been. His strong arms wrapped me in a tight hug, to which I responded by cuddling back. I buried my face in Phop's shoulder as he silently nuzzled my temple. I was very happy today. And you? I asked. Certainly. He replied, lifting his head to give me a sweet smile. The corners of his lips quirked in response. Next holiday, I'll take you out again. We will go to many places. You would like? Do you promise? I asked, looking at him expectantly. Phop chuckled and lifted my hand, giving it a gentle kiss. He spoke softly, almost like a whisper. I promise. After uttering those words, complete silence fell in the room. Phop and I looked at each other in silence, in perfect harmony. It was late at night, and the room felt like our private world, isolated from everything else. What followed needed no words. Once the storm passed, silence fell in the room. There was only the sound of our labored breathing, in harmony with each other. My passage clung tightly to his member, still inside me. Phop moved his hips slightly, coaxing the remnants of his fluid into me until there was none left. Then he pulled out of me and collapsed, wrapping his sweat-soaked body around mine. I love you, he whispered in my ear. I turned and hugged him tightly, caressing his broad chest with my hands. Even though we had just emerged from a burning love, our desires had not yet been fully satisfied. The larger man responded immediately by turning me around and straddling me, crushing my lips in a hot kiss, without any hesitation. We continued to love each other like that, not knowing how much time had passed before I finally fell asleep. The last thing I remembered was Phop hugging me from behind. Then everything vanished. The night was long, but it was a night in which I felt deeply warm and satisfied. Chapter 17. The crowing of the rooster, accompanied by that of the birds, awakened me from my dream state. Gradually, I opened my eyes, finding the room still dark. Only the flickering flame of the lamp provided enough light to see objects in the room. I moved, intending to sit down, but today was a little different from other days because something was draped over my waist, preventing me from getting up. As soon as I moved, he hugged me and held me, pulling me closer. Are you finally awake? He whispered in my ear, her throat still a little hoarse. The sound of her deep voice triggered memories of the previous night, flooding my mind like a flood of water. I stiffened slightly, my face turning red as I remembered what had happened between me and Phop, a night of intimacy and pleasure. He and I were still naked, our lower bodies covered only by a blanket. My private area was full and soaked, having spent almost all of last night filling myself with the erotic passions of the man now holding me tight from behind. I blinked, trying to shake off my grogginess and regain my senses. However, Phop distracted me by gently rubbing his face along the side of my neck and shoulder. The tingle of the beard on his chin tickled me. Phop, get up. It's already morning. We must not hurry to get up, her voice said, muffled between the soft kisses that he placed on my bare shoulders. Chewy will come knocking soon. They already knocked while you were sleeping, but I didn't answer. They probably won't wake you up again anytime soon. This surprised me. I was usually quite sensitive to the slightest sounds, but this morning I hadn't even heard a knock on the door. I must have been so exhausted from the previous night that I had fallen into a very deep sleep. Let's stay like this for a while longer. A warm hand caressed my body under the blanket, as if holding the remains of our love from the previous night. I pressed my lips together tightly, turning to look at the person lying behind me, but as soon as I did, a pair of flexible lips immediately greeted me. We spent some time like this, exchanging sweet morning kisses, until Phop finally agreed to let go of my lips. Then he pushed himself to sit and leaned me against his chest, tenderly stroking my hair with his large hand. I could only silently bury his face in his broad chest, not yet able to fully meet his gaze. Did you always feel embarrassed like this the morning after having sex with your lover for the first time? I had no idea what to do or say. Did I cause you too much pain last night? He asked softly. I shook my head to deny the idea, but it actually hurt. After all, it was the first time and without lubricant, so it was normal that it hurt. However, despite being overcome with maddening desire last night, I could still see how much he was trying to be careful with me. Even though he didn't necessarily seem as gentle in bed as he normally was, Phop had always been incredibly thoughtful of me and cared deeply about how I felt. Furthermore, what was really occupying my thoughts at that moment was not whether he had been too rude or not, but rather, Phop, you seemed pretty experienced last night. I studied it deliberately. He had claimed that he had never been interested in anyone and had never been involved with women or men. So how did he seem so skilled last night? Almost like a Casanova. Truly? He asked with a sly smile. Yes, you were so clever that I started to wonder if maybe you weren't telling the truth about not having been involved with anyone before. I said, wrinkling my nose. Phop chuckled softly, tilting my chin up. Then he pressed his nose firmly against my cheek, taking a deep, strong breath. Is my husband jealous? Not at all. I'm just curious. I deflected, turning my face away, blushing deeply. The simple fact of hearing the word husband from his lips almost made my fake disturbance and mockery disappear, immediately replaced by shyness. I didn't lie. I really have never had a relationship with anyone. He insisted now in a serious tone, raising my hand to kiss it. He raised his eyebrows, looking at the man in front of me with an incredulous expression. Be honest, I won't get mad at you, I said in an indifferent tone of voice. In this era, most young men tended to visit prostitutes once they reached adolescence. So if Phop ever did something like this, well, it wouldn't necessarily be unusual. I'm telling the truth, you're my first. But last night. How? The honesty and sincerity in his eyes left me completely perplexed. It was an undeniable fact that he had performed exceptionally well last night. How could he not have any experience? Phop's ears seemed to turn a shade of red under the dim light of the lantern. He blinked slightly and looked away, forcing me to come closer and look at her carefully. Finally, he gave up with a long sigh. I may not have any experience, but I have studied some theory. Theory? From where? Erotic writings. There are a lot, aren't there? He admitted, speaking ambiguously. My eyes widened and I couldn't help but smile as I watched his dark skin redden, turning crimson, all over his face and neck. It was quite lovely. So, this seemingly calm and collected Myun Phop has actually been reading pornographic books all this time? Who the hell dared accuse my cop of being boring? So what kind of books have you read? Men and women, or men and men? Well, I read them both, he said, embarrassed. Sensing his discomfort, I burst out laughing. It wasn't often that I was able to tease the policeman and make him feel shy, so I enjoyed that rare moment. Besides, even if he had actually been involved with someone before, it was a thing of the past now. I really didn't care. The present was what mattered to him. But books can't compare to the actual act, he said, turning around and throwing me back onto the bed. Her dark, glittering eyes shone in the lamplight. I felt great last night. His nose traced a path from my cheek to the crook of my neck. Her firm hand pressed lightly against my waist, making me gasp. I quickly pushed his shoulder. Phop, please, one more time, otherwise. No. It's already morning. Oh, Phop, you're tickling me. Ha ha ha. I laughed, trying to resist him as he teased my body. He made a choking sound from his throat, inflicting his adorable, playful aggression on me. Ultimately, it took a while before I could gather the strength to get up, open the window, get dressed, and actually leave the room. The sky outside had previously had an orange tinge, but now it was bright and clear. It took a lot of effort to keep an ordinary expression as I opened the door and walked out of the bedroom with Phop. In the corridor, we immediately met Kong and Chewy, our servants. They both looked momentarily shocked, but immediately acted as if nothing unusual had happened. The other servants, however, scrutinized us more directly. "I'll take a bath first," Phop announced to me, before returning to his room to prepare for a bath. Kong followed closely behind him. Meanwhile, Chewy approached me. "Does he want to have breakfast, or would he prefer to take a bath?" "Breakfast first," I replied calmly. Although I was uncomfortable in the situation, my hunger outweighed any embarrassment I felt. For a brief moment, I noticed Chewy accidentally peek into my bedroom, before he quickly looked away and followed my request for her. I myself took a look at my bed, observing the neat and meticulously arranged linen. There was no evidence of what had happened the previous night, but I didn't think Chewy wouldn't notice. For several days we had behaved in front of the servants with an intimacy and affection that went beyond that of brothers. How else could we wake up in the same bedroom like this? I looked down at the ground before letting out a long, anxious sigh. However, I could not allow myself to be afraid or discouraged so soon, because this was only the first phase in revealing our relationship to others. We hadn't even gotten past the more significant barriers like aunt and uncle. The previous night had left me exhausted and drained, having expended so much energy, and as a result I had already devoured breakfast before Phop could even return from the bathroom. Once I got home, I rushed to take a bath, taking special care to eliminate the liquid left in my body from the previous night. Then I went home to get dressed and settled in the library to review textbooks, while Phop worked nearby. My eyes remained fixed on the last page of Cleo's notebook. I couldn't understand why I was so fascinated by it, almost obsessively so. Maybe because he had been snatched away in a hurry, which seemed unusual. However, I still couldn't decipher an answer as to why Cleo would have returned it out and where that missing page might be now. "Cleo, would you like to watch me practice sword fighting?" In the late afternoon, shortly after lunch, Phop emerged from his bedroom and invited me to watch him train. He was shirtless, dressed only in a chongkraben, while he held two swords in his hands. I was surprised, but I accepted his invitation because he bored me reading my textbooks, so I went to encourage him while he practiced with the servants. Some servants managed to keep a straight face when they saw Phop and me enter the training ground together, while others showed more pronounced curiosity and discomfort. I sat on a bench at the edge of the courtyard, trying to ignore the curious stares of those around me, instead focusing my attention on the training field in front of me. The clashing sound of swords and enthusiastic applause from spectators filled the atmosphere as the practice began. I once again witnessed Phop's extraordinary fighting prowess of him. Furthermore, he did not simply use the servants for training, but also acted as a coach, offering them guidance and teaching. Phop pushed his opponents to the limit, keeping them on their toes until they lost their balance. Those who had not already collapsed to the ground were forced to retreat, raising their hands in surrender. So in addition to being a policeman, he was also a swordsman? My boyfriend was really impressive. The initial phase was simply a warm-up, but as time passed the atmosphere became more and more intense. Phop was now fighting with Ming, the most skilled in martial arts among the servants. Their powerful maneuvers, loud bangs, and the sound of blades clashing against each other made me extremely anxious. Regardless of how skilled Phop was, I couldn't help but worry that they used real swords. A single misstep could have led to bloodshed. Hey! Suddenly a scream rang out. Ming's sword had cut the flesh of Phop's upper arm, causing blood to drip. I stood up suddenly, with my heart pounding, but the two opponents did not give up fighting, continuing as if nothing had happened. Clang! Moments later, one of the swords in Ming's hands fell to the ground, and he fell with it. He held his remaining sword against one of Phop's, but the sharp blade of the other was aimed at his throat. The fight was definitely over. Phop lowered his sword and held out his hand to help Ming up, but instead of taking his hand, the servant immediately bowed his head to the ground. "I apologize, then Myun. It's nothing." Phop looked indifferently at the wound on his arm, before reaching out again to help the young man up. You've become so good that you can even make me bleed. Great job, you've improved a lot. Ah, thanks. Ming smiled bravely, yet nervously, respectfully raising his hands in a Y as he stammered the words. Seeing that Phop's expression wasn't angry, he looked a little relieved. Phop then ordered him to take back the sword, and the two of them began to practice again. In the end, the police officer finally lowered his sword for good. He then approached me. How did it go? I was good, wasn't I? He asked with a smirk. I glanced at the wound on his forearm. Although it wasn't a deep wound, seeing it untreated and her blood completely dry made me feel deeply uncomfortable. Hurry up and get your wounds cleaned first, I said softly, handing him a cloth soaked in jasmine water. Phop took the cloth to wipe his face and walked me home. I stole my glances at his wound. The discomfort had crept back into my heart. Why are you making that face? Is there something worrying you? Her deep voice asked after we were settled in the bedroom. I turned my attention away from wiping away the caked blood surrounding the wound and watched as he leaned against the headboard. Well, you hurt yourself. Why should I smile? It's just a little wound, and it's far from my heart. My injured patient showed a cheeky smile, as if he was happy to see me worrying about him. In response, I shook his forearm lightly, causing him to squeal and glare at me, mocking me. Then I applied the herbal remedy on his wound. In truth, it was only a minor wound, but I couldn't understand why I had a bad feeling about it bleeding. Even though I had never believed in superstition before, I couldn't stop thinking about it now. Are you really that worried about me? Her sweet voice sounded again as I finished dressing the wound. I nodded, unable to shake the discomfort. Phop held out his uninjured arm, inviting me to come closer. I walked over to him, resting my head on his shoulder. Once we snuggled into each other's embrace, I felt my turmoil begin to fade away. We remained like that for a while in silence, embracing each other. Phop's hand gently caressed my shoulder. His nose brushed against my temples. I almost fell into a deep sleep, if it hadn't been for his voice when he said, "My parents will be back the day after tomorrow. I will break the news to them that we are in love and in a relationship with each other, that we will live together." The topic suddenly became so serious that I couldn't fall asleep. I raised my face to look at my beloved, the helpless hesitation evident in my eyes. I remembered that then Freya had once asked me to convince Phop to settle down and get married. It was clear that he would be upset and would not agree with our relationship. I felt it would be best to keep our relationship a secret for a while longer, but there were no secrets in this world anyway. Don't worry, if my parents give us an ultimatum that we have to break up, I will take you away myself. His playful and sarcastic words made me chuckle softly. Well, whatever happens, will happen. I had made a firm decision to stand by my Phi, and I would not allow myself to give up so easily. But before, his words made me meet his gaze with puzzlement. Phop moved away from me, moving to grab something from the wooden box on the bedside table, before returning to me. Once I clearly saw what he was holding, I remained silent. That ring. Do you like it? His fingers gently held my left hand in his eyes silently seeking my permission, before carefully sliding the jewel onto my ring finger. I looked down, observing that beautiful gold jewel. It had initially caught my interest when we visited the market together for the first time. Now it was on my finger. When did you buy it? When we went to the market that day, I noticed that you liked it, so I thought I would give it to you one day. At the time, I didn't think it would one day be used as an engagement ring. He pulled me back to his chest, a gentle smile adorning his boyish face. For now, wear it on your finger. On our wedding day, I will replace it with a more expensive ring. I promise I will never have anyone else but you. I will never let you regret it. However long our journey together may be, I will love only you. Thank you. I choked, a lump forming in my throat. Although I was aware that my Phi was serious about wanting to spend his life with me, I never imagined that he would plan so far in advance. He even wanted to plan a wedding with me. I felt even more helpless and guilty towards her. Fear loomed once again, and I feared we wouldn't have much more time together. I was terrified that one day I would have to abandon him and return to the present world, leaving him all alone. Phop. Yes. And if one day we couldn't be together anymore, what would you do? I accidentally blurted out. Her dark eyebrows raised slightly. Why couldn't we be together? I do not know. I can't help but think about it. I'm curious what you might do if that day ever comes. I managed to force a smile. His dark brown eyes stared at me silently, as if trying to peer into my soul, before saying, I will always look for you. I'll keep looking until I find you. I promise. His calm, steady voice, along with his determined gaze, warmed my eyes. I looked down, trying to blink away the tears, but Phop was gently cradling my shoulder with one hand, wiping away the tears that had pooled in the corners of my eyes with his other hand. You're crying like a little baby. Well, you were the one who got me excited in the first place. I replied. My husky voice elicited a soft laugh from her lips, before he tenderly kissed my temple. I meant it, every word I said. If you disappear, I will find you. If one day you no longer love me, or even forget me, that's okay. I will love you anyway. I would like to watch over you from afar, content simply to see you live a happy life. I'll never stop loving you. I whispered, hugging him tightly around the waist. Such a day could never have come. I loved him. I grew fonder of him more and more with each passing day. I had only known this man for 4 months, and I felt like I had loved him my whole life. I feel the same way. He lifted my chin and placed a tender kiss on my lips. I kissed him back, closing my eyes and letting a tear roll down my cheek. If only time could stop forever in this moment. It would be wonderful. Even though I secretly wished this moment of peace could last forever, it was impossible. 2 days later, then Freya and her aunt returned from Muang Lao City with countless souvenirs, including dry goods, alcohol, and jewelry. Even the older servants received small trinkets. Then Freya gave me a gold buckle with precious stones, telling me to keep it for when I began my government service. I looked at the intricately crafted ornament in my hand, a feeling of heaviness in my chest. My uncle and aunt had been incredibly kind and thoughtful towards me, but I would inevitably disappoint them. If Phop had told them about us, would they still see me as one of them? Did you both have fun while your parents were away? Did the easement cause any problems? Then Freya asked Phop after dinner, sipping tea in the pavilion. His aunt was sitting next to him and fanning herself gracefully. It was early evening, and the stars flickered brightly in the sky. The humid late summer breeze pleasantly cooled my body as it brushed past me. The relaxing atmosphere felt comfortable and inviting. Yes, we had fun, Dad. Well, one day, when I am gone, you will have to take charge and become the master of this house. I can rest easy, knowing that the servants will respect and obey you. Then Freya said, as he called a servant to pour more tea. His sharp eyes, identical to those of his son, looked at me briefly, making my heart skip a beat. I felt uncomfortable. I felt something was about to happen. While we were in Lao, we were asked many times when our son would settle down and start a family. What do you think, Phop? Do you have your eye on any women in particular? Actually, I was thinking about starting a family of my own, father. Phop replied confidently. His father paused just as he was about to take a sip of tea, his eyebrows raised in surprise. Really, Phop? Who is the lady? The aunt asked excitedly. Phop's gaze fixed on me sitting next to him, his large hand reaching out to grip mine firmly. He finally turned to his parents to answer. Not a lady, mother, but the person who is sitting next to me now. Cleo and I love each other, mother. I want to get married and live with my gnome. With those words, it seemed as if time had frozen for the longest moment. Nobody dared to move. Kuning Preong's eyes widened in seemingly shock, while the noble's face became tense and gloomy. Phop, be careful what you say. Her grave voice finally said. I am aware of it, father. If you were truly aware of the implications of what you just said, then how could you talk about something so absurd? Her low, authoritative tone made my throat go completely dry. From the look in Freya's eyes, it seemed that he had already suspected the situation. He had known about our relationship all along and would not accept it. In the past, I noticed something between you two, but I remained silent, hoping that you would come to your senses and behave appropriately. I never imagined you would trade bad for good like this. What is wrong with my love, may I ask? What is wrong with a person falling in love? Phop reasoned. It's wrong because the person you love is a man. Freya's deafening voice boomed, making me jump in response. The servants in the area quickly retreated, fleeing in fear. I lowered my eyes to the ground. The shock and disappointment in my aunt's eyes, and the tense, stern look on Freya's face made me unable to face the people who had once cared for me and provided so much for me. Then Freya hit the floor hard with his walking stick, casting his furious glare between me and Phop. How can a man be with another man? What a shame. The whole town is gossiping about it. Damnation. Do you realize that there are people out there now, spreading rumors about how Freya Fichai Fakti's son is engaged in secret relationships and having sex with a man who also happens to be the son of an ex-convict. Only with this shame, I no longer know where I could show my face. And you still have the audacity to declare that you will marry Cleo? I don't care who gossips or condemns us, and I don't think loving someone is so reprehensible that it tarnishes our reputation. We truly love each other from the bottom of our hearts. Father, Mother, please grant me permission to marry him. Phop. Freya Fichai Fakti shouted as his gaze suddenly fixed on my hand, still firmly grasped by Phop. His anger intensified further when he saw the ring on my left hand. Have you put a ring on him yet? Then Freya looked at my lover, her voice trembling with fury. Do you have no respect for your parents? You are completely crazy, and therefore you chose to run away with a man. Aren't you worried about your family's legacy? To have an heir? You will bring about the downfall of our family, straining and ending our clan. How dare you? Father, you still have many children. The younger ones are still maturing, but are eager to learn. They won't disappoint you. The fall of our family will not come under my generation, I assure you, replied Phop. The aunt raised her hand as if she were about to faint. Freya's hand, gripping her staff, trembled as if she wanted to refrain from hitting her son at any moment. I apologize if I disappointed you, but I did not go astray. If it's not him, I won't spend my life with anyone else. His words were firmly resolute and weighty. My hand trembled in her wet grip, but the rough hand gripping mine tightened even more, as if to emphasize that he would never let me go. The father and son had stared into each other's eyes for a long moment of time, before then Freya finally huffed and angrily walked back to his room, followed closely by Canning Preon. Phop, I screamed, my heart sinking. Even though I predicted it wouldn't be easy, witnessing then Freya's frustration filled me with guilt. He had kindly cared for his friend's son, loved him and raised him as if he were his own son, only to come back and face such a situation. I know my parents well. As long as we remain firm and unshakable, they will eventually recognize our sincerity and understand. Phop wrapped his arms around my shoulders, pulling me into a hug. I leaned down, resting my head against his broad chest, taking a deep breath to gather whatever strength remained in me. Being in love wasn't wrong, but due to society's values these days, they saw same-sex love as strange and considered things that were unfamiliar to them inappropriate. Furthermore, in addition to being a man, my reputation in society was very bad. That's what it was. The aunt and uncle must have been worried, hoping to protect their son from defamation. I couldn't be mad at them, but if you had asked me if I felt remorse, the answer would have been yes. I was full of pain. Give them 2 or 3 more days to calm down, and then I'll talk to them again. I'll take care of it. You do not have to worry, he assured me. Let me come with you. I want to be by your side. I looked up, moving my hand to hold my lover's, squeezing it gently. The tension in her dark eyes softened, replaced by her tenderness. Then let's go together. Phop smiled faintly. I smiled back, even though my heart remained anxious and my mind still in turmoil. Even though it had just begun, there seemed to be a lot of obstacles to overcome. My relationship with Phop had become a catalyst for tension within the family. Then Freya hadn't said a single word to me or Phop. He refused to even look at us. As for his son, since he had expressed his true feelings to his parents, he now openly showed his affection for me. Whenever he was home, he rarely let me out of his sight, caring for me openly as any lover would. I felt torn, unsure whether to follow Phop's example or respect the elder's wishes. Regardless, then Freya still remained my guardian, providing for me. He had the right to throw me out of the house at any time. So, now there was a cold war between father and son. The aunt, on the other hand, was faced with a dilemma. Her gaze at me seemed to contain a hint of sympathy, but it was also full of confusion and disappointment. I'm going to work early, Mom. Phop said goodbye to his mother one morning, after then Freya had left for work, lumbering down the stairs of the house. His sharp eyes looked at me as I stood there and offered me a tender smile. I'll rush home in the evening. He added, Okay. I forced a smile onto my lips, watching Phop leave the house. The atmosphere became tense and silent the moment he left, leaving me and my aunt alone. I think I'll go read my textbooks, I said quickly, getting ready to go to the library, just like I did every day. But today was different, when I heard a calm voice say, Cleo, let's talk together in the sanctuary room. All right. I had no choice but to accept and follow her. Upon entering the shrine room, Auntie closed the door behind us and began lighting the candles and incense, even handing me a stick of incense. I clasped my hands together in a Y, looking up at the Buddha on the altar, silently praying for things to go well. After I had placed the incense in its container, the hostess began to speak. Cleo, you probably already know what I'm about to discuss. Yes, he replied, meeting her troubled gaze. I initially predicted that the aunt's reaction would be one of intense dissatisfaction, similar to when Phop refused to marry Wanna. However, in the last few days, Aunt had simply chosen to ignore me, without showing any hostility. It was clear that she loved Cleo, and maybe me too, so much so that she refrained from scolding him. This relationship between you and Phop is not at all favorable. The middle-aged woman let out a deep sigh. Her opening statement was enough to make my chest tighten. I looked down at the ground, waiting for my aunt to continue. You haven't left the house for many days, so you may not be aware of the rumors circulating outside. It has become a widely discussed topic. This is not beneficial to either Phop's job or your next government service. Your uncle is deeply angry because he envisions a bright and successful future for both of you. It's not that your uncle and I despise you, Cleo, nor do we forbid this because you are the son of a prisoner. If only you were a woman, your uncle and I would have no objection. We would also organize a big wedding. However, as the eldest son, Phop is expected to preside over this family. He must produce heirs to continue the family lineage, which you cannot do for him. Am I not right? Yes. Please understand us, dear. We don't want to see our children subjected to ridicule or disrespect. We want to see you thrive in your career, have a family, and have children. It's better than spending a life suffering, obscured by gossip. Phop is very stubborn and may never give up. Therefore, I beg you, please convince Phop to let you go. Phop and I can't love each other simply because I'm not a woman, am I? It took me a long time to form the words and ask her the question. Kuning Preong remained silent, without answering. So I asked once again, just because we are both men, no matter how deep and genuine our love is, it is still despised. Even if it's a private matter that doesn't affect anyone, it's still not accepted. Because no man would ever do such a thing. Auntie reached out, and she grabbed my hand tightly. You would understand better than anyone how cruel the world can be. If you truly love Phop, why would you want your brother to endure such hardships? I never wanted Phop to face criticism, Aunt. Besides, it's unfair that there's gossip, right? I replied with a heavy heart, looking deeply into the eyes of the person in front of me. How are men and women fundamentally different? We are all human beings, right? Just two individuals who love each other. Why does society perceive it as strange? Just because it's not common, is it wrong? Cleo, Phop and I really love each other, Aunt. I said hoarsely. We are aware of what will happen. We realize that others may not understand, but we have chosen to face this together. I love him so deeply, please don't make me leave him. There was no response from Kuning Preong, just a long sigh. His hand, shriveled with age, gently squeezed mine before he stood up and walked out of the sanctuary room without another word. Maybe the aunt didn't show strong resistance towards us, but I didn't think she would give up easily. Uncle would prove even more challenging. In the worst-case scenario, Phop and I would have been forcibly separated from each other. I faced the altar, once again raising my hands in Y, praying fervently with all my heart that none of my fears would come true. Days later, Phop continued his efforts trying to create an opportunity for me to talk to his parents, but it was quite difficult. Then Freya would not allow us to meet him and instead pressured us to end our relationship. Aunt herself had come to talk to me, and she had been begging me to compromise for a while. However, I tried to explain my reasoning to her, trying to make them clear, after which she began to soften. You're back. One day the aunt greeted her husband in the late afternoon, while he was preparing flower garlands to offer to the monks the following day. Today was the first day after a week of trouble, where I was finally allowed to massage Auntie again. She started talking to me normally again, as if she had come to terms with the situation. But then Freya continued to look at me with stern disapproval. Cleo, follow me to the library. The head of the house ordered in a sharp tone. I turned to look at my aunt, who gently shook my hand and nodded, encouraging me to continue. I followed him to the library with a hint of trepidation. Uncle, sir, what happens? I asked, even though I already knew very well. Then Freya lowered herself to the spot, Her eyes, once filled with kindness and compassion, were now clouded with heaviness and resentment. In 3 months I will send you to serve in Lao City. I pressed my lips together, my heart dropping to my feet. I had already predicted that drastic measures would be taken to separate us. However, hearing it with my own ears still made me panic. Is it because of my relationship with Phop, sir? Yes. Then Freya exhaled heavily, his stern expression making him look many years older than him. Don't assume that your uncle is cold-hearted, but I can't approve of this relationship. Surely you will understand why. He continued. You both have your reasons and I respect them, but I also have my reasons why I have to do this. As an adult who has been scalded by hot water, I know how to handle such situations. I understand that you may currently feel stubborn and angry at me because you are still young. However, as you grow older and gain more experience, you will eventually come to understand why I made this decision. Thank you for your good intentions, uncle, but I can't help but accept it. I tried to keep my voice steady as I answered, maintaining eye contact with the elder of the family. The future is mine, and Phop and I have made our decision. Please, uncle, have mercy on us. You do not understand. Then Freya sighed heavily once again. His outstretched hand gripped the staff tightly, making his veins protrude. Love alone cannot help you overcome all obstacles. One day, love will fade, but your social status, your reputation, and your career will remain with you, and they are more important. I'm doing everything I can to protect you both. Why do you remain so obstinate, young man? The old man's voice took on a harsh tone of reproach. I was about to open my mouth to reply, when suddenly the door that hadn't been closed swung open. As I turned to look, I saw the figure of my lover enter the room. His aunt stood behind him. Father, please. How dare you? Who let you in here? Then Freya raised his voice against his son, but Phop paid him no attention. He stepped forward and dropped to his knees beside me, grabbing my hand and holding it tight. Father, please. Don't try to separate me from my gnome. Why do you behave like this? You leave me no choice. Then Freya slammed his staff on the floor. The loud thud made me jump, but Phop hadn't even blinked. He continued to speak calmly. Separating us will in no way diminish my love for my gnome, father. No matter how much distance you put between us, I will never be able to marry anyone other than him. I will love him for the rest of my life. Maybe you are willing to sacrifice your career and accept being despised by others for love. But how can you expect your mother and I to bear the shame brought upon us when others disrespect our child? Our duty as parents is to protect our children. If that's what I'm guilty of, what else do you expect from me? Freya's trembling voice brought tears to his eyes. Everything he said was true. How could a parent bear to see their child subjected to gossip and being humiliated? The uncles were against our relationship because of their love and concern for us. However, at the same time, they still caused us a lot of pain. This is my life, father, Phop declared, his sharp eyes blazing as he looked at me, intertwining our fingers and holding them tightly in front of his family. My happiness is Cleo. There is nothing else I want more in this life. Please, mother, father, please let me live the life I chose. Whatever happens, good or bad, I am ready to accept it all. Father, I love him sincerely, deeply. I repeated once again. The atmosphere in the library fell into an eerie silence. Then Freya clenched her jaw, looking back and forth at us before murmuring. You have grown so much that you no longer listen to your father's word. Is that it? Very well then, live your life as you wish. I will have nothing more to do with you. Having said this, then Freya got up and walked away heavily, leaving with his wife. Once out of sight of the adults, I let out a long sigh, turning to look at the person next to me. Phop. My shoulders slumped in pain, but to my surprise, I saw a smile on his face. Dad gave up on us. He told me as I sat there, stunned. While he may not fully accept us yet, he probably won't try to make plans to separate us again. From this moment on, let's show them that our commitment to each other is real. Well, I smiled slowly, feeling relieved by his reassurance. Phop pulled me into a warm hug, and I wrapped my arms around him and hugged him tightly in response. There was still a long way to go, but I hoped we could hold Phop's hand and walk together until the end. I prayed that there would be no more pain for either of us. Chapter 18. The sky is always bright and clear after the rain falls. I remembered hearing my mother say these words to me when I was little. I had always thought it was a way to console ourselves when we were going through a difficult time. However, as I grew up and gained more experience in life, I realized that perhaps this saying was not simply a word of consolation after all, because every time I overcame various difficulties, the worries and anxieties that once plagued my mind seemed to vanish, almost like the way clouds dissipated from the sky after a heavy rain. Concleo, do you want some snacks? We also have the white canum tom. Chewy asked me one afternoon as I sat in deep thought, taking in the view of the canal scene opposite. Even though we were still at the end of the rainy season, today the sky was bright and clear, without a single cloud. The sun was shining all around, vivid and radiant, just how I felt at that moment. Canum tom is an old traditional dessert consisting of boiled rice flour dumplings filled with grated coconut melted with palm sugar and coconut milk and rolled in more grated coconut. I'll have some, I replied after a brief moment of contemplation. Chewy obeyed and immediately went to get some snacks. I turned my gaze towards the long, wide river, which stretched as far as the eye could see. I had a clean cloth and a bowl of water with some jasmine in it that I had prepared, keeping them ready to clean the face of the man who would be returning home from work. 2 months had passed since Phop had confessed our relationship to his parents, and a lot had happened in the meantime. Even though his father had finally relented and not sent me to law at Phop's request, he still disapproved of us living together as a couple. He believed that our love was only a temporary infatuation and that we were overwhelmed by teenage hormones. However, we had not given up and tried to make the elders understand that our love was not just a passing fantasy. Phop had attempted to explain to his parents, hoping it would convince them to be open-minded, while I had been careful to approach then Freya and her aunt with only the deepest and utmost respect. Finally, after about a month, it seemed that his father was gradually warming up to us. Although he had not directly expressed such feelings, his eyes no longer carried the burning anger he once had when he looked at us. I assumed her aunt must have helped convince her husband. Perhaps it was due to the fact that Phop himself had begged, and the aunt loved her only son very much. No matter how offended or displeased they were, his parents always ultimately cared about their child's happiness. I suppose we could also say that his parents were no longer a significant obstacle. However, outside, rumors about me and Phop were still rampant. Even though the people of Freya Fichai Phokti's family remained silent when asked about us, the simple act of not denying the gossip spoke volumes. Now, the whole city of Nakhun was filled with rumors, but Phop and I didn't care and continued to live our lives normally. My reputation was already tarnished from the start, so I paid little attention to how people saw me. What worried me most was the potential impact our relationship would have on Phop's image, character, and work duties. Fortunately, Phop's father held a high position in the capital's metropolitan administration, as an elder who was revered and respected by society. It was also worth noting that Phop had an impeccable reputation and had never gotten into any kind of trouble. He was always committed to his duty, consistently achieving outstanding results in his profession. People therefore seemed reluctant to speak ill of him. His sexual and romantic preferences ultimately did not influence his work. For these reasons, Phop had no reason to feel pressured. As for his image of himself, he told me that he didn't care what other people thought. He was just happy to be with me. As I looked down the river, I saw a small boat slowly approaching. I concentrated on it as it rowed towards me, immediately breaking into a smile as I caught a glimpse of who was sitting inside. Phop often returned home immediately after finishing work, as long as there were no urgent matters to take care of. As for me, if I didn't come out anywhere, or I wasn't called by my aunt to help massage her, I was waiting for him near the river at the pier. This had become our daily ritual. Concleo, your sweets have arrived. A tray of tea and white canum tom was brought to me. I took one and popped it in my mouth, glancing furtively at Phop's boat. Oh, the Mun is back, the servant announced cheerfully, glancing at me with a smile. I glared at him, prompting him to quickly run away before I could slap him. This guy no longer respected me these days. He constantly teased and made fun of me. However, I much preferred that the servants treat me with familiarity rather than fear. In any case, he had always taken care of me, and I treated him like a younger brother. The little boat was getting closer and closer. I smiled widely and waved to my lover, who waved back. The past 2 months had served to further deepen our bond. We had argued often when we first met. However, since we had entered into this relationship, our futile arguments had become a distant memory. Whenever we had different opinions, we discussed and understood each other. He was always by my side, caring, attentive, and made sure I never felt alone unless he was at work. I had grown so fond of him that just a few hours of absence when he was at work filled me with loneliness. I realized that I could never live without Phop. I no longer thought about returning to the present day. I still missed my family and thought about the life I came from, but I loved Phop too much to abandon him and live without him. Maybe it was fate that led me to meet, know, and love this man. The only regret that remained was not having had the chance to say goodbye to my family. Even though I no longer harbored thoughts of going back, I still hadn't stopped looking for clues to Cleo's whereabouts. Even though I could pretend to live as Cleo for the rest of my life, I couldn't give up on finding out more about him. So much had already happened, but I still felt that I owed it to him, and I couldn't remain indifferent. I continued to dream of Cleo's life, from when he was a child, through his adolescence, and even after his return from the city of Pikhit. I knew every phase of his life. He further encouraged me to continue investigating the cause of Cleo's disappearance and clearing his family's name, without even knowing what I would do if the real Cleo one day returned. But oh well, I shouldn't worry about something that hasn't happened yet. Shouldn't I enjoy happiness in the present moment? How was your day? Was the work challenging? I asked as Phop's boat docked. I handed the policeman the damp cloth to wipe away his sweat as he entered the pavilion. Everything went fine, but when I came back and saw your face, all my tiredness disappeared, replied Phop. Instead of reaching for the cloth to wipe his face, he grabbed my hand that was holding the cloth and placed it on his cheek. What do you want? What's the problem? Dry my face. The officer begged me with such pleading eyes that I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Finally, I gave in to him and took it upon myself to wipe away his sweat. Just like Phop had said, he had been quite busy lately due to the robbery case from 2 months ago. Then Freya had ordered Phop to help me in Harn. The investigation had not made any progress for a long time, and last month Phop returned home later than usual. Today he came back on time, and in the end, he came to dinner with me. And you? Where did you go to play today? I sat reading textbooks all day. I have to take up a government job next month. How can I afford to waste my time? Also, I've never played. I tend to just go out and go for walks. I told him sulkily. Even though we were together, Phop still liked to tease me, just like he liked to see my distressed face. If you say so, I believe you. He leaned forward, pretending to kiss my cheek. My eyes widened, quickly pushing him away, watching the servant tie up the boat. But I found that Phop's servant had already left. These servants, they know their job very well, don't they? Moi? Anyway, there's no one there. Even if they were here, I would still kiss you on the cheek. His thick arm was wrapped around my waist, my whole body flashing with heat. Let's go in. He came closer and whispered in my ear, looking at me with his penetrating and irresistible gaze. Phop hadn't cared about other people's stares for a long time now. He liked to openly express his love for me, while I wasn't used to it yet. And I'm embarrassed, you know. Stop staring at me like that. Come on, let's go into the house. Go take a bath, please. I stammered, pulling away from his embrace. Phop laughed, relenting and releasing his arms from me, but his flirtatious eyes remained fixed on me. Don't close the door tonight, he whispered, making my flushed cheeks turn even redder. Over the past 2 months, Phop had often snuck into my room late at night. At first, he wasn't very discreet and would just enter my room boldly. But when the aunt noticed that her son was sleeping in my room at night, she got very angry and said that he was inappropriate. Maybe she didn't realize that Phop and I, had been acting inappropriately like that for a long time. She probably felt that it was against good values and traditions to sleep in the same room when we were not married, even though we were both men. But even though the aunt had ordered us to sleep in separate rooms, she had no idea that her son would probably sneak into my room this evening, just as he had done the day before and the day after again. You will soon be scolded by your mother, I warned him in a mock-serious tone. Mom won't catch me. I miss you. I want to hug you. Let me sleep with you, please. He replied in his deep voice, barely hiding the fact that he was practically begging me. I pressed my lips together to repress my embarrassment and entered the house, neither accepting nor rejecting it. If you want to come, just come. But don't get caught by your aunt. Dinner time with Phop sitting next to me made my meal more delicious than usual. Cleo, he called a deep voice as I washed the rice off my fingers. When I turned to look, he placed a peeled, seedless rambutan in front of my mouth. If it had been earlier, I would have taken it, and eaten it myself. But now I could open my mouth to let myself be fed in front of other people in the house without feeling uncomfortable. And sweet? He asked. I murmured, chewing on the deliciously sweet fruit. Our intimacy had slowly become more familiar over the past couple of months, and as a result, no one in the house gave me strange looks anymore when Phop gave me snacks. Then Freya would take a look at us, but he wouldn't stop us. As for Aunt, when she saw me munching rambutan, she ordered Aunt Mewen, the kitchen manager, to get more. Phop, that's enough. I'm stuffed, I shouted after the fourth rambutan. My stomach was already full, and I didn't have room for anything else. Eat a little more. You look like you lost weight, she said. I can't have more. I shook my head. Phop looked at the plate of rambutan as if he wanted to give me another, while I looked at my body. Where did I lose weight? I feel like I'm gaining even more weight. Phop liked to convince me to eat a lot. Whenever he went out, he always bought snacks for me to take home. I was beginning to suspect that he was trying to fatten me up and turn me into a pig. Have you made any progress today, Phop? Freya's question drew the policeman's attention away from the plate of rambutan to meet his father's gaze. We have not yet caught the culprits in the robbery case. However, it is clear that Zhang and Seng, the guards on duty that day, took a bribe from the opium dealers. Seng deliberately under-recorded the amount of opium confiscated in his notes, and we found evidence at Zhang's home that suggests he was hiding opium. It is likely that they allowed the thieves to sneak in and steal the opium, but perhaps they had a conflict and fought until they were seriously injured. Very good. At least there is some clarity on one issue. When they recover, we can question them. In the meantime, we send forces to monitor them. Don't let them be killed and silenced. I have already sent some subordinates to do guard duty. But father, Phop's face became more serious. I have received word from the soldiers saying that there is activity from the town of Samkok and that they will soon deliver another batch of opium. It should also be a larger amount. I heard about it too. Then Freya said, clasping his hands tightly, his eyes blazing with anger. These people are not really afraid of the crimes they commit. I have already ordered people to monitor the opium trafficking routes. Whatever happens, we have to stop them this time. I received some information. The drug dealer in this case is Ying's older brother, who had been arrested previously. He is a friend of Cherd. Ah, Cherd again. Then Freya slammed his fist on the table, and Phop nodded. Yes, there's no way Cherd didn't know. But we still may not be able to gather evidence to arrest him. He is very cautious, especially in these periods, knowing he is being followed. Keep an eye on him. Wait until the opium delivery date. I believe there will be movement. We'll be able to catch him red-handed. Then Freya ordered, Phop accepting his father's orders. I closed my eyes, contemplating. Of course, I was certain that Cherd was involved in this matter. I still remembered that in my dream he had mentioned Ivan. But my word alone was not strong enough evidence. I could have asked Pim, but I would hardly have gotten any useful information. Even the police couldn't find any evidence. How could I find any? Cleo. Phop's deep voice softly called my name, pulling me out of my thoughts. I looked up and saw that there were only Phop and I left sitting in the patio pavilion. Yes? What are you thinking so hard about? He reached out to pinch my cheek. I thought for a moment before speaking. I'm thinking of Cherd. What's wrong? Has he caused you trouble again? Phop asked, his voice immediately turning dark. Not at all. It happened some time ago. I just remembered that once, when I was drinking alcohol at the Pak Klong market, I heard Cherd talking about my father. And he mentioned a certain person. I decided to tell Phop about my dream. After hearing the story, the policeman remained silent. I already knew he worked for important people, but I still can't figure out who he is. Phop said slowly, his sharp eyes shining brightly. Did you hear or see anything else? That's all I remember. I let out a long sigh. I had learned various things through my dreams, but I had not been able to see everything. The real Cleo had to know more than this, and he would be able to help Phop. But instead I had been dragged into this investigation, without knowing anything, and I was completely confused. From now on, you never have to visit Pak Klong Market again. The situation is uncertain, and if Cherd knows that you know it, he will surely find a way to hurt you. The older man said seriously. I nodded my head in agreement, but secretly crossed my fingers. I would do my best to avoid trouble, but if it were truly unavoidable, I would have to go against his wishes and break my promise. That night, even though Phop hugged me, I had a hard time falling asleep. Even after I managed to fall asleep, I still couldn't rest in peace because I started dreaming again. Splash. Bang. Something hit me hard. I felt something cold and icy splash over me, making my body shiver. I tried with all my might to open my eyes, but one was swollen. My body trembled, bruised and battered. Even breathing hurt. You're finally conscious. I thought you were going to die. The merciless voice above sounded familiar. I forced my eyes open, and the first thing I saw were piles of straw with dried blood splattered around, which was probably my own blood, as I lay sprawled on the ground. My hands and feet were tied, my body battered and covered in wounds, as if I had been seriously beaten. When I tried to sit down, I found that I had no strength to move. "You," was all my voice could utter. My throat was dry and rough like sand. Suddenly the collar of my shirt was yanked violently. I was hoisted against the wall, hanging like a rag doll. I looked at the face of the person who had picked me up. What appeared before my blurred vision was a face I knew well. "Cherd, even though you were beaten like this, you still have the strength to speak. Huh? You're tougher than your father." He grinned, looking at me with eyes that held a mixture of madness and perverse satisfaction. I looked around. I felt like I was inside a hut, and I also heard some movement outside. But if there were people outside, they either couldn't hear my voice, or they heard but didn't pay attention. My memory reminded me that this was an abandoned hut, far from the sight of people. Those outside the hut were subordinates of this idiot who was tasked with preventing me from escaping. I glanced at the person in front of me. Revenge rose in my chest, almost suffocating me. I wanted to attack him, stomp on his face, stab him and kill him, make him die like my father had died. But at that moment I had no strength to move, only a clear mind fueled by deep anger. If you hadn't gone looking for trouble, I wouldn't have to worry about you. The brute man stepped forward, gripping my chin tightly and grinning wickedly. But you were too stubborn, you knew too much, and you made them dissatisfied, until finally then ordered me to send you to meet your father in hell. Luckily for you, you came here yourself, saving me the trouble of having to drag you here. I will drag all you beasts to hell with me." I spat in his face, snapping back even though I had almost no strength left in me. A heavy fist hit me in the face, blood spurting from my nose. "So be it. It will be a long time before our turn comes. You'll have to go first." He kicked me so hard in the stomach that I fell to the ground, breathing heavily. The pain was unbearable and shot through my entire body. Cherd walked over and crouched down nonchalantly, examining my condition for a moment before smacking my shoulder hard. "But if you don't want to meet your father so soon, there is still a way out. Then has some compassion and sent me to tell you this. Your father's reputation is already tarnished. Why not make it a reality?" He whispered softly, the corner of his mouth curling up in a contemptuous smile. "Join us, be this informant. You can make great profits from the opium trade. Soon you will be able to settle down. If you hear from then Freya and your noble brother then Mune, and can tell them of their plans, he may also reward you further. Karma and justice don't exist, and you know it. If you're even a little smart, you'll take us up on our offer. Then I might as well spare your life." "Never." My voice was also weak because my body had passed its limit, but the vengeance in my eyes had become violent. I didn't know who exactly this then was, but he had not only destroyed my family, but also planned to ruin both then Freya and Phop. I would never have become his tool. I would never let it happen. I will never let them hurt Phop, ever. Once a fool, always a fool. The asshole sighed dramatically, slowly standing up. But before he could do anything to me again, the sound of footsteps came from the front of the hut. Cherd looked back before heading out to investigate. He returned soon, this time, not alone. What he said, the man's deep voice sounded strangely familiar. I could only see his woven leather shoes and his expensive chonkraben. I tried to lift my face to look up, but my battered body wouldn't cooperate. "He is not accepted. I predicted it." The man replied lazily, walking towards me, forcing me to lie on my back. I tried to open my eyes to look, but the bright light coming through the window blurred everything I saw. "You gave me no choice." His sweet voice suddenly became terribly wild. I heard the sound of a sword being drawn from its sheath, the glittering edge of the blade reflecting the sunlight. Gasp. I was surprised, my eyes widened, and I gasped. There was no sunlight. Everything was dark, but I could still vaguely make out my surroundings with the lamp on. I was still in my bedroom at Freya Phokti's house, clearly indicating that it had only been a dream. Even after I woke up, my body was shaking uncontrollably. "Cleo." Phop, who was sleeping next to me, opened his eyes as soon as I moved. Phop. I shivered, hugging him tightly. I was drenched in sweat. What I had dreamed moments before was so vivid that it was as if I had actually experienced it. My body still remembered the pain. What happened? A bad dream? He held me close, gently stroking my hair with the palm of his hand. The steady beating of his heart comforted me. Yes, I said. It was just a dream. Everything is fine. You still have your Phi here. His firm lips placed a kiss on my forehead, whispering reassuring words. I nodded, nestling my face into my lover's chest, feeling a little calmer in his embrace. But even then, images from the dream still lingered in my mind. I couldn't fall asleep for the next few hours. Phop had consoled me until he thought I had fallen asleep. Only then did he allow himself to drift off to sleep as well. In the end, he woke up to go back to the bedroom before the rooster crowed, not wanting to hear his mother's scolding. Without him beside me, my mind became even more tormented by nightmare thoughts, until morning finally arrived. I got out of bed, feeling slightly dizzy. My face looked completely shocked when I looked in the mirror. I had dark circles under my eyes so disturbing that Chewy even asked me if I was sick when he entered the room. I denied it and shook my head, letting out a deep sigh as I grabbed some clothes and prepared to take a bath. My mind was still occupied with thoughts from the dream. What had happened? Had I only dreamed this because of the conversation I'd had about opium criminals before I slept with Phop? Somehow, my intuition told me that it wasn't just my imagination, but it was reality. He'd probably kept investigating until he found evidence. Or perhaps Cleo himself had been captured and beaten just as he was about to find that evidence. I stopped as I was about to dip my hands into the water. My body was shaking again, and it had nothing to do with the cold water in the canal. The sound of the sword being unsheathed in my dream was still clear in my ears. It was a shame that I hadn't been able to see the face of the man who had entered the cabin at the very end. But his voice was so familiar, as if I'd heard it before. Deep down, I had the feeling that Cleo had already guessed who that person was. That night's dream had reinforced my worst suspicions. Cleo in the dream was in terrible condition. No matter how hard he fought, his body was beaten badly. I thought once again of the sharp blade of the sword I had seen before I woke up. I was afraid that the reason Cleo was missing and couldn't be found might be because he— Where would you like to go today, if I may ask? Chewy asked, bringing me back to reality again. He had watched me bathe from afar. I had decided that I would visit Cleo today. My mind was overwhelmed with tiredness as I finished washing. I rushed back home, got dressed, and joined the others for breakfast. My mind had been consumed with various thoughts until Phop commented that I seemed unusually distracted. The tiredness of staying awake made it difficult for me to think, so I decided to put the matter aside for now. After Phop left for work, I managed to get out in the boat, rowing to Keo's house. Now I was able to row on my own, no longer having to ask Chewy for help. Even though he kept asking me to come along, I always refused. I wanted him to spend time with his wife and his children. He had taken great care of me, and I wanted him to have some time to himself. As I neared my destination, I saw the small figure of Keo sitting with his feet submerged in the water, swinging his legs back and forth on the dock. When he saw me, he shouted and waved, his pale face breaking into a broad smile. "Oh, Cleo? Chewy is not with you today. Where are you going?" "I came to see you. I brought some snacks," I replied as I rowed my boat to dock. I handed him a large bento box full of snacks and tied my boat to the pole. The homeowner took the pinto box with a bright smile, inviting me to sit and chat in the garden pavilion. A bento box is similar to a lunchbox, with stacks of containers to separate different foods. "How are you? Are you well these days?" I asked him. "I'm fine, but probably not as well as Cleo. I heard your relationship with Phop is very sweet, isn't it?" He gave me a teasing look, making my blood rush to his face. "How did you know?" I asked, popping a snack into my mouth to hide my embarrassment. "The servants of your house come to chat with the servants of my house." I was shocked when I first heard it, but I always thought it was strange the way you looked at each other. "Now I know why you're not just Fino," Keo said with a touchy look, almost as if he was offended that I hadn't told him. I pretended not to understand. "Tell me now, how did you fall in love?" "I came here to ask you how you were. How come they talk about me?" I asked, perplexed. "It doesn't matter what you asked. Just tell me. I thought we were close." I was so sad that I heard the news from someone else and not directly from you. Kay looked at me sullenly. I had no choice, So I told him I'd liked him since before he even got engaged to Wana. I told him about our arguments, about the day we revealed our relationship to then Freya and her aunt. Kay listened intently, then broke into a bright smile when he finished. He's very Phop. He always favors honesty. He is a good person. I'm really happy for you, Pleo. Kay's delicate hand slid towards me to hold tightly. He smiled so wide, almost as if my happiness was his. Ugh, I'm so envious of you. We've talked enough about me. And you? I asked. Phop had said that a lot of people had been sick lately, and that Jom had been so busy that he didn't have time to go anywhere except to the hospital. His joyful expression seemed to disappear when I asked him that question. I've been quite busy lately. I almost never go out. I have to read textbooks all day. He replied. Why do you have to read textbooks? I asked. Kay was silent for a moment before letting out a long sigh. Because I'm leaving town soon. Where will you go? I was stunned to hear that. Kay was just like my known Pan, both in appearance and behavior. I was deeply attached to him and cared about him very much. I couldn't help but feel devastated by the news. I will go to live with my father's relatives in the city of Pak Nam Pho, and once I come of age, I will probably enter government service there. Pak Nam Pho is currently in Nakhun Sawan province. Your father is sending you away? No, I was the one who asked my father to send me there. The young man forced a smile, looking away from my face to look at the desserts on his plate, an unhappy look in his eyes. I feel uncomfortable being here, Pleo. It's been several months, but I still can't forget Jom. I thought if I left this place and lived far away, never hearing about him from anyone again, I might be able to carry on. Are you sure? I repeated. Keo nodded firmly. I couldn't help but wish him well and accept his decision. We continued chatting about trivial matters for a while. Just as I was about to say something, I heard footsteps approaching quickly. I looked back, eyebrows furrowed, and was surprised to see Jom barge in, concern on his face. Keo, the young doctor called, and froze a little when he saw me sitting next to him. I scrutinized the person who looked exactly like my friend. Jom seemed anxious about something, running there so fast he was drenched in sweat. Jom, have you come to see me? Keo hesitated for a long time before speaking. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Judging by the looks on both of their faces, it looked like they needed a long conversation. Keo, I have to go home. I will come to visit you again. Jom, please excuse me, I will leave first. I said goodbye and quickly freed myself from that heavy situation. I turned to look at them as I headed towards the dock. They both continued to stare at each other like that without making a single movement. I decided it was none of my business. They probably had a lot to clear up with each other, but I was hoping they would both come to an understanding. Even if they couldn't be lovers, they could at least be close brothers like before. The sun shone brightly in the sky as I paddled away from Keo's house. I stopped by Pak Klong Market, intending to ask Pim about Churd. The most sought-after ladybug in the brothel came out and greeted me with a smile, but she was less cheerful than usual. I noticed some concern in Pim's eyes. How are you? Are you well these days? I started the conversation with a very simple question as I sat in the brothel room. Pim poured tea into a cup and handed it to me before replying. I'm fine, Concleo. And you? I heard from the villagers that you have, well, a relationship with me and Phop? I made a sound in my throat. I didn't even think about denying it. Pim's eyes betrayed a hint of dissatisfaction. She quickly covered it with a smile, but I was still shocked by the revelation of his true colors. Why did you come here? Anyone who sees us will gossip. I'm not interested in gossip. People don't think well of me anyway. I looked at Pim, as if to indicate exactly who I was talking about. And then, I consider you a friend. It's not wrong to visit friends. Friend? It's an honor to be your home friend. She laughed lightly, before quickly changing the subject. In the last few months, I really saw Pim as a friend. But based on the look in Pim's eyes when I said I was in a relationship with Phop, she might not see me the same way. What is Churd doing these days? I asked. I had many questions. This was the reason for my visit. Mostly drinking and then sleeping with me, as always. Nothing has changed. Pim sighed, looking a little bored by my same old question. I pretended not to notice and continued. Did he say something suspicious? Did you mention anything about the police? No, he did not. He didn't seem to mind being watched by the police. And the fact that his subordinates were captured? He never mentioned a single word about opium? Oh no. Churd only cares about himself. Pim said a little sharply. She brushed back her hair with a pale, delicate hand and turned to sip her tea. I observed her carefully. Cleo. Pim turned to me after finishing his tea. What's up? I think you should stop suspecting Cherd. That sentence made me raise my eyebrows. Why should I? You've been watching him for almost a year now, right? There is nothing unusual about him other than the fact that he is a petty thief. He pickpockets and steals money from people every day. I've been seeing him for years, and he's not that smart. I don't think he has anything to do with the opium trade. Pim tried to convince me. I kept a neutral expression, but my mind was racing. I definitely knew that Cherd was involved in the opium trade, but Pim had told me to stop doubting him. This wasn't even the first time. Whenever I went to her, she usually said something vague like this and gave me no further information. Until now, I wasn't sure if Pim really knew nothing about Cherd and had no suspicions about him, or if she was actively trying to keep me from suspecting him. You are right. It's been a while, and we still haven't seen anything unusual about him. Maybe I'm thinking too much. I admitted. Yes, he would be too scared. Civil crime is very serious. A coward like Cherd wouldn't dare take that risk. Pim smiled sweetly. I gave her a weak smile in response too, before putting the cup of tea down and standing up. From now on, maybe I won't bother you anymore. I'll start walking home. I announced. Have a safe journey home. If you're free, don't forget to stop and chat with me. She replied. Yes. I replied softly, turning and walking out of the brothel. There was no point in going back there again. I probably wouldn't have gotten more information than this. Perhaps both Cleo and I had been led astray from the beginning. We trusted Pim too much. Now I wondered if what he said about not talking to Cleo before he disappeared was true or not. This world was not pure and clean. Maybe Pim wasn't as grateful as she said that Cleo had once saved her from the thugs. It was strange how people were always slaves to their own desires. From then on, the only people I could trust were myself and Phop. I returned to the dock and rowed my boat to my next destination. At first I thought I would return to the old house where Cleo had stayed, hoping to carefully search for evidence once again. But since I had hardly slept the previous night, I was so tired that I could fall asleep at any moment. Finally, I decided to return home. Once I arrived, I had lunch and went to my room, falling asleep quickly. A gentle touch on my forehead recalled me from my deep sleep. I slowly opened my eyes and saw Phop sitting on the bed, brushing my hair away from my forehead. Phop. I yawned widely. My lover, still wearing his uniform, cupped my cheek tenderly with his hand, his sharp eyes clouded with worry. Normally, you don't sleep during the day. Why do you look so exhausted today? Are you feeling sick? That's not it. I'm just tired. I gave him a weak smile. His dark eyes seemed to soften and calm down a little. You just got back from work. You must be tired. Go sit and rest in the pavilion. I'll have a servant bring you some tea. I yawned again and got up with the intention of going to call a servant. But he grabbed my wrist and made me sit on the bed. I went to the temple today, he said suddenly, holding my left hand. I tilted my head, watching Phop caress the ornate gold ring on my ring finger, before he looked up and smiled at me. I went to ask Luang Ta about a good omen for our wedding. I sat stunned, my mind blank for a moment. Even though Phop often said he wanted to marry me, I never expected him to organize a ceremony. Especially in those days, society still did not accept gay marriage. If we had organized a ceremony, we would certainly have been talked about. Do you think this is a good idea? Don't you think there will be a lot of gossip? I asked. I discussed with my parents about wanting a small private ceremony. They didn't object. Even though we can't announce it to everyone, I still want to do it properly. The auspicious date chosen for our wedding is the 30th of next month. After our wedding, I will take you on a honeymoon to see the sea in Bang Lamong. In just over a month, I won't have to sneak into your room every night anymore. He joked cheerfully. Even though I should have been happy, I didn't know why my heart suddenly felt empty, fearing that day would never come. Almost a strange intuition. What's up? Are you tired of me and don't want to marry me anymore? No. I forced a smile, hiding the worry in my eyes. I leaned in to cuddle him, wrapped my arms around his waist, and rested my head on his shoulder. Phop, I murmured. Yes? Phi, can you hug me? Sure I can. He hugged me back, gently pressing his warm lips to my forehead. I closed my eyes, taking in the warmth of being held by my lover. Please let me stay in this embrace for a long time. Please don't let anything separate us. Chapter 19. A week later, I felt like I would soon become really neurotic. Cleo, why are you so pale today? You're sick? Kuning Prayong asked me one morning during breakfast. Then Freya was absent, as the host had urgent business to attend to early in the morning. The patrol had been rather chaotic lately due to the robbery and opium trafficking case. I looked up, making eye contact with her, and shook my head gently. No, I just didn't sleep well last night. I replied politely. Well, I was worried you might get sick again. Kuning Prayong said, relieved. The 40-year-old woman's eyes showed concern as she looked at me. In that case, if you are full, you can go and rest. Thank you. I offered her a weak smile before washing my hands. I could sense the gaze of the person sitting next to me. I turned to meet the gaze of Phop, who was wearing his uniform ready to leave for work. You haven't been sleeping well lately. Are you stressed about something? She asked. It's nothing really. It's just hard for me to fall asleep late at night. But I'm still fine. I reassured him, even though deep down I was so stressed that I couldn't even think straight. It wasn't actually that I couldn't sleep, but rather that when I did, I was always stressed. For the past week, every time I closed my eyes, I dreamed of the incident where Cleo was captured in the hut. These dreams repeated themselves night after night, until I was mentally exhausted. Each nightmare ended with me waking up in surprise at the sight of the sharp sword. Each time it was like a movie that ended too abruptly. I had tried to see the face of the person holding the sword, but I still couldn't see it. But one thing was for sure. I was incredibly lucky that Jom had diagnosed me with memory loss due to alcoholism. The whole town knew I had lost my memory. This was probably the only reason I had survived until now, without them coming to silence me by killing me. I go to work, my lover said softly. His rough hand gripped mine, pulling me out of my thoughts. I looked at him and saw that his dark eyes were clouded with worry. Have a good trip. I wished him with a broad smile, putting him at ease. I might come home late today. I have to look into some things. And Jom invited me to drink with him yesterday. Oh, that's right. I forgot to tell you that Jom and Nongke are in a relationship now. Truly? My eyes widened, momentarily forgetting my anxiety. Yes, that's why he invited me to drink and party at his house. In that case, please give him my congratulations. I said with a smile. I had already suspected that Jom had feelings for Kame. Seeing them clear things up made me really happy for them. I hoped they wouldn't face resistance or hostility from their families, like Phop and I had. Yes, and today I will invite Jom to be my Tong Mun at our wedding ceremony. The corners of his lips curved into a gentle smile. He lifted my hand and kissed it among the servants and others around us. Some of them blushed. As for me, my whole face and ears got hot, and I felt incredibly embarrassed. Tong Mun is the best man. Are you blushing? Hurry up and get to work or you'll be late. I looked away and walked him out of the house. Phop laughed as he walked away, pleased with my flustered reaction. After he left, I asked my aunt's permission to go out. I ordered Churi to help me take the boat out to the temple built by then Freya. Do you want to earn merit again? I saw you doing some merit just yesterday. The servant asked as he rode forward. So I can't do credit anymore? I asked in a calm voice. Churi probably thought I was angry, so he apologized and remained silent, concentrating on rowing the boat. I felt bad, but I couldn't tell the truth that the purpose of going to the temple today was not to gain merit, but to ask Luang Ta for advice on some matters that intrigued me. I left Churi to guard the boat once we arrived at the temple's waterfront pavilion and headed inside. The day before was a Buddhist holiday, and I couldn't ask Luang Ta anything, because I was with Freya, Aunt, and Phop. That's why I had come back again. I had been having dreams night after night until I felt like I was on the verge of a serious nervous breakdown. Everything seemed so vivid and real, as if I were one step away from death. It was as if I would really die if that sword hit me. I wanted to ask Luang Ta to confirm the truth of my theories. As the days passed, the hypothesis that I thought was least possible had become increasingly clear. I had never believed in reincarnation, nor had I been interested in the afterlife or death. But now my confidence was violently shaken. I was terrified that something I had never believed in my entire life might actually be true. As soon as I entered the pavilion, I found the senior monk I had come to meet giving his blessing to those who brought rice, fish, food, and offerings. I waited patiently until he finished. People gradually began to leave the pavilion, one after another, and I ran to Luang Ta just as his disciples were about to help him to his room. Luang Ta, please. Pay homage with a Y. Luang Ta seemed to know that I had come to meet him with a purpose in mind, so he invited me to talk with him under a large bo tree in the temple, which was away from people's eyes. The Bo tree is a specific type of fig tree under which Buddha achieved enlightenment, in Bodh Gaya, in Bihar. Also known as the Bodhi tree. You have come again, young Cleo. What's worrying you today? He asked compassionately after waving his hand to dismiss the disciples from the temple. I had nightmares. I replied, starting to tell him about the recurring nightmares I'd been having over the past few days, and how I'd been dreaming about Cleo's life over the past few months. Once I let it all out, I felt like I could see something more clearly. Cleo's life, his disappearance, the opium trade, everything was like a scattered puzzle waiting to be put together. Until now, I hadn't been able to piece everything together because I didn't have enough information and because I couldn't talk about this situation with anyone. There was no one to guide me, making everything even more challenging. Suddenly, everything started to become clear to me. Wang Ta, why did I find out about all this? Why am I here? There has to be a reason, right? I said, my voice shaking as I began to connect the dots. My heart was more and more afraid. Young Cleo, you already know. He said. Young Cleo, do you remember what I told you the first time we met? Asked the old monk. I remained silent, trying to remember what he said when he spoke again. One's karma must be corrected by oneself. You were born with a thread that ties you and you have to be the one to solve it. Just because you can't see something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Likewise, what you have always believed. How can you be sure that it is actually true? I can only guide you this far. After he finished speaking, he called a boy from the temple to help him reach his room. Soon after, the sound of drums echoed throughout the Mahasama area. The sound was very loud, similar to the wild beating of my heart. Wang Ta hadn't answered my question, but he had instead reinforced something I had been trying to deny all along. Mahasama refers to a highly respected and accomplished monk. Maybe I already knew it and just didn't want to accept it. I was trapped by the wall I had built, preventing me from seeing the truth before me. And now I was holding on to the last straw, the belief that reincarnation and destiny were nonsense. Finally, the last straw had overflowed. My world suddenly became blurry. I fainted, reaching for a nearby tree. What happened? I panicked as the scenes flashed in my mind. I dreamed of all Cleo's experiences. His childhood, the story of him and Phop before he went to Fitchit, his life in Fitchit City with his family, how his father died, and what happened when Cleo returned to Nakhun again, including his last moments. My temples throbbed. The pain spread through my head until I collapsed to the floor. I felt tears welling up uncontrollably as I saw the image of a sharp sword reflecting the sunlight. It pierced my flesh, brutally piercing my chest before being pulled out mercilessly. An enormous amount of blood poured out of the wound, splashing everywhere. The silver blade of the sword was stained, saturated with the smell of blood. The sword bearer approached, blocking the sunlight from my view. At that moment, I no longer had the strength to move. My heart was beating slower and slower. My vision was getting dark. I used the last of my strength, forcing myself to look up and meet his eyes. Say goodbye to your life, Cleo. Don't worry about being alone in hell. Maybe your good Phi will follow you soon too. The familiar face smiled chillingly. I finally saw with my own eyes the person behind it all. He hadn't exceeded my wildest expectations, but I was still angry at myself for always believing he was friendly. But I didn't have time to think much about this. I was only concerned with the last sentence he had just uttered. Phop was targeted because he too was investigating opium dealers. How could Phop know that danger was closer than he thought? Even though I now knew who the real culprit was, it was too late to warn him. But I didn't want him to be in danger. Tears ran down my face. They didn't come from the pain of my wounds, but from desperation and remorse. Since returning from Fitchit, I hadn't spoken well to Phop once. I had rejected him because I didn't want him to get involved with a contaminated person like me. I had tried to investigate the opium trade myself without telling Phop because I didn't want him to take any chances with me. I intended to investigate first and then take the evidence to the authorities. I wanted to clear my family's name and one day tell them that my antagonism towards it all had only been an act. To tell the truth, he had always been the most important person to me. From the first moment we met until the last day of our lives. He would always be the most significant person in my life. I thought I had protected him, but in the end it was all in vain. My life was about to end right here, without even the chance to see his face one more time. No, I won't let it end like this. The vision in front of me gradually darkened, my body still. My senses slowly faded like a flickering candle ready to be snuffed out. I was sinking into a vast oblivion, yet I still tried to cling to my last moment of consciousness to focus on prayer, even though it seemed hopeless. I pray to the sacred things in this universe. Give me a chance to correct everything. Please allow me to purify my family name. Please give me the chance to protect those I love, once again. My pulse and breathing slowly faded until they disappeared completely, along with my life. Everything fell into complete darkness. My mental images of Cleo's past ended there, yet I couldn't stop crying uncontrollably. I coughed until my body shook, sobbing until I could catch my breath. I remembered and understood everything. Because I had to be there, because I hadn't been able to find Cleo all this time, with no clues or traces of him. Because there was no more Cleo in this world. Cleo had been dead since the day he was stabbed. That's why Cherd had been so shocked when he saw me for the first time, because he had seen Cleo die right before his eyes. I had dreamed of Cleo's life, feeling familiar, connecting with his feelings and understanding his every single thought. It was because it was me. I was Cleo. You were born with a thread that binds you, and you must be the one to solve it. In the last moments of my life, I had prayed for the chance to go back and make things right. That's why I had to come back, to do what I intended. I forced myself to remember the past as best I could. This time I would get the bastard who had brought my family to ruin. I wasn't going to fail this time. The hazy memories gradually became clearer. That was why I felt so familiar with this world, adapting so quickly. Because I could speak the ancient language fluently. Or why I often felt déjà vu when I saw Phop practicing sword fighting or teaching me. Because I had already experienced all this before. I began to remember details about myself. In my childhood, I would follow Phop while I cried, asking him to hold my hand and take me for a walk. When we were teenagers, he taught me little self-defense techniques to protect myself. And after my father died, I remembered Chewy helping me pack my bags to go back to Reincarnation. I had taken a notebook in which I scrupulously wrote down the laws to memorize and had put it in my trunk of things. It was the only book I wanted to keep, leaving all the other books to fetch it, because I knew I would no longer have the chance to serve in the government. It was proof that I once had dreams, goals, and a very happy life, before everything turned upside down. I remembered the day I had taken the notebook and opened it once again, discovering something written in my late father's handwriting, on what should have been a blank page at the end. It was the paper that had been torn from the notebook, and I finally remembered where it was. I wiped my tears and stood up, walking quickly and almost breaking into a run towards the temple dock. I ordered Chewy to hurry up and take the boat, heading to the smaller house of Phria Phichai Phokdi where I once lived when I returned from Fitchit City. The young man's face was shocked when he saw my red eyes and runny nose. I didn't care. I was so absorbed in the thought of finding evidence. I kept trying to think, clenching my fists tight in pain and remorse as I sat on the boat. The suspicions about Pim were well-founded. He had been lying to me the whole time. It was Pim herself who told me that Cherd was involved in the opium trade, showing me the way to the hut outside the city and telling me that this was the location of their warehouse. She had sent me there and then told that idiot to intercept me as I was coming. Take me. At the time, I didn't think for a second that Pim was dishonest. I thought she was my friend and I trusted her. When I returned to this era, I had no memory of what had happened, so she had taken advantage of the situation and lied to me to help Cherd hide his secret. I should have known this from the start. The brothel was supported by influential men and the prostitutes were subject to the orders of the patroness. Not to mention that Pak Klong Market was under his jurisdiction, which allowed him complete control of the area. Those suspected of orchestrating the opium trafficking in Reincarnation had sent opium to Sam Kok, accusing my father of receiving bribes from dealers. They held a high position in the department, powerful enough to dissuade the patrol from investigating opium trafficking. All this was written in a letter my father had left. I had found it by chance written in one of my notebooks, in my father's handwriting. Probably when my father realized that his death was near, he sent me to study in a distant temple. By the time I heard from my father and returned home, he was already dead. In the letter, my father had written that he suspected that Muinharn's father, a powerful man, was a key figure in the distribution of opium from Reincarnation to various cities. It was he who paid bribes to government officials in Fitchit to frame my father and prevent the patrol from finding the real culprit. He had ordered the culprits to claim that my father accepted bribes and facilitated opium trafficking in Fitchett. It was a well-planned plan, and conveniently, he had many accomplices assisting him in the process. Even though my father had tried to deny it, there was evidence implicating him, leading to his conviction and death. My blood had begun to boil as soon as I read that letter, and I immediately rushed to investigate and find evidence. But I had made a terrible mistake, resulting in Myun Harn taking my life in the hut. I clenched my fists tightly, my fingertips turning white and my nails digging into my flesh. Simply remembering the truth wasn't enough. I needed proof of the letter my father had written to me. Luckily, I hadn't brought it with me when I went to explore the cabin, otherwise it would have been destroyed along with my death. Pay attention. I heard a warning as I jumped from the boat to the dock when the boat was not yet docked properly. I ignored the warning and quickly ran up the stairs, climbing as fast as my legs could carry me. I ran into my room, heading straight for the bed. Because it was so heavy, it had not been moved. The bed looked solid, but there was actually a small hidden crack on the side that I had never noticed before. Crack. I took out the crumpled letter hidden in the secret corner. I opened it and read it all again. It was as I remembered. My father had gathered the last of his strength to finally write the letter and put it in the notebook, knowing that one day I would be able to read it. I had discovered it by chance when I arrived in Nakhun. That's why I told Chui I would be gone for a while. I went to see Pim to get information, and she told me the route to reach the refuge. I had been too reckless at the time. I had decided to go on the mission alone to see it with my own eyes before taking the patrol team. I thought that without proof they probably wouldn't believe me, since he was the son of a prisoner. Then I tore up the letter, intending to take it with me. But in the end I had decided to hide it here in the bed, in case I didn't survive, so the evidence wouldn't be destroyed. If I had disappeared, at least the patrols could have become suspicious and searched the house. They could have found that piece of paper and used it to investigate further, one day helping to erase the stain on my family's name. Concleo, what is he doing here? Chui had followed me, panting at the entrance to the room. I put the letter in my bag and turned to Chui. Let's go back. I got what I wanted, I said in a calm voice. Yes, sir. He looked confused, but he followed me out of the house without asking any questions. I sat in the boat and stared blankly at the flowing water reflecting the light of the afternoon sun. In the sound of the paddles diving into the water, I remembered the first time I had arrived there. I had heard that this historical era was strange and unknown. Who would have thought that I was once part of that world? But I lived there, and fate had brought me back to the same place again. My mind was completely blank. I couldn't say exactly how I felt. But one thing was certain. I did not regret the fervent prayer I had made then. If I had the choice again, I would have done the same, to make everything right, to see the face of the one I loved again. When I got home, I huddled in my bedroom, anxiously thinking about everything that had happened in the past, until it was time to go out for dinner. I was still lost in my thoughts. The more I understood what had happened, the more worried I was about Phop. He worked with Myun Harn, and the danger was very close to him. Cleo? Yes? You seem a little out of sorts today, son. And this morning you were pale in the face. There is something wrong? Do you feel okay? My aunt asked me after dinner. I'm just homesick, I replied softly. The way she showed concern made my throat feel strangely tight. I remembered how much then Freya and Aunt had taken care of me when I was young. Aunt, what is it, my dear? Thank you for your kindness all this time, I said, bowing to the middle-aged lady. I lowered my eyes to the ground, trying to hide my vulnerable emotions. She looked a little surprised, but she patted my back and rubbed my shoulder. Night had come. The stars were flickering brightly. Although Phop had already informed me that he would be back late, I was still anxious and worried. I wanted to share that important information with him as soon as possible. Every minute was precious. The sooner he knew, the better, because Phop continued to investigate late into the night almost every day. I still wasn't sure if he already suspected Myun Harn. Everything seemed harmless from the outside, but I was afraid that Phop might be attacked. Unable to bear the anxiety, I walked down from the house to the dock. There was an air of silence, except for the whistling of the wind and the noise of the insects. Every minute seemed like an eternity. Having already been separated from him once, I feared with all my heart that I might face the same situation again. I craned my neck toward the river, hoping to find the shadow of his approaching boat. Please let him come home soon. Please don't let Phop be in danger. Phop's point of view. Phop loved the quiet hours of the night. The only sound that broke the silence was the soft splash of the oar in the water, rowed by Phop's servant, Kong. The young master was still wearing his uniform and had a vague smell of alcohol on him from celebrating with his friends after completing the day's mission. Phop was a disciplined person. He didn't like drinking alcohol to the point of being completely drunk. So whenever he socialized, he drank only in moderation. His mind was still clear at the time, and as he drove home, he sat deep in thought about the events that had transpired that day. He had been co-lead of the patrol robbery case for a month now. Although he shared responsibility for the case with Myun Harn, Phop often investigated alone in secret. He only pretended to work with Myun Harn on the surface, allowing him to believe that he was taking the lead. Phop had noticed many anomalies in this case. Everything was too unreasonable. Even if the evidence suggested that Zhang and Seng were the guards who had allowed the thieves to steal the opium that night, how was it possible that no one else had seen or heard anything that night? Young Than Myun thought it was suspicious and decided to check the night watchman's records. There were 2 guards on duty that day, but they were not the guards originally assigned. They had been substitutes. Furthermore, both were subordinate to the command of Myun Harn. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? He kept this in mind as he secretly observed Myun Harn's attitude. The day Phop discovered evidence that Zhang and Seng had received bribes from opium dealers, Myun Harn pretended to be angry and ordered everything to be checked in detail. But after that day, he no longer seemed as concerned about the matter as he should have been. Old opium cases in the area had never been properly investigated. Even recently, when soldiers had brought word of a large shipment, Myun Harn had not seemed particularly eager to act. He was always careless when it came to opium. Phop had known Myun Harn since he was young, both having studied with the same teacher. Myun Harn had always been incredibly ambitious. Why had he changed so much? After reflecting on the situation, Phop had come to only one conclusion. Myun Harn may have been involved in the opium trade. He could not accuse anyone based solely on what he observed. He lacked the evidence to catch anyone. Furthermore, both he and his father, Suntara Pinot, were respected people with high ranks in the Metropolitan Department. He had to be extremely careful in taking any action. He had noticed that his father seemed to have suspicions about Myun Harn's father, ordering Phop to keep an eye out and gather evidence. But so far he hadn't been able to find any clues. Then Myun, that is Concleo waiting for you, Kong said as the boat rounded the last bend before reaching the house. Young Than Myun's sharp eyes scanned the darkness. He couldn't help but be surprised when he saw his lover sitting waiting at the pavilion. Haven't you gone to sleep yet? You'll get sick sitting here in the cold. Didn't I tell you I'd be back late today? Phop said as the boat docked. Cleo usually greeted him with a smile every day when he waited at the dock, asking how his day went. But today his sweet face was pale and his round eyes were full of tears, surprising Phop. Phop, Cleo called, pulling him into a tight, loving hug. Normally, Cleo wasn't someone who liked to touch or show affection in public. But today he had hugged him with Kong standing right there. Phop immediately knew something was wrong. Cleo, what happened? Who made you like this? Phop hugged the younger one. Cleo just shook his head and remained silent, without answering. Phop could sense that the young man's temperament was more sensitive than usual, so he simply patted his head and comforted him. After a while, Cleo seemed to calm down. Quickly, come into the house. Did you get bitten by mosquitoes all over your body while you sat waiting for me like this? He examined Cleo's arm, finding reddish mosquito bite marks as expected. He quickly took his gnome home to get some ointment. Cleo's fragile hand gripped Phop's tightly, his eyes locked firmly on his thigh the entire way home. Once they were alone in the bedroom, Phop sat Cleo on the bed, his fingertips gently rubbing the ointment onto the mosquito bites on his lover's arms. He reminded him of their childhood days, when Cleo played mischievously, falling and hurting himself, or getting bitten by mosquitoes. It was always Phop who took care of the young man's wounds. If you have something bothering you, you can tell me, he said, sitting on the ground, continuing to apply the ointment to the mosquito bites on Cleo's pale legs. His gnome just watched him in silence, until Phop decided that he clearly didn't want to talk. Just then, his sweet voice rose. Phop, I remember everything now. What are you talking about? About what I had forgotten. How we were very close to each other, and the times you cared for me, and the times I was mean to you, said a trembling voice emerging from his plump lips. The beautiful eyes that Phop loved to look at were shining with tears. But he smiled wide and laughed. It was a happy, sad, and beautiful smile. I'm really happy to remember it. It's so wonderful to see you again. I'm happy you remember too. Phop replied with a gentle smile as he sat down on the bed, resting Cleo's head on his shoulder. Even though he didn't really understand what had happened to Cleo, he was happy to see him happy. Phop, I remember something else too, said a light, serious voice. Phop watched as his delicate form stood up, retrieved something from the cabinet, and returned to the bed to hand the item to Phop. It was a letter. After I returned to Fitchett, I actually pretended to be hostile towards you because I didn't want your reputation and that of your father to be ruined by your association with me. During that time, I secretly investigated the opium trade in the city, visiting the brothel to find information about Churd's involvement. One day I discovered that he worked for more important people and that they had a hut outside the city that was used as a warehouse. He didn't know what to be more shocked about. The reason behind Cleo's hostility towards him, or the fact that he dared to do such dangerous things alone. However, he knew how much pain Cleo must have endured to make such a decision, so he couldn't blame his intentions, which were good. I happened to find this letter written in my notebook. My father wrote it before he died. He suspected that Frasunthara Finet was the mastermind behind the opium operations, distributing it in various districts. He collaborated with government officials in Fitchett, and they all framed my father. Cleo said. Phop opened the letter and read it, with a penetrating and severe look. Just as expected, both he and his father agreed that there would never be a day when Luang Precha Phiban would ever take care of the land, and the reason he couldn't find the evidence was because they had joined different parties. However, when his father had gone to Sam Kok to investigate the suspect, together with Frasuthra Pinage, the suspect had denied having framed others. Whenever an opium case occurred, Frasuthra Pinage would often get involved and organize things. Besides the fact that he had never assigned an opium case to him, he only assigned them to his son. I initially thought he wanted his son to do more great work than the others, but I didn't realize there was a bigger reason. Father and son worked together. They could pay or intimidate patrol officers into turning a blind eye, to trade opium in the capital and conveniently export it to various cities, including the large diffusion that would occur shortly thereafter. I will report the matter to my father tomorrow morning to further investigate the truth. Don't worry, I will erase the stain on your family name, I promise. Phop said. Thank you, but my father's matter can wait. The most important thing right now is that you are working on a case with Myun Harn, right? Cleo asked. Yes. He already knows that I suspected him before, but fortunately the only reason he hasn't killed me yet is because I got lost in the forest and lost my memory. Phop, be very careful while he works with Myun Harn. He has no good intentions towards you. If he finds out that you are suspicious of him, I fear you will be in danger. There is no reason to worry. I'll be careful and take care of myself. Phop reassured his beloved. Even if something happened, Phop was sure that his fighting skills were second to none. As for you, don't go out anywhere during this time. You are an important witness. I'm very afraid that they will come to silence you. Yes, fine. Cleo accepted without resistance. Phop then took his delicate form into his arms, hugging him tightly. In response, Cleo also hugged him tightly. A young man's life had been ruined by the greed and ignorance of a group of people. Cleo had suffered enough. No matter who was ultimately responsible, whether a Freya, a Van Myun, or anyone else, he would investigate the truth and exonerate Cleo's family. He would drag the necks of all the guilty and ensure that they received due punishment. Kun's point of view. The next morning, Phop took me to see Freya Phaichai Phokti, along with the letter my father had written for me to read. I told him the whole story, including how Pim had given me information about the opium storage hut and how to get there, but left out the fact that I had been killed. No matter what, I was there now and had no intention of going anywhere else. If others knew that I had died and returned, people would have questioned me endlessly. I would definitely be seen as a ghost or devil in the eyes of the villagers. Besides, Phop would be angry if he knew how my end had come, so it would have been better to keep it a secret from me forever. Afterwards, then Freya also ordered me to stay at home, forbidding me to go anywhere until they had successfully captured Churd and his companions. I did as I was told, waiting anxiously every day to hear from Phop. Freya himself went to the city of Pikhit to look for witnesses related to my father's case. Meanwhile, Phop was determined to solve the opium trafficking case, collaborating with colleagues he trusted and asking the soldiers for help. They all worked in secret, hiding their tracks so that Myun Harn or Suntera would not discover anything. The patrol went to look for the hut I had given information about and discovered that it was abandoned. They must have changed the location of the warehouse, but Phop investigated until he found a clue as to where the new location of the warehouse might be. Phop gathered the evidence and told me he would wait until the day they moved the opium to catch them. The night before he went to catch the criminals, I was so worried that I couldn't sleep, fearing that he would be in danger. "I'll be back late today," he said as the new day arrived, as we stood together in my bedroom. Today, the patrol reportedly raided and arrested the criminals in the middle of the night while they were on their transport journey. Tonight, Phop was supposed to go out and do some dangerous work. "Understood," I replied in a low voice. In my heart, I wanted to tell him that I was worried and didn't want him to face danger. But all I could do was accept his word, because that was his duty. He had to take responsibility for his role. "Don't worry, I will return safely." Phop came and hugged me from behind, dressed in his uniform. He rested his chin on my shoulder, hugging me tightly. We stood there like that, soaking up each other's warmth for a moment, before he went off to do his duty. I didn't think I would be able to sleep that night. "Come and pray with your aunt. We will pray for his protection," Auntie suggested as I watched my beloved leave the house. Normally, I didn't care much about prayer, but at that moment, I would not hesitate to do anything that could help me distract myself and relieve the mental worry. Then I spent several hours in the prayer room. For the first time in my life, I understood the saying, "Every second lasts like a year." I knew I shouldn't be pessimistic, but I couldn't help but be afraid. Phop is very skilled. He must return safely. The middle-aged woman's thin palm reached out to shake my trembling hand. I was so anxious I couldn't eat. My aunt said almost nothing during the day, but her face and her eyes showed the same concern as mine. A mother's heart must have been more concerned for her son than for anyone else, and yet she still tried to comfort me. The sun had set, and night had come. At this point, all I could do was sit and fidget restlessly in the pavilion with Kuning Preong, glancing up the stairs of the house almost every 5 minutes. The more time passed, the more intense my worry became. But I try not to show it too much. I didn't want to stress my aunt out more than she actually was. The wait seemed interminable until the moon was about to set and the light of the new day shone on the horizon. Then I heard someone's footsteps going up the stairs of the house. "Phop/Phop, Kuning Preong," and I shouted at the same time. Both my aunt and I rushed over in a hurry, without caring at all about etiquette. "I'm back, Mom." Phop raised his hands in a Y and hugged his mother with a smile. "How are you? You're not hurt, are you?" Her aunt's hand trembled as she caressed her son's body. Luckily, aside from the exhausted look in his eyes, he didn't appear to be hurt anywhere. "I'm safe and sound, Mom," he replied, his deep voice with a gentle smile, before turning to look at me standing next to them. I managed to capture Churd and his companions. "We have the evidence. Now they can't deny. From now on, I will investigate this matter until we find the person behind everything. You may have to give a statement to the patrol someday." "Cleo, what's wrong?" he asked me when he saw me being silent. Suddenly, I clutched at my throat. There were so many things I wanted to say, but I couldn't speak. All I could muster was a single word. "Thank you. Thank you." I raised the corners of my mouth. My eyes were hot with tears. I was grateful that he had returned safely, and grateful that he was trying to clear my family's name. "Do not thank me. I would do anything for you." He wrapped his arms around me in a warm embrace as his rough palms gently massaged my back. I buried my face in his broad shoulders. The stress that had haunted me all day was gone. "Thank you. Even though we have been through so much pain, in the end we are still here together." 3 days later, I was subpoenaed to testify before the patrol about Churd and the evidence. After I finished testifying and was about to leave, I saw a guard on patrol escorting the suspect to the interrogation room. It was a face I recognized well. "Cleo." Churd screamed when he saw me, my wrists and ankles shackled. His eyes were bloodshot and full of anger as he tried to lash out at me. I stood still, watching as he tried to free himself from the patrol guard who was holding him down. Even though I was still terribly bitter and couldn't imagine forgiving him, seeing him get the punishment he deserved calmed me down a little. "How did you survive? You're a ghost, right? I saw you die before my eyes. I was the one who put you in a bag and weighed it with my own hands. Why are you still here?" His crazed screams echoed throughout the area. I trembled from head to toe when I heard about the terrible fate of my past life. But I had to keep a straight face and remain silent in front of others, without answering. What nonsense are you talking? Shut up and move on. The patrol guard detaining Churd scolded him and dragged him towards the interrogation room. Churd glared murderously at me, spitting curses at me the entire way. I watched as one of the people who had ruined my life was taken away, already feeling as if part of the stone weighing on my heart had been lifted. One of the perpetrators of the crime had been arrested. While we couldn't accuse Churd of conspiring to kill me, the opium trafficking charges were serious enough to imprison him for life. Now only the government officials remained, Frasuntera Pinich, who had framed my father, and the same Yun Harn who had killed me. However, with the evidence Phop was gathering, he was confident he could convict them both. I prayed he was right. I hoped that all those terrible events would end soon. Then, Phop and I could finally live a peaceful and happy life together. Chapter 20. My wish came true a month later. Ugh. In the dead of night, the only sound that filled the air was the chirping of insects searching for their mates. I awoke from sleep, slowly opening my drowsy eyelids. In the dim light cast by the bedside lamp, I looked around, trying to calculate what time it might be. Even though there were no watches that could tell time accurately these days, lately I always woke up just before dawn this way. It had become a habit for me. I straightened my legs, stretching lazily. Yet I couldn't move much because someone's strong arms hugged me from behind. Looking down at my naked torso hidden under the blanket, I turned my head to look at my lover, who was in a similar state. One might think that his sharp face and attractive body were familiar to me by now, seeing him every morning, but my heart still warmed and swelled with fullness every time I saw him. As dawn approached, I reluctantly let go of the sweet feeling in my chest, hardened my heart, and nudged the person lying next to me. Phop, wake up, it's almost morning. I whispered, trying to free his arm from me. Since we were not married yet, Aunt still prohibited us from sleeping in the same room. Yet Phop continued to sneak into my room every night just like before, leaving before dawn. Phop, wake up. I repeated. The person cuddling me from behind let out a moan, his eyes still closed. Instead, his arms wrapped around me even tighter, until I couldn't help but smile. In truth, Phop was a very light sleeper, and the slightest noise could wake him. Despite this, he miraculously turned into a sleepyhead whenever it was time to return to his room, just like he did now. His arms tangled around me until I wasn't sure if they were human arms or instead octopus tentacles. Phop, it's already morning. Go back to your room, please, I said, freeing myself from his octopus grip. I sat down and shook him until he finally opened his eyes. Can I just lie here like this and hug you? The larger man stood up and sat on the bed, hugging me from behind. His warm lips kissed my shoulders and neck softly, evoking memories of the intimate night we had shared. I felt a warmth in his lower abdomen, almost as if a small bonfire was lit inside him. No, if anyone found out about us and reported it to our aunt, we'd both be scolded. I said to my lover, hiding my exasperation. The faint light of the lantern reflected on his dark eyebrows, which were furrowed together. Who would dare to open his mouth? He asked. Someone might. Better to be careful, don't you think? I replied, looking at him again. The older man was silent for a moment. I want our wedding day to come soon, the police officer said, releasing a long sigh. He brushed his face against my shoulder before kissing me firmly on the back of my neck. I smiled weakly, allowing him to sit and cuddle me like that for a few more minutes, before reminding him once again to go back to his room. Then he stood up, grabbing a thong and wrapping it casually around his waist. Once he retreated to his room, I finally got dressed and fell back into bed. I looked up at the wooden beams in the ceiling, reflecting on everything that had happened in the last month. Most importantly, the patrol had managed to intercept a large shipment of opium. Churd and his accomplices had been arrested. After a while, Phop and then Freya had managed to gather evidence about Mjolnir and Frasunthorn as the main orchestrators of the opium operations, successfully obtaining a search warrant for their house. They had discovered records of the quantities of opium distributed in various cities, buried in the area of the property. The small-time opium dealers realized that they would not be able to escape the prison guards, so they confessed on Frasunthorn and Mjolnir in the hope of reducing their sentences. This had provided concrete evidence about several officers who had facilitated the opium trade in exchange for bribes. Those involved had received fines and been fired from government service, finally allowing the opium trade network to be dismantled. The news had now spread throughout the city. As for my father, Wong Priyachafaban, then Freya had used the information in the letter my father had left as evidence to investigate the Fitchett city government officials who had collaborated with Frasunthorn. In the end, they were forced to confess, which proved my father's innocence. Our last name had finally been restored. People who once said bad things about me, including traders at the market, now pitied me. I remembered all the mean words people said about me. But now, suddenly, they were acting friendly. Every time I walked past them, they would engage in friendly conversation, making my hair stand on end. It was as if they had forgotten their previous curses and insults, even saying that I should not have been born. No matter the era, gossip always remained a part of human society. This experience had taught me that people could pretend to change faster than chameleons. Speaking of gossip, when the news of my relationship with Phop came out, no one dared to openly gossip about us, out of respect for Freya. However, people still gave us strange looks whenever we went out together. Now that it had been proven that my family had been wrongly accused and Phop had achieved outstanding results in fighting drug trafficking, all the slander slowly vanished as if it had never existed. We had previously planned a private wedding with just family, but Phop had changed his mind and now wanted to have a grand, pompous ceremony for everyone to know about. If they had asked me if I was worried about society's response to our marriage, personally, I didn't care. All I wanted was to be with the person I loved, but Phop was a public figure in society, so I couldn't help but worry about him. Although no one dared to gossip, it was known that people in that era did not accept same-sex relationships. I was afraid it would negatively affect Phop if we decided to have an open marriage. But if he made a decision himself and didn't care what others thought, I respected his decision. Even if people of that era were unfamiliar with gay relationships, what was unfamiliar didn't necessarily mean anything was wrong, right? It was a personal matter between me and Phop and caused no problems for anyone. So it was our right to do what we wanted. Even thinking about marriage was enough to make me blush and bury my face in a pillow, even though I was alone. I had never been in a relationship before, and now I had already reached the marriage stage with my first love. If it were in the present, getting married before graduation would have been considered extremely early. For that time, however, it was normal. I found myself getting emotional when I thought about it. I couldn't wait to spend the rest of my life with Phop. I had already lost him once, and I never wanted to be separated from him again. I wanted our wedding to happen soon so that we could share a room every night without being scolded by my aunt. The news of my marriage to Phop somehow reached my relatives. One day they came to Freya Fichai Phokti's house, offering to be my elder of honor during the wedding ceremony. But I politely refused, pushing them away and making them leave immediately. Now, I meant no disrespect to my elders, but they had never cared or offered any help when my father died, when I was struggling alone. Although my father had helped them in various ways, they had abandoned me. I couldn't just get over their past behavior and accept them back into my life. However, there still had to be an elder of honor for the wedding ceremony. I finally asked Jom's parents to stay by my side, which they happily accepted, since we had known each other since we were little. The ceremony was just around the corner. According to tradition, I had to leave Phop's house and sleep at Jom's house for 3 days. Phop was quite upset that he couldn't sleep with me for 3 nights, but when I told him that we would sleep together for the rest of our lives, he smiled happily, making me blush and turn away in embarrassment. There were a lot of good things happening. A new chapter in my life was about to begin, but there was still one thing that worried me. Phop, what was the situation of the prisoner who escaped? Then Freya's voice distracted me from the breakfast plate. I glanced at my lover sitting next to me, the police officer's sharp eyes shining brightly. The patrol team is looking for him all over the city, but they haven't found him yet, father. We suspect that Cherd may have fled to another city. Phop replied solemnly. Just when we thought everything was falling into place, last week we received this alarming news. Cherd had attacked and seriously injured the guards while escaping from the prison in the middle of the night, and had since escaped. The patrol team had asked for the military's help to find him, including searching his house and the places he usually frequented such as bars and brothels, but they could not find him anywhere. Phop was deeply concerned about the situation. He was most afraid that Cherd would come back and take revenge on me, but I didn't think he would dare to cause trouble in the city at this time. He was alone and on the run, while patrol teams across the city searched for him. He would definitely be more cautious than that. I also no longer ventured alone. If I went out, Phop's servants always accompanied me. I felt reasonably safe and was more focused on our upcoming wedding. We must continue the search. We must drag him back by the neck so that he faces his punishment. Do you understand, Phop? Yes, father. Phop accepted the order, staring at me with concern with his sharp eyes. I gave him a faint smile when I heard Freya call him by his new honorific. I felt immensely proud to be able to watch my lover progress in his career. Due to his excellent work in arresting the major opium trafficker in Nakhun, Phop had been promoted from Nakhun to Nakhun at the young age of 22. It was a significant leap in his career, far ahead of other civil servants his age. He was also given 2 weeks' leave. After our wedding, he planned to take me on a trip to Bang Lamong City, just like he promised. Sounds a lot like a honeymoon, doesn't it? Once we were married, I would move into the larger room in Phop while we waited for our new house to be built. After returning from Bang Lamong City, Freya would introduce me to the government accounting department for my new job. It would have marked the beginning of a whole new chapter in our lives. I'll probably go home early today, said Phop, as I accompanied him down the stairs of the house. Have you not engaged in any social activity with anyone? I asked, surprised. Lately, Phop was being dragged away after work to celebrate his new title. Sometimes in his job, it was useful to have contact. So consequently, he had to respect social norms and accept their invitations, even if he didn't like drinking or socializing much. He had stayed out late for several days. No, I'd rather take you somewhere to explore. You were locked up for several days, right? He asked me. Where do you want to take me? My ears perked up after hearing this, making Phop smile fondly in response. There is a festival at the temple near the bend of the river, with many fairs and crowds of people. It should be safe. Do you want to go? Let's go? I accepted with enthusiasm. I was dying of boredom confined to the house while Phop worked on the opium case. Once the criminals were caught, Phop devoted himself to case reports and paperwork. We barely found time to be together, other than sleeping together. That would have been our first outing in a month. Then get ready to go out in the evening. I'll leave work early and take you there, he said, kissing my hand softly like he did every day. I waved to him, smiling as I watched him leave the house. Do you ever get tired? Chui suddenly asked, making me look away from Phop's bottom, perplexed. Why should I be tired? I asked. Whenever he is with Phop, he almost always smiles. I just wondered if his cheeks or his mouth ever got tired. Chui argued, his eyes full of playful teasing. So now you're trying to make fun of me, I said, suppressing a smile, pretending to lift my foot to give him a playful kick, but he quickly ran away. I shook my head, a smile creeping at the corners of my mouth as I watched him leave. Chui's words were true. I always smiled whenever I was with Phop, and he always smiled at me. I hoped the two of us would only have smiles for each other like this for the rest of our lives. We had enough drama. I hoped there were no more tears for us to shed. After Phop left for work, I wandered aimlessly through the house, stopping to play with the servants' children. I finally found myself in the kitchen, offering to help Aunt Mewen cook. Being a man of high status, I didn't necessarily need to learn how to cook, but I was bored and trying to find something to keep me busy. I had started assisting Aunt Mewen, until she finally gave in and allowed me to be her apprentice. I ended up working with her in the kitchen almost every day. Kunkeo came to visit you. He is waiting for you in the main house. I was kneading and preparing some bua loi when one of the servants came to see me. I washed my hands and went back to the main house. Bua loi is a Thai dessert made of rice flour rolled into small balls and cooked in coconut milk and sugar. I watched the servants bustling here and there as I returned. Some moved objects, others swept and cleaned the area. Freya Phaichai Phokti's home was typically quiet. For this reason, it was an unusual sight to see all that confusion. Since a big celebration was going to be held next week, all the servants were busy preparing according to Kuning Prayong's instructions. Andy had told us that if we wanted to throw a celebration, we had to throw a grand one. It would not have been suitable for Phop, the son of a Freya, to have a small and inferior wedding when he involved and invited members of society. I had heard there would be some entertainment at home too. It looked truly magnificent. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became. partly because it was my wedding, but also because when I was Cleo, I had never had the opportunity to go to someone else's wedding. This would be the first time I saw a traditional wedding from that era. Cleo. A clear voice rang in my ears before I could step onto the patio. I have come to pay my respects to you, Cleo. I brought you some snacks today. Kay ran toward me like an elementary school kid, rather than an 18-year-old. He handed me a large snack basket, smiling cheerfully. How are you? Are you okay? I picked up the lunchbox and handed it to a servant to place on a plate. Then I turned to look at the young man's pale face, waving at him. Kay had previously said that he would move to Pak Nam Pho, but he abandoned the idea once he understood Jom's feelings. I still remembered Kay's lifeless expression when he argued with Jom. Seeing his face return to its usual cheerfulness made me feel relieved. I am fine. You look so radiant, Cleo. It must be because your wedding is imminent. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Congratulations on your wedding. Can I be your best man? This will be my first time. Thank you for inviting me, Cleo. Kay shook my hand so excitedly, it almost felt like he was the one getting married. I burst out laughing. Thank you for agreeing to be my best man. I said, of course I'm happy about it. He exclaimed, smiling so wide that his eyes squinted adorably. I then invited him to sit and chat with me in the pavilion. As soon as the servants placed the sweets and tea in front of us, Kay immediately offered me some. Cleo, try this. I did it myself. He insisted eagerly. At his urging, I took a piece of dessert and took a bite. He was surprisingly delicious, not bad at all. Isn't it delicious? He asked. Yes, it's delicious. Your culinary skills are impressive. I complimented him. Really? You're flattering me. I'm just learning to cook. I want to know how to prepare Jom's favorite foods. He replied, his cheeks breaking out into a bright smile at the compliment he had received from me. He reminded me of my known Pan, which made me realize something. Even though I had died and been reborn, perhaps T, Pan, and many others I knew had also been reincarnated. Without realizing it, we had met again. It truly had been a twist of fate. I have something to ask you. He interrupted my thoughts. What? I asked. He put a piece of dessert in his mouth, chewing it before broaching the subject. Do you and Phop ever get mad at each other? He asked. Huh. I blinked in surprise. Why do you ask me that? I'm curious to know what other couples are like. With Jom and I, we are fine for 3 days, but then we fight for 4 days. Sometimes I am angry with him, but this time he is angry with me. It gives me such a headache, he said, pouting and taking another piece of dessert. I thought about the stern-faced police officer and how stressful his job must be. Our relationship was mostly peaceful, but the one thing that often upset Phop was when I would chase him away to sleep in his room. Sometimes we do. It's usually Phop who gets mad at me. I confessed. Really? It means that it's normal for lovers. But what do you do to make him feel better? He asked. Nothing in particular. He usually gets by on his own. I replied nonchalantly. Kay shook his head in response, almost accusatorily. That's no good. If you do this, Phop might think that you don't really care about him. When he is angry, you should console him and make him feel better. I remained silent at Kay's words. I wasn't good at comforting people. I mean, people my age. The only person I had ever comforted was my overly sensitive mother. Every time she got angry, I tried to beg and cuddle her. But when I argued with friends like T or someone else, we didn't sit around waiting for an apology. Eventually, once our tempers calmed down, we would start talking to each other again. It seemed like I wasn't handling things the right way with my first boyfriend. I didn't think I should let things like that go by without addressing them. Comfort, how? I asked, completely perplexed. Kay looked left and right. Seeing that there were no servants nearby, he leaned down and whispered, Use your body to comfort him. What do you mean by that? I was amazed. I had always thought of Kay as a pure and innocent child. I misunderstood. I'm telling you to use your body to comfort him. When Jom is mad at me, I go and cuddle him and beg him a little, and then he's fine. When Phop is angry, you could try petting him too. Kay spoke with innocent eyes, causing me to mentally apologize to him for my previous assumptions. Kay wasn't the one with a sinful mind. I was the one having it, jumping to conclusions. But hugging and cuddling someone to make them feel better? It was interesting. The next time Phop got angry, I would try this method to calm him down. We sat for a long time talking and eating snacks. Kay then excused himself to go home. I was about to get up to walk him to the boat dock when a thought came to mind. Today there is a festival at the temple, near the river. Phop and I plan to go for a walk over there. Would you like to come with us? You can bring Jom too, if you want. I'd like to go, but I can't. Why? I'm forbidden to leave the house tonight, he said. His response made me raise an eyebrow. Seeing my questioning look, he continued explaining. He's my father. He heard from his respected monk that there might be an eclipse today, so he ordered that no one in the house goes out at night. He claims it's to avoid bad luck, but I think he has nothing to do with it. Keo complained grumpily, while I chuckled softly. This was a matter of personal belief. Especially in ancient times, some people regarded solar or lunar eclipses as bad omens. When an eclipse occurred, they banged gongs or struck wood to repel shadows and ghosts. Even though eclipses were simply a natural phenomenon, this belief persisted to the present day. Then I vaguely remembered that there had been a lunar eclipse the night I was sitting in the garden drinking beer, before I ended up here at that time. I don't even know if there will be a real eclipse, but I definitely can't go out. It's so boring, Pleo. Keo muttered. Everything is fine. There will be other times to have fun. I consoled the younger one as I said goodbye, and sent him back to the waterfront pavilion. A thought came to mind after our conversation. I went back to my bedroom after sending Keo away, opened the trunk of my things, and took out a set of clothes. I absent-mindedly rubbed a white t-shirt and a pair of jeans between my fingers. It was the dress I was wearing when I first got there, the one that made me look funny because it was different from what people of that era wore. The servants had washed and returned the pair of clothes to my custody. In the past, I often looked for these clothes whenever I missed home. But since I agreed to be in a relationship with Phop and decided to stay, I hadn't looked for them anymore. I would probably never return to my day, so maybe I didn't even need it now. I sighed and put the clothes back in the bottom of the trunk. At the very least, they could have served as a reminder whenever I missed the present. I wondered how my parents were doing. I just wanted to say hello to them once. To tell them not to worry and that I would marry a man who loved me deeply. I wanted to tell them that I would try to live the rest of my life joyfully. With much joy, Phop returned home late in the afternoon. After the sun began to set, we walked to the temple near the river, where a grand celebration was held to inaugurate the newly renovated temple. Our boat headed in the same direction as the other boats of the villagers who lived near us. The channel, which was usually quiet in the evening, was instead lively and full of chatter this evening. I scanned both banks of the river and could not help but compare my sensations when I first saw these surroundings with those of now. I was surprised then and didn't think I could do anything right there, believing that I would never get used to that era. Yet, here I am, 6 months later, with these now familiar images before me. The more I remembered all my experiences from my time as Cleo, the more I felt connected to this place. I had almost started to forget what my life was like before I came here. The wind was colder than usual, now at the beginning of winter. I got off the boat under the watchful eyes of Phop, while I tried to warm myself by wrapping my arms around my body and caressing myself briskly. It's cold, right? I told you to wear a long-sleeved shirt, he said. Well, I didn't think it would be that cold. I replied in a whiny voice, trying to get the hair on my arms back to normal. I didn't like wearing formal Chinese tunics with collars and long sleeves when I went out, because I felt they were a little too formal. Phop, on the other hand, was always dressed formally in his uniform. Stubborn, the older man said, reaching out to gently pinch my cheek. I pouted. I'm not that stubborn. How can you say you're not stubborn? You never listen to what I say and always argue back. If that's not being stubborn, then what is? I'm just being myself. I pushed him away, raising an eyebrow at an exasperated expression on his face, to which he responded by bursting into laughter and pulling my cheeks again. All right, but what should we do now that you're cold? Do you want me to hold you in my arms while we walk? It might make you feel warmer. He asked simply, but his eyes held a teasing sparkle. It's okay. I'm sure it will be warmer once we join the festival. I refused, with a knowing light in my eyes. He was always trying to find ways to hug or touch me, which would have been fine if we were alone, but this was a public festival with a crowd. We had already attracted a lot of unwanted attention just by hanging out together. We didn't need to attract even more judgment from others. Okay then, let's get moving, Phop suggested. We entered the fair side by side, entering the crowd of people. Ever since Churd had escaped from prison, Phop had never let me leave the house after dark. However, tonight was different. It was a crowded festival, with guards and soldiers patrolling the temple area. I could finally venture out and explore. Phop allowed Chewy and Kong to go on their own, while he accompanied me to check out the various booths. It was like the temple fair we had during Songkran. There were food stalls, snack vendors, and general products for sale. There was also a small amateur theater and local games were organized, which made the atmosphere fun and lively. Phop and I bought some food and sat on a mat by the river, watching a show of two poets on the boat reciting flirtatious verses. One of the most popular aquatic recreational activities during the Ayutthaya era consisted of poets, musicians, and singers. The poet would compose a short poem and pass it to the singer and musician. It was usually recited on a boat during the rainy season, between the 11th and 12th months. The wind brought the cold from the water. The freezing breeze hit our skin until I had to wrap myself up again. That's when the person next to me reached out to wrap his hand around my waist. "Sit closer to me if you're cold," he whispered. I looked around, and although many people's eyes were on us, Phop didn't seem to care about them at all. Only my face was reflected in his dark eyes, and nothing else. Warmth bloomed and spread through my chest, until I couldn't help but smile. I just sat there letting myself be hugged, not paying attention to anyone around us. We sat, listening to the poem, laughing at the banter between the two sides. It was a simple moment that made me feel deeply happy. The moon floated across the sky as the hours passed into the night. Phop and I were still in the temple courtyard, walking around and enjoying various traditional games. Contrary to the joy and excitement that filled my being, the sky somehow seemed darker than ever. Even the stars seemed to have disappeared completely, covered by the clouds. Maybe it was because winter was approaching and the sky was less bright. Or maybe there will be an eclipse tonight, like Keo said. I frowned at his words, looking up at the sky again. The full moon still shone brightly, with nothing to obscure it, but I suddenly felt uneasy. "Do you still want to keep walking, or do you want to go home?" Phop's deep voice asked me. "Let's go home," I murmured. I honestly wanted to stay and have fun, but with the inexplicable discomfort that had gripped me, I changed my mind. We were about to leave the temple area and return to the pier, but before we could take another step, we heard screams coming from the crowd. Someone had intercepted us, coming forward. It was Cherd. "We haven't seen each other in a long time. You two seem so comfortable." His mischievous voice sent shivers down my spine. "You, Cherd," I hissed through my teeth, glaring at an accomplice of the person he had conspired to kill me. The crowd around us erupted in chaos and panic, scattering in every direction. Phop quickly grabbed my arm and pulled me behind him, stepping forward to protect me. He was on high alert. "Happy together, right?" The bastard stepped forward, fixing his contemptuous gaze on us, hatred filled to the bone. In his hand, he held a short-barreled musket. I clenched my jaw. I never imagined he would dare show up in such a crowded place, let alone with a gun. I had no idea where he got it from. I bet Phop was caught off guard too. Since he was off duty, his only weapon at the time was his longsword. As for me, all I had was my regular pocket knife. We were severely disadvantaged. "I also heard that you two are getting married. How beautiful. One of you is a disgusting sodomite who chases men, and the other a damned demon. You both are perfect for each other in every way." Cherd laughed, his bloodshot eyes indicating that he had clearly lost his mind. Luckily, everyone in the vicinity had already fled. Apart from me and Phop, no one else heard what he said. "Shut up," I said in a dangerously low voice. Cherd simply chuckled in response. "Oh, are you asking me to shut up? Are you afraid that your lover won't be able to handle the truth that you're not truly human?" His lips formed a crooked smirk, hatred and suspicion flashing in his sunken eyes. "It's amazing, a dead man coming back from hell. How did you do it, Cleo? I saw you die with my own eyes. I made sure of it. Why are you still here? I will hold him. Quickly go and call the patrol and soldiers out of the temple." Phop whispered to me, moving his hand furtively towards the sword at his waist, pulling it out of its sheath. At that moment, my surroundings began to become unusually darker. I involuntarily looked up at the night sky and found the previously bright moon slowly being swallowed up by darkness. There really is an eclipse tonight. I could hear the crowd screaming and shouting about an impending lunar eclipse. The sound of sticks beating on drums filled the air. At this point, the moon was almost completely obscured. "Go," Phop exclaimed urgently. I stood there baffled. Even though I knew he was very skilled, the idea of letting him face Cherd alone troubled me. It is useless for prisoners like you to escape to the horizons of the sky or the edges of the green earth. Just give up. Phop shouted. At the same time, I heard the quick footsteps of patrol officers nearby, coming towards us. They had probably been alerted by the scattered inhabitants of the village. My heart felt relieved. Churd, no matter what happens, you cannot escape your crimes. It's best to give up. You might still have a chance to survive. Phop tried to buy time with his words, but at that moment, in the darkness, Churd raised his gun, pointing it at me. Never. If I have to go to hell, you all have to come with me. Bang. The little light left in the sky had now completely gone out, while the deafening sound of the gun barrel went out, the noise breaking the silence. It all happened so quickly. All I felt was Phop's push as he pushed me out of the way of the bullet. In the blink of an eye, my surroundings were pitch black, devoid of any sound or movement. Phop. I hurriedly got up from the ground, looking frantically at the person whose name I called in terror. He had pushed me out of the way to avoid the bullet, but hadn't managed to escape it himself. The only response to my desperate cry was the chirping of insects. I couldn't feel anything except my heart pounding in terror. Only a little before there were Phop, Churd, soldiers approaching, and the faint sounds of distant people in the festival, beating drums to ward off evil spirits. But now I couldn't hear anything. It was as if I were alone in the darkness. I looked around in panic. The darkness made it impossible to see anything. Every second seemed like an eternity until, finally, the darkness around me began to fade. I raised my face to look at the sky. A radiant crescent moon began to appear again. The moon was coming out of the Earth's shadow. The lunar eclipse had come to an end. I withdrew my gaze from the sky and looked around, hoping to see the silhouette of my loved one safe and sound. But my eyes encountered a strange and unfamiliar environment. Moments earlier, Phop and I were walking inside the temple, on our way back to the dock. But now all I saw were trees towering around me. There was no one else here except me. I looked carefully and realized it was a place I knew. A cold shiver spread throughout my body. My heart froze and almost stopped beating when I realized that this was the mango plantation in my backyard. A terrifying reality was creeping into my mind. My hands, my feet, my limbs were all numb as I looked around in wild panic. Although I was still wearing my short-sleeved tunic and chonkraben, when I glanced at the base of a tree, I found an empty beer can lying on the ground. I could hear the faint melody of karaoke music from afar. Everything was exactly as it was before I traveled back in time. In the blink of an eye, I was back in the present. Chapter 21. I could still vividly remember how I felt the first time I discovered I had traveled back in time. I was so completely shocked that I almost fainted. From then on, I had constantly looked for ways to get home. However, when the time came when I could finally return to the present era again, my initial emotions were not at all those of joy or relief. My body had grown cold. My heart had sunk. I didn't even feel the slightest trace of happiness. No, it can't be. I looked at my surroundings. My two legs stumbled, wandering aimlessly. I repeated the same words over and over again, as if I had lost my mind. My body shook violently as I twisted left and right, trying to find a way back. But how could I return if I didn't even know how I got there? My hands and feet were so numb I could barely feel them. I wasn't sure if it was due to the cold wind blowing against my body or the extreme shock. My surroundings were eerily calm and quiet, with only the faint sound of music coming from the house across the street ringing in my ears. As time passed, this only served to reinforce the harsh reality that this was no dream. The corners of my eyes began to sting and my weak legs gave out, causing me to collapse to the ground. The sound of the wind rustling and shaking the leaves almost sounded like a plaintive cry. I blinked repeatedly, still hoping that it was all just a dream, or that maybe the festival was a nightmare. Maybe when I opened my eyes again, I would find myself in bed, with Phop at my side. However, no matter how many times I tried, nothing happened. I hadn't woken up and gone back. I was left alone in my backyard. I couldn't think straight, unable to accept reality. There I sat absent-mindedly under the mango tree, not knowing how much time had passed before I could collect my thoughts. Finally, I slowly lifted my heavy body and trudged back home. Opening the door, I entered the house I had lived in since my birth. Inside, everything was just as I remembered. The furniture made of synthetic materials, the television, the computer, the air conditioning. I once wanted all those things, but now they seemed so foreign and so different from the familiar wooden furniture of Phria Pichai Phokti's house. The traditional short-sleeved tunic and chong kraban I wore seemed out of place in this modern two-story house made of concrete, surrounded by technology and convenience. I felt like an outsider, a stranger. I didn't belong here. I looked towards the living room wall, and my heart sank when I saw the hand of the clock indicating that it was 9:45 p.m. I quickly grabbed the phone that had been left on the table and turned it on to check. The calendar on the screen showed the same date I remembered before time traveling. If I'm not mistaken, I left the house around 9 p.m., sat in the garden for a while before passing out drunk. During that time, there must have been a lunar eclipse that forced me to time travel. Does that mean I'm back in the present again because of the lunar eclipse? 7 months of living in the past had only lasted a few minutes here in the present. At this point, my body was shaking uncontrollably. I collapsed to the floor, biting my lip hard, trying to hold back the sobs, but my tears finally broke free. What kind of hell is this? How did I get here? And what's going on over there? Is Phop safe? I heard the shot. He didn't get hurt while he was protecting me, right? How shocked must he be to find out I'm missing? How could I go back to him? Will I ever see him again? I couldn't understand anything. The silence in the living room was broken by the sound of my sobs. I cried until my head hurt, unable to even hear the sound of the vehicle parking outside the house and the front door opening. I only regained awareness of my surroundings when my parents came in and found me on the floor. In panic, they rushed towards me, shaking my body forcefully. Son, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Are not you feeling good? Where does it hurt? And why are you dressed like that? My parents asked me a series of questions, but I was too shocked to answer. Tears streamed down my face as I looked at the faces of my family, who I hadn't seen in a long time. The joy of seeing my parents again, along with the pain of being separated from Phop, was terribly unbearable. I want to return. Phop. Just saying his name broke my heart. I was full of worry for him. I needed to see with my own eyes that he was safe and sound. Weren't we supposed to just be happy together from now on? Within a few days we would be married and living together. We would be together forever. He had made a promise to stay with me no matter what happened. Why then did everything happen like this? Where do you want to go? What's wrong? Tell me, son. My mother asked in deep anguish, seeing me cry so hard. What's wrong? Tell me, said my father. I shook my head, tears slipping from my face and onto the floor. I couldn't speak coherently, and even if I did, no one would understand. My parents probably would have taken me to a psychiatrist if I had told them I had traveled back in time. Anyone who heard my story would think I was crazy. I continued to sob. My parents tried to hold me and comfort me, asking me what was wrong, but all I could do was hug them tightly, crying like a little baby. In the end, no matter how much I cried and sobbed, it could never change the reality of my circumstances. Maybe it would have been better if I had actually gone completely crazy, so I wouldn't have to endure the pain of separation. I had no idea how the night had passed. All I knew was that I had cried myself to death. When I finally opened my eyes, I was still sitting in the living room, wearing the same clothes. My parents were not nearby, but I could faintly hear their voices outside the house. Slowly I stood up and looked around the room with a feeling of emptiness. My mind was still heavy, confused, and numb, but as I began to regain consciousness, tears welled up in my eyes again. Although this was my home and that modern, technology-filled world had always been my rightful place, it no longer felt familiar. I wanted to go back and live in the old world again. I had to find a way back. No matter what, I had to get back to Phop. I had done it before. It should be possible to do it again. In the past, Luangta had warned me that I would face problems. This must have been what he was referring to. Yes, Luangta could definitely help me. I believed that he must have been reincarnated in this life too. Maybe he too could remember his past lives like me. Maybe he could have shown me the way back to Phop. Oh, you're awake. How are you, my dear? My mother entered the house, immediately calling my father too. They ran towards me as I stood there motionless in the center of the room. I turned to look at my father's face, speechless for a moment. Mom, how are you? Tell me, said my mother. Mom, can you take me to see Luangta? My voice was hoarse and I had no idea what my face had looked like to her. But my mother now looked even more worried than before. Why do you suddenly want to see Luangta? What's wrong? You can tell me anything, son. Your father and I are so worried, darling. Please, take me to Luangta. Those were the only words I could muster. A painful lump formed in my throat, making it difficult to speak. It looked like my mother would agree to take me. Or at least that's what I thought. I barely felt anything. I was too distracted. I dragged myself to shower and change clothes, performing all my tasks as if I were a lifeless robot. My parents asked me why I was dressed like that and where the ring on my finger came from, but I didn't answer. I didn't know if they would believe what I said. To be honest, I didn't want to take my clothes off. They were the only things that reminded me that everything that had happened these last 7 months wasn't simply a dream. It happened. I really lived there. I really met Phop. But in the end, I had no choice but to go back to my normal clothes, leaving only the ring on the finger that I refused to take off. Throughout the journey to the temple, I kept touching the ring, lost in thought. I didn't utter a word. Outwardly, I looked calm, but inside I was a tumult of thoughts, all centered on Phop. I desperately wanted to go back to him. At this point, I had no choice but to place all my hopes in Luang Ta. I knew he could help me. Mom, Dad, can you wait here? Once we arrived at the temple, I asked my parents to stay outside the prayer room. They looked at each other nervously, clearly worried about what I might do. Why, son? I just have a few questions for the monk, nothing serious. I replied. I tried to force a smile and reassure them, but I knew he was lifeless. Okay, we'll wait here. My father relented, probably because I didn't seem emotionally stable in any way. They didn't dare say or do anything that would provoke me further. I dragged myself into the prayer room. It was a Sunday morning, and the temple was crowded with people carrying out religious activities. I searched the area until I finally found Luang Ta. He was not sitting in the usual place where he received offers. Rather, he was sitting almost in the far corner of the room and watching me intently. I could only imagine. The monk already knew I was going to visit him. Hello, Luang Ta. I approached, kneeling in front of him and forming my hands into a Y, bowing my head as a sign of respect. Then I looked at him. It seemed like it was only yesterday that I came to visit him, but in reality more than 6 months had passed. Have you come to see me again, my son? He greeted me. His eyes, dimmed with age, were full of compassion. They were identical in the eyes of the wise monk I had met when I traveled back in time. For this reason, I was even more certain that they were the same person. Everyone I had met in this life were people I had already met in my past lives. We were all linked to each other through the karma we shared. T was Jom, Pan was Keo, and Pan's friend was Chui. The monk from my previous life was Luang Ta. Even Luang Priyachafaban, my father in my previous life, had been reincarnated as my father in this life. However, there was still someone I had yet to meet in this life, someone I desperately wanted to meet more than anyone else. Luang Ta. I finally managed to break the silence. I actually had a lot of questions and things to discuss with him. But at that moment, only one question was crucial. Luang Ta, you already know, don't you? I asked, my voice dry. His wise, bleary eyes flickered. His response was clear, even without him uttering a single word. I want to go back. Can you help me, Luang Ta? My voice was barely louder than a whisper. My heart was bursting with hope that he could help me. Soon I could go back and see Phop's face again. Nakhun, I want to go back to him. Please tell me what to do. Please, Luang Ta. Please. Listen to me carefully, Nakhun. Luang Ta began. His frail, wrinkled hand gently touched mine. My lips pursed, my heart full of anticipation. But when our eyes met, my heart sank. Meeting or separating is determined only by fate. I can't change fate, he uttered. Your previous karma with that place has already been completed. The reason you had to go back was the bonds you had created. Once these bonds are loosened, you will have to return to the original place where you belong. But I have to go back. I have to come back, no matter what. Please help me, Luang Ta. I pleaded. My eyes filled with tears, but Luang Ta just squeezed my hand, shaking his head. I wish I could help you, but I don't know how to get you back there. It all depends on your destiny. I understand it's difficult, but you have to accept the truth and live in the present. But he's not here. My voice trembled, my breath hitched. How could I ever move on with my life? He might as well have been shot and injured just as I returned to the present. I have no idea what his condition is now. Imagine how devastated he must be, without me by his side. Why? Why do I have to separate from him again? He is profoundly unfair. The monk's heavy hand gently caressed my head, my body trembling as I choked back sobs and held back tears. Everything is due to karma. Everything has its time. You met him once, and when the time comes, you may meet him again in the future. That sentence felt like cool water calming my burning soul. But it was only a temporary relief. I hoped in vain, unsure whether I would ever meet him again or not. Even though I had already met many others in this lifetime, I had yet to meet only Phop. Is there really nothing else I can do but wait? You need to get on with your life, young man. You have your family, your friends, and your studies to take responsibility for. The loved one you wish to meet again would not be happy to know that he suffers so much. Believe me, if you two were meant for each other, you will reunite. The monk patted me lightly on the shoulder. It took a while before I could control my emotions again. I bowed and greeted the monk, apologizing for disturbing him. The monk didn't seem bothered in the slightest. On the contrary, he consoled me, instructing me to continue praying and making merits. After leaving the pavilion, I met my parents, with renewed determination in my heart. I believed there had to be a way back. I had traveled back in time nearly 400 years due to the lunar eclipse. If it had occurred again, I might have been able to return. Or perhaps, there could have been another way. I would have looked for other possibilities. Even if hope was as faint as when I was trying to find my way home, I wouldn't give up. I would find a way to go back and see Phop's face again. Because if I hadn't come back, Phop would have been alone for life. He was a deeply honorable man, very committed to keeping his promises. He said he would only have me. I knew he would do exactly what he said, and I couldn't let him live alone forever. We walked home in silence. I stared out the window, drowning in my thoughts, completely unaware of when the car stopped in front of the house. As I opened the car door to get out, my mother came and stopped me. Are you okay? I don't know what happened to you, but if something worries you, you can always tell us, my son. Always. My mother held my hand in one of hers, and with her other, she brushed my tangled hair away from her face. For a moment, I felt like I was an elementary school kid again. The same child who had been naughty enough to climb a mango tree and then fall, breaking his leg and crying. Thank you. I swallowed the lump in my throat and managed a smile. I knew that my parents were deeply distressed by the state I was in, but since everything was still fresh in my mind, and it had only happened recently, I still couldn't come to terms with the situation. I returned to my bedroom, crouching on the floor and hugging my knees. My gaze fell on my left ring finger. The beautifully engraved gold ring that had caught my eye on our first visit to the market together had become the engagement ring that Phop had given me. He once promised me that on our wedding day, he would replace it with a more expensive ring. It was hard to accept that his promise would never come true, that those moments could never come again. Was everything predestined to go this way? In my past life, when I was Cleo, I loved Phop very much, but in the end I died before him. Now reborn as Nakhun, I had not yet had the chance to reunite with him. Fate was playing a cruel joke on us, keeping us separated from each other. I clenched my fists tightly, my eyes, still rimmed with red, filled with tears again. A single tear rolled down my face as I thought of Phop, followed by a steady stream. I buried my face in my knees, one of my hands gripping my shirt tightly. I felt a searing pain in my heart, just like when I was stabbed in the chest in my past life. However, there was no sword in sight. The holiday passed quickly. I had to go back to Bangkok for my studies. To make life easier for my parents who were worried about me, I tried to behave as normally as possible when I was in their presence. But the truth was that I was deeply traumatized by everything. Once back in the dorms, I isolated myself in my room, telling my friends I was sick, and then turning off my phone. I let myself wallow in my pain and anxiety, searching for ways to get back to Phop. I searched the internet, checking when the next lunar eclipse would occur. The results showed that the next total lunar eclipse would occur within 4 years. Upon discovering this, my once hopeful heart instantly sank. 4 years was too long. If I had to wait that long, how much time would have passed in the bygone era? And there was no guarantee that if another lunar eclipse occurred, I would actually be able to travel back in time. If so, where would I end up in time? Yet, it seemed to be the last straw to hold on to keep hope alive. I, who had never believed in astrology or fortune-telling, began to think about asking a priest or a fortune-teller for help, wondering if there was anyone who could guide me back to that time. Tock tock. The sound of a knock on the door echoed one evening as I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling as I caressed the gold ring on my finger. I slowly turned my gaze towards the door, taking a moment to realize that I needed to get up and see who was there. I slowly dragged myself out of bed, went straight to the bedroom door, and peered through the peephole. I saw the hostess of the dormitory, an elderly woman, waiting outside my room, so I opened the door. What is going on? My voice sounded hollow and lifeless. Someone asked me to come check on you. They said you haven't been to college for several days now. Are you okay, son? Are you feeling unwell? She asked, her voice full of concern. I must have looked worse than I thought. I'm not seriously ill or anything. I guess a little rest should help. Who asked you to check on me? Someone named T, who said he was from your friend group. But I couldn't let him go up because he's an outsider. So I decided to come check you out myself. I was silent when I heard it. How many days had passed? 2 or 3 times since I had turned off my phone. I hadn't attended class. I hadn't gone anywhere except when I went down to buy food at the canteen. Since returning to Bangkok, I hadn't even called my parents. And now T had even gone so far as to come here to check on me. I was so caught up in my own problems that I only now realized that I was causing so much worry to those around me. Do you want to go down and see your friend? He is waiting for you on the ground floor. He asked. All right. I replied with a nod, grabbing my room key card. After closing the door behind me, I followed the elderly landlady downstairs. It was just after 5, not yet 6 in the evening, the time when most students would have returned to the dormitory. The courtyard under the dormitory, a large open space with a few benches set out, was still quite empty. Only a few students were gathered eating dinner. I exited the building and scanned the area, seeing my dear friend in his student uniform waiting on one of the benches. Hey Kun, he called. As soon as he saw me, he quickly stood up and came towards me. It had only been a few days since I'd last seen him, but it felt like half a year had passed. I remained still, staring at the familiar figure with slightly long, light hair who had begun to speak animatedly. How are you? You were so quiet, I thought you might die in your room. Did you know I've called you hundreds of times in the last 3 days? Why did you turn off your phone? And why is your face still so pale? Aren't you even better? Kun, hey. Kun. Phi. Jom. The name had unconsciously slipped from my lips upon seeing my friend. It was said that those who shared the karma of previous lives would be born to meet once again in the present life. Jom had become T, standing right in front of me. So what about Phop? Why have I never met him? What did you just call me? He looked puzzled. Hey, Kun. Did you hear what I said? He reached out and clapped me hard on the shoulder. He took a deep breath, trying to hide my weakness as I answered in a quiet voice. Sorry, I have a fever. So, I'm a little freaked out. Yes, you are really out. The latter looked worriedly at my pale face. Are you okay? Have you seen a doctor? Let me accompany you. I am fine. I forced a smile, but T didn't seem entirely convinced. From the look in his eyes, it seemed like he was contemplating whether I might faint at any moment. Then I changed the subject, starting the conversation. So, you basically came to check if I was still alive or not. Yes, and to deliver this too. The teacher said you missed poetry class twice and you can't miss it anymore. The slightly taller figure led me to a bench before handing me a large textbook. He explained the homework assigned by the professor. I simply stared at his face, my mind filled with confusion and guilt. For the past few days I had been overwhelmed by sadness, drowning in my own grief, forgetting that there were others around me who cared, forgetting that I still had responsibilities. I could have tried to find a way to get back to Phop while still carrying out my duties. If I had continued to wallow in my pain, I would not have been able to move forward. I had to regain my composure, get stronger as soon as possible. Everything okay, buddy? He asked me again, after he finished explaining the job to me. The playful sparkle was completely absent from my dear friend's eyes. Do I really look that bad? I asked in a weak voice. Yes, we've known each other for 3 years, and I've never seen you like this. If I didn't know you were single, I would have thought they broke your heart. You look so sad. I could only smile when I heard my friend say that. He wasn't too far from the truth. A broken heart could hurt a lot, but being separated from a loved one when you both still loved each other hurt even more. T. What? Suppose there is someone you would like to meet, but he is very far away and you don't have the means to go and see him. But you still want to see him again. What would you do? Huh. The listener frowned, looking at me puzzled. Why are you suddenly asking me that? Just answer me. I turned away, taking a deep breath. I actually just wanted to vent to someone. Even though I couldn't tell the whole story, just talking helped ease some of the heaviness in my chest. Well, first I would try to find a way to see it. I would try every way possible. But if I really couldn't, I guess I'd have to accept it. Why do you ask me that? I was just wondering. Really? My dear friend's tone didn't seem convincing at all, but he must have sensed that there were things I wasn't ready to share, so he didn't elaborate further. So you're saying you'd give up and let go? I guess so, I don't know. For me, if I tried my best and still didn't get what I wanted, there is nothing to blame but fate. If fate did not allow us to be together, we would eventually have to part ways. Sometimes we just have to accept reality and move on, continue living our lives as best we can. Meeting and separating are normal aspects of human life. Like you and me, one day we may never see each other again. But if the time spent with you was special, it will leave me with only fond memories when I think of you. Even if we were to part, those pleasant memories would heal the wounded soul. You don't believe in things like destiny, do you? But I do. From my point of view, no matter how much you want to meet that person right now, if it's not the time, you will never meet them. But when the time comes to meet again, even if you don't want to see them and try to avoid them as much as possible, you will still meet them. Based on this question, are you looking for someone? Yes. I hope one day I can see him again. I muttered. T looked at me curiously. Are you okay? You seem a little strange. He asked. T, can you buy me a drink? The growing heat in my eyes made me eager to divert the conversation. T still looked puzzled, but he got up and went to the nearby drink shop, leaving me alone at the table. I took a deep breath, blinking rapidly to dispel the tears filling my eyes. Those words helped me collect my confused thoughts, reminding me that I couldn't wallow in my pain forever. I had to move on and accept reality. It was fate that brought us together in the first place, but if it had ended like this, at least the past would have been a precious memory. Phop and I loved each other, a fact that would never change until the day we met again. Or, worst case scenario, we might never meet again, but I would still remember every moment we spent together. No matter how much time passes, I will never forget it. The days passed slowly, from a month to a year. The voice of the teacher in front of the room resonated along with the scribble of a ballpoint pen, writing on paper, and the touch of the stylus on the tablet screen. I looked at the projector screen, trying to follow the teacher's explanation and take notes. After a while, the teacher gave us a 10-minute break to use the bathroom. Go to the toilet? No, you go ahead. Oh good, I'll be back soon, T said, interrupting my thoughts as he stood up to leave the room, along with several other students. I put down the ballpoint pen in my hand, raised my hand to massage my eyebrows, and looked out the window to give my eyes a break. From where I sat, I could see a large ylang tree across the street from the studio building, its flowers radiating in full bloom. That image made me remember the old times at Phria Pichai's house. Also at the time, there was a large ylang tree planted near my bedroom window. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath at that thought. It had been more than a year since the last lunar eclipse. It had been over a year since I had traveled back in time to the present day. It had been a challenging year, especially at the beginning. I barely slept, I couldn't concentrate on my studies, and I was so distracted that I risked having numerous accidents. My emotional state was so unstable that those around me began to worry. Therefore, I had decided to consult a psychiatrist. Meanwhile, I was trying to find a way to get back to Phop. When you reach rock bottom, you are capable of doing things that are completely out of character. For example, I, who had never believed in fortune-telling, became someone who in my free time looked for famous fortune-tellers in every temple. I had desperately consulted with revered monks in any sacred temple to find out how to travel back in time. I knew it wasn't anything like usual, but I didn't care. What mattered was not how others perceived me, but how to protect myself from the pain and find a way to relieve it. However, all I had received in return were requests for expensive compensation. Some had even tried to sell me sacred objects for worship. No matter how much I wanted to return to Phop, I was reasonable enough to discern between truth and deception, so I hadn't fallen for their tricks. But there had been a few who had sincerely advised me, and they all agreed that it was a matter of karma and destiny. I couldn't tempt fate. By then I had stopped asking others for advice and had started waiting for signs instead. 2 partial lunar eclipses had occurred in the past year. I was back home, praying for a phenomenon I could return to. But nothing had happened. I wasn't sure if it was because these eclipses were different from the previous full eclipse, or because I simply couldn't go back. After almost a year, I had to accept that I could do nothing but wait for fate to bring us together, without knowing if that day would ever come. As time passed, I became more and more afraid, afraid that I would eventually forget my feelings, my memories of him. Luckily, I still had memories from the past that reminded me that everything had really happened. I had had to remove the gold ring and keep it in my dorm to avoid attracting attention, to avoid having to answer the same questions over and over again about where I got it. But every day I took it, looked at it, and remembered the old days. I spent a lot of time doing that. Accepting this had taken longer than I expected. Time had indeed helped heal the pain, but it had never completely gone away. It was like numbing a wound. The pain never completely went away. In front of the others, I continued my life as usual, going to school every day, doing photo shoots on the weekends, becoming the person everyone knew. But the truth was, I was always thinking about Phop. We had parted ways without the chance to say goodbye for the second time. I wondered if he was suffering just like me. Kun, hey Kun. T's voice woke me from my thoughts. I turned and saw him offering me a cold can of soda. Want it? Are you taking care of me? Yes, I want to offer to a friend like a rich guy. He raised his eyebrows playfully, showing his pearly teeth in a charming smile, then took a sip from his soda can. I smiled at his words and reached out to accept the drink, choosing not to reject his kind gesture. More than a year had passed since then, and we were now fourth-year students about to take our final exams. Our personalities had changed significantly. As I became more reserved, T seemed to mature. His once incredible light hair was now dyed black. But one thing remained the same. He continued to chase Pan every day, and Pan still showed no sign of interest. Seeing this, it reminded me of Jom and Cave. Then Cave had spent years chasing Jom. I imagined that what was happening was the work of karma. I opened the can of soda and took a sip. The crisp, sweet taste going down my throat made me feel a little better. The professor at the front of the class began speaking into the microphone, and I put down my soda to focus on the lesson. 3 intense hours of study passed. Once the professor gave us permission to leave, my classmates gathered their things and followed the professor outside. 3 of our classmates and I headed to the department courtyard to finish some group work. Kun. A cheerful voice interrupted the analysis of our article. I looked up from the sheet of paper and saw Pan approaching the gazebo where we were sitting with another friend. Pan, did you miss me so much that you had to come and visit me in the courtyard? Wow, I'm flattered, T said with a playful smirk, making Pan frown. Your name is Kun? I think I just called Pun. Pan asked. Don't make excuses. If you missed me, just say so. T said. You're talking nonsense. Pan rolled his eyes, continuing to argue with T. Meanwhile, I looked at his friend standing next to him with a dry smile. I didn't know Ball, a friend of Pan's group, very well. But if we went back almost 400 years, I would have known him well enough. Like everyone else I had met in my previous life, Ball looked identical to Chewie from the past. In the 2021 version, he was no longer a servant, but he had become a third-year student, with the same good heart as before. In this life, he had not had to struggle or work hard, and had had educational opportunities just like everyone else. As a former master who once served, I felt happy and satisfied. What's happening, Pan? Why did you come to see me? Do you need help? I looked from my dear past life friend to Pan. I came to ask if you have any handouts of Chinese culture lessons that Ball could borrow. He is studying for a master's in Chinese just like you. We thought you would have them, so we came to ask you. Pan explained. Yes, they should be in my dorm. I'll look for them. I replied, turning to give him a small smile. Thank you, Pun. Ball said, raising his hands in a Y and giving a sincere smile. It's not a problem, it's a small thing. Do you still have class? Yes, but we saw Pun here, so we stopped. We should go to class now, or we'll get yelled at for being late. Who dares reproach Pan? I'm going to clear things up. T threatened as he tugged at his shirt sleeve. Pan made a tired expression. Complete your work first, that's more important. Now let's go. All right. T waved cheerfully, his eyes twinkling as he looked at the figure that had just walked away. I gave my friend a gentle nudge on the head, signaling him to return his attention to the academic article in front of us. Almost an hour passed before our group work ended. I put my papers and stationery in my backpack, planning to invite T out for something to eat. Just then he turned and spoke. Kun, are you coming home today? No. I still have a lot of translating to do, and I still have more research to do. I sighed heavily. I had managed to complete one task, but there were others waiting. Someone had once told me in high school that college would be easier, and now I wanted to tell him that misleading others wasn't very nice. So how about you come to my house this weekend? She proposed to me. My parents are in Japan for a week, and there is no one at home. I will feel really alone. Come, stay and keep me company. Why do you ask me? I joked, but I already knew why he invited me. Since I returned from the past, I was less cheerful than before. He was worried about me and often invited himself to sleep in my dormitory, claiming to be alone. Sometimes he tried to convince me to go to his house. I had never gone, and he was probably worried that I might get depressed due to the loneliness. He had never said it openly, nor had I ever told T that his kind intentions really touched me deeply. I actually invited Pan, but he wasn't interested. So I had no choice but to invite you. Excellent, I murmured, making a sign to slap his head playfully, but T moved to avoid me, insisting. So what are you going to do? Will you come? Okay, I'm coming. I accepted without thinking too much. Being alone tended to make me feel purposeless. At least at his house, I would have a friend to talk to, and I wouldn't waste water and electricity in the dormitory. Then let's go get something to eat. Afterwards, I will take you to your dorm to get your things and stay at my house. Wow, what impressive services. I'll be sure to let Pan know. Maybe he'll change his mind about you soon. Oh, it must be so. Let it rise without wasting the cooked rice. He patted my head, and I pushed his head back. T laughed and grabbed my neck. Then we left the courtyard and went together directly to the central canteen. After finishing the meal, he took me back to my dorm to collect my things. I stuffed some clothes and my laptop into my backpack and glanced at my ring on my desk. I picked it up, debating whether to keep it with me or not, but in the end I decided to put it back in its original place. I wasn't a very careful person, and I was afraid of losing it by accident. That ring was my gift from him, and I would be very sorry if I lost it. You packed so much stuff. Are you moving here or something? He teased me as I placed my backpack in the back seat of his silver Audi. I brought my laptop with me. I replied, you can use the computer at my house. Yes, but my job is here. I'm too lazy to transfer it to another computer. As you wish. Fasten your seatbelt. He warned me as he headed towards his house, which was in the Rementra area. We had known each other for 4 years, and I had never had the chance to set foot in T's house before. I was staying in his apartment near the university, but T had recently decided to sell his apartment for a more luxurious one on the banks of the Chao Phraya River. It was currently under construction, so he was back living with his parents temporarily. This is my home, he said as he pulled the car into the alley. I looked to my left, involuntarily gaping at the huge expanse of property. How big is your house? I exclaimed in amazement as his car pulled into the driveway. The goosebumps on my arms weren't from the air conditioning. What? Will you call me Kunti from now on? He raised an eyebrow teasingly. Still, calling him Kun didn't seem excessive. This wasn't just a house, it was clearly a mansion. It had a pool, lawn, garage, and lush trees all around the house. In the garden, there was a gazebo for relaxing, just like the homes of the rich portrayed in fiction. Damn, how many people live here? There are several houses within this complex. This one here is mine, and the one behind it belongs to my uncle. However, there is no one home now. They went to a seminar in Chiang Mai. My cousin is going to live in an apartment, he explained as he backed into the garage. After getting out of the car, he led me inside to put our things away. Then he took me on a tour of the house. The area was so vast that it seemed even bigger than the mango grove behind my house. Everything was complete, and even the lawn was as big as a public park. In his past life, he had been the son of a nobleman. In this life, T was once again born rich. It's true what they say, you can compete in boat races or marathons, but you can't compete with merit and good karma. He's so friendly, I commented, as we sat on a bench near the lawn. In addition to family members, T's home also had a female Siberian husky named Olive. She was as tall as my shoulder height when she stood on her hind legs. And at that moment she was nuzzling me and pawing my hand. He's very friendly. He plays with anyone. Even if a thief came into the house, I bet he would play with him too. T shook his head. I laughed, continuing to play with Olive by luring her with a ball. Play with her for a while. I'll charge my phone. He warned me, and then disappeared into the house. I continued playing with Olive, throwing the ball for her to catch. She seemed to be having so much fun that she pretended to give the ball, but then ran away with it. I threw the ball again, but this time it bounced a little too far, landing on the street leading to the garage. Olive ran towards the ball. Suddenly, I heard the sound of a car engine. I looked in the direction of the noise and saw a white Mercedes approaching the garage. Olive's. I jumped out of the chair turning pale as I ran after the Siberian husky. Unaware of the approaching vehicle, the dog remained focused on retrieving the ball, so I ran to get the dog out of danger. A car horn blared piercingly, sending shivers down my spine. I reached down and wrapped my arms around Olive just in time. A white Benz stopped just a meter away from us, heart pounding, realizing how close we were to an accident. I had already had a near-death experience before, and now, another brush with fate. Was fate playing some cruel game with me? Are you okay? A voice emerged while my heart was still beating. The owner of the white Benz came out, standing in front of me in his student uniform, while I was still holding on to Olive. I am fine, I managed to say, continuing to hug the dog. My voice disappeared the moment I looked up to meet the stranger's eyes. The sharp features of a young man met my gaze. My body froze when our eyes met. In that moment, it was as if the world had stopped spinning, even forgetting how to breathe. My heart stopped for a beat, and then felt like it was going to explode. You. He hesitated slightly when he saw my face, but quickly regained his composure, speaking first. Those sharp eyes behind the square silver glasses were fixated on my face, even as I couldn't look away from him. Although he wore glasses, his hairstyle had changed, and his clothes were different from what I remembered. That face was unmistakably familiar. He remained imprinted in my memory. The face I had wanted, that I thought about every day. It was Phop. Chapter 22. Back then I refused to believe in destiny. Nakhun. The deep voice of the Benz owner called my attention, pulling me out of the trance. From the moment we made eye contact, our eyes never left each other for even a fraction of a second. In this case, it is not Nakhun's name, but the honorific Nakhun. I seemed to have trouble finding my voice as I stood speechless and frozen in place, looking at him while in shock and holding Olive still. It might be funny to say, but I could barely breathe. I didn't even dare blink, scared that what I was seeing was just a hallucination, a figment of my imagination. Afraid that once I blinked, the person in front of me might disappear. Nakhun. His voice was soft and familiar. He lowered himself slightly, his sharp eyes scanning my face. Are you okay? You weren't hurt? My chest was pounding uncontrollably. The more I stared at his face, the more my heart filled with joy. The lump in my throat was becoming harder to swallow as I tried to keep myself from sobbing when I felt my eyes begin to water. I knew I had to answer him, but I couldn't. Nakhun. T's raspy voice pierced the air, making me look away from the person who had just arrived. My best friend came running out of the house, immediately coming to my aid. I was still sitting there on the ground. In this case, yes, it's Nakhun's name. I heard the horn just now. What happened? T asked, looking alternately at me and the other person. Olive came running in front of the car, and this person came to help. The Benz owner's eyes still remained on me as he answered the question. His eyes were full of amazement. I didn't know what he was feeling and what kind of face I was making. Good girl. Have you created a problem for your father again? There's almost a ghost guarding my house, you know? T jokes, claiming that if Nakhun had died on the spot, he would have become a ghost guarding his house. T turned to scold Olive without really meaning it. The dog wagged his tail excitedly, looking at us expectantly. Standing up slowly, I tried not to stagger forward as my body was still in shock. Oh, Nakhun, be careful. T's voice and the Benz owner's voice sounded at the same time. My best friend grabbed my shoulder while the other person held my arm. Looking up, I met his eyes. His dark, sharp gaze sent me into a trance. He gave me a familiar kindness and a very calm look that never seemed to leave my memory. He seemed to suck me in, pull me in so I wouldn't take my eyes off him. He made me even more sure that I wasn't thinking too much or misunderstanding things. Is it so shocking that your legs are giving out? I think you should go and earn some credit. How many times have you almost died this year? T's voice brought me out of my trance, causing me to stand up before turning to look at the other man. And you, why are you here? Aren't you staying in your condo? I just came back to get a book. I have class in the evening. The other replied in a calm voice. His sharp eyes stared at me before saying, by the way, this is... Right. I haven't introduced you yet. T said as if he had just remembered something very important, nodding his head in my direction. This is Nakhun, my best friend from university. Nakhun, this is my cousin, Phop. Phop, I muttered softly. His face was the same. His name was the same. His sharp, penetrating eyes were the same. There was absolutely nothing different. My instincts told me to believe my thoughts. I was sure he was my beloved. Nakhun. Phop's deep voice called my name. I felt my heart start to beat faster as I saw him smile faintly when our eyes met. If you're T's friend, you must be younger than me. Nice to meet you, Nakhun. He reached out, making my heart nearly jump out of my chest. I held out my trembling hand, and as soon as our palms touched, I felt him squeeze my hand. A warm feeling spread through my heart. It's a pleasure to meet you too, I replied with a trembling voice, trying to hold back the tears that were about to escape from my eyes. Longtide said that if it were fate, it would be possible for us to meet again. Despite the expectation in my heart, I had always grounded myself and thought it was just a consolation, a way to console myself. But today it really happened. Finally, fate brought us together again. Hey, aren't you holding my friend's hand too long? Let him go. T hit his cousin's arm hard. Phop obeyed, his gaze lingering before he let go of my hand. I didn't know you brought a friend here. I had to do it. Your parents are not here, and you left me alone. That's why I had to find someone to stay here with me. I don't want to be alone. I'm afraid of ghosts. I think ghosts are more afraid of you. Phop chuckled lightly. Then his eyes came back to me again, making my heart skip a beat and wondering whether he would recognize me or not. PSK, go get the book and leave. I already have my friend here. I won't ask you to stay with me. T waved his hand to chase away his older relative and tugged on my arm, heading towards the house. I was confused, so I turned to look at Phop and saw that he was looking at me too. T. As soon as we entered the house, I took my friend's hand. What? I took a deep breath in an attempt to control my voice, careful not to sound like I was about to cry. Phop, did you say he's your cousin? Yes, my uncle's son. Didn't I tell you about it just now? He frowned, nudging my head slightly. I seemed to be shocked with excitement at seeing Phop's face and couldn't orient myself properly. Why? Do you want to meet him? T's eyes narrowed as the corner of his mouth quirked up into a sly smile. Is it so good that you want to be my brother-in-law, Kun? His question left me speechless. Seeing my uneven expression, T let out a loud laugh before dragging me to sit on the couch. He cleared his throat. If you want to know more about him, I can help you. My good karma would cause Pan to be kinder to me. I rolled my eyes, reluctant about what he said. If this is the only way to get me some information, so be it. So let's start with your first and last name. Come on, just say it quickly. His name is Phop Chodawathan. He is 23 years old and just graduated from law school last year. He now studies law and helps in the family business. 23 years old, about a year older than me. In this life, he was even older than me. In his previous life, he was friends with Jom, but here they were cousins. Eventually, we were destined to find ourselves in the same circle of people just like before. What is his personality? It depends on the person he's with. If he is with someone he doesn't really know, he is quiet and polite. But if he's with people he's close to, he's spiteful. And what else? He is a very outspoken and very generous person who likes to help others. My parents like to say that he is a great person because he is kind to them, but in reality he is stubborn. He really is like that. I couldn't help but smile when I heard that. His personality was also extremely similar to his previous life. It wasn't a mistake at all. How much time had passed, yet he was still the same as before. He's. I was a little embarrassed to ask my next question. Is single? Is that what you want to ask? T asked. I hummed, neither confirming nor denying. Part of me was curious, but the other part was scared. From the moment we made eye contact, I knew in my heart that he was my beloved. I just wasn't sure if he knew me or not since 400 years had already passed. I remembered things from our previous life because I had gone back in time, but that probably wasn't the case with him, so he didn't remember. Although he promised to love only me, this was a problem from our previous life. Now, he could already have a girlfriend. Nakhun. T sighed before patting my shoulder and looking at me with sympathetic eyes. I felt my heart pounding and my chest getting heavy. Yes? Do you have anyone? What do you think about it? He asked back. My gaze fell to the ground, feeling dejected. Not worth asking, right? Being born into this life, he remained good-looking, has a good status, and still has the same personality. Who wouldn't go crazy for him? Although he is less handsome than me, he is good at studying, he is polite and intelligent, so much so that both men and women find him extremely attractive. But he still has no lover. Oh no. I looked at him with wide eyes, my heart pounding from the information I had just received. Yes, he has never had a sweetheart since he was born. Whoever he approaches, whether man or woman, does not care about him. He is like you. But I'm not sure if he's talking to anyone right now. Hell yes. I immediately pressed my lips into a flat line, scared that I might accidentally show how happy I was. I shook my head and continued to ask, "Why doesn't he have someone?" "I do not know. He said there will come a day when he will definitely have one. He just has to find that person." That sentence made my heart tremble even more. Remember? Maybe he's waiting for me too? Maybe not so, but he has the same reasoning as me when it comes to this topic. When I hadn't met him yet, I didn't feel anything for anyone or have any interest in them. Not until I met Phop. "Do you like it?" My friend's gruff voice changed to a serious tone. I remained silent, not knowing how to respond. In fact, I was still confused about the whole situation and how I felt about it. I was happy to see him, but seeing him in the present, didn't that mean I couldn't go back to the past? Just thinking about it, it was like a big void in my heart. I had always wanted this because I wanted to spend the rest of my life with him. Seeing him today should have made me feel complete and filled that void in my heart, but it didn't. Instead, it worried me because reincarnating was like resetting everything. He and I had become different people. We had become strangers to each other. I was happy, but also devastated. If you like it, I don't mind. I support it. You are a good person, and I want to see you happy. It made me uncomfortable to see you sad and down, you know? His large hand reached out and pushed my head playfully. It wasn't uncommon for T and I to get angry at each other, but he would always remain my closest friend. Sometimes I felt guilty for not telling the truth. It's just that some things that seem incredible and ridiculous were difficult to explain to anyone, so I had decided to keep quiet. And even so, he never got angry. He had stayed by my side, without being intrusive, and he had also given me advice when I needed it. The same was true for Pan. They were both good and kind to me, both in our previous life and in this life. I was lucky to have met these two. But if you're thinking about flirting with him, it might be a little exhausting. Do yourself a favor and don't do it. He never liked anyone. T patted me on the shoulder. Sure. I muttered before taking a deep breath. Well, we had met before. If it had truly changed, I would still have trusted my intuition and belief that it was my Phop. From the way he looked at me, even though he couldn't remember the past, he must have felt something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stared at me all the time like he did. Maybe this was the beginning of our relationship. And this time I would never let him go again. For a long time, I had never felt free or complete. But seeing Phop's face made me feel as if the heavy boulder that had weighed down my heart for the past year had disappeared. Throughout the rest of the day, I continued to think about him, occasionally asking T for more information about him. But all I got in return from T was teasing him until we almost started fighting. "I'm asking you, Kun. You really like it, huh?" T bent down and asked after being hit by a pillow for the third time. He was lying comfortably on the sofa and hugging a jar full of cheese balls with two arms, watching some program on Netflix while I was sitting on the floor and was concentrated on translating an article. I confirmed without taking my eyes off the laptop screen, pushing the glasses that I only wore when I stared at the computer for a long time. I actually didn't just like Phop. I loved him, but I didn't want to say it because T might think I was a bit exaggerated. I had just met Phop. Seriously, was it love at first sight? If it were so, would you believe it? You liked Pan from the moment you first saw him. It is true. He leaned back on the couch and popped a ball of cheese into his mouth while I continued my work. It was around 10 o'clock when we heard the sound of a car engine coming from the front of the house. "There's someone here, maybe my uncle's," T muttered, too lazy to get up and see. He continued to hug the pillow and watch Netflix. I looked at him, wondering, what if he had been a thief? What would happen then? Could they be your parents? Why don't you go and check? My parents are in Japan. How could they be here? It's probably my uncle and aunt. How about we go out and take a look? He turned to me with a neutral expression. I sighed at my friend's laziness, took off my glasses, and reluctantly got up to go see what was happening in front of the house. I went down the street inside the house and looked towards the parking lot. The exterior lights were on, illuminating a white luxury car that was reversing into an empty parking lot. My heart pounded as I remembered that it was the car that almost hit me that morning. So does this mean he's back home? Nakhun. I looked up. The owner of the car had gotten out of the vehicle and called me while standing there. "What are you doing here?" he asked. T asked me to come out and see who arrived. I replied embarrassed. The tall figure in dark shirt and trousers approached me, and under the bright lights, I saw a faint smile form on his lips. Instead of checking personally, "Did you send your friend?" "Bad, huh?" He giggled. Behind his square-rimmed glasses, there was a kind of magnetism that made it difficult for me to look away. Phop in this life was the epitome of what was called a sexy nerd, just like my friend said. "Have you been his friend for a long time?" he asked, noticing that I was lost in thought and staring at his face. I was surprised for a moment, suddenly realizing that this was the first time we'd had a private conversation since we'd met. The thought made my stomach turn with nervousness. "We met when we started college. So that's why I've never seen your face." T had told me that he and Phop had attended the same school their entire lives, until they split up for college. Phop only knew T's high school friends. I never thought he would be so close to me. The reason I had never seen T's other friends or family photos was that he didn't use social media. If he had, I could have met Phop a long time ago and wouldn't have had to dwell on it for years. After this, no further conversation took place. Phop just searched my face until I had to look away awkwardly. Given our current state of considering ourselves strangers to each other, I couldn't have behaved inappropriately. Phop/Nakhun. We both called each other's names at the same time, causing us to pause before laughing together. "Do you have anything to say?" I asked. "You don't have to be so nice to me. You are T's friend, not a stranger." Phop came a little closer to me and said with a smile, "And just now, did you have something to ask me?" Here, my palms began to sweat again from nervousness. Honestly, I thought that if I ever had the chance to meet him again, I would try to start a conversation and see if he would remember me. But now that I was in front of him, it was harder than I thought. "Here, Phop/Kun. So who is he?" T interrupted my sentence. "My God, because it has to come out now. Hey Phop, didn't you say you were going to sleep in the apartment tonight? Can't I change my mind and sleep at home?" The owner of the name replied calmly. The smile on his face faded, as did the breath I was inhaling deeply, suppressing my emotions as best I could so as not to kick the owner of the house as he headed towards us. "Why did you leave?" My voice sounded more irritated than I intended. Unexpectedly, I was alone with him, and then my moment was interrupted. Would it have been wrong to kick a friend in this situation? "Well, I saw that you were gone for a while, and I thought there was a thief, so I came to check." He replied honestly, looking back and forth between my face and Phop's. Then he stopped for a moment, as if he understood something. "Oh, am I interrupting something? Sorry, you can continue chatting." I enter. T said, "It's nothing. I was just talking to your friend for a bit." Phop answered T, but his eyes looked at me with a faint smile. "It's late, come in. The air is cold, you might catch a cold." Yes. I reluctantly followed T into the house. If he had said that much, I couldn't have lingered any longer. Phop had just finished studying. He might have been tired and wanted to rest. But that was fine. I would be there all weekend. I might get a chance to see him again. As I looked back, I saw the tall figure of the older person still standing in front of the carport. From this distance, it was too far to see his face, but for some reason, I had the feeling that those eyes were still watching me. Could he really remember me? Would he think I'm crazy if I asked him outright tomorrow? That night, I slept with T in his bedroom. The room was spacious, with cool air conditioning. The owner of the room had been snoring for a while, but I couldn't fall asleep because my mind kept returning to the person I had just met after so many years. I had resigned myself to the fact that perhaps we would never meet again. I didn't expect to meet him so easily. I tossed and turned, trying to think of a conversation to have with Phop the next day until I fell asleep. I woke up again to the sound of T's cell phone alarm. "T, are you awake yet?" I called my friend. He groaned, reached for his cell phone to turn off the alarm, and then buried his face in the pillow again. I checked the time and thought I shouldn't sleep anymore. So I took a shower and changed before going down to the living room. As soon as I walked down the stairs, the delicious smell of porridge hit my nose. My stomach growled instantly. Although there were no family members around, T still had a middle-aged housekeeper who cleaned the house and prepared meals for us. We didn't have to go out to look for food or do housework. It was truly enviable. "Good morning." A deep, familiar voice greeting me caused my still groggy self to walk down the stairs, raising my hand to rub my eyes wide awake. "Good morning, Phop." I replied to the person sitting at the dining table, raising my hand. Rubbing my still messy hair, I thought, well, they live in different houses and T said that Phop has an exam today. I didn't think I'd see him so soon, so I hadn't bothered to do my hair. But seeing the smile in his eyes as he looked at me made my heart skip a beat. Damn, my heart has been working hard since this morning. Is T not awake yet? Phop asked, half rising from his chair. Not yet, I replied, heading towards the kitchen to get some rice porridge, but then I heard his deep voice. Sit at the table. I will serve you. No, it's okay. I immediately refused, out of courtesy. How can I not take care of a guest in my house? Please sit down. I'll take care of it. Phop went to stand in front of the stove and began heating up rice porridge for me. Standing awkwardly in the center of the room, I finally decided that I shouldn't refuse his kindness. About 5 minutes later, a fragrant bowl of rice and pork porridge was served before me. I raised my hands in a Y and subtly watched Phop as he sat down next to me. Today he was wearing a white shirt and clean, elegant trousers. His hair combed across his forehead and square silver-rimmed glasses made him look more mature. Overall, he still looked young, fitting for a recent graduate, but very different from his past life, where he looked older. To be honest, I wasn't entirely used to it, but either way it still looked extremely nice. Did you sleep well tonight? Phop started the conversation. Yes, and you don't eat? I asked, noticing that no food had been served. I've already finished eating. He replied with a smile. My brain was spinning. I had so many questions I wanted to ask him. Why was he eating here? And if he had finished eating, why was he still sitting here? But it seemed rude to ask someone I had just met, so I calmly ate my porridge. No further conversation followed. He watched me eat as I continued to mentally scold myself and shove food into my mouth. I had thought of so many things to talk about, but when the time came, my mind went blank. Frustrated, I finished most of the food and returned to the kitchen. I sighed and hit my head lightly with my hand. Idiot. If you're so secretive, when will you ever talk to him? Will you let this opportunity slip away? Nakhun. Phop's voice rang out, making me stop hurting myself mentally. I turned to look at him, a little stunned to find that he was coming towards me with some oranges. Do you want an orange? Eating fruit after meals is good for your health. His image almost overlapped with the old days when we ate together. He always insisted that I eat fruit after the meal. A lump formed in my throat as I gratefully nodded in acceptance. Phop sat down next to me again, peeling an orange with his large hand before handing me a slice. Thank you. I took a slice of orange and put it in my mouth. Mixed feelings rose in my chest until I could no longer speak. I didn't know if he remembered anything or not, but his behavior today was no different from when we were together. Do you have an exam today? I finally found something to talk about. I won't let this opportunity slip away easily this time. It's right in front of me. Yes, I have an exam in the afternoon. I'll have to leave soon. He looked at the clock and then at me. Are you going to stay here tonight, or are you going to leave? I'll stay here 2 more nights. I'll be back on Monday. For a moment, I thought his eyes were shining, but when I blinked, he was back to his usual smile. You're in your 4th year now. This period must be tiring for you. It's exhausting. I have a research job, and I also have to focus on translation and literature. And you? Studying law must be hard. It's hard, but I like it. It is funny. The conversation began to flow naturally. Before I knew it, Phop and I were talking happily. Familiarity replaced my previous embarrassment. Although his appearance had changed, his nature, his way of speaking, and everything else remained the same. Just like Phop, the one I fell in love with. Why did you choose to study English? Do you like it? Not particularly. I just thought it was something I could do better than other things. And you? Why did you choose law? I want to be a judge. I want to work on judicial processes, demonstrate the truth, and help the innocent. His response made me smile slightly. He had always been protective of me, and he had tried to prove my father's innocence. Even now, his aspirations had not changed. We chatted for almost half an hour. Tea hadn't come down yet, but Phop had to prepare for the exam. When he got up to leave, my heart sank. I would have stayed here just 1 more day, and then we would have been apart. But there might still be a way. I think I figured out how to see it more often. Phop. Yes? What happens? Can I ask you a favor? Go ahead. He stared at me. I tried to suppress the excitement in my chest and asked. I have to take a fundamental law exam this last semester. I had bad midterms my first year, so I dropped the exam and retook it this quarter. I'm not good at memorizing laws. So could you please give me lessons? Certain. His immediate response made my heart leap with joy. I thanked the miserable law school grades that had given me an excuse to approach him. Would it bother you too much? You also have exams. My last exam is tomorrow, so it won't be a problem. Hearing this, he immediately smiled. My final exam was another month away, so I would be able to spend time with him for at least a month. Where should we study? Your apartment or my room? Do you live at home or in a dorm? I live in a dormitory. How about meeting in a shopping mall or a bar? I think that. Why? Are you afraid I'll do something to you? His tone changed mid-sentence, his eyes shining behind his glasses. I was surprised. No, I just already appreciate your help so much. I don't want to impose myself by going into your room. I spoke quickly, my face red. I hadn't really thought about it, but when he said it, as you prefer. Let's get organized later. Can I have your line number? As he said this, he handed me his phone. I opened the QR code for him to scan and quickly added him as a friend. It's almost 10. I should go. As I fumbled with the phone, he waved at me and looked up. May you get a perfect score on your exams. I wished him. He laughed softly and reached out as if to pat me on the head, but then hesitated and lowered his hand. 1,000 thanks. The corners of his mouth curved into a warm smile of appreciation. I couldn't help but regret that he hadn't patted me on the head. Well, it was understandable since we had only known each other for a day. He might have thought that he would be too intimate. I have something to ask you. Suddenly, Phop spoke. I raised my eyebrows. Yes? Can you use an informal tone when talking to me? Don't be so formal. You seem too distant. He moved closer, inadvertently causing me to tense up. Phop's smile was still kind and polite, but the eyes behind his glasses revealed a myriad of emotions I couldn't discern. Please, he murmured softly, almost in a whisper. My face blushed as I lowered my head slightly. Yes. I swallowed hard, staring at the floor, wondering if I was imagining things. But his tone sounded like the one he used when he begged me in the past. So I'm going now. See you this evening. He left with a smile and left the house. Once he was out of sight, I sank into a chair, pursing my lips and trying to suppress my smile. At least now I had an excuse to see him for another month. In the meantime, I had to find a way to get closer. Phop was even more enigmatic than ever. I couldn't tell if he liked me or not. One thing was certain. He must have recognized me to some extent. As for remembering me, that would have been difficult. After all, we came from different lives. Even if what he had done was similar to the past, it could only be a coincidence. Maybe something remained in his subconscious, making him act as he did in the past without realizing it. All right, we can start over. Last time he was the one courting me. This time it will be me. Why are you sitting there smiling? You seem out of your mind. The buzzing sound of T's voice grew louder, shaking me out of my daze as I sat. I turned and saw my tall friend coming down the stairs. He looked disheveled, as if he hadn't fully woken up yet. You're awake? I thought you would sleep until noon. My stomach was growling, so I need to eat something before I go back to bed. T replied as he went to open the refrigerator. I lost interest and went back to myself, unlocking my phone with my fingerprint and opening the Line app. I wanted to look at Phop's photos, but then I heard T's voice. Was Phop here? I looked up from the phone to look at my friend, perplexed. How did you know? Isn't this your porridge? Or are you saying you did it? T pointed to the pot of porridge on the stove. He paused, bewildered. No, wasn't it the housekeeper's? No, she's been out running errands since yesterday. T reopened the pot, heating the porridge, mumbling. It must be Phop. He likes to cook, which is a good thing. He saves me time. The aroma of porridge filled the room. I was surprised, because I was so focused on Phop that I didn't notice that the housekeeper was gone. He was strange. I thought Phop had started staying at T's house instead of his, and that maybe he came here for breakfast regularly, but I didn't ask him. T, does Phop usually eat breakfast here? No, stay at his house. T replied, sitting down next to me with a bowl of porridge. I narrowed my eyes, leaving myself perplexed. A thought crossed my mind. Maybe he came here intentionally to see me.